Today, a fatal confrontation is about to take place, so several armed fighters have gathered again in Liaoning province. Two factions, Dai Reok-bu and Yan Seong-chang, fought for their dominance in the north before the eyes of the people of Musung. The concentrated old man in the white robe noted in a stern voice that his opponent looked quite good. This was not the first time they had fought, but quite a lot of time had passed since their last battle. The man in white added that Mo Yonsei opened the gates of Gabon more than 10 years ago, so the position of Liaoning's leader could not remain vacant for very long. The leader of Yan Song-chang, the Sword of 10,000s, Keol Ho Sim, confidently said that today he was going to take over the entire Liaoning. The leader of Dai Reok-bu, the strong wind dance, Man Chok-sang, had a crazy smile that only grew wider, as it was not the first time he had stained the land with blood. The dark-bearded man's followers screamed in unison, shouting their faction's name at the top of their lungs. The upcoming battles were watched by a drinking old man who knew that the leaders Dai Reok-bu and Yeon Seong-chan were the best in the region. The disorderly old man ran 1,000 miles to see the spectacular fight between two powerful factions. They didn't bother to play the prelude for long, so the steel of their swords instantly clashed, causing sparks to fly around. The old man commented on the incomparable power of Man's sword and Master Chul's dragon sword, which did not give in to each other at all. And although the old man might have seemed like an ordinary homeless drunk, he was actually a public elder, Iron Man Hongmu Gyu. In the end, he jumped down, saying that there was nothing more interesting than watching others fight, and a statue of the bronze black dragon appeared in front of him. The old man's silver eyes tensed, and he added that he would definitely record the result of the fight between those two in their public data. His foot hit the ground with an uncharacteristically loud thud, as if a barely noticeable earthquake had passed through it. On the other side, in front of him, stood the silhouette of another man, who seemed to be protected by a huge black dragon. The tall figure turned his menacing blue eyes towards the old man, who was clearly startled by their unexpected meeting. Drops of cold sweat began to flow down the wary old man's face. One look from the man in front of the dragon made him freeze. Meanwhile, the battle between the two faction leaders continued, with Chol Ho Sim using the dragon sword technique. Man Chok-sang, using his incomparable strength, shouted back at him with a strong grin on his face. The battle between them flared up like a red-hot fire, and their attacks were so fast that they were more like barely noticeable flashes. The man under the dragon statue asked in a low bass voice if he saw the main forces of the central district in front of him. His cold gaze never stopped watching the fight as he commented that under any other circumstances, he would have enjoyed the spectacle. But now he was in no condition for an exciting battle, especially when his heart was beating painfully against his chest. The man grabbed onto his clothes, leaning his hand on the bronze black dragon statue with a feeling of weakness throughout his entire body. His heart continued to beat faster, leaving behind an unpleasant vibration that prevented him from even taking a breath. He clenched his teeth angrily, muttering through them that he just needed a little more time. The pain spread throughout his body, causing him to press himself harder against the statue, feeling as if the space beneath his palm was being distorted. The man with blue eyes sternly lowered his eyes. This feeling seemed suspiciously familiar to him. He said something about his child. Raising his tired eyebrows slightly, the realization began to dawn on him as to why he needed his remaining time. The drunk looked warily at the silhouette in front of him. He still felt an oppressive serenity, as if there was not a person in front of him. The man's blue eyes lit up as he turned to the elder, saying that his descendant would be coming soon. Tom had nothing more to add, so he left the Earth's chambers at that moment, leaving behind a blue flash. The man rose up at breakneck speed, looking out over the war-torn province below him. The man's words were clearly imprinted in the elder's head, who still could not understand which descendant the mysterious master was talking about. There were screams nearby, followed by a loud crash causing Hongmu Gyu to open his eyes in horror. Just a second ago, the statue, which had been frozen in place, began to change its shape, turning into something different, something strange. The bronze black dragon's form slowly melted, losing its connection with the mythological creature. The old man looked in amazement at the man who only had to touch the statue with his hand to radically deform it. He couldn't imagine what would happen if such a destructive force was directed at a person, so he shouted after him to explain. Meanwhile, on the other side of Koryo, not destroyed by the eternal battles and not covered by gray clouds, peace reigned. It was the Kaima Plateau, or more precisely the Nangrim Mountains, the warm air of which nervously tickled the nerves of the local residents. From behind the branch of one of the many huge trees, a young voice could be heard enjoying the pleasant breeze. The guy was probably resting on the top of the tree more than once, because a female voice was calling him from below, asking if he had decided to hide on the branch again. Dan Sayu opened his cloudy turquoise eyes in surprise, looking towards the source of the voice that had disturbed his peace. The girl lectured the boy that he shouldn't go into such dangerous places, but the young man, addressing her as Nuna, only suggested that she sit with him for a while. Gongmu Ai smiled, saying that she couldn't climb to the same heights as the guy, and probably he was the only one in the entire village who climbed trees. The young man looked at her warmly, saying that she would probably like the view of the sky from the top of the tree. Having insisted on her own, the girl once again asked Dan Sayu to go downstairs, because Chok-san was supposed to come to her house soon. Looking back at the boy with a bucket filled with vegetables, she gently invited the young man to have lunch together. Dan appreciated his friend's generosity, so in response he could only smile warmly at her with relaxed eyes. The boy liked his friend's offer, which is why he immediately jumped from the tree to the girl in sparkling anticipation. Even jumping down, he did not lose his chance to do a few gallant somersaults in the air. The young man landed gently on the ground and asked Gong not to worry, because she would be able to take care of him even if he got hurt. The two headed towards the village of Gun, and the girl couldn't help but notice that Danu was about to grow up. The boy was already accustomed to the typical comments from the villagers towards him, who were amazed that he lived in the Gun village if he himself was from the Dan clan. The young man himself did not understand how the villagers had the strength to discuss him every time he walked through the streets of their village, and the girl laughed and quickened her pace. Another man stood in their way, clearly unhappy that the girl was again walking with a guy from another clan. Gun-Su Deok pointed out with disapproval that Mu-A was already of marriageable age, but she was constantly communicating with some stranger, and not with normal men. Sayu smugly lowered his eyelids, saying that Su-Deok couldn't even go to the toilet on his own until he was 8 years old, and now he was trying to blame someone for getting married. As soon as the young man wrote his precise comment, Su-Deok immediately grabbed him in anger, threatening that he probably wanted to meet his father in the afterlife. The rude guy continued to chant insults at the boy, saying that he was a year younger than him, and he had no right to speak to him in such a low manner. Su-Deok wanted to add something else, but he was interrupted by a deep voice from behind him, slowly addressing him by his full name. The rough guy didn't even notice when the huge man picked up his body in one deft movement. He began to order the thug Chok-san to lower him to the ground, but the latter did not even want to listen, looking at the twitching guy. The big guy said that Hyung Nim, which was Su-Deok's more respectful name, blocked his path, so he had to remove him by force. The girl ran up to the bully, ordering him to let the bully go, since using force was not at all the style of their village. Chok-san didn't hesitate and let go of Hyung Nim, even though he had to throw him to the side so that he flew away like a mannequin. Su-Deok crashed into the nearest fence with a loud scream, smashing into it and leaving a dent in the wood behind him. Lying under the remains of a wooden fence, the rude guy mumbled in a disgruntled voice that Chok-san had always been useless. The elder old woman immediately recognized the brute, screaming his name in a creaky voice and calling him a brat. Chok-san looked awkwardly at the elder, who began waving her bamboo cane in front of him, asking what clan he was from and who he stood up for. The big guy interrupted her dissatisfied exclamations, offering her to her face to look at the scrolls with the news that Hyang Ri-Nim had given her. The old woman looked at the contents with displeasure, suspiciously analyzing each letter, while Chok-san urged Mu-Ai and Sa-Yu to leave. But as soon as the elder connected all the puzzle pieces on the scroll, her eyes widened and her pupils narrowed in realization. Sa-Yu tried to remain silent and unperturbed, as he was already receiving too much unwanted attention. The old woman stuck her huge nose forward in disbelief, asking Chok-san if he had read the contents of the scrolls himself. But when she hesitantly squeezed out the question, the big guy had already taken the other two with him and safely left the elder. The old woman's gray eyebrows tensed up on their own, and angry wrinkles appeared on her entire face as she shouted Chok-san's full name again. The elder began waving her cane again, threatening to throw the now disappeared Chok-san out of the village, while the villagers tried to calm her down. Su-deok glanced irritably towards the departed trio, while the old woman continued to dramatize that she would die if the big man did not take the stranger away from the village. Meanwhile, Chok-san threw a wet boar on the ground, telling the hungry Sa-yu not to complain and to help him once he was fed for free. The brute began to examine his prey, involuntarily asking the girl when she would introduce the village to the man she had met. Her eyes widened in shock. She couldn't even imagine that anyone would guess about her recent affair. The thug's words surprised Sa-yu no less, because he himself did not know that the girl had a secret boyfriend with whom she was dating. Chok-san weakly clutched his knife, indifferently saying that the whole village had long heard about Mu-ai's affair. The big man's gaze became tense and frozen as he began to talk about the silk merchant from the So clan that the girl was probably dating. The girl became noticeably nervous, stuttering as she asked why everyone decided that they liked each other. Despite her nervous objections, Chok-san continued to interrogate the girl persistently, asking if she intended to marry the silk merchant. In the end, Mu-ai gave in and said with rosy cheeks that she couldn't meet her lover because he lived very far away, and she didn't know him that well. The conversation between the two was not so interesting to the young man, who leaned his slightly limp hand on the wooden surface, while Chok-san explained that he was ready to give Mu-ai up if she wanted it. Sa-yu exhaled heavily, briefly listening to the girl asking Chok-san not to rush into marrying her off. The guy's gaze involuntarily fell on the tree on which, just a few hours ago, he had thrown his legs up and enjoyed the breeze. It seemed like time suddenly began to pass too quickly, because the boy didn't even notice when Mu-ai reached marriageable age. In the same way, he didn't notice when the bloody sunset was enveloped in the embrace of the azure night. The usually noisy village suddenly became quiet. On the street, one could hear only the light whistle of the night wind. As usual, the moonlight prevented Sa-yu from sleeping peacefully, so he involuntarily walked around the room, examining every speck of dust in it. Despite the late hour, the young man still slung his bow across his back in readiness to head outside. Unlike him, Mu-ai was probably already seeing her 10th dream, her eyes tightly closed and her body hugged by a warm blanket. He should have already left, but he still couldn't take his eyes off his girlfriend, especially when she didn't see how he was staring at her with his eyes. Sa-yu felt as if something was holding him back inside, but he still told the sleeping girl that he would return soon. The guy walked out into the street, walking forward with slow steps so as not to make too much noise. The boy didn't expect to hear a familiar voice behind him because he tried to be as quiet as possible. At the entrance sat a sleepy Chok-san, who did not understand where the young man was going to go so late, and even to the mountains, involuntarily fearing that he was upset by his girlfriend's marriage. Sa-yu tried to answer quickly, quietly asking if Chok-san was planning to sell the skins he had collected soon. The brute nodded, calmly replying that he would give the collected skin to Mu-ai when she got married. The boy crossed his arms in displeasure, as he had heard that the big guy had always wanted to serve in the army, and by marrying off their sister, he could pursue his dream. Chok-san worriedly said that if Mu-ai got married and he went into the army, Sa-yu would be left all alone. The man nervously rubbed his hands, saying that despite the common surname of their village, its inhabitants were literally ready to gnaw each other's throats. Although Chok-san's face remained impassive, goosebumps still ran down his body due to the fact that he had to share a surname with some people from his own village. Sa-yu smiled at the big man, saying that he had made a promise to his father to stay in the village until he turned 20. The young man reassured his friend that he should prepare for the army anyway, and that their sister would be fine while he was in the village. Despite all the boy's pathos, a funny grin almost involuntarily appeared on Chok-san's face, and he let out a laugh from his lips. The man asked the young man not to fantasize because he would never trust their sister to such a fool. The two of them were talking quite loudly, so Mu-ai heard the boy say that he just wanted to protect the people who had become his family. The girl couldn't help but smile as she listened to Sa-yu planning to go and collect ginseng in the winter, exclusively for the wedding. Chok-san was slightly surprised that the boy could hunt for days on end despite his frail and thin body. The guy shrugged, smugly saying that he was more surprised by the fact that the big guy was also 16 years old, which slightly outraged him. The young man smiled sadly and said that they must do everything to make their sister happy. There was nothing more he could say, so he quietly stepped forward. Even the hunt itself was probably waiting for him. The bully shouted after the boy to give him the extra ginseng roots because he had been very hungry for the last few days. Sa-yu waved his hand at Chok-san, calmly agreeing to his request that he not cry again. The village of Gun itself was modestly located at the foot of the mountain, where it was sometimes difficult to even notice it due to its casual appearance. Sudeok looked at the boy walking through the village with displeasure, asking where he was going at such an hour. When the young man addressed him by name, Sudeok rudely asked him to address him more respectfully because he was going to teach him a lesson. The boy didn't understand how young Neem could ask for respectful treatment when he treated him like a bag of trash, and he was more interested in what Hyang Ri's letter was about. The elder intervened in their conversation, loudly tapping her cane and telling Sa-yu in a displeased voice not to poke his nose into their affairs. Sudeok was slightly surprised by the old woman's behavior, who only asked the boy to forget about the letter about the Gong family and go his own way. The boy glared at the old woman but said nothing through his tightly pressed lips. The boy turned away and headed towards the exit of the village, but Hyung Nim had not finished yet and loudly ordered him to come back. The elder asked Sudeok to leave the young man behind with displeasure, but he did not understand why she simply let the stranger go. The old woman muttered with a hoarse laugh that Sudeok should just wait, because the guy would die very soon anyway. A sly smile appeared on the elder's wrinkled face when she mentioned that Sa-yu would be very unlucky if he met Hyang Ri. Meanwhile, above the village, in the distance, the clatter of hooves of dozens of horses could be heard, roughly beating on the wet earth of the mountain. A blue flag with a white emblem depicting a white circle and crescent was raised above them. A carriage followed the horses, and armed warriors with hot torches walked alongside it. Among the leaders, a tall man with a noticeable scar on his face stood out clearly, and the skin of his prey was draped across his shoulders. The man's eyes were hard to see under his cap, but there was nothing kind in them, only a sharp cruelty. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, the boy was enjoying his little hunt because its fruits were not long in coming. Sa-yu looked at his hands in surprise, as he had never found ginseng roots so quickly and so easily. Moreover, in a few minutes, in his hands lay not one root of the medicinal herb, but two at once. The guy raised his head in satisfaction, trying to contain his happiness at the treasure he had found in the form of two unfortunate bunches. But he could no longer contain his joy, and soon the bright exclamations of the lucky man were heard throughout the forest. His hunts usually lasted for several days, so the days slowly turned into red sunsets. And after the next sunset, as expected, comes a dark night, although often illuminated by many stars in the sky. There were many places in the mountains that the boy usually explored, so he entered one of the denser areas. In the end, the young man realized that he had wasted all his luck in that one night, because he never found any more ginseng roots. Leaning on the damp bark of one of the trees and looking at the obscuring fog, Sa-yu couldn't help but whisper that he should have gone back home. On the other side of the dense forest, even through the fog and cool weather, the boy could see wavy smoke. The young man rose to his knees curiously, since wandering so deep in the mountains was practically suicide for an inexperienced tracker. Sa-yu lowered his eyebrows uncertainly, his gaze wary and skeptical, but he still decided to check the source of the fire. The guy jumped down, trying to land quietly and approach the strange man who had made a fire in such a remote place. Looking down, the youth saw a bearded man sitting quietly in front of a hot fire with his hands on his knees. The man looked quite stern. It might have seemed that he was sleeping in a sitting position with his eyelids tightly closed. The young man noted to himself that the old man looked too collected for someone who could get lost in the forest. On the one hand, the dangerous atmosphere did not come from the man, but on the other hand, the guy was overcome by a strange feeling from just looking at him. Sa-yu's face took on a slightly nervous expression, as if the man reminded him of some kind of spirit that he shouldn't see. Even though he didn't feel any threat, The boy told himself to be on guard, as he should be with weirdos like that in the middle of the forest. The man opened his diamond eyes, telling the boy to get out, since he wasn't too uncomfortable with someone watching him, and then threatened to drag the boy in with his own hands. Sayu became even more nervous when he was noticed, so an awkward laugh escaped from his throat on its own. The young man awkwardly raised his hands and with a forced smile asked if he could stay with the man until the morning, until the fog cleared. Trying to look as unprincipled as possible and feeling threatened by the old man's silence, the boy asked again if he could stay the night. The old man's cold blue eyes did not move for a second, maintaining their indifferent and skeptical look. The stranger looked up at the bare tree in the embrace of the dark night, then motioned for the boy to sit down next to him. As expected, the fog grew thicker with each passing second, turning into a huge snow-white fiber around them. The young man offered the man some fried mushrooms on a stick to eat, since in the forest, and especially in the mountains, he could not offer him anything more sophisticated. The old man looked at the stick with several mushrooms with distrust, indifferently examining it from all sides. Soon the man decided to slowly bite into one of the mushrooms, although this gesture looked as if he did it purely out of politeness. Silence reigned between them again, and Sayu noted to himself that the old man did not look very hungry. With a small piece of mushroom in his mouth, the stranger asked the boy not to look at him with such surprised eyes, because any food should be eaten slowly and carefully. Then the man opened his eyes again, deciding to get to the point and asking who the youth in front of him really was. The young man felt a little uneasy about making eye contact with him, so looking the other way, he introduced himself and mumbled that he lived in the village of Gun-Ga, near Gan and Ren. The old man asked if the boy was talking about Huajiangmin village, and then noted that his last name did not match the name of the village. Sayu awkwardly scratched the back of his head with an uncertain smile on his face, saying that it was due to some circumstances. The man did not let the young man get off the hook, so he added that he tried to hide his fear behind a forced smile and politeness. The young man was already frightened by the man's strange eyes, but it seemed as if he could read other people's thoughts with just one glance. Not knowing how to respond to the strange old man's precise guess, the boy could feel cold sweat starting to roll down his face. With the same awkward smile, Dan changed the subject and asked where the old man was heading since he decided to go to the mountains, where ordinary people would never think of setting foot. The old man's tense gaze did not disappear. He continued to stare at the boy with his unnatural eyes. Finally, the man slowly but confidently said that he had come to their mountains with the purpose of killing someone. Sayu was shocked by this answer, and he said loudly that even if the old man was tired of living, he should at least die with a pure soul. The boy's sharp indignation caused a bitter smile to appear on the stranger's face, through which he called him funny. The man let out an imperceptible laugh through his lips, saying that he had not come to the mountains to say goodbye to his life. The boy's eyes widened in even more confusion when the old man said that he didn't even deserve to die. With each passing second, the old man's words became even more incomprehensible to Sayu, because now he also mentioned that it was too early for him to die until he finished his journey. The smile on the man's face never faded as he added that at the end of his journey, he would simply wait until he died. Then the sage unceremoniously closed the topic along with his eyes, saying that he had not eaten something as tasty as the guy's mushrooms for a long time. Silence blossomed around again, as if neither the first nor the second could add anything more. During all this time, enough nervous air had accumulated in the guy's chest to exhale a whole cloud in a noticeable tremor. The young man lay down on the cold grass, wondering why the old man was acting so strangely. The boy's cloudy turquoise eyes stared up, still thinking that the man was about to say goodbye to his life, and so thoughtlessly. The guy glanced at him with one eye, but the man continued to remain strictly silent, even though he had already proven that he could see through other people's thoughts. Over the course of the night, the fire began to gradually die out, turning the branches into crumbling coals and leaving behind an unpleasant smoke. In the morning, the boy decided to leave the old man, although he felt some peace inside due to the fact that he would no longer have to lie under his cold gaze. Finally, Sayu looked back to see if the man had even noticed that he was about to leave. But the old man didn't even bat an eyelid. he just continued to sit quietly with his hands on his knees like a sleeping statue. The young man left behind only one ginseng root, although he himself did not understand what prompted him to such generosity. And yet his decision to give the old man one ginseng root out of honor began to hit his conscience already on the way home. The guy began to loudly exclaim about how he regretted giving such valuable material to some guy, despite the fact that he had been struggling to find it for days. The young man bit his finger, wondering if perhaps he had done so out of pity and regret for the old man who was about to die. Sa Yu tried to calm down, inhaling a small amount of air and instantly exhaling in smaller clouds. Still, this was not the most important thing, so the boy looked up dreamily and thought about what he should do now. Optimistic thoughts began to fill his head, and he hoped that fate simply did not allow him to get the second ginseng root. He tried to put his worries aside, so he simply went to Gong Village. But even when he stopped regretting his decision so much, his conscience again picked at his soul, and he again reproached himself. Usually, Gun Village was quite noisy, even on weekends, but today it was suspiciously quiet, as if he had entered a ghost village. The boy stood in place, thoroughly numb from the fact that the entire village had turned into a complete wilderness while he was gone. He was so focused on the strange phenomenon that he didn't even notice when someone suddenly snuck up on him from behind. The fist quickly moved towards the boy, but he was not fast enough to react in time. Sudeok slammed his fist into the back of the boy's head with all his might, causing him to stagger and cry out from the sharp pain in his head. The boy ran with his feet across the ground, instantly landing face down helplessly. Sa Yu clutched his body in pain, asking with noticeable anger in his voice why he was attacked without reason. But as soon as he even tried to protest, Sudeok grabbed his head, pressing it to the hard ground with all his might. Sudeok pressed the helpless youth's body against his chest and with a terrifying look, triumphantly whispered that he had finally caught him. An elder approached them, loudly banging his cane on the ground and saying that no one would treat Dan like trash if he were not an outsider. Wrinkles appeared all over the old woman's face as she said that they were going to deal with Sa Yu for the good of their village and lock him up. But the beaten boy innocently did not understand what they were talking about and how he could interfere with the well-being of their village. Sudeok chuckled, smugly saying that Hyang Ri had already been sent to their village to watch over their place like a king. And yet, the guy with the broken forehead still did not understand what relation he had to the arrival of an influential person in their unfortunate village. Sudeok noted with a sense of insane self-satisfaction that Hyang Ri had arrived with the ambassador from Yuan and they were going to choose a princess to send to Yuan. The boy's turquoise eyes widened in anger when he mentioned that they had decided to send to Yuan Mu Ae. Despite his weakened body and sluggish state, a loud scream escaped the boy's throat. The boy opened his mouth wide, sinking the sharp fangs of his teeth into one of Sudeok's fingers. Sudeok twisted painfully from the sharp pain in his arm, loosening his tight grip for a few seconds. However, this turned out to be his own mistake because as soon as he relaxed a little, Sa Yu's next blow was aimed at his face. The boy clenched his fist and jerked his elbow with all his might, causing Sudeok to fly back. The young man needed to act incredibly quickly, so he turned his cloudy turquoise eyes in another direction. Sa Yu grabbed his wooden one, swinging it quickly as if it were a giant slingshot. The boy deftly picked up one of the sharp arrows on his back, grasping it with 2 fingers and loading it into his bow. The elbow strike was one of the boy's several moves, so soon Sudeok's face also met the boy's knee. It seemed like the two of them were frozen in mid-air, but for the guy it was one solid second that he didn't even notice. Sa Yu's eyes twitched in panic in different directions, and he tried to analyze what he should do next. The boy fell onto the body of the angry Sudeok, grabbing his bow and pointing the sharp blade of his arrow straight at his face. Sa Yu began to emotionally say that he had suffered for a very long time from disrespectful treatment because of his last name and the way they spoke about his deserter father. The young man felt betrayed and said with a trembling cry that he would never have thought that the people who gave him a chance to live would try to get rid of him. The old woman pressed her lips together and angrily ordered the other villagers to grab the brat, who had suddenly begun to defend himself. Inside, the guy felt how hard his heart was beating from excitement, fear, and anger, so he simply could not calmly react to the next indignation directed at him. Instead of ignoring them again, the young man aimed his arrow at the elder and ordered her and her minions to stay away from him. At that same moment, the arrow blade flew past the old woman's face, a few centimeters from her temple. She simply didn't have time to react, letting go of the bamboo cane from her hands, which became a target for the guy's bow. A noticeable trace of blood appeared on the elder's cheek, and she began to nervously curse the stranger. The boy nervously clenched his teeth and said that even though his father had run away, he had taught him how to run away, catch up, and hunt, which no one in the village could do better than him. With a trembling voice and a battered face, Sa-yu triumphantly said that he would shoot through the head of anyone who tried to stab him in the back. The crowd of silent villagers froze along with the elder, who continued to stare at the boy in horror. The young man finally said that since they wanted him to leave so much, he would fulfill their wish, but together with Mu-ai and Chok-san. The guy had nothing more to say, and he turned away to the cries of the old woman who was outraged by his insolence. Su-deok panicked and exclaimed that if they let Sa-yu escape, the envoy from Yuan might destroy their village. The old woman loudly ordered Su-deok to grab the boy, so she didn't even hear the sound of hooves behind her. But when they turned around, it was too late. A terrifying man on a dark horse was already standing in front of them. He didn't say a word, sternly looking at the people below him with the crossed scar on his face. And even though Sa-yu tried to remain calm, his heart was literally pounding out of his chest as he ran towards Mu-ai's house. The young man began to shout loudly at the girl, who turned her head in his direction questioningly. Mu-ai smiled innocently at the guy, saying that he was just in time since they were just about to go out for lunch. The boy ran past her, ordering her to pack her things and leave, but the girl was more concerned about the boy's bloody face. Sa-yu simply didn't have time to try to explain anything to his Nuna, so he threw open the doors of the house, literally rushing inside. The boy quickly picked up the essentials and threw the things into one pile on the rag, telling the girl to take only the important things. Mu-ai tilted her head in concern, saying that she could treat the wound if he had run into some beast in the mountains. But the young man continued to say that they didn't have much time. The youth threw a bag of things on his back, adding that with the wild ginseng root they could last for some time, and then asked where Chok-san was. Anxiety filled the girl's face when she told him that Chok-san had gone into the forest to get firewood and asked why Dan was acting so strangely. The news about the big guy made the guy look irritably towards Nuna. It was one of the worst-case scenarios. The young man realized that they were simply wasting their time, so he grabbed his girlfriend by the hand and said that they urgently needed to find Chok-san. Mu-ai looked at him with her silver eyes in shock, telling the boy to stop and tell him everything. She dropped the bucket of vegetables and fruits from her hands while the guy didn't even want to listen to her questions. As he headed into the forest, the boy noticed a strange, but no less disturbing picture on the other side of the village. A group of horses, a carriage, and several guards lined up in front of the crowd of Gong villagers. He looked at the tall man on the dark horse. He was probably the representative from Yuan who had come to sort things out. The scarred man silently looked at the poor villagers, his gaze cruel and unpredictable. Representative Yuan raised his eyes upward, piercing the atmosphere around him with just a single glance from his sharp pupils. The boy looked at him in panic, realizing that he had just met the scarred man's turquoise eyes with his own. Sa-yu sped up, grabbing his friend even tighter at the mere thought that Mu-ai might have been taken to Yuan. The man with the scar never took his eyes off the boy for a second, silently watching the running youth. Even without regard for his guards, Yuan's representative ordered them to seize Mu-ai and bring her to him. One of the guards, who also had a scar on his face, asked what they should do with the boy. Their leader replied that he didn't care about the guy and they could kill him, but the girl, who was extremely important to Yuan, needed to be delivered safe and sound. As soon as he gave the order, the guards immediately rushed after the boy and the girl, literally bouncing off the ground. Village Elder Gong and Su-deok stared up in shock, looking at the guards with both horror and admiration. Two armed men literally flew into the air and began to confidently hover above them, like autumn leaves in the wind. A smug grin spread across their leader's face, revealing his sense of self-satisfaction from within. The Yuan representative happened to see how the boy was able to escape from Su-deok's grip with one deft movement. However, despite all of the boy's combat readiness, he noted that it was clear from the boy that he had never studied martial arts. No matter how well he aimed and shot, in the end he was still just an ordinary village boy with unique talents. The scarred man grinned in anticipation and said that the boy was destined to be a worthy prey. The young man tried to run as fast as he could, but he already felt that literally behind his back 2 living daggers were flying at him. He looked up, looking at the menacing shapes above him that he could compare to dark demons. Sa Yu desperately took out one of his arrows. Inside, he was very irritated by the unreasonable persistence of Yuan's guards. The boy quickly loaded his arrow, drawing it as deep as he could and aiming at one of the guards pursuing them. The young man let go of Mu-A for a second and fired, causing the sharp arrow to whistle towards the flying guard. One of the hovering men saw his opponent's move and began to draw his sword to block his attack. But one weapon was not enough for him, so a second later he had a second sharp machete in his other hand. The man spun around in the air, creating a violent wind around himself and literally attacking the sharp arrow that was aimed at him. What had been a solid arrow just a second ago had turned into a cut stick with a blunt tip. The boy visibly panicked at how quickly and easily the guard had turned his only method of self-defense into nothing. But Sa Yu didn't even have time to react when the guard flew up to him and grabbed his head tightly by the face. The boy's body was too limp and weak, so he simply fell to the ground under the pressure of the terrifying guard. Mu-A tried to run towards her friend in fear, staring at the painting in horror and panic. But as soon as the girl tried to move, another guard grabbed her after her, causing her to lose the power of speech. Sa Yu felt very helpless and useless, looking at the fact that he couldn't even protect Mu-A. The young man couldn't stare at the girl for long, because a second later a sharp blade was aimed towards his face. One of the guards looked menacingly at the boy, telling him that he could kill him instantly. Swinging his blade deeper and about to plunge it into the guy's forehead, the man received a blow to the face from someone else's fist. The guard was immediately thrown back when the broad-shouldered Chok-san intervened in their fight and was able to save Sa Yu in time. Mu-A widened her eyes along with the other thugs, staring at the new guest in shock. The guard who flew away raised his machete in mid-flight, plunging the tip deep into the ground and rolling along the ground. The bodyguard landed angrily with an irritated groan, causing the dust around him to rise up. Sa Yu looked at Chok-san in surprise, even though he was unable to get up from the ground in his beaten state. The brute glared at the 2 guards, asking with displeasure what kind of freaks tried to attack the guy and their Nuna. Suddenly, for a few seconds, an oppressive silence rang out in the mountains, which did not indicate anything good. The young man explained the situation to Chok-san, who spoke with hostility about the 2 Yuan thugs. The boy angrily clenched his teeth as he said that the letter from Hyang-ri was to hand over Mu-Ai as the Princess of Yuan. Sa Yu confidently suggested that they go to the peak of Changranban, since it would be easy for them to hide from the Yuan representatives there. One of the bodyguards made fun of his colleague, asking if he could help him, but his partner angrily asked him to keep quiet. The defeated thug wiped his face with his wrist, looking away in irritation and preparing for his next attack. The other guard's face formed a sinister grin, through which he called Chok-san and Sa Yu brats who were shaking with fear. He swung his machete and charged towards the 2 with a chilling look, shouting that they should not expect an easy death. The thug's eyes began to shake as he realized that his own people were about to shamelessly sell out his sister. He started shouting and asking how they dared, in all their sanity, to sell a person behind his back, and even so that she could become a princess. Chok-san glared at the thug, tearing his voice apart as he said that he would never sell Mu-A to such barbarians. The man reached out with his sharp axe, swinging it towards the guard flying towards him. He tore a stack of hard firewood from his back and gripped the axe tightly in his hand, staring predatorily at Mu-A's offender. The first thing the thug did was throw several tightly packed logs at his enemy. The rope snapped in mid-air from the intense pressure, causing some of the wooden stumps to fly off in different directions. It was a kind of diversionary maneuver, so Chok-san immediately jumped up and jumped on the bodyguard. Excitement took the guard's body, and he grinned fiercely, amazed at the fighting spirit of the young strongman. The thug instantly pulled out his machete in response and jumped towards Chok-san. With one deft swing of his blade, the guard managed to cut through several dozen hard logs in front of him at once, and he shouted that he didn't have time for both boys. The guard's eyes became even more insane as he said that it would be better for those two to die at the same time. At that moment, the blade of Chok-san's axe and the blade of the thug's machete met. They looked like two wild animals. Chok-san shouted in anger that the bodyguard should try harder if he was so eager to kill them both. The guard cowered. He didn't expect the 16-year-old giant to have so much strength and tenacity. The scarred thug decided to try a different strategy, swinging his blade again in a different pose. The bodyguard fought off the thug's attack by spinning on one leg and swinging a counterclockwise punch at his opponent. The sudden circular attack confused Chok-san, and he stared at the enemy's sharp blade heading towards him. Chok-san leaned slightly, offering his strong shoulder so that the boy could fight him off like a springboard. After a short pause, the young man loaded his bow, aiming at the guard in flight and quickly releasing his arrow. Sa-yu's heart was beating too fast for him to concentrate calmly, but the adrenaline also awakened new strength in him. The first sharp arrow was followed by a second, and the boy turned his bow into an automatic crossbow. The guard looked up in shock, stopping his attack at the sight of several arrows flying above his face. The guard began to deftly swing his sword to the side, as if he had some kind of whip in his hands that could cut sticks. Chok-san took advantage of the moment, swinging a hard fist at his opponent and directing it straight at the man. The guard's strong body met Chok-san's iron fist, taking the full impact with a creaking pain. The guard felt a crunch in his chest, groaning loudly with a tense face. This simple attack was enough to knock the thug off his feet and send him flying in the other direction. The guard rushed through space, and his exhausted body crashed into the nearest tree in a matter of seconds. The bodyguard could only groan in pain as he hit the flat surface of the tree roughly. The man looked at Chok-san and Sa-yu in horror, calling them little scumbags with calm malice. But the guard didn't even have time to recover when another arrow from the boy was aimed straight at his face. He barely managed to dodge the sharp weapon, turning his head to the other side and looking in fear at the tip of the arrow stuck into the tree. Trying to remain calm, the man merely glanced nervously at the wooden weapon next to his face. However, the guard was so carried away by his first dodge that he didn't even notice how the second arrow hit him right in the leg. A sharp pain rushed through the entire lower body of the thug, who remained silent, even looking at his leg nailed to the tree. The other guard, still holding on to Mu-ai, exclaimed enthusiastically in cruel pleasure as he was very amazed by the skills of the two. He couldn't laugh for long, because after a second he was interrupted by the rough voice of another man, saying that his laughter could be heard throughout the entire Gam Plateau. Yuan's representative slowly approached them, threateningly saying that his envoy was enjoying his partner's suffering too much. Sa-yu, through his hostility and contempt, said that the tall man with the scar was that same damned ambassador from Yuan. The tall man with the scar loomed over them menacingly, unable to believe that the experienced Yuan hunters had failed to catch the two unfortunate boys. Beneath his scar was a terrifying silver eye, the gaze of which was enough to make even the most steadfast of daredevils shudder. One of the guards who was holding Mu-ai back apologized to his leader, but the other one just lowered his head without saying anything. The man looked at his bodyguards with disdain, saying in a cold voice that he would deal with them a little later. The laughing hunter's former self-confidence and arrogance disappeared as he obeyed his leader in fear. The tall man with the scar began to approach closer, indifferently turning the grass beneath him into crumpled footprints. Sa-yu and Chok-san stared at the man tensely, as he said that even he was amazed at the incompetence of his warriors. The man seemed to be summoning a hurricane with his presence, saying that the students had been able to hold out for quite a long time with their primitive skills. A terrifying grin appeared on the scarred leader's face, and he added that it was a great pity that he had to call those two useless brats from Goryeo. The man's stance was menacing. He literally made the ground shake and everyone present feel like prey. Chok-san and Sa-yu felt this oppressive aura, this rough wind, as if knocking them off their feet. The boy had never seen such energy before, because of which he could not even allow himself to move. This did not stop Chok-san, and he continued to stare at his enemy with fierce eyes and an angry look. The big guy screamed at the top of his lungs in anger. He could no longer control the rage that filled his soul. Chok-san literally went berserk, shouting at the man with the scar that he would not give Mu-ai to anyone and that he would have to kill them first to take the girl. Yuan's ambassador didn't even listen to him, putting his hand on his chest and pressing it with a strange pressure. The brute suddenly felt as if he himself could no longer move, but could only stare at his enemy, his feet dug into the ground. Chok-san looked down with worry. He couldn't even lift the axe in his hand and swing it at the head. Sa-yu himself couldn't do anything, staring dumbfounded at his helpless friend standing in front of the Yuan ambassador like some kind of mannequin. The scarred man grinned madly and then said that he would have no problem fulfilling the request of the two boys. He pressed even harder on Chok-san's chest, transforming the energy in his palm into something more crude and otherworldly. Chok-san didn't even have time to react when he suddenly felt pain throughout his body, causing him to vomit blood. The unceremonious blow made the big guy drop the axe from his hands and fly off in the other direction like a bag of sand. Chok-san's previous self-confidence and ferocity disappeared, and he flew towards the tree behind him. But even the thick bark of the tree was not enough to stop the big guy's flight, causing his body to break through it. With a loud crunch, the tree carelessly split in half, but the big guy continued to fly away and drag his body along the ground. Together with the top of the tree that was pierced through, Chok-san landed on the ground with painful groans. The big guy rolled over several times on the hard ground, feeling a burning pain throughout his body that prevented him from controlling himself. Chok-san left behind a noticeable trail, as if scorched by his body, which was left with burns from the leader's indifferent blow. Chok-san tried to move, but every movement was accompanied by unpleasant sighs from him due to the pain in all his vulnerable points. The boy screamed in horror the name of his friend, who helplessly covered the ground with his own body. The leader glared menacingly at the boy, saying that he should worry about his own life. The young man tried to react as quickly as possible, loading his bow with one of the arrows and quickly firing it at the ambassador. The ambassador stood quietly in place, as if he didn't even care about the sharp tip that was about to touch his dried scar. The man only needed a few milliseconds to unscrupulously dodge the boy's attack. Still, Sa-yu's charge was strong enough, causing the man's wild cloak to tear in two even when he dodged. The chief allowed his fluffy hat to take the sharp shot from the boy, which still could not penetrate his headdress. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the Yuan ambassador immediately charged his palm once more, aiming it straight at the youth's face. Sa-yu trembled, feeling a familiar pressure all over his head, which Chok-san must have felt a moment ago. The palm swept sharply across the boy's face, like a very rough slap across a thick layer of water. The young man flew back from the blow, turning over in the air several times at once and feeling a complete loss of balance. Sa-yu silently fell to the ground, hopelessly taking the blow and effectively turning into an ordinary punching bag. The leader grabbed the remains of his cloak, slightly surprised at how strong the little guy was that he didn't die from one attack with such a flaccid body. The scarred man looked more like a predatory monster as he threw off his leather coat and said that the kid was a waste of talent. The ambassador from Yuan said with disdain that he would take Mu-ai to Yuan anyway, but leave the two boys to die on the ground. The boy clenched his teeth in pain all over his body as he listened to the man's words that they couldn't do anything against Yuan's will. The man looked away indifferently, saying that he would send his blessing down on those and let them choose which of the boys would die first. Chok-san had no intention of giving up, so even with the unbearable pain all over his body, he stood up and stared at them with a shaking gaze. The big guy desperately shouted at the man with the scar to stop and not touch poor Sa-yu. The brute had no other choice, so he grabbed the only weapon near him, the treetop he had pierced. With one hand, Chok-san picked up a huge log and swung it towards the chief, shouting in rage not to touch his friend. The big man used all his remaining strength through the relentless pain, throwing a hard tree towards the man. The leader didn't even look in the direction of the pillar flying at him, asking whether it asked him to let them both kill each other. The scarred man rolled his eyes indifferently, adding emotionlessly that he was very touched by Chok-san's wish. The Yuan envoy turned his striking palm into a strong fist, swinging it towards the log. The man's arm tensed for the first time in the entire battle, and he concentrated on charging it with a huge amount of energy. With one blow, he touched the bones of his hand to the rough bark of the tree, but only the latter shook. The man grabbed the log with his palm, squeezing it in motion and breaking it into small, miserable remains. But the leader didn't stop there, squeezing the tree in his hand even tighter, causing it to tear apart even more. The Yuan envoy grinned evilly as the tree debris flew past him, saying that Chok-san knew exactly how to make a person angry. What was a wooden pole just a second ago has now turned into scorched fragments. Pieces of broken wood fell to the ground as the leader assumed a fighting stance and glared at the big guy. And during all this time, the man's face did not even move in surprise or defeat. He was absolutely indifferent, even when he was destroying. Only then did the chief's eyes suddenly open, and he shouted that he had decided to kill Chok-san first. The man rushed at the big guy like a demon in the night, like a bat in a cloak, dangerously releasing its claws. The guy touched his teeth in horror, looking hopelessly as the scarred leader approached Chok-san in 1 second. The brute didn't even have time to react when the Yuan envoy's knee was aimed straight at his face. The kick was enough to send the big guy flying back, exhausted, with his head thrown back. But the leader wasn't even finished yet, preparing to direct another blow towards Chok-san, an even more painful one. The man with the scar pinned the big guy to the ground, almost turning his pectoral muscles into white sand. The young man screamed hysterically and ordered the leader to stop. There was fear and anxiety in his eyes. Only out of desperation, the boy rushed forward to at least try to save his friend. The man saw the silhouette of the jumping boy behind him, saying that he made it clear that Chok-san would die first. Once again, narrowing his silver eyes, the man added that he was going to kill Sa-yu in an even more sophisticated way, so he just had to wait. The boy kicked the ground as hard as he could, aiming his foot towards the man with the fierce look. Sa-yu's movements were slow, awkward, predictable, so the leader calmly dodged, just lowering his head to the other side. Moreover, with his unsuccessful attack, the guy literally exposed himself to the next attack of the man's clenched fist. Now, the Yuan representative gathered all his energy into his fist, creating even more excruciating pressure with a punch to Sa-yu's face. Without even having time to calmly react to his opponent's attack, the young man flipped over in the air. The pain spread throughout the boy's body again, so much so that he literally felt nothing as he fell to the ground. Mu-ai tried to scream something in horror through her closed mouth. She clearly wanted the man to stop beating her family. The leader walked past the two lying guys, calmly saying that he actually liked people like that. With cruel admiration, the Yuan ambassador whispered through his teeth that such a fearless spirit of those was a symbol of a real man. He wanted to add something else, but his leg was suddenly grabbed by Chok-san, who squeezed it tightly in his hand so that his grip left bruises. The big guy stared silently at the leader, with whom he met his exhausted and hateful gaze. Chok-san narrowed his eyes, glaring at his opponent and ordering him not to touch his friend. He tried to repeat himself again, but his face was met by the steel fist of the scarred man, not letting him finish. The blow was quite strong, but the big guy didn't even land, taking the leader's sudden attack on himself like an impenetrable shield. The entire time, a noticeable look of surprise flashed across the scarred man's face that he had withstood his attack. He tightened his fist even more, causing Chok-san to flinch slightly, but he continued to stare at him and order him not to touch his family. In the end, the big guy couldn't stand it any longer and grabbed the leader's hand tightly, sternly saying that he would protect Sa-yu and Mu-ai. An audible whistle sounded through the air as Chok-san punched through the space with his fist and tried to hit the leader. The man once again dodged the thug's inexperienced attack, straining his arm in response with a multitude of protruding veins. The envoy from Yuan walked around the big guy on the other side, as if he had seen all of his opponent's movements in advance. The scarred man decided to act just as roughly, grabbing Chok-san's back tightly and leaving scratches on it. Chok-san groaned in pain, feeling a painful pressure on his spine as the leader unceremoniously lifted his body. The pain in Chok-san's back became more and more unbearable with each passing second, causing him to scream in agony. Sa-yu stared in horror at his friend, who was on his last legs and could turn into a lifeless mannequin at any second. The man dragged the big guy in the other direction, continuing to say that he really liked people like that. Approaching the cliff, the leader did not even want to listen to the painful cries and groans of Chok-san, twitching in his hand. The man with the scar added in a calm but no less terrifying voice that he enjoyed destroying such people physically and mentally even more. Despite his spine being shattered into pieces, Chok-san turned to Sa-yu with his last breath. With a trembling voice, the big man finally asked the boy to take care of their Nuna. Mu-ai screamed desperately towards Chok-san, even though there was a sharp machete under her throat. Finally, the scarred man stopped playing the prelude, loosening his grip and letting the brute fall. Chok-san's exhausted body was thrown from one of the highest points on the plateau by a Yuan envoy. Sa-yu desperately shouted at the scarred man to stop, but it was too late. Chok-san was dead. The boy crawled to the edge of the cliff in despair, looking down at the thick fog in which it was impossible to see anything. The man said in a rough voice that the young man should not be sad because the same fate awaited him. The beaten Sa-yu continued to look down in horror, feeling the emotions inside him ignite like fire in oil. Tears began to well up on the boy's face as he realized that he would never see Chok-san again. He continued to shout his friend's name with bitter tears, as if holding back some blind hope. The boy angrily rose to his feet even with all the pain in his body, suspiciously quickly heading towards his enemy. Sa-yu didn't even use any special moves. He went for the scarred man with a point-blank jump, using his head as his only weapon. The boy's unexpected blow confused the man, causing his steel body to stagger. The guy decided to act faster, so he did a somersault in the air and ran his foot across the leader's chin. With the second blow, the young man once again directed his foot at the man's head, leaving a noticeable red mark on it. Rage took over the boy's entire body as he pinned the Yuan ambassador to the ground with his foot and pounced on him with his fists. The first fist was followed by a second, and the second by a third. Sa-yu was already very difficult to stop when he began to unceremoniously beat his enemy. Each blow brought the young man more and more pain due to the burning discomfort in the muscles of his arms. The guards watched in horror as the unfortunate boy began to beat their commander. For a few oppressive seconds, the silence in the forest was interrupted only by the constant blows of the boy, who did not even give his friend's killer a chance to catch his breath. But soon his blows began to lose their former speed and strength, allowing the leader to grab the boy's hand, almost breaking the bones of his wrist. The boy stared at his enemy with his cloudy turquoise eyes, dumbfounded. Through his bruised and battered face, the scarred man asked if Sa-yu was overcome with rage over her murdered friend. The man's calm tone evaporated almost immediately, and his silver eye regained its former cruel motive. The leader grabbed the boy's hand even tighter, saying that in that case he could now die without regrets. The young man froze. The anger inside him instantly died out, and he again felt great confusion throughout his body. Sa-yu's body was so light that the Yuan representative simply began waving it around like a flag. In a matter of seconds, the man with the scar turned into a carousel, swinging the boy as fast and hard as possible. Having gained enough strength, the leader swung one last time and casually threw the guy aside. The boy fell to the ground with a loud thud, instantly tearing his back from the sudden rolling across the ground. The girl screamed Sa-yu's name in horror, looking at the painting with tears welling up in her eyes. The man with the scar didn't even listen, approaching the exhausted youth in complete silence and preparing to carry out his so-called justice. Sa-yu felt a wild tremor throughout his entire body, every beat of his heart echoing deeply in his ears. The scarred man closed his silver eyes, slightly impressed by the boy's sudden outburst of rage. Wiping the blood from under his lip, the leader said that he fought well, even considering his complete ignorance of martial arts. Through his teeth, the man forced out a vulgar laugh and said that a boy like that could entertain him quite well. The man reached inside his cloak, pulling out something that looked like a sharp hook on heavy chains. Grasping the tip of the metal hook, the Yuan ambassador stared at the boy with a mad, almost hungry light in his eyes. The wind seemed to have taken control of the heavy chains, causing them to tremble in the air as the man said that he would give it his all against the boy. Within a few seconds, the exhausted body of the young man hung on metal chains, staining them crimson with his blood. Most of all, the guy didn't understand what he had done to deserve such a fate, especially remembering Chok-san's desperate look. He saw with his own eyes how his closest friend fell into the abyss, even though they had dined together just a few nights ago. The young man did not understand how this happened, why fate decided to get rid of him in such a cruel way. Likewise, he still wondered why this world decided to mock his Nuna Mu-ai. In just a short hour, his body had turned into an emaciated punching bag that no one cared about. The boy looked down lifelessly with only one thought: wondering why they had to go through this. The non-humans from Yuan were willing to go to such lengths to deal with them cruelly and take Mu Ai for the throne. Now Sa Yu looked more like a living dead man, who had become so emaciated in a short period of time that his bones were literally bursting out. Under the light of the bloody moon, the boy could only wait for his last second to come so as not to guess about Mu Ai's fate. Eventually, new guests did not keep him waiting long, and hungry, bloody wolves began to approach him. The wet predators opened their mouths. The young man already imagined how they would begin to tear his flesh and how he would become their lunch. The guy dreamily closed his eyes in acceptance of his death. He already felt the wolf approaching him. The blood wolf was very hungry, his wild eyes glowing with anger and desire to tear apart the human flesh of his prey. The predator got tired of enduring it and jumped on the hanging guy, who was bleeding with a very enticing smell. Opening its mouth, the blood wolf directed its sharp fangs at the boy's throat with an audible growl. But even with his eyes closed, the boy could see a strange blue flash not far from him. Suddenly, the flash expanded, and a sound like thunder from heaven was heard everywhere. The blood wolf's eyes widened, feeling a strange flow of power around him, as if something was blocking his path and preventing him from moving. The guy looked at the predator in surprise, which in a matter of seconds turned into lunch for the blue flash. The young man looked warily towards the strange light, which was expanding and becoming brighter with every second. Then a man started approaching the guy and saying that the previous night the guy looked quite healthy. The man with blue eyes from last night spoke the obvious fact that the boy was now looking very unwell, and other blood wolves were starting to surround him. The old savior began to approach the predators even closer, only creating a frightening rustle of leaves and grass under his feet. From the greedy eyes of the wolves, one could tell that they were feeling both anger and fear towards the strange old man. The blood wolves pounced on the man with sharp fangs, their slippery saliva flying everywhere. A whole herd of predatory animals attacked the old man one after another. Some even jumped on him. First of all, the man, surrounded by a blue flash around him, asked the boy if he was still alive. Stretching his hand forward, the sage once again enveloped it in his diamond aura, capable of blinding anyone. The man grabbed one of the blood wolves by the muzzle, squeezing its nose tightly and creating small diamond lightning bolts around it. The predator's body began to take on a completely different shape, warping and turning into something like a wet rag from which all the life force was being squeezed out. Another wolf pounced on the old man with glowing predatory eyes, opening its mouth at a full 90 degrees. The sage concentrated all the blue energy into his palm, moving it through space as if it were his special blade. Having placed his palm on the face of one of the predators, its body began to tear apart in exactly the same way and turn into a wet pancake with spiral movements. The blood wolf, having become the old man's unlucky prey, howled loudly in anger, and its form completely lost its former appearance. And so it happened with every wolf that tried to block the old man's path. They all ended up in a destructive cycle. Having dealt with all the wild animals, the man looked at the boy in the tree, silently examining his half-dead state. The boy seemed to come to life again and looked at the familiar old man with hope, addressing him as an elder. The blue aura around the sage suddenly dissipated, and he came closer to the young man, seriously asking if he wanted to live. Lowering his eyelids in a cold expression of his diamond eyes, the old man added whether Sa Yu was willing to suffer more than hell. The boy had no strength at all to answer, so he only repeated the old man's question in a low voice as he drew breath. The man looked at the boy carefully as he told him that his loved one had been taken to Yuan and his best friend had been killed. Sa Yu forced out a tired smile, saying that all he could do was wait for his death and that nothing could be worse than that. The old man extended his strong hand forward, noting that even in hellish agony the boy held back a smile and laughed. The sage released a blue flash from his hand, the spiky light colliding with the thick chains, causing them to stagger. The exhausted youth finally felt a little relief when the chains were broken on both sides and he began to fall. The old man watched as Sa Yu fell head down with chains on his wrists. The man came closer, wrapping his arms around the boy's battered body and holding him close, saying that he was very lucky. The boy leaned his face against the sage's shoulder, quietly listening to the words about how his smile saved his life. Without taking his blue eyes off him, the old man added that the boy should never lose his smile. The grass made a soft, rustling sound as the boy's body fell onto it, and the man said that 35 of his bones were broken and 70 muscles were damaged. Lowering his gray eyebrows, the old man added that now the boy himself had to choose whether he wanted to be cured or remain helpless for the rest of his life. But this didn't worry the boy as much as why the stranger from the previous night decided to save him. The old man remained silent for a few seconds, then held out the ginseng root that Sa Yu had given him out of pity that morning. The man suddenly squeezed the boy's gift in his hand, creating several small lightning bolts along with the blue flash. The ginseng root began to glow with a bright blue light, and thick, glowing juice began to slowly drip from it. A few charged drops of the strange elixir fell straight into the boy's mouth, leaving a slight tingling taste there. The old man said in a serious voice that there are only 206 bones in the human body, as well as 650 muscles. The man's hand glowed again with a blue flash as he said that the boy would be able to control his powers completely when he realized the value of every muscle and bone. Pressing his middle and index fingers together, the old man pointed his sharp palm straight at the youth's body. When the man's fingers touched the boy's body, he felt an unsettling energy around him, causing him to shake in convulsions. The sudden flow of energy made Sa Yu freeze as the man explained that the boy was still in a stable condition and his ritual was supposed to help him recover successfully. Even though the boy felt every nerve in his body begin to reconnect, he still couldn't move as his veins began to clear and he found himself in a state of suspended animation. The boy's arms began to twist, repairing damaged bones and nerves with incredible pain and speed. Along with the unpleasant feeling of burning pain, the young man also felt the energy cooling him down, and eventually his hands could move again. Blue magic engulfed his legs around him, squeezing all the strength out of them, accompanied by loud sounds of flashes, thunder, and the crunch of his own bones. The guy's nerves reconnected and he straightened his legs sharply. In his head there were sounds of his internal organs moving, the sound of his breathing, the sound of his blood flowing. The old man sat down quietly on the ground and said that by hearing all the necessary sounds, the young man would be able to understand not only the 36 main veins, but all 360 throughout his body. Even though the boy couldn't utter a word, he still listened to the old man's instructions that they needed to know which vessels to pour energy into in order to destroy the body from the inside. Sa Yu, for the first time in the entire process, could not bear the onslaught of pain throughout his body and screamed loudly from the painful feeling in his internal organs. The old man quietly closed his eyes, saying in a stern voice that once the young man understood all of his teachings, he would be able to study high-class martial arts. Opening his diamond eyes, the sage added that by obtaining the so-called ghost eyes, Dan San Yu would be able to be reborn as a supreme artillery general. Nowadays, Goryeo has been considered a hopeless place by many people, whether it was the words of sages or ordinary passers-by. A man with a beard moved through space, outwardly resembling either the embodiment of a thick cloud or the face of the coldest wind. As it was said, especially on Mount Myoyan, because of the nobles who wanted power without caring about the common people, nothing could stop the country from its certain end. The whistling wind moved inside one of the caves of the Myoyang Mountains, and a voice narrated that due to the terrible state of the country, the appearance of a young warrior named Li was very important. The old, corrupted region of Goryeo, in particular the Manson Cave, was abandoned, and the newly formed nation was presented as the will of the heavens themselves. The fluffy embodiment of the cloud whistled louder, creating an audible hum and oppressive sigh of wind around itself. Inside the cave there was a round pedestal, and next to it stood several pillars that resembled huge thrones. The wind struck one of the bells, causing a ringing sound, and a voice said that even the worried swordsmen were impressed by the abilities of the immortal warrior from Haidong. The strange wind began to take the form of a languid old man in a torn cloak, and he said that it was he who asked someone to come, but in the end he was late himself. The man the old man was addressing slowly said that there was no need to apologize, and that he was glad that the sage had invited him. As it turned out, this man was the immortal swordsman from Haidong, Park Jong-mo, and then he asked if he was invited for the benefit of the new country. The wind spirit said that the ruler of their country was obliged to change, to which the three ascended ones agreed. The old man in the torn clothes was the guardian deity, saying that he was worried about the rumors that the young warrior Li was pretending to be one of the three ascended ones. The third man exhaled heavily with his head down, saying that he understood both of them perfectly well and wanted to explain why he had invited them. The empty-eyed sage, Venerable Master Da Chun Yu, said that they had lost many innocent lives over the past year. Da Chun Yu began to narrate that just recently, the 7 earthly deities and Chol Sanha from Mount Chilbosan died tragically. There were many different talented students in Goryeo, but only a very small part of them were truly worthy and kind people. The 7 earthly deities earned their name through their noble and incredible deeds. According to the words of the surviving disciple of the earthly deities, the elder and the young man came to meet the deities because they revealed the martial art of Huanyu. The Huanyu martial art itself was essentially a combination of magic and martial arts, and such a technique was the only one capable of killing earthly deities. The 7 earthly deities remained the best of the best, but even they were not able to fully reflect the art of Huanyu with their power. However, even with all the incredible power of magical martial arts, it always had its pitfalls. A glowing hand, a bright flash, the sound of quiet thunder, an outstretched palm, all of them were the usual signs of using Huanyu. The earth god's martial art, Goryeo, which required the loss of a person to create, was destroyed in a matter of days. However, despite the loss of one martial art, it was immediately replaced by another completely different one. Art that, by its very appearance, was capable of frightening an ordinary person, making him lose self-control. By squeezing the fingers of his hand together, the man turned it into his special blade, and then directed it towards his enemy. And one touch was enough to not only take control of his opponent, but also his entire nervous system, including the thread of every muscle. A new, even more terrifying martial art allowed one to tear a person's cardiovascular system to pieces. At such moments, the enemy had no choice but to watch as the last of his life literally flowed out of him. It was in this way that the earthly deities of Goryeo perished one after another, watching in the last seconds of their lives when they were blinded by a bright blue flash. Many earth deities confidently walked against a man with a deadly martial art. However, each time they regretted their decision, underestimating an ordinary person who destroys everything around him with his mere presence. The strange man's enemies tried to escape, but it was too late. He had already made his choice. No one could understand where the strange old man got so much power and miraculous strength from. It was believed that no human could break through the defense of the old man with blue eyes or avoid his attack. Some called the man the Endless Wall, all because if he saw his target, he would pursue it until it became his prey. The man jumped higher than others, could hover above them, fly, but most of all he succeeded in destroying everything that was not standing level. Even though the man was often ridiculed by the 7 earthly deities, no one knew his name. By pointing his middle finger at his opponent, the old man was literally delivering his verdict in real time. Even when he attacked from close range, the entire cave shook and everything around turned into blurred ruins. Many other people always had some kind of weapon with them, be it a sharp dagger or a flexible sword, but the old man always attacked exclusively with his hands. As expected, the old man could only use one touch to reduce his enemy to a chaotic mess. This is how Chol Sanha of Chilbosan Mountain died, because after meeting the murderous old man, not even his remains remained. Da Chun Yu concluded that the situation must have been getting worse if many innocent lives had been lost over the past year because of an unknown old man. The empty-eyed man added that their land's path to immortality could end before it even began, as they thought about how to develop a new country. One of the other sages became nervous and indignant, almost shouting as he asked who could do such things to ordinary people in Goryeo. The man with the blonde beard angrily asked if the royal family by any chance knew about their plans to rebuild the country. Gritting his teeth tightly, the blonde added that it wasn't so easy to find people who would be willing to kill righteous people in the middle of the day. Da Chun Yu lowered his head, asking in a serious voice if his fellows had forgotten by any chance that the man with blue eyes was not a myth or an urban legend. Clutching the fabric of his torn cloak tightly, the empty-eyed man recalled the incident 10 years ago when 30 people were gathered for a cowardly attack. On the same day 10 years ago, the target of their attack was not killed because a third of those brought were eliminated on the spot. It was the evil spirit Han Mu Baek. Da Chun-yu lowered his eyebrows angrily, saying that the evil spirit, aka the Supreme Artillery General, had returned from hell. Meanwhile, Sa Yu was trying to get better, recuperating and as if trying to learn to walk again. While he was trying to regain all his strength and not lose heart, he didn't even suspect that they were discussing him. Sa Yu was too busy with his inner thoughts to wonder about the fact that he was called a disciple of an evil spirit from hell itself. Speaking of various techniques, they included the so-called heavenly weapon technique that the old man practiced with Sa Yu. In fact, the name of this technique spoke for itself, and its owners were called the true weapon of heaven. It was a traditional martial art, passed down from master to student for thousands of years, and was born from an ancient technique. Using this technique, it was necessary to feel your entire body, vessels and muscles to find out which part of the body you can break and destroy at will. It all starts with knowing which vessel can be stimulated in such a way that the human body is destroyed from the inside. The young man and the old man finally clashed, both using their elbows to hit each other's more vulnerable spot for this attack. The guy had gloves for a reason, since the technique required a special palm weight, exceeding 20 pounds. The technique's attacks themselves were also quite different from the usual ones, since they did not consist of swinging fists, but of dense blows with the palms. As the old man had instructed the young man, Sa Yu needed to sense the restraining weakness within himself, which he was not very successful at. The boy decided to change his strategy and attack in a slightly different way, spinning in the air to recover. But still being a very green newbie, he didn't even realize that with this small movement he exposed his vulnerable point, his elbow, to the enemy. The technique was based on 10 striking points, using a method of separating muscles and bones in order to displace them and damage nearby vessels. Feeling the old man's finger on the painful spot of his elbow, the boy tried to pull his hand away, but it was too late. The old man extended 2 more fingers forward, saying that he had moved and reacted too slowly, so he needed to remember with his body, not his head. The boy moved to the side, hastily dodging another of the old man's directed attacks at him. The boy's arm began to spiral again and twist unpleasantly, distorting his muscles and bones. Sa Yu tried to press on his vulnerable spot to restore his hand that was twitching in a wave-like motion. The guy again felt a strange sensation throughout his body, and his hand crunched unpleasantly, bending along with the nerves. But while he was trying to suppress the growing pain in his hand, he didn't even notice the old man's 2 more fingers that were heading straight for his face. Realizing that he wouldn't be able to dodge such an attack so easily, the boy decided to jump back, almost stumbling. The guy tried to land on the ground as quickly as possible, grabbing his hand. The trembling Sa Yu listened to the old man's words that even if he was tired, the enemy might still be at the height of his powers, so the young man had to fight until the death. The exhausted boy looked at the teacher, saying that there was no precise method of learning his art, only torn muscles and tendons. The man stared at the boy with his blue eyes, noting that even though he was a very ordinary newbie, Sa Yu was holding up well. But this compliment was only made so that the old man would begin to fight more seriously, filling his eyes with blue aura. Just a second ago, the sage was standing in front of the boy, but now he suddenly disappeared and the boy could only guess from which side he would sneak up on him. As it turned out, the old man used lightning QE to move through space at the speed of light and confuse the young man. Sa Yu didn't even have time to react and prepare his attack when the old man's hand grabbed his chest and pressed his aura onto him. With the sound of thunder next to the boy's heart, the old man slowly explained that lightning chi was the root of the 10 striking points technique and all of the heavenly weapon techniques. Pressing even harder on Sa Yu's chest, the man literally pierced it with his blue flashes and thorny lightning. Suddenly, as if the wind itself had swept him away, the boy flew helplessly in the other direction. The boy felt the pressure of lightning throughout his body, distorting his physical form, but he clenched his teeth in an attempt to endure the pain. Dan scampered across the muddy ground with his feet, leaving noticeable scratches and red marks on his heels. The boy clutched his heart, filled with destructive energy, as the elder explained that the basis of lightning chi was control. The mentor extended his hand with a blue aura, saying that he originally wanted to awaken the energy in the boy slowly and carefully, but he did not have time for it. The boy clenched his teeth tighter, trying to withstand the energy inside him through the pain, as the man ordered him to survive in such conditions in order to return everything that was taken from him. Thus, they spent half a year in persistent training and then went to Mount Myohyangxian. There they were immediately ordered to stop and not to go inside under the pretext that the mountain was the cultivation site of the venerable master. The people shouted in unison that Sa Yu was the disciple of an evil spirit, and then ordered them to stop killing people and leave. The old man asked again whether they had spoken of Dachun Yu as a so-called master, and then added that he did not dare to stand in his way. The bald guard said that their master had given clear instructions not to let people like the old man inside, and this also applied to his student. He added that the two could not ignore the rules, and then ordered his subordinates to kill the boy and the old man. The bald guards and monks began to jump on the boy one by one, waving their weapons. The youth tried to concentrate his blue aura into his hands, creating pressure around his palms. Having gathered enough power within his hands, his gloves destroyed themselves and crumbled. Sa Yu created a blue protective field around himself, raising his palms and causing his own hair to rise up. The boy closed his eyes tightly, trying his best to concentrate and remember the words about him needing to become a master in controlling lightning ki. Slowly opening his ghostly blue eyes, the young man suddenly felt a sense of control throughout his body. Dan Sa Yu smiled confidently, recalling that he could also add 10 striking points to the lightning ki to become a true heaven weapon. Meanwhile, the rain on Mount Myohyangsan had become even heavier, and the constant bursts of energy from Sa Yu made it seem like a thunderstorm was starting. Angry cries from the guards could be heard throughout the mountain, ordering the boy and the old man to be stopped so as not to allow them to meet their master. The guards took turns, falling into the thick fog along with their weapons, not even getting a chance to touch the boy or the old man. Sa Yu had already mastered the destructive technique quite well, so he was just as skilled at distorting the bodies of his opponents. Opening his arms in different directions, the boy began to rush through space at the speed of light, using lightning ki. The guards didn't even notice when the guy jumped and touched them, causing their bodies to lose their shape. Each powerful blow and flash was followed by the sounds of breaking bones and groans of enemies, while the old man simply watched. The man with blue eyes said that blood vessels were the basis of a person's blood supply, so they needed to be stimulated, causing the enemy to convulse. Another group of guards surrounded the old man from behind, shouting that the evil spirit from hell had already arrived to them. The monks began to run in a whole group towards the man, shouting that they could not allow him to meet their venerable master. The sage indifferently extended his glowing hand to the side, saying that just like in the human body, nerve endings were in everything that surrounded them. Directing a destructive flash at the nearest column, the man added that if they directed lightning QE into the center of the so-called nerves, they would be able to destroy even a mountain. The column began to crumble and lose its balance, falling in a thick layer of stone onto the guards who stared at it in horror. The guards at that moment began to run in the other direction, running away from the destroyed column in the other direction. Having dealt with one squad of annoying guards, the old man and the boy headed even higher, where they were not allowed. The boy charged himself with a blue aura, recalling his teacher's lesson that any murder was a sin, no matter the reason. He extended his hands forward with blue flashes, adding that even if he had to resort to murder and sin, he would not hesitate. The young man suddenly rushed forward with many blue lightning bolts around him, gaining insane speed in a matter of seconds. The guy suddenly stopped and assumed a fighting stance, starting to release hundreds of destructive flashes from his palms. The head monk watched as his men were dealt with as if they were mere puppets to be beaten. The guards didn't even have time to attack because of the boy's speed, and it was enough for him to touch them to knock them down. The head of the guards looked with irritation at the boy, who was suspiciously easily defeating the best guards of the mountain. The bald monk shouted angrily, asking if the impudent youth was really going to become their enemy. The chief guard jumped from his place, falling with his weapon straight onto the young man and the old man, who continued to watch quietly. Using lightning chi once again, Sa Yu calmly dodged, saying that his mentor had already become an enemy for the entire country. Having destroyed the ground with his attack, the guard didn't even notice when the boy jumped up and in one flash swung his leg at him in the air. Looking menacingly at his opponent, Sa Yu added that it was not for nothing that he was the elder's disciple and could not be frightened by some mountain Myohyang-san. The bald guard didn't have time to follow the boy's attacks, watching as he began to unceremoniously rush around in front of his face. Having started to hit the ground chaotically with his stick, the guard still couldn't hit the guy who was moving at the speed of light. The head monk began waving his staff in frustration when he realized that he couldn't even follow Sa Yu's movements. Gripping his steel weapon even tighter, the guard began to spin around with it. Having swung his sword enough and spent all his strength on the blow, the bald guard thrust the blunt steel tip forward. At that moment, the guard seemed to freeze, looking at the guy who was rapidly heading straight for his cane. In a rush of emotion and adrenaline, Sa Yu was able to squeeze out a satisfied smile when he was once again surrounded by blue flashes. The moment was just perfect for the boy, so he grabbed the guard's steel weapon right by its blunt tip. The guard's eyes widened in horror, and he emotionally said that such a thing was simply impossible. The steel material of the bald monk's staff began to warp and melt in the young man's hands, losing its former dense shape. The guard froze abruptly, still clutching his weapon in a feeling of simultaneous confusion and fear. Then the monk released the stick from his hands, feeling how prickly blue flashes began to creep up on his palms. Smugly lowering his eyelids in the realization that this was not what the guy was after, the guard cheekily clicked his tongue. The guard raised his steel leg up, turning in midair and pointing his sharp toe at the boy. The bald monk spun in the air, making a deft jump and causing his iron leg to fall right on the guy's face. As soon as the guard's foot met the youth's neck, a loud sound was heard, as if something had suddenly split. The monk's leg literally froze in midair when the boy placed his glowing palm on it and stopped it. Sa Yu once again used lightning chi, beginning to deform his leg and turn it into remains in a whirlwind. The guardian screamed loudly as he felt a twisting pain that started from his leg and spread throughout his entire body. The head of the guards fell down, landing painfully on the hard rocks of Mount Myohyang-san with his exhausted body. The boy released one of the guards' bodies from his hands, and the old man sarcastically asked if the monk had asked him to get rid of his anger. The old man and the boy stared at the exhausted and wounded guard, glaring at him with condemning, arrogant eyes. The bald monk was shaking. He couldn't even get to his feet or say anything towards the two intruders. Finally, the monk shouted that the murder of their venerable master would be a huge blow to all of Goryeo. The old man glared at the bald guard, saying that they would still see the consequences, and then asked if he would forgive his student in 10 years for what he did to his leg. The guard had truly never seen anything more terrifying in his entire life than the silhouette of a guy in whom he could only see blue eyes. And even though he was just a teenage boy after all, there was something too disturbing in the look in his ghostly eyes. The old man looked at his disciple with cold eyes, saying that they needed to go to the hermits, as they had already wasted a lot of time. The young man obediently looked away, agreeing with his master and moving forward. The old man led the boy inside the strange cave, saying that Sa Yu needed to remember well that fear before killing someone, because it was not an easy thing to do. Entering inside, the sage explained that they were in a hermit cave for the boy's training, where he would eat only begudan and pay with pearls within the cave walls. The threatening whistling and whispering nearby suddenly stopped, and the entrance to the cave closed behind the boy and the old man. The old man pressed his eyebrows together with displeasure, saying that they were trying to lure them into a trap and close them down. However, this caused an almost smug smile to appear on the man's face as he said that it was a good sign. They walked inside, and the elder pointed to one huge stone, telling Sa Yu that he needed to break it to become a heavenly weapon. They had to go down even lower, where in front of them now stood 3 thrones, behind which sat other sages. One of the seated sages said that 10 years had passed since their last meeting with the blue-eyed evil spirit, and the elder noted that he had been looking forward to this day. Da Chun-yu angrily asked if the boy was the old man's disciple, and then, without waiting for an answer, added that the evil spirit did not value the life of his protege at all. The old man noted that the hermit cave was a great place to train, so he was going to leave the boy there after he killed everyone inside the cave. The other blond man chuckled, saying that they would never get out because of the megalith that blocked the way out, and the boy was forever locked in the cave. The sage thanked them for their concern for his student, but noted that it was all the better to worry about his own life. The evil spirit at that moment threw off his leather robe, solemnly saying that he did not have time to figure things out for too long. Having revealed his body, exhausted from battles and training to them, the teacher asked Sa Yu to open his eyes and concentrate. The elder asked him to observe all his movements, muscles, the flow of qi, even the damage and scars he would receive. Letting down his hair, the sage added that everything the young man saw would be a very valuable experience for him. The boy looked warily towards his teacher, involuntarily thinking that this would be the old man's last battle. Slightly lowering his ghostly eyes in a sad expression, Sa Yu said to himself that he would remember that fight. Da Chun Yu rose menacingly from his throne, grabbing his sword and saying that an evil fate had bound them all together a long time ago. The empty-eyed man's face tightened, and he shouted that today they were going to put an end to all the misfortunes that had befallen them. All three deities grabbed their swords, pressing the hilts firmly to the ground and beginning to pull them out. For the first time in 10 years, the sharp blades of the hermits felt the touch of their owners. The earth began to shake, and a deafening roar was heard throughout the cave, but the old man only silently watched what was happening. One of the blades pointed towards him with its sharp tip instantly piercing the space. The old man was surrounded by all three hermits, who pointed their swords at him and began to fall on him at the same time. One of the deities summoned a huge spiral-shaped vortex of air behind him, calling the technique the all-hand cutting blades. Another hermit pointed several index fingers at the old man. This was the iron finger technique. The teacher created a small protective barrier in front of himself and began to take on the painful hail of blows from the three hermits. The elder raised his diamond eyes with a confident smile through the pain, using the heavenly weapon technique. Raising his left hand, he used his signature technique, summoning a blue flash towards himself. The old man placed his hand on the ground, creating a triple blast from the blue flash and immediately erasing the hermits attacking him. Da Chun Yu nervously clenched his teeth, trying to withstand the inhuman pressure of the explosion that swept away everything in its path. Another hermit covered himself with his hands in anger, calling such a move an incredible meanness on the part of the old man. The last man in rags tried to break through the huge flash, but he couldn't even take a step towards the blue-eyed man. A loud explosion echoed throughout the cave, destroying the ground beneath them and creating thick cracks everywhere. One of the hermits crawled exhaustedly towards the old man, not understanding where he got so much strength from, and the teacher said that they would have to give it their all. The hermit looked at him with his blind eyes, dumbfounded, but still did not understand where the man got so much insolence from. There was a barely noticeable smile on the sage's face, and he said that they had to try hard if they wanted to die with honor. The blue-eyed warrior was a local legend, albeit a fearsome one, associated with his long, emaciated jade arms. He had special techniques and stood out for his neat and smooth movements, which he still managed to use to destroy. But no matter how graceful his moves were, and no matter how amazingly he controlled his abilities, he was known among people as the evil spirit. In order to obtain these strong arms, the old man had to cast aside all his emotions so he could become a true heavenly weapon. While fighting against the three hermits, the elder used the most dangerous techniques in his pocket, such as the Kurin weapon. But even so, many people called the heavenly art demonic, rather referring to the blue demonic eyes of its owners. It was also called the martial art of Salsan, although for the hermits of this land it was only a weapon of the killer. In the lands of Goryeo, martial arts represent leadership qualities, which is why they were never considered beautiful. 10 years ago, the old man was attacked by 30 hermits who had submitted to the venerable master Da Chun Yu. On the day of the attack, the old man barely managed to survive, relying on his last breath and bleeding, cursing those who attempted to kill him. He still remembered that night when 36 hermits lined up in front of him and treacherously plunged a knife into his back. Then Da Chong-yu approached him, suggesting that the elder change his mind and choose a name for a new party, since they all shared similar views. The exhausted evil spirit gritted his teeth in anger, saying that the formation of the new country had nothing to do with him. Only when he looked at the hermits who had betrayed him did he remember the familiar silhouette, and through contempt, said that he would never forget what they had done to him. The old man recalled how they had once shamelessly decided to deceive him and distract him, and in the meantime they had cold-bloodedly killed his wife. But the man's wife was not enough for them, so after that they made sure that his daughter and her nanny also disappeared without a trace. As if the wrath of the heavens themselves had descended upon the earth, that day the sage shouted that if they did not kill him, he would return and kill them all one by one. Da Chun-yu's eyes suddenly widened in surprise, looking at the anger of the old man who had decided to choose the so-called path of destruction. The evil spirit didn't want to listen to them anymore, so he used his technique and created a huge explosion around himself. That day, 10 years ago, the entire village was struck by the man's destructive blue flash, and a third of the hermits died in the battle. It took the old man 10 years to heal from the fatal wounds from the battle, although he eventually found his daughter's location. For some reason, after landing in Liaoning province, he kept hearing rumors that his daughter had gone to the continent. That was why the old man landed next to the bronze black dragon statue on the continent. But although the old man's wounds healed gradually, he soon realized that he did not have much time left. When he clutched at his heart that day, he knew he had to squeeze as much strength out of himself as he could. In the end, the evil spirit simply had no choice but to return back to Mushun in Liaoning province. In his old age, the sage saw a certain child of Sayu's age, but now he was not even able to remember his daughter's face. His memories were blurred. Meanwhile, the battle against the hermits was in full swing, and Da Chong-yu said that this battle would be the last one for all of them, one way or another. The evil spirit threateningly said that if this was truly their last battle, then he was obliged to incinerate them all. The elder broke through space with lightning chi, preventing the hermits from attacking with their gusts of wind. The sage would grab his enemies by their flaccid, vulnerable body parts and then press his palm to contort them. There was a noticeable anger burning inside the old man, so he did not hold back when he had the opportunity to tear apart the body parts of his opponents. Park Jong-mo screamed at the top of his lungs, shouting that the insane evil spirit had torn off his arm as a huge flash spread throughout his body. The other hermits heard the crunch of their brother's bones and rushed to his aid point blank. The old man did not let them approach, stretching his palms forward and releasing from them prickly blue flashes under the explosions. Using the heavenly weapon technique, the man clenched his hands into fists, squeezing the space in front of him in the same way. He wrapped his next attack around his enemies, using Heavenly Strike to incinerate the enemies that flew at him. The hermits fell exhausted, their bodies limp and almost unable to move, to the ground. The three began to change back into their true forms as wind, saying that they needed to suppress the old man's lightning so that their blood and energy would not be drained. However, the elder's flashes only continued to expand, and he grinned sarcastically, saying that he only had one more attack left to make. The hermits tensed again, seeing how the old man was about to use a new technique. One of the three stood up and concentrated, creating a cold wind around himself and using the so-called heavenly spectral hand. Another hermit shouted at the top of his voice his move, which he called the heavenly sword, the Great Thunder Strike. The name of the technique spoke for itself, and a second later a long cloud blade appeared in the hands of the immortal swordsman. The third air spirit tensed up and prepared to use his supreme deity palm. He slapped his hands loudly, creating a strange pressure underneath him that was capable of destroying the cave. But the evil spirit did not even retreat, coming closer to those with only one thought, that this was his last battle. The old man rushed forward, telling himself that everything that remained would be just an eternal dream, and he had no regrets except for one small thing. This was the evil spirit's final attack, so he opened his arms and the light around him became even brighter. Lowering his gray eyebrows and focusing his ghostly eyes, the man used his strongest move, Heavenly Explosion. The only thing the man regretted was that he left his daughter San-Ah all alone. In the blinding flash and explosion, the teacher could only think of the one person he had never been able to meet. When the cave was completely destroyed, The exhausted old man said that his daughter had disappeared with a book on sword techniques, which she had probably already studied. Finally, the evil spirit asked the young man to help his daughter if they met in the future, and she was worried about something. Sa Yu lowered his eyebrows sadly and heartily accepted his master's last wish. Without taking his empty gaze from the broken ceiling of the cave, the old man reminded the boy that he should never lose his smile. The boy looked at the destroyed cave, listening to his teacher's words about him needing to find his path of heavenly weapon. Sa Yu forced a smile onto his face, and tears streamed from his eyes when the elder said that there would be nothing holding the boy back in the world anymore, and that he needed to follow his own path. At that time, the boy did not yet suspect that 10 whole years would pass in a similar manner, and he would begin to talk with the corpse of his teacher. The young man recalled out loud how Chok-san was killed, and Mu-ai was forcibly taken away, as if his teacher could say anything else. This was not the first time that Sa Yu had recalled this. It was more frightening for him to imagine what could have happened if the old man had not saved him then. Every episode of that day was clearly imprinted in the boy's head, the terrible roar of the bloody wolves and the evil spirit standing in front of him, who asked if the boy wanted to live. As it seemed to him then, never in his life had he been in such a low, unhappy state. On that fateful day, the old man asked if Sa Yu was willing to live, even if he had to suffer worse than hell. The young man looked at the lifeless body of his teacher, saying that quite a lot of time had passed, but he still had not begun to decompose. Sa Yu glanced at the pale, evil spirit in silence, as if pretending that he had answered something. Sometimes the boy felt as if he was going crazy looking at the dead teacher who looked suspiciously alive. The boy fell before the old man's corpse, saying that he had not appreciated his help that day, but now he was proud to have become the elder's disciple. Once again looking at the emaciated, lifeless body of his mentor, Sa Yu fell silent. He leaned even deeper towards his teacher, loudly introducing himself to him as the 35th heavenly weapon before leaving him forever. The boy pressed his lips together, but a sob came out on its own, and a single tear fell from his eye as he began to talk about the love that the master had given him. The young man felt a weight on his soul, and through his tears he mumbled how he could repay all the love of his mentor. Sa Yu didn't allow himself to turn into a wet rag, standing up on his own feet to muffle his own tears. The boy looked away in a completely different direction. He felt that he needed to gather himself before leaving. Finally, the guy turned away and began to walk away in the other direction at a slow pace, echoing around him. Then, like an echo still existing in his head, the teacher's voice sounded, reminding the boy not to lose his smile. The young man looked back uncertainly at his mentor's body, but he received nothing more in response. He looked at the quiet old man, remembering how he had asked the boy long ago whether he wanted to live. Sa Yu stared at him, adding that he also asked if he was willing to live with suffering worse than hell. When the old man asked him about this on that fateful but fateful day, the young man mentioned that his close friend had died and his sister had been taken away by barbarians. As it seemed to Sa Yu then, this was his last chance to force a smile, because he could not imagine anything worse. Then the old man thoughtfully noted that even having experienced suffering and unbearable pain, the boy found the strength to smile. Lowering his gray eyebrows, the boy's future mentor said that he would be able to survive precisely because of his smile. These were the last thoughts that overtook the boy when he remembered the words of his teacher. A smile appeared on the boy's face again, because it was not for nothing that the old man asked him to follow his own path before his death. Dan Sa Yu turned away and looked to the side, saying that he was going to fulfill his teacher's will. As the boy approached the cave's exit 10 years later, a loud bell rang out in the temple above his training area. In the Banma temple, the bell did not stop ringing for a second, but the strikes became deeper, louder, and more alarming. Stone statues of defeated hermits who sat quietly and listened to the unpleasant ringing of the bell. The monks and guards began to run out of the temple, shouting loudly that the evil spirit had awakened again. In front of the cave stood a huge crowd of armed guards and watchmen, thrusting their spears and batons forward. The monolith began to slowly open with a loud roar, revealing an entrance to a sealed cave. The bald leader of the guard stepped forward, saying that several years ago, an evil spirit was imprisoned inside the cave at the cost of the lives of 3 hermits. The guard shouted loudly that their temple existed to prevent the resurrection of the evil spirit. At his command, a huge army of temple guards and monks began to run towards the opening passage into the cave. However, their leader suddenly froze and stared at the entrance, feeling a sharp alarm and a trembling sensation under his feet. The ground shook, and then the slight tremor turned into a full-blown earthquake, causing the guards to stagger. The passage into the cave continued to slowly open, and blue light began to appear from within, along with flashes. The head of the guards approached the monolith at the entrance, but the light of the hermit's cave blinded him. The guards and monks began to jump towards the strange light, which deafened them and did not allow them to get closer. The blue flash literally began to sweep away everything in its path, turning its surroundings into ashes in a matter of seconds. The bright light could be seen even from afar, and it stood out especially well on the top of the mountain. The bald guard took a nervous step back, saying that it was impossible, that the cave trap had been shaken. The head of the guards did not understand at all what was happening, so he froze in horror, looking at the passage to the cave. The entrance to the cave suddenly split in two and began to fall on the bald guard in two thick parts. The gates surrounded the man on both sides, falling to the ground with a loud crash that made her stagger. Sayu started to come out, coughing slightly after the sudden flow of dust hit his face. The boy couldn't help but mention that perhaps he should have hit a little harder, but he interrupted himself with a loud exclamation about how bright the sunlight was. The young man hesitantly opened his blinded, ghostly eyes, looking around. A smile appeared on Sayu's face as he felt the warmth of the daylight around him, which he had missed a little over the past 10 years. The guy stretched his hand up towards the sun, covering the hot and beating rays of the bright star with his palm. Even such small moments seemed alien to the guy, something unusual, so he enjoyed them. Covering one eye, the young man said nothing more, shielding himself from the piercing rays of the sun. The head of the guard stared at the boy in horror, recognizing him as the boy who had come with the evil spirit into the cave 10 years ago. It had been a long time since the man had felt such pain in his leg, but it was the guy who took it away from him. Having lost his leg 10 years ago due to the attack of the boy's technique, he felt the spiral pain again in the present. The moment was well imprinted in the guard's memory. On that rainy day, the boy single-handedly dealt with his warriors, and then threw him off the cliff. Now the bald head was sure that back then, 10 years ago, the old man and the boy had come specifically to deal with the hermits. In the end, the boy was able to defeat even him, taking his severed leg with him. And the head of the guards was not the only one. Hundreds of other warriors were mercilessly destroyed by the boy that same day. This could only mean that it was not an ordinary boy who stood shoulder to shoulder with the evil spirit. And that look, the look of a real devil with diamond eyes, was seen more than once in the guard's terrible nightmares. The look of an ordinary boy who mastered the ghostly eyes and became the disciple of the evil spirit. Returning to the present, the boy, still with one eye closed, asked what temple the guards were talking about, because he had never seen anything like it when he came there for the first time. An old man with a hoarse voice in a red robe began to approach him, saying that the temple was built to imprison the boy master. The elder added that the temple was also built to honor the 3 hermits who sacrificed themselves for his imprisonment. The head of the guards glanced nervously at the older man, hesitantly addressing him as Monk Wanyon. Raising his palm upward, the old man seemed to ask the leader to be silent for a bit, addressing the boy. The monk unceremoniously asked if the guy wanted a bloody war with the inhabitants of their land, like the evil spirit. The young man smiled, confidently answering that such was the path of his master, but he did not wish harm to anyone. The boy's answer stunned the old man, and he said uncertainly that he was very surprised by the boy's answer, even though it was hard to believe. The head of the guards was indignant because there was no point in listening to the opinion of the evil spirit's disciple. But the elder interrupted him, offering to listen to Sayu's story. Despite the monk's words, the head of the temple guards still didn't want to listen to the guy, saying that he dedicated his life to martial arts after defeating the evil spirit. The guard became furious, and his eyes glowed with a bright golden light in rage, as if fire was about to emerge from his nostrils. The man rushed forward, shouting after the boy that the evil spirit's disciple was the so-called evil, and so he was going to defeat him. The head of the guards was approaching at an impressive speed, but the guy didn't even move from his place, watching the instant movement of him. Looking away with a slight smile, the young man said that he understood his opponent's plan, so he would deal with him first. But Yu did not rush, turning away in the other direction, asking him to wait a few seconds. The guard shouted angrily after the young man, calling him a coward who had already decided to run away from the battle. Approaching the entrance to the hermit's cave, the guy began to carefully examine the monument in front of him. Looking at one of the statues of the hermits, the young man was not impressed and asked if the stone statues in front of him were really those same old men. Lowering his eyebrows, Yu said that the statues didn't really look like the hermits themselves, although the temple disciples probably worked hard on them. The young man extended his hand forward, slowly moving it towards the damp surface of the cave. The boy's hand glowed blue as he said that the statues weren't that important, since they would soon be gone anyway. Touching the surface of the cave, Yu loudly used the heavenly weapon technique. Pressing his hand even harder against the wall, the boy pressed the lightning chi into the cave and spread the flash throughout it. Blue shock waves began to pass through the cave, creating cracks in it that grew larger with each passing second. The guy didn't stop, increasing his pressure and creating more and more destructive waves. Inside, Yu felt a little ashamed, as if he was addressing his teacher and saying that all this time he couldn't calm down because of his unfortunate student. Looking at the scattered remains of the cave, the boy said to himself that his mentor couldn't even really calm down because of him. The destroyed statues fell to the ground with a loud roar, and the boy said that now the evil spirit could definitely sleep peacefully, without the pressure of the hermits above his head. Cold drops of nervousness rolled down the guard's face, and he said in despair that the entire hermit cave had been destroyed. The monk froze in horror at the picture, saying that the evil spirit's disciple had completely completed his training. The young man turned his head smugly towards them, asking if they were going to attack one by one or all at once. Continuing to look at the frightened guards with relaxed eyes, the boy added that they could do whatever they wanted. The head of the guard suddenly froze, and his threatening aura suddenly disappeared as he backed away on one leg. And then an oppressive silence, in which it was even impossible to hear the nervous breaths of the guards. The monk asked the boy in a trembling voice what he would do if they let him go, since he did not want war. The guy shrugged indifferently and, crossing his arms, replied that if they just retreated, then he wouldn't have to strain himself. Slightly lowering the eyelids of his ghostly eyes, the boy added that he would be very grateful if the guards retreated while they had the chance. The old man repeated Yu's words in a puzzled tone, mumbling that for the young man all these fights were just a hassle. The monk forced a nervous smile onto his face, thanking the boy for deciding to pardon them. The head of the guards, hiding behind the shoulder of the short old man, tried to object, because Yu had been locked up for 10 years, but the monk said that there was no point in holding the young man back. The news surprised the guy a little. He himself didn't even notice how a whole decade had passed since his master had passed away. Yu walked past the guards and the monk with a slightly anxious expression, indicating that he needed to hurry. The boy looked at the head of the guards, telling him that 10 years ago he had stood in the way of his master, and his severed leg was the result of their fair fight. Slightly lowering his eyelids, the boy added that if he really wanted revenge, he should find him and fight him. The monk turned to Yu with a puzzled expression, asking the boy where he was planning to go now. Abruptly, the guy stopped, and although he had his own goal, he doubted whether it was worth letting others know. Slightly lowering his chin, Yu said that he would fulfill the last wish of his master and best friend. Standing on the very edge, the young man looked into the distance at the landscape of snow-capped mountains, saying that he would go to the mainland. The monk laughed bitterly at the boy's plan, involuntarily assuming out loud that it would soon become very noisy on the mainland. The guy deftly stretched the tip of his lip as if playfully confirming the words of the concerned monk. Without saying anything else, Yu set off, quickly rising above the mountain in a whole squad of guards. It seemed to the monk that there was no destructive aura emanating from the evil spirit's disciple, as if he had already surpassed his mentor, becoming a full-fledged heavenly weapon. Yu decided to relax and refresh himself a bit after living in a literal blanket of dust for 10 years. Having plunged into the clear water, the guy threw his head back, splashing crystal water everywhere. He woke up again, feeling cool drops on his body, creating a feeling of peace and cleansing. For a few seconds, the guy stood there with his head thrown back, looking at the warming sun above him. The young man fell straight into the water, enjoying the pleasant, cool layer under his body. He had already forgotten how good it felt to take a bath. And yet he couldn't even believe that 10 whole years had passed like this. 10 years without a shower, without a variety of food, in the dark. Sa-yu decided not to be distracted by such feelings, telling himself that he urgently needed to find Mu-ae and his master's daughter. Picking up his torn t-shirt, the guy couldn't help but notice that his things left much to be desired and no bath would help them. Looking at the t-shirt, Sa-yu already began to regret that he could have taken the things from the monks if he had thought about his things in advance. Several glowing pearls fell to the ground, and the guy suddenly remembered that they could be used as money. Another item that fell from his crumpled clothes was a small blue crystal butterfly. The butterfly trinket seemed familiar to the young man, and he said that a certain fox had probably already grown up in 10 years. He realized again that he had been distracted by some sentimentality, so he tried once again to focus his thoughts on what was important. At that moment, an incredibly pleasant smell penetrated the air, causing the tip of the boy's nose to twitch curiously. Sa-yu immediately flew up, trying to look around to find out where the smell of hot food was coming from. The guy rushed towards the small house, which was the source of the pleasant aroma that made his stomach churn. It was very fortunate that Sa-yu noticed clean laundry drying near the house at sunset. He kicked up leaves around him and made a lot of noise, but he was too hungry to think rationally. The guy headed straight into the house, first intending to pick up some clean clothes and then perhaps have a snack. Meanwhile, a little girl near the house was ordered to stop lounging and go collect clean clothes from the line before the sun went down. The girl began to take off her underwear and mumbled discontentedly, saying that Wu Yusi was constantly scolding her. But just as she was gathering a few things into the clothes basket, a strong wind arose around her, causing her to exclaim. The little girl looked around in surprise, trying to understand why the violent wind had suddenly decided to rise. She watched in horror as her family's clothes began to fly away from her as if completely willful. The young man jumped into the nearest pants and jacket right in the air. He really liked the clothes. Sa-yu straightened his jacket and pulled up the sleeves, saying with a satisfied smile that it fit him just perfectly. While buttoning his clothes, the guy mumbled that he almost ended up naked, while the little girl looked at him with wide eyes. Noticing her, Sa-yu threw one of his pearls into the girl's hands, saying that it would definitely be enough for them to buy new clothes. The girl looked in fascination at the glowing pearl in her tiny hands, commenting on how brightly it shone. Only then did she turn her gaze back to the boy and, dumbfounded, tried to ask the guy something. But a second later, the young man simply disappeared, leaving behind only flying leaves. Climbing up the nearest tree, just like in the old days of his youth, the boy crossed clothes off his list of needs. Gathering his long locks into a ponytail, Sa-yu added that his hair had also already dried. The guy confidently lowered his eyebrows and looked to the side, asking himself if he was ready now. Dan Sa-yu extended his hand forward and opened his palm, saying that it was time to head to the continent. The very next night, Sa-yu went to South Liaoning Fengcheng, illuminated by the bright snow-white moon. A whole detachment of armed men on horses, waving their torches, ran under the gorge. Their commander-in-chief, the head of the Jiang sect, Do-yuk, looked around with his stern eyes. Do-yuk looked up, hearing the sharp, shrill cries of the local crows that suddenly flew overhead. The old man walking with them asked with slight fear whether they could be in any danger in such a place. The listless old man, who was an ordinary nobleman, Gyo Yamyun, looked down and asked who could dare to go against the Chan sect. Do-yuk was silent for a few seconds, and then said with an arrogant smile that their sect had no reason to stay in Little Fengcheng. The sect leader explained that the current Murim top brass, the Iron Union, was his target, and he was going to become a part of it. The man added that they had ruled Liaoning province for a long time and got rid of all the rats, but the Moyeon family had recently started moving again. The Iron Alliance created the Saha League, one of the 3 most influential sects, and with it came a new ruler, the village of Daryok. Despite all the confusion, the smile on Do-yuk's face grew even wider as he said that many people underestimated the Moyeon family. Looking at the old man with a smug look, He noted that they were much richer, and when the wars for the province ended, the Chong sect would become even stronger. In the carts, they carried several golden artifacts that brilliantly indicated the status of their family. The old man laughed with satisfaction, saying that destroying Darioki village and joining the Iron Alliance would be quite easy. The languid old man's eyes drooped again, and he mumbled that they could lend the Chong sect their strength. He wanted to add something else, but at that moment he felt a sharp pain in his chest as an arrow pierced his heart. The old man looked down in horror, and icy drops of sweat began to roll chaotically down his face. Seeing the respected old man fall from his horse, Do-yuk shouted loudly after him. The man's relaxed eyes suddenly tensed when someone from the squad warned that they were being ambushed. Looking up, sect leader Chong saw a terrifying scene in front of him. Several dozen warriors with machetes were attacking them from above. Many of them had scars on their faces and their clothes were torn. Do-yuk called them the 100 Skills Squad. This night turned out to be fatal, otherwise it could be called so bloody that the entire bright moon could be drenched in blood. The Chong sect was defeated and their plan to escape unscathed failed when they were all slaughtered by the 100 Skill Squad. An old man lay on the ground, still trying in vain to cling to the last notes of life. The sect leader, Do-yuk, was pinned to the nearest wall by several sharp arrows, his lifeless gaze fixed on the stone ground. The defeat of the Chon sect was discussed by two people, one of whom said that Do-yuk and Gyo Yamyun had deceived everyone and tried to steal the country's treasure. The man in the conical hat mumbled that they were defeated by bandits, and then called both of them freaks who dreamed of too much. The girl standing next to the man in the hat turned her indifferent gaze, but bewilderment lit up her eyes for a second. In a calm voice, she addressed the man as a brother, which caused him to suddenly fall silent and turn his attention to his sister. Looking back, they saw a strange silhouette at the very top of the gorge, staring menacingly at the two. They both recognized the mysterious man, asking if it was Chu Sal-so from Daryok village who had appeared before them. But as soon as they spoke the name of the mysterious silhouette, it disappeared, leaving no trace behind. The girl asked in an indifferent voice if they should have caught Sal-so, but her brother said that they didn't need to do that. The man narrowed his eyes and said if Chu Sal was nearby, then the so-called Iron Mask was with him, because of which they could end up in a war against the village of Daryok. There was nothing else they needed to see, so they headed in a different direction so as not to lose track of the Chong sect that had found the gold. Meanwhile, in Bengsi, Liaoning province, the atmosphere was completely different, and people were living another ordinary day. Much more interesting things happened in the Northern Tavern, where people usually went to have their own way of entertaining themselves. It wasn't so calm there. The big guy was already drinking more than a dozen alcoholic drinks in one go. To say that he was drunk would be to say nothing at all. Foam from alcohol was literally pouring off him. The fat man shouted loudly to his fans, and the crowd screamed in delight, saying that the boss had impressed them again. This was the leader of the 100 Skills Squad, Naha-chu, whose life was literally based on drinking and having fun. A thin man with a thin mustache approached him, chuckling slyly, and Naha-chu addressed him as Crow, asking if he was having fun. The smile on Raven's face didn't disappear, but spread all the way to his ears when he said that the squad leader shouldn't have forgotten about his payment. Naha-chu laughed loudly in a drunken voice, saying that it was thanks to the mustachioed man that they were able to steal the gold of the Chan sect, and Raven laughed quietly in response. An old man nearby was trembling as he listened to the shouts and drunken cries of the men celebrating their victory. The 100 Skills Squad has conquered the Northern Tavern in its own way, occupying its territory for some time for unbridled drinking. The old man nervously looked out to see with one eye why they were celebrating so wildly. While he was wondering where the drunken hooligans had come from, another man began to approach them, stepping loudly in his dark boots. The smile disappeared from the mustachioed man's face, and Naha-chu even stopped drinking, staring at him in surprise. A man in torn dark purple clothing and a mask on his head continued to slowly approach one of the tables. Naha-chu became noticeably nervous. His swollen face literally began to melt at the sight of him. He clearly recognized him. The leader's drunken heart began to beat out of his body when he recognized the man as Gyo Musu from Daryuk village, who had been mentoring Chu Sal-so. Gyo Musu was otherwise known as the Invisible Iron Mask, which was an incredibly fitting nickname for someone who looked gloomy even in front of others. Iron Mask sat down at one of the tables in complete silence, abruptly interrupting the solemn feast of the 100 Skills Squad. Raven put a confident grin on his face, saying that the 100 Skills Squad had already booked the Northern Inn, but he ignored him and remained silent. Gyo-Musu suddenly lost his temper and shouted angrily at the old owner, saying that he came because of the good reviews about the inn, but no one even poured him water. The Raven jerked, not understanding why he was screaming so loudly, while the old man nervously ran up with a glass of water on a tray. At the same moment, 2 more people in white boots entered the Northern Tavern, playfully saying that Iron Mask had been too angry at the poor old man over 1 glass of water. The girl in the white cloak said that she expected more from Daryok village, and her brother agreed, saying that they had come to finish their business and leave. The twins in white coats and hats were known as the 2 heroes. The boy's name was Moyeon Kwang-sun, and his sister's name was Moyeon Ji. Iron Mask said in a menacing voice that he wasn't surprised that even the Moyeon family was involved in their conflict. Naha-chu looked at the boy and girl, nervously asking if they were the same twins from the Moyeon family. Moyeon Ji and Moyeon Kwang-sung ignored the leader of the 100 Skills Squad and greeted Iron Mask by nodding their hats. The crow from the 100 Skills Squad visibly panicked along with the other drunks when the 2 mentioned that Gyo-Musu was from Daryok village. Iron Mask muttered in a stern voice that Daryok village, like the Moyeon family, tried their best to avoid conflicts, so he suggested that the twins leave. Moyeon Ji dodged the question, calmly suggesting that Iron Mask do the same on behalf of his village. A noticeable smirk appeared on Gyo-Musu's face at the girl's audacity in suggesting something so stupid to him. The smug grin slowly turned into a sinister grin with a vulgar laugh through his teeth as Musu said that the twins had come a long way for the gold. As much as Iron Mask wanted to ruin the plans of the twins from the Moyeon family, he was overcome with a cruel passion, and the eye under his mask began to glow red. Staring at them with his predatory eyes and stretching out his skinny arms, Gyo-Musu said that in that case, he would have to kill everyone and take the gold himself. The atmosphere in the Northern Tavern suddenly lost its former lightness, and an oppressive silence fell in anticipation of the 2 heroes' answer. A smug grin appeared on one of the twins' faces, and he said that even 20 years after their agreement, the pathetic ghouls could not distinguish heaven from earth. The twins smiled maliciously with frightening looks, saying that Daryuk village was behaving very impudently. Moyeon Ji and Moyeon Kwang-sun simultaneously drew their blades with a loud clicking sound. The twin brother said in a cold voice that he was going to fight Iron Mask for his insolence. Naha-chu clenched his teeth in anger, saying that they were going too far, interrupting their celebration with their battles. The leader of the 100 Skills Squad stepped forward, grabbing his machete to prove that they were wrong to think his squad was weak. Then Sa-yu entered the Northern Inn, coldly saying that he had been told to stay at the inn if he was in Bengsi. Moyeon Kwang-sung turned his gaze in surprise towards the strange stranger who had interrupted them. Moyeon Ji followed her twin brother's example and stared at the 4th guest in the inn. Sa-yu walked past them indifferently, throwing his hands behind his head and admitting that in front of him was indeed the best inn in Bengsi. Naha-chu looked in amazement at the unfamiliar boy who allowed himself to so brazenly break into their conflict. Iron Mask froze in bewilderment for a second. He couldn't believe that the guy walked past the 2 heroes of the Moyeon family so indifferently. Sa-yu lowered his eyebrows with a slightly tired expression, commenting that the room was quite noisy. The young man stepped forward with an indifferent gait, attracting the astonished glances of those present. After remaining silent for a few awkward seconds, he asked, slightly confused, whether he had interfered with someone's proceedings. The boy walked past those present and asked them to simply ignore him. The 2 heroes stared at the stranger in surprise, with confusion and disbelief at the same time. Moyeon Ji was even more surprised when the boy indifferently sat down in front of the nervous innkeeper and asked for something to eat. It was the perfect moment for Gyo-Musu, whose eye once again lit up with a bright red light. Iron Mask concentrated his energy around his hand, loudly saying that this was his chance. Shouting that the girl had revealed her face, the representative from Daryok village pointed his sharp palm towards Moyeon Ji. Mo Yanji stared at the Iron Mask's hand flying towards her, making a terrifying whistling sound as it moved. Her brother stood in front of her, telling Musu not to even try to attack her so suddenly. The boy opened his sharp fan, holding it out in front of his sister to fend off his opponent's attack. Moyan Kwangsung began to defend himself with a huge fan, and Iron Mask continued to attack him closely. Having repelled the attack of the Daryuk family representative, the boy flew to the other side under the loud groan of the enemy. Kwansung landed on the ground in a fighting stance and stood in front of him once more, preparing to respond aggressively. The guy from the two heroes jumped on the Iron Mask. Now their roles were reversed, and the latter had to fight back. Iron Mask didn't have much time to react, but he extended his hand, enveloping her in a dark aura. Gyomusu tightly clenched his palm, turning it into a sharp claw tightly clenched in dark bandages. True to his nickname, Iron Mask's arm seemed to take on a steel form, preventing the boy from the two heroes from breaking through it. But one blow was not enough for Moyong Kwangsun, so he continued to attack, forcing the man to fight back with only one hand. Gyomusu tried his best to attack back, but his opponent's swings were too fast, too agile. The Northern Inn became an arena for the battle between the Moyeon family and Daryuk village, but no one was brave enough to intervene in their fight. Overall, it could be said that throughout the battle, Moyeon Kwangseong was in the lead, never losing his focus and composure against a strong enemy. Sometimes the man couldn't keep up with all the attacks of the young man from the two heroes, so he flew away with the shrill cries of a rooster. Slightly thrown into the air, Iron Mask took advantage of the moment and stood on his opponent's fan. Kwangsung immediately tried to cut Gyomusu's legs, but he jumped high and towered over him. Iron Mask jumped so high that he was only a few meters from the ceiling, grabbing onto the nearby wall. Gyomusu left cracks on the wall with his steel hands as he stood there like a waiting spider. When the man started running in circles and jumping higher, Kwansung mumbled that he was running away like a scared rabbit. Iron Mask smirked wickedly at the white-robed boy's comment, calling him long-tongued and saying that his strength didn't justify their family's status in the province. Then Kwanseong suddenly heard cracking sounds above him, his hat starting to crumble. The guy's cone hat split in two, but he continued to maintain his cool and indifferent look. Raising his eyes slightly, the twin brother said that the fame of Daryok village had also been exaggerated. Iron Mask's moment of gloating didn't last long, because a second later, a representative of the Moyon family cut off the sloppy tail of his mask. The man froze in visible irritation, looking at the torn fabric flying away before his eyes. For a few seconds, Iron Mask said nothing. He simply stared at his enemies with his invisible but no less terrifying eyes. Moyeon-ji looked at her twin brother in confusion, and he said that his sister should take on the 100 Skills Squad, and he would slit the man's throat. Iron Mask angrily pressed both rows of teeth together and called the Moyon family boy a brat in irritation. Raven looked at the leader of the 100 Skills Squad with excitement, wondering if the twins were stronger than he thought. Nahachu agreed with a hesitant and trembling voice, lowering his eyebrows uncertainly and saying that they had a chance. The leader of the 100 Skills Squad muttered fearfully that in the hustle and bustle of the twins' battle with the Iron Mask, they could have quietly escaped. However, Nahachu didn't even have time to move when a sharp gust of energy flew past him. Mo Yanji's covered hat was stuck right into the wall, leaving several noticeable deep cracks on it. The girl said that her older brother always got all the fun, and she, as always, had to deal with some scum. The 1,000 Skill Squad shouted towards the girl, who at the same moment began to open her shining sword. With her sword only half drawn, Moyeon-ji noted that it was already too late for the drunks to think about how to escape quickly. The twin sister smirked, ordering him to tell her where they left the stolen gold so that she could kill them painlessly. The fat man with swollen lips said furiously that the stupid girl had stood in their way, and his men had done nothing. The leader of the 100 Skills Squad began to manifest himself in the flesh, shouting to kill everyone, be it the Mok family or the Daryok village. The men of the 100 Skill Squad rushed at their opponents in anger, swinging their sharp machetes. Iron Mask shouted that from today onwards, the Moyok family was his enemy, and then ordered Chu Sal-so to kill everyone in the room. Chu Sal-so responded to his master's call at that very moment, breaking through the walls of the establishment with his frightening face. The walls collapsed, and several armed warriors burst into the room, who looked more like silhouettes of dark demons. The shadows beneath the Iron Mask's wing pointed the tips of their weapons straight at the twins, who raised the entire northern tavern to its ears. The thugs from Daryok village looked quite frightening with their empty eyes and sharp spears. Gyomusu tore his vocal cords, shouting at the top of his voice that the gold would belong to his village. The sharp cry from him finally caused Sayu to come out of his trance, and he felt a strange tremor throughout his body. Looking around with interest, the guy began to wonder if he had misheard the battles for valuable ore taking place in the tavern. The young man looked at his hot soup, which the owner of the establishment had prepared for him in all the hustle and bustle and chaos. Picking up his chopsticks, he glanced at the noodles, the smell of which tickled his nostrils with its pleasant aroma. The old owner suggested that the boy go to another tavern, but the boy only replied that he was from Goryeo and had not eaten normal food for 10 years. And yet, the owner of the establishment pointed out the situation in fear, and the young man looked indifferently towards the fight. Looking at the wild carnage of the wild people in front of him, Sayu asked why they were fighting, and the old man explained that they were deciding who would get the gold stolen by the bandits. As the young man chewed his food, he remembered that the master had once told him about the Moyeon family, who were fighting for power over the province. Meanwhile, the battle was in full swing, but the people who were taking the most damage were the Daryok villagers and the 100-skill squad. The boy noticed one of the soldiers from Daryok village who flew past and hit the counter. Moyok-ji remained cool and indifferent, but inside she still didn't understand how the boy could eat his soup so calmly in such an atmosphere. The girl looked at the boy with interest, and a suspicion crept into her head that he had studied martial arts. Meanwhile, Sayu was indifferently sipping his soup, and his twin sister continued to suspect that he was very skilled at hiding his power. Looking around in the other direction, the girl decided to turn her thoughts into a more appropriate channel. She glanced out of the corner of her eye at one of the warriors of the Daryok village, who was trying to attack her from behind, pointing the sharp blade of his spear at her. But the shadow warrior didn't even have time to react when a thin cut was drawn across his face, splitting his head in two with one sharp movement. A sudden blow flashed across the entire floor in front of the girl as she swung her sword like some kind of whip. Moyeon-ji doubted her theory, telling herself that Sayu looked too young to qualify as a master. Rolling her eyes in a businesslike manner, the girl was now sure that the boy had simply learned some lousy martial arts and was just showing off. The girl looked at Sayu's back, saying that if he still wanted to live, then he should leave the place before it became even more dangerous. The guy threw his head back indifferently, mumbling that he hadn't finished eating yet, which was why he asked not to pay attention to him. The girl's breath escaped her lips as she called the young man brave and told him to do whatever he wanted. Moyeon-ji quickly jumped towards the battlefield, continuing the fierce fight over a few gold bars. Meanwhile, one of the Iron Mask's messengers regained consciousness, looking around in surprise with his hand on the back of his head. The guy looked at the man with a puzzled look, who was still confused and trying to figure out how he ended up in the tavern. When the shadow warrior noticed the strange boy, paranoia suddenly got the better of him, and he began to charge his palm with energy, suspecting that the boy was also from the 100-skills squad. The soldier from Daryok village extended his claw towards Sayu, who continued to sit quietly and watch. The young man still had chopsticks in his hands, which he began to spin, creating blue sparks around them. The boy pointed the charged tip of the sticks pressed together, which turned into a wooden blade. The Daryok village warrior's finger collided with the indifferent boy's clenched chopsticks, creating a small blue-tinted shockwave around them. The sudden collision of the two sent a signal into the man's finger, and a flash of blue energy began to distort his hand, starting with his index finger. An energy flow rushed through the entire body of the soldier from Daryok village, causing him to shake in convulsions and then turn into a roasted ember. The man tried to exhale, but blood was gushing out of his lips, and the veins were twisted all over his body along with the nerves. Even though the thug had fallen in front of him, the guy continued to sip the soup broth, addressing each group in the tavern. The young man thought for a few seconds before answering, and then just let out a disappointed sigh through his lips. Lowering his eyebrows, a slightly smug smile appeared on his face, and he stared at those present. With a relaxed face, Sa Yu stated in a solemn tone that he expected more from such outstanding organizations. Meanwhile, Moyeon Kwang Sung and Iron Mask continued their fight, with the former continuing to force his enemy to fight back and retreat. The sounds of howling wind, whistling and grinding of clashing blades could be heard throughout the tavern. Iron Mask asked with displeasure why the Moyeon family collected gold from everywhere and everyone, not understanding their intentions. The twin brother narrowed his eyes in confusion with a focused expression, saying that they had no specific goal. Moyeon Kwang Seong jumped up to his enemy, who was straddling the walls, loudly saying that their family would take all the gold for themselves no matter what. The leader of the 100 Skills Squad opened his eyes wide, breathing out words through the sweat all over his body about how the freaks in front of them were too strong. Naha-Chu looked at one of his warriors being pierced by an agent from Daryok village, noting that this way they would definitely be destroyed soon. The Raven, with a shaking voice, nervously stepped back, saying that 8 people from their squad had already been killed. Naha-Chu cursed loudly under his breath, scribbling each vulgar word with vivid temptation until an angry cry burst from his lips. The fat man swung his broad arms high, driving his 2 huge fists into the ground with a wild cry. The leader of the 100 Skill Squad slammed the floor with all his might, causing a trembling shockwave to rush across the entire ground. The wooden floor instantly shattered into hundreds of cracked planks, causing the shadow warriors from Daryok village to jump. With a loud crash, Moyeon Kwang Sun and Gyo Mu Su lost their balance due to the sudden destruction of the floor. The twin sister looked at the fat man with her irritated, judicious eyes, calling him trash. While the girl was distracted by the unexpected attack of the leader of the 100 Skills Squad, she did not notice when her face met a fist. Naha-Chu rushed towards the girl from the Moyeon family, swinging his fist at her with all his might and making a frantic jerk. The fat man spoke in anger, spitting out words about how he would never forget the humiliation that the Iron Mask and the 2 heroes had doomed him to. Running to the exit of the tavern, the leader of the 100 Skills Squad immediately jumped out, declaring that he would kill them all. Moyeon Kwang Sung pursed his lips in annoyance and headed in the other direction at breakneck speed, muttering that he was distracted like an idiot. The shadow warriors from Daryok village shouted to Chu Sol so that they could not leave the boy alive, and their leader gave them the order to catch Kwang Sun. Chu Salso's agents broke through the inn ceiling a second time after their twin brother, leaving a huge hole in the roof. The first was Naha-Chu, who, with a furious expression on his face, was trying to escape from the other 2 factions who were also chasing each other. Moyeon Kwang Sung focused his gaze seriously, telling the fat fool that he wouldn't be able to just run away at that speed. Iron Mask growled through his rage at his twin brother that he would not let the boy go until the Moyeon family paid their price. Sluggish Raven tried to catch up with his boss, the leader of the 100 Skills Squad, but he was much less prepared for situations like this. The mustachioed man was stopped by the wounded Moyeon Ji, who put the blade of her sword under his throat. The girl almost separated Raven's head from his body with one swing of her sword with a green aura, saying that he could only be heading to the afterlife. The bloodied Raven fell to the ground, causing the blood from his neck to spurt everywhere and leave marks on the wooden surface. Despite all her composure and readiness for battle, the girl's body trembled as she whispered curses at the 100 Skill Squad. The twin sister seemed to suddenly become furious when she said in a furious voice that she would definitely kill Naha-Chu now. The girl rushed through the front doors in one go, forcing them open so much that they were knocked down and broken in 2. The wounded warriors and thugs in the ruined building said that fools couldn't carry that much gold unless they were monsters with 3 heads and 6 arms. Sa Yu stepped forward, puzzled, asking why the factions thought that only Naha-Chu knew the location of the gold. The Raven was still breathing, quietly begging for help, and the young man looked with interest at the man with a cut throat. The boy's hand flashed a faint blue light as he said that, unfortunately, his martial art could only kill, not heal. The guy extended his hand forward, sticking out a few fingers right in front of the neck of the mustachioed man who was dying, who didn't understand what he was trying to do. The boy pressed on the man's face, causing him to cry out in pain as he explained that he could only delay his death in pain. Raven began to feel as if all his muscles were twitching, as if all the blood and energy were starting to mix together. The mustachioed man felt the cracking of his own bones, which were being restored with incredible, almost unbearable pain. In a chaos of blue flashes, the boy mumbled that he couldn't stop Raven's pain, but he would let him die painlessly if he told him where the gold was. Still coughing up blood, Raven hurriedly shouted out that the treasure was on Mount Dunmayan in Umryong Gok, also adding that there was a cave hidden behind the vines. The cracking of bones did not stop for a second, but Sa-yu thanked the man in a slow and calm voice. The mustachioed man's shrill, agonizing cries began to become quieter, and his body completely lost its vital energy. The boy looked at Raven with a slightly sad expression in his ghostly eyes, finally apologizing to him for making him suffer. The Raven looked at the boy with exhaustion when he asked him to prepare himself well before his last breath. Next, the young man simply gently placed his palm on the bloody man's face as he meekly closed his eyes before dying. The boy focused his gaze on the other side, repeating the location of the gold, Mount Dongmyun and Umryongok under his breath. That was where the boy went first, to a place that looked more like a dark valley from which all the life had been squeezed out. The young man looked at the ground, noticing a horseshoe mark driven into it, which could indicate that a cart had passed nearby. The tracks were very deep and noticeable, so Sa-yu followed them with the assumption that there must have been a lot of gold and that it had been transported more than once. Something suddenly caught the young man's attention, causing him to look ahead with curiosity. As Raven had described, multiple tracks of horses and a chariot led him straight into a cave that had long been overgrown with thick vines. Carefully peering inside under the noise of the whistling wind, Sa-yu looked around the damp cave. In front of the guy stood several dozen boxes in which gold bars in unusual shapes were gallantly displayed. The young man had never seen so much gold in his life, and not even so close. A smile stretched across the boy's face as he lowered the eyelids of his ghostly eyes with noticeable satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the village, the fight did not subside for a second, and Iron Mask was preparing his next move, the Great Spirit Strike. Moyan Kwang-sung swung his sharp fan, raising a green aura around himself with the Dragon Slash technique. And again, wherever the three groups went, they left behind only destroyed buildings. The leader of the 100 Skills Squad widened his eyes in horror, and several dozen cold beads of sweat ran down his face as he said that the family and the village had fallen apart in earnest. Moyeon Kwang-sung narrowed his eyes, asking Iron Mask why he fought so hard even knowing how different their skill levels were. With a barely noticeable cut on his cheek, Gyo Musu shouted loudly that the boy had many more things to see, and then ordered Chu Salso to catch Naha-chu. The battle became even more intense as Chu Salso focused all his strength on the leader of the 100 Skills Squad, preventing his bandits from keeping up with his movements. For the first time ever, a noticeable look of excitement appeared on Kwan-san's face, and his eyes twitched from one place to another. At that moment, his younger sister came running at high speed from the other side, telling him not to worry. Mo Yeonji rushed behind Mo Yeon Kwang-sung, looking at Iron Mask with a fierce gaze and saying that she would handle it herself. Chu Salso's charges instantly felt the sharp cuts of the girls' sword around their necks. Green flashes cut through the space with their sharp tips, which is why the Shadow Warriors didn't even have time to react. The girl took a graceful fighting pose in front of the stumbling Naha-chu, who barely avoided her next cut. Mo Yeonji reached out towards her fat man prey, simply not letting him get away from them so easily. This time, the leader of the 100 Skills Squad was not so lucky, because the girl managed to squeeze his neck. Iron Mask dashed in the other direction, muttering curses under his breath in the unfavorable confusion. But just as Gyo-musu tried to escape, he was crushed by another green slash, almost cutting his throat. Moyeon Kwang-seon approached the representative of the village of Da-ryuk, who began to dance in front of his cuts. At the last moment, Iron Mask managed to fight back with his hand, which left a huge bloody mark on it. Moyeon Kwang-seong said in a stern voice that if the village did not surrender immediately, he would cut their throats. Meanwhile, Naha-chu screamed that all the gold they had stolen belonged to him, and he would never tell where it was. The fat man wanted to add something else, but the sudden flow of energy in the girl's grip made him swallow his next words. The 100 Skill Squad leader began to visibly tremble as his twin sister pressed him even further to the ground using a spiritual foundation technique. Moyeon-ji stared at the fat man with a crazy gaze, slowly saying that he would definitely say everything because she would force him to. Meanwhile, Sa-yu self-sufficiently borrowed several gold bars from the cave, collecting them in a small bag. The guy agreed that he first needed to take as much gold as he might need in the future. Looking at the entrance, Sa-yu couldn't help but wonder what he should do with the remaining treasure boxes. The young man guessed that any gold could help him out a lot later, but he couldn't take it all either. Coming outside, he mumbled to himself that Daryuk village was unlikely to win, which meant that the Moyeon family would arrive at the cave first. Looking back, the young man was once again convinced that he simply would not be able to carry away all the gold alone. So the boy decided to act a little differently, stretching his left hand to the side and saturating it with blue light. His right hand also lit up as he said that he must not miss his chance to take the gold. Stretching out both his hands, Sa-yu declared that he was going to gather the lightning chi in all the rocks, trees, and anything that had a physical form. With a sharp whistle, the boy began to concentrate lightning chi energy all around, causing the earth to shake. He literally began to control the physical shape of the rocks in the gorge, turning the walls into huge boulders. The small blue spark soon turned into a bright sphere of energy, surrounded by biting flashes and lightning. When the boy finished his process, he walked along one of the trees to see the result. A huge cloud of dust rose above the gorge after his little experiment, which turned out to be a little bigger than he expected. The young man noted that now that the gorge was nothing but ruins, anyone who came looking for gold would be stuck in it for a very long time. Now in front of the guy there were solid ruins, which could also be called a real natural dump created by some kind of earthquake. The wind began to whistle and howl unpleasantly, and the boy began to wonder if the ruins were the very same Shenyang, the most populated place in the entire Liaoning province. The teacher once told him about several factions, such as the Daryok village in Fushun City and the Moyeon family in Shenyang City. He didn't understand if all this was some kind of funny coincidence, because first the old man was looking for his daughter in the province, and then Mu Ai was taken to Shenyang. Meanwhile, it was night in the village of Daryok Fushun, and an oppressive dead silence reigned in the main temple. Looking at the corpses before them, Iron Mask reported that they had lost 7 people, each of whom had fallen victim to the Moyeon twins. Another man with curly dark hair silently looked at the lifeless bodies of the people from their faction. It was the leader of Daryok village, Manhwa, who muttered in a calm but no less disappointed voice that they had lost very good people. Another boy, Man Sung-hyun, approached his master, saying that they shouldn't just stand there and watch their villagers get killed. Standing next to him was a dark-skinned girl, Man-hyo-san, who added that the murder of Chu Sal-so could only mean that war had been personally declared on their village. Iron Mask gritted his teeth in apology, saying that he deserved to be punished, but the master replied that Gyo Musu had already done all he could. What worried Man Kwan-woo more was that the Mo Yan family was willing to break their peace agreement after 20 years for some gold, and then do something like that. The village leader shouted loudly to the other villagers and students that from today onwards, the Moyeon family would become their sworn enemy. He added vehemently that all his students were forbidden to leave the village walls, while they prepared for war against the twins and their family. Man Kwan-woo's disciples obeyed in unison, looking at him with their blinded gazes. Iron Mask gritted his teeth, quietly addressing his master, as if he still had some doubts. Man Kwang-woo interrupted him, saying that he had also made a mistake, so he would put Gyo Musu in the forefront against the Mo Yan family. Iron Mask did not doubt his master's decision, immediately obeying his will. The village leader gave a slight nod of approval, then looked forward with some curiosity in his eyes. One of the corpses was clearly different from the others because there were no cuts on it, only an arm emaciated to the bone. Opening his red eye with noticeable curiosity, the master asked what happened to the other's body. Man Sung-hyun looked at the village chief in surprise, asking why he had suddenly frozen with a worried expression on his face. The village leader lifted the cloth over the victim's face, which was suspiciously distorted by a blue aura and burns rather than the twins' cuts. Nervous beads of sweat ran down his face as the man said that the victim's internal organs were fine, meaning the death was caused from the outside. Man Quan Wu lifted the corpse's hand, trying to feel for any sign of a pulse under its wrist. The master's suspicion surfaced when he realized that the victim's veins had been torn to shreds by the terrifying qi energy. Iron Mask visibly trembled when his master asked if there was anyone else in the inn besides the bandits and the Moyan family. Gyo Musu recalled the 20-year-old youth with irritation, noting that although he had good movements, his qi did not seem so dangerous to him. The village chief tensely noted that at 20 years old, it was indeed impossible to use such qi, so he shifted his suspicions and asked them to be careful. Man Kwang Wu ordered Sung Hyun and Hyo Sang to deal with another group in Liaoning province, the Northern Wind Talents. However, the village chief was very worried that among their enemies there was a man who could destroy the circulatory system with a single touch. The man clenched his teeth in anger at the thought that someone in the Moyeon family could so brazenly use something so rotten. The village chief couldn't help but think that the existence of such a warrior could be a turning point in the coming war against the Moyeon family. That night proved to be fatal for the two warring factions of Liaoning province, not just for Daryok village. Meanwhile, in Shenyang, where the Moyeon family was located, there was not as much noise. The two heroes stood before the illuminated window in complete silence, although they usually kept their cool, even among themselves. Their older brother approached them, saying that the wounded twins were quite late. The elder brother of those noted that, judging by the exhausted looks of those, they had not been very successful in their mission. Moyan Kwang Sung lowered his eyes and apologized to his elder with a dissatisfied expression, saying that they had disappointed him. The elder brother's name was Moyeon Gun Seong, and he noted that they could not disappoint him if he did not expect anything worthy from them from the very beginning. He didn't give the twins a chance to justify themselves, saying that their father was already waiting, which caused the two heroes to fiercely maintain their silence with angry looks. The doors into the main room of the Moyeon family temple swung open with a loud creak that broke the deep silence of the room. The three of them went inside, and Moyan Gunseong informed his father that the twins had finally returned empty-handed. The father remained completely silent for a few seconds, looking into the distance and not turning to face the younger members of their family. The old man with the flowing beard and the leader of the family, Moyeong Dongjeon, asked in confusion how the two had failed to find out where the gold was. Kwang Sung apologized to their father, saying that they had only made a small mistake. The guy said that when he went to Umryongok, he found that the entire gorge had been destroyed, most likely due to a recent late weather. The old man raised his gray eyebrow in displeasure, surprised that the boy was describing such an offense as a small mistake. The twin brother added that he would find gold in any case, if his father was willing to give him another chance, even if he had to move a whole mountain. Father interrupted Kwan's son, not allowing him to speak with his hand outstretched to the side, his voice still filled with displeasure. The old man's hand crunched as a green aura enveloped it, and he angrily ordered the boy to come closer. Kwan's son didn't even have to approach, because a second later he felt his father's strong grip on his neck. Mo Yeonji screamed in horror towards her twin brother, trying to stop her own father from strangling him. The girl rushed at full speed to stop the leader of the Moyeon family. Moyeon Kwang Sung began to scream loudly in pain as his father's green aura began to squeeze his neck even tighter. The twin brother tried to justify himself, but the old man did not even listen, saying that his son was too careless about their very important task. The girl was still trying to get through to her brother, but Moyeon Gun Seong wouldn't let her pass, holding out his hand in front of her. Moyeon Gun Seong glared at his sister, grumbling through clenched lips for her not to interfere. The father grabbed his son even tighter, asking why he thought their family had to hide from the outside world for so long. Through a tight and unpleasant grip, the boy mumbled that he separated their family in order to join the League of Five Dragons, the Iron Alliance. The old man continued to look at Kwan's son with displeasure, saying that this was where his knowledge ended. Father said that the whole world considered them to be the second strongest of the five and showed great promise, but in reality, they only tried to hold them back and then kicked them out altogether. The Moyeon family was once cruelly betrayed by others, but they were able to climb back up. Then the leader of the family decided to get rid of those who were hindering them, among whom were the elders of their family, who also wanted their decline. As it turned out, the elder did none of this for the sake of the League of Five Dragons. He just wanted the Iron Union to kneel before them. The head of the Moyan family led his son outside, pressing his face painfully against the temple balcony so that he could take a closer look. Moyon Dongjon asked his son pointedly if he had seen what he had been telling him all this time. Stuttering nervously, Quan Sung mumbled that from the balcony he could see a cave in the northern mountain range. The old man confirmed his son's guess, adding that the legacy of the northern mountain range could destroy the League of Five Dragons. Then, the father noted that the only way to obtain the ridge's inheritance was to obtain as much gold as possible. The battered and bleeding boy apologized to his father after hearing that his son's small mistake was ruining the plans he had been building for 20 years. Gunsong decided to intervene, saying that his father should act more calmly, since Kwansong understood everything well enough. The elder brother added that the head of the family should not worry, as he had a backup plan, and in a couple of days, his father would receive the gold through the Steel Horse Bureau. Tun Gun-sun became more confident and solemn as he added that the legacy of the Northern Ridge would be completed very soon. The old man thought for a few seconds and then casually released his son from his arms, lightly tossing him first. Father muttered sternly that the twins were withdrawing from the mission, and then told about the rumor that the Northern Wind Talents were plotting something with the League of Lions. Moyon Kwang-sung clenched his teeth tightly through the burning pain all over his face, saying that he would remember his father's decision. The old man ordered the two to keep watch over their lands, and then placed his hand on the balcony in a more dreamy tone. The leader of the Moyan family said in a quiet, raspy voice that he had waited 20 years to complete the plan, and now they only had one step left. The old man's calm tone instantly disappeared as he grabbed the balcony with his hand, scattering part of it into hundreds of small sawdust. A wicked smile spread across the father's face, and he confidently said that by carrying out their plan, they would finally bring the whole world to its knees. That night, just like that simultaneously ill-fated and fateful day, a bloody moon shone in the sky. Sa Yu had been trying to let go of that terrible moment for 10 years, but every time he returned to those memories, now because of the killer moon. He could swear that sometimes in the very corners of his mind he heard a familiar, desperate cry, causing him to shudder in horror. Along with him, the face of Chok San appeared, asking the boy to take care of Mu Ai before he died. And that moment, those lifeless eyes of the falling Chok San were well imprinted in his memory, as if he saw this picture every day. Sa Yu seemed to be able to feel that moment every time he shouted out the name of his friend who had unexpectedly met his death. But even though he tried to fight back against the man with the scar that day, in his memories things were sometimes a little different. The guy sometimes felt like Mu Ai was trying her best to stop him and was just begging him to run away. At such moments, the young man wanted to turn to her, run to his Nunya and take her with him, but he constantly forgot that this nightmare never had a good ending. Sometimes Sa Yu remembered that day, and his sharp anger seemed so useless to him that he immediately saw the scene of his execution after the scene of Chok San's death. And this pain never went away. He still felt how the blades of sharp chains dug into his body and pierced his arms and legs through and through. In the end, the young man saw the same picture when he hung with his exhausted body and said goodbye to life. What stuck in my head most of all were the words of the man with the scar, who said that he liked people like that. He stood before the exhausted boy, ominously calling the youth's spirit unshakable, as if mocking him. Staring at the half-dead guy with a malicious, cruel look, the man said that he liked something even more. In those dreams, even the ghostly eyes did not help Sa Yu when he listened to how the ambassador from Yuan enjoyed the suffering of a person with a strong spirit the most. It was at this moment in his sleep that the boy finally woke up, although he felt a sudden cold throughout his body. His heart was beating so hard that it sent tremors echoing throughout his body, knocking his breath out of his lungs. And every time he woke up from this nightmare, it was a real relief for the guy, because it was as if he was living that damn day over and over again. Sa Yu looked at his fire, thinking that he couldn't let go of Mu Ai and Chok San even when he tried to rest. Then the young man heard loud footsteps nearby, which created a light rustling of the grass on a rather windless night. The boy warily turned his gaze towards the suspicious sound, feeling a sudden sense of alarm. Not far from him stood a man in a large hat whose face was frighteningly hidden in the shadows. And he was not alone, because behind him there were several dozen more tall men who quietly approached the guy. Coming a little closer, Sa Yu relaxed slightly, and there was silence between them for a few seconds. The leading man slammed his fist into his palm in one deft motion, showing respect to the boy. The man apologized for interrupting the boy's rest, introducing himself as Mak Go Yo of the Steel Horse sect. He pointed to the people from their detachment and the cart, saying that it would be a good idea for them to find some place to spend the night. The dark-haired boy introduced himself as Mak Junhui and asked the young man to let him stay with him for a while. Sa Yu inclined his head indifferently, introducing himself in a calm voice and saying that he didn't care if they decided to stay. They settled down next to the boy and began to cook food over the fire, turning vegetables into simmering soup and stew. Mak Go Yo admitted that he was even a little envious of the young traveler, but Sa Yu replied that he was no longer a teenager and was 26. The man looked awkwardly at the guy with the spoon in his mouth, apologizing for his rudeness, since, as it turned out, they had only a year or two difference in age. The guy shrugged, indifferently lowering the eyelids of his ghostly eyes and answering that such mistakes did not bother him. Mak Junhui handed the boy a plate of hot food as an apology, saying that his older brother Go Yo often forgot his manners with strangers. Sa Yu thanked them for the food, saying that they had just met, but he had already become their debtor. Mak Go Yo laughed with a kind smile, saying that they were indebted to the generous young man and he could safely call him brother. The man pointed to their group, saying that they had an important matter to attend to, so they were heading to Shenyang, which made them afraid of being attacked by bandits. He explained that each time they stopped on that small mountain so that they could easily defend themselves from bandits. Sa Yu became slightly interested and asked if their trip to Shenyang was related to the Moyeon family. Mak Go Yo apologized again, because even though they were indebted to the boy, they still couldn't reveal such details. The man said that they are seeking the trust of their clients, so they are obliged to restrain it in order not to lose their respect and not to end up in the red. Holding a hot plate in his hands, the boy accepted Mak Go Yo's refusal with honor, saying that he understood perfectly well their concerns. Taking the opportunity, Mak Junhui asked if Sa Yu was also going to Shenyang, to which he replied that he just needed to find out something there. When the young man asked where they got their information from, Junhui replied that the best sources were always public and weak societies. He said that open, weak societies had followers who were usually from the lower classes. Of course, the status of those did not exclude the fact that they did not have enough influence because their ears and eyes were spread everywhere. The guy thought about Junhui's words, remembering just in case where it would be most profitable for him to look for answers to his questions. Mak Go Yo interjected darkly, saying that because of the Daryuk and Moyeon families, Shenyang was on the brink of war, so it was best to avoid them unless it was something important and urgent. Lowering his head, Sa Yu quietly admitted that this was all the information he wanted to know. A smile appeared on the boy's face. All these details would be enough for him when he got to Shenyang. Sa Yu didn't even suspect how self-confident he looked out of nowhere. Mak Go Yo looked at the boy slightly nervously, not understanding why he suddenly started to smile widely from ear to ear. The man lowered his head uncertainly, muttering that he thought it was difficult for the young man to talk about Shenyang, so he wouldn't ask. The next morning, the sect decided to take Sa Yu with them, while also telling them about their assumptions that all power would go to the Iron Union. The conversation on the wagon slowly turned into gossip as the dialogue began about how the Iron Union building covered an area of 4 kilometers. As it was said, the Iron Union could compete with the Murim Union building in terms of size, so no one expected that anyone would be able to surpass them in the future. Sa Yu inquired about the Iron Union, as they seemed quite influential to him. Mak Go Yo looked at the young man in surprise, because even those who were far from the world of martial arts had heard of the outstanding group. The boy laughed awkwardly and said that he hadn't been to the mainland for a long time. So Guo Yo explained that the Iron Alliance consisted of the 9 Foundations, the 5 Dragon Alliance, and the Lion Alliance. These names meant nothing to the boy, who crossed his arms unimpressed and asked if they were really that strong. To this, the man asked if the boy knew about the best masters of the world, the 2 saints, the 3 tyrants, and the 4 honorable warriors. He noted that one of those masters was the Rainblade Saint, Yun Yop Ya, also known as the head of the 9 foundations. Among them was also the so-called leader of the 5 Dragons Alliance, also known as Saint Hwangboguki, and together with the previous one, they were the strongest masters in the world. Following behind those 2 was another warrior, otherwise known as the single-sword tyrant Choi Mu Seong, the leader of the Lion Alliance, who was not much weaker than the previous 2. The 3 heads turned out to be so powerful and dangerous that there were rumors that they would soon all become immortal. Sayu recalled something with a puzzled look, because in Goryeo there were also people who had gained immortality. It was precisely these masters that his teacher called hermits, but in the end, all of them died at his hands. As the boy knew, it was because of the power of the heavenly weapon that his mentor received the status of the so-called evil spirit, because it was used for murder. Even though it was no longer possible, the young man would still be very interested in seeing the 3 candidates for immortality in battle with his teacher. But Sayu's idea wasn't that impossible, as he also wanted to fight the 3 masters one-on-one. The young man's thoughts were interrupted when he smelled a foul odor from the other side, causing him to wince slightly. The boy looked back in the other direction as the smell of blood began to become more pronounced and uncomfortable. Mak Junhui shouted loudly to his brother Mak Go-yo, causing the latter to look at him anxiously. Junhui said in a serious and gloomy voice that they found the bodies of the dead nearby. Mak Go-yo's eyes widened in terrifying attention, as if they had gone that way specifically to find the victims. On the other side, the entire road was covered with bloody corpses, some of which were dressed in the Moyeon family uniform, and some that looked like ordinary travelers. Sayu froze in realization when one of the cart drivers said that in that case, they couldn't even be sure of their own safety. Looking down at the notice that Shenyang needed to be reached as quickly as possible, the boy saw a dead man in Goryeo clothes in front of him. The horses noticeably accelerated, gaining a ferocious pace with each passing second in order to wash away traces of their presence near the dump of the dead. Mak Go-yo shouted at the top of his voice that they needed to leave this place immediately and stay together on guard. The horses' hooves began to clatter even louder as they ran through a nearby rock canyon. Even in all this hustle and bustle, the young man was haunted by disturbing thoughts that looked more like great confusion. He couldn't ignore the fact that one of the corpses was clearly wearing Goryeo's uniform, which was even stranger if he had come all that way just to become a wanderer. Mak Go-yo shouted to the boy that he might be very shocked by the terrible picture, adding that they also saw the corpses of the wanderers from Da Ryok, who were simply cheap brute force instead of warriors. One thing was clear to the boy: travelers were just expendable for the highly skilled families, but that didn't explain why there was a man from Goryeo among them. Mak Ju-hoon exclaimed to his brother that they were already approaching their destination, and he saw a bronze statue of the Black Dragon. Sayu looked up with interest with his ghostly eyes and asked which statue they were talking about. He was told that a fierce battle between Goryeo and the central continent had taken place there, and because of the blood and tears of the warriors, the place was called Heolu Pyeong, and a statue was created in his honor. One of the brothers added, pointing to one of the statues, saying that there used to be 2 black dragons in Heolu Pyeong. Pointing to the second so-called statue, which had been transformed into a huge ball of metal, he noted that it had once been the second black dragon, and no one knew how that had happened. Such a statue weighed 10,000 pounds. So, coupled with the mysterious nature of the disfigured statue, the boy assumed that his teacher could have distorted it to such an extent. However, it seemed to him that soon all the answers to his questions would emerge, since Shenyang was already just around the corner. For the remainder of the journey, the party was able to avoid potential confrontation with warring families by passing through the main gate into Dongjuk-ro. The boy thanked the 2 men for their help and escort, saying that they helped him get there safe and sound. Mak Ju-hoon hit his fist into his palm, saying that he was an excellent conversationalist and wished the young man not to encounter difficulties on his path. His parting answer made Sayu smile warmly, causing a soft silence to fall between them for a few seconds. Mai Guo-yo walked around the other side of the boy, placing his hand on his shoulder and smiling brightly, saying that he wouldn't mind having a drink with him, but they had to go. The man winked at the boy, telling him that if he had time next time he should drop by. Sa Yu raised the corners of his lips, saying that he would definitely go to those people just to meet them again. Waving goodbye to the boy, both men slowly sped forward with their carts. The smile disappeared from the young man's face as he now had to think about what to do next and what to prepare for. The boy began to slowly step forward, his thoughts filled with a little confusion. Sa Yu quickly jumped off the ground and began jumping on buildings at such a tremendous speed that no one could even notice him. Having landed on the roof of one of the houses, the guy looked around and admitted that the view in society was not bad. But he decided to rise even higher, so he jumped right onto the entrance gate to the village to take a closer look. Without even falling onto the flat surface of the entrance, the young man decided to playfully grab the village flag. Dan began to swing, making several circles on the flag at once, as if he was missing his childhood and had ended up on some kind of carousel. Slowing his pace slightly, the young man looked dreamily in the other direction, taking in the beautiful view before him. The thought flashed through the boy's head, and he chuckled, telling himself that he now understood what the Moyan family was really trying to achieve. On the other hand, Sa Yu heard heart-rending, nervous cries that begged for help. Looking back in the direction from which the terrible scream came, the boy's gaze swept across the village. He didn't have to search for long, because soon he noticed 3 men who surrounded a little boy and beat him, ordering him not to appear in the village again. One of the men shouted at the boy to get out, and amid cries for help, reminded him that he had already told him to disappear several times. Sa Yu lowered his eyebrows in displeasure, a little confusion on his face as he heard the typical Goryeo dialect in the crowd. The guy decided to sort out the fight, quickly moving towards the 3 men. The little boy clutched his head, saying through tears and a trembling voice that his mother was very ill and he had to find his father. One of the men swung his bat with nails, shouting at the boy that he shouldn't have been wandering around in such a place and distracting people. Sa Yu rushed towards them at the speed of light, asking if the man had gone too far with his attitude towards the little boy. The young man extended his index finger forward, creating bright flashes around him that colored the entire space around him blue. It was enough for the guy to lightly touch the man's wooden bat to begin to destroy its structure with a small touch. The wooden texture of the club immediately began to disintegrate into hundreds of small wooden pieces. The man stared at the boy in shock as his weapon was replaced by a rotten remnant of an extinguished torch. Sa Yu assumed that the man was from the open community, and then asked if beating up ordinary children was one of his duties. The man didn't even have time to realize when the guy ran his finger through the air again, placing its tip on his forehead. He did the same with the other offenders of the boy, quickly placing his unspoken curse on them. Sa Yu concentrated all the blue energy into his hands, applying his fingers with amazing pressure. Flashes began to appear everywhere, and with them shock waves with trembling diamond lightning around them. The men flew off in different directions amid screams and groans, sharply feeling how their bodies began to collapse. The guy's ghostly energy began to spin the exhausted offenders and twist their nerves so that they didn't even have time to take a breath. Having dealt with the little boy's offenders, the guy made the flashes around him disappear. The young man looked at the frightened boy with a battered face, who looked at him in horror and sobbed. Sa Yu didn't believe that his ears could deceive him, so he simply asked the boy if he was from Goryeo. An old man on the roof of one of the houses watched all this, smugly drinking another liter of alcohol. The old man forced an intrigued smile, commenting on the picture before him as if he had wanted to see it all his life. The drunkard grinned even wider, adding that the young man's skillful movements reminded him very much of someone. With an audible sob, the little boy hesitantly asked the young man why he spoke the same way he did. One of the men didn't learn his lesson and started to get up, angrily asking how the boy dared to interfere with them like that. The man extended his hand forward to grab the young man firmly, as he was now completely disarmed. The guy indifferently extended his hand forward in response, digging his suspiciously hard fingers into the skin of his palm. The man's hand began to twist and twist in convulsions, and an unpleasant crunching sound of bones began to be heard throughout his body. The boy squeezed his hand even harder, irritably asking what this little kid had done to them that they started beating him. Sa Yu rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction, saying that in their village, probably no one thought about human rights at all. The old man jumped down and said with a wide smile that child, despite all the warnings, always brazenly made his way into their territory. A drunken smile spread across the elder's face as he introduced himself as Sage Hong-ha, and then asked the boy to introduce himself in return. The old man's appearance did not at all match his title of sage, but the guy decided to introduce himself anyway. The elder grinned wider, suggesting that the young man let the three scoundrels go, so as not to make cripples out of them once again. Sa Yu narrowed his eyes and objected, saying that one way or another, the three men should have gotten what they deserved. Without listening to him any longer, the guy walked up to one of the men, twisting his arm once more with greater force. Amid the loud crunch of bones and the sounds of thunder, the young man said that there was no other way to teach those three scoundrels a lesson. The old man with the missing tooth said that the boy shouldn't even waste his time on the unfortunate offenders, and the child was already safe. In fact, Sa Yu even slightly liked the elder's stubborn attitude, so he smiled back, calling him cunning. Having finally obeyed the village leader, the young man released the crooked hand of one of the men, causing him to fall to the ground with a groan of relief. The man grabbed his exhausted hand, which in just a few seconds had turned into a wrung-out rag. The old man laughed heartily, thanking the young man with the words that he had no doubt that he would listen to him. Sa Yu, meanwhile, turned his relaxed gaze towards the little boy and asked what his name was. The little boy lowered his eyebrows in disbelief, firmly introducing himself as Oh Sun Woo. Dan placed a light hand on the boy's shoulder, telling him to show him his mother, who was seriously ill. The exhausted man with a limp hand was afraid and did not understand why the elder let the boy go, and the old man arrogantly said that the man was not even a poor man and even understood that he had saved his life. The drunken elder walked past them, limping slightly, saying that if he had not intervened, the entire open society of Shenyang would have been in danger. One of the men was shaking and greedily gulping air with foam at the mouth, nervously listening to the old man's words about how the guy had pardoned those, even though he could have killed them heartlessly. Rolling his eyes in the other direction, the old man asked the three if they had seen the blue flashes on the boy's palms. He called the boy's hands jade, which resembled the hands of that woman who did nothing against their village. The moment the elder saw the boy's thin, graceful hands, he realized that they were radiating a light that emanated demonic power. The old man looked down smugly with a wide, drunken smile, adding that he had already seen a similar light 10 years ago. He remembered the day when a mysterious tall man with diamond-like inhuman eyes stood in front of the bronze statue of the Black Dragon. The old man remembered the mysterious man as being rather silent, as he didn't even utter a word while he stood near the statue for an unknown amount of time. The elder remembered one thing in particular. It was about the man's thin palms, which emitted a blue, frightening light. And when he touched the statue of the Black Dragon, the elder saw something that remained in his memory forever. With one movement of his hand, the mysterious man caused the huge dragon statue to tremble and change its shape. The dragon seemed to be struggling in agony, as if experiencing terrible pain under the audible whistle of an energy flow. The old man remembered how much the simultaneously amazing and terrifying picture struck him, because he had never seen such power before. The man disappeared, leaving behind only a twisted statue of the Black Dragon, but the elder's soul has never found peace since then. 10 long years have passed, but the drunkard still hasn't forgotten that man, and the only thing he said to him on that fateful day. The look in the blue eyes was forever imprinted in the old man's memory when the evil spirit said that one day his descendant would appear in Liaoning province. The events move again to the capital, where the Moyan family is located during a red but not bloody sunset. A group of armed representatives of the Moyan family walked along the walls of the capital, slowly stepping along its outskirts. One of the mustachioed men invited the master to go for a drink after they had completed some important task, but he asked if his soldier had forgotten that they had been at war with the village of Daryok. The commander-in-chief narrowed his eyes and said that Daryok were not so crazy as to attack them directly in Shenyang, but vigilance should not be lost for a second. But as soon as the chief expressed his subtle concern, he heard sharp footsteps nearby. Iron Mask jumped into the capital, piercing the commander-in-chief's chest with the words that it would be nice for them to have a drink before going underground. The commander, whose body was pierced, coughed up blood, asking through irritation and confusion how Gyo-Mu-Su ended up in their capital. The other warriors of the Moyeon family retreated back and pointed their spears forward, ordering the man from Daryok village not to come closer. Iron Mask loudly shouted Chu Saljo to first remove all the family's lackeys who blocked his way. One word from the Iron Mask was enough for several dozen shadow warriors with spears to burst in on them, shouting to kill everyone. Within a few minutes, the brutal massacre was complete, and the high-ranking representatives of the Moyeon family had only to watch its aftermath. Moyeon Gun Seong mumbled that their father had warned them that the offspring from Daryuk village would already start attacking them with their fangs. The shadow warriors left only corpses of their warriors, and many of their white uniforms were stained with bright traces of crimson blood. The elder brother asked Kwan Sun how things were going in general with the supervision of their family's territory. Moyeon Kwan Sung replied in a serious tone that it was difficult for them to predict what would happen next, and that there were many battles going on all over Shenyang. Gunsong smiled smugly, noting that the Daryuk weren't that stupid and seemed to be simply trying to wipe out their weakest units throughout the area. At that moment, Mo Yeonji joined their conversation, and she also had news that she wanted to share with them. The girl informed her older brothers that a valiant warrior of the North Wind and the Lion Union had appeared nearby. The news caught both of their attention, causing them to look warily at their sister and ask her to clarify. These were quite big words, because the so-called valiant warrior was none other than Chol Mu-rin himself from the Lion Union. The girl confirmed her brother's doubts, adding that there was no doubt that a warrior from the Lion Union had come to them. Kwan Seong looked away, gloomily saying that the Lion Union had decided to intervene in their war with Daryuk village after all. Squinting seriously, the twin brother noted that they urgently needed to get rid of Chol Mu-rin, who would choose the side of the enemy village. Gunsong added that they needed to think carefully, as it was very dangerous to make enemies from the Lion Union. At that moment, a gloating smile appeared on the older brother's face, and he noted that they needed to personally greet the valiant warrior and finish everything that very night. Meanwhile, the little boy brought Sa Yu to a small temple where his sick mother was. The corridors were so quiet that such silence could confidently be called dead. The doctor touched the sick mother's pale hand, trying to feel at least some signs of an improved pulse. But the doctor only frowned with displeasure and mumbled something under his breath, looking at the exhausted middle-aged woman. The doctor said that the case was very difficult and the woman's blood vessels were very damaged, which is why she lost a lot of strength and blood. Oh Sun-woo took a hesitant step towards his mother, pleading with her, but receiving nothing in return. Sa-yu narrowed his eyes in disbelief, asking if the doctor really couldn't cure her or if it was all about money. The doctor bowed his head in displeasure, noting that he was the best local healer, but to cure him he needed wild ginseng root and some rare medicines. Sa-yu had had enough of such expressions, so he reduced it to the fact that the old man simply needed money and bet a gold bar. In response to the old man's surprised look, the boy asked to cure the woman, even if it would cost a lot and take months. A lump rose in the doctor's throat, and the mere thought of the alluring gold made him shake with temptation. Looking at the gold bar, the doctor hesitantly said in a stuttering voice that he would do everything in his power to cure the woman. The doctor put an awkward smile on his face and left, saying that he would return in a day when he had prepared all the necessary medicines. Several streams of bitter tears rolled down Oh Sun-woo's face, and he began to thank the guy for taking care of his mother's treatment. The boy said that he was in debt to the young man, to which he asked again what the boy's name was. The young man smiled warmly at Oh Sun-woo, saying that if he was also from Goryeo, then he shouldn't cry so openly. The little boy looked at him with a wet face, listening to him say that he didn't need to cry now or at any other time. When the guy was left alone, he went to the nearest window and opened it, peering into the hot sunset. Sa-yu sat in silence as the landscape of a huge mountain stood in the distance terrifyingly. The guy's thoughts were quite confused, and he couldn't stop guessing about what Moyeon's family was quietly planning. There were so many unrelated events that the family was involved in that he was already beginning to wonder if Mu-Ai's kidnapping had anything to do with the coming war. And at the same time, many things seemed unsaid to the boy, especially when he thought about his teacher's daughter and remembered Sun Wei-yu's story. The boy said that his mother got into trouble while looking for her husband, who was a merchant in Goryeo and other countries, until he disappeared without a trace. He added that when his father asked the Moyeon family for help, he ended up disappearing, and rumors were that other similar people were dragged into the family's cave. The young man fell exhausted onto the table, wondering that there were probably many people from Goryeo on the lands who had to fall before the family. Thinking out loud, the boy looked away indifferently and asked the old man what he thought. The village elder grinned smugly through his missing teeth, asking how he knew he was in the room too. Sayu replied that there were no old people in the world who smelled so much like alcohol, to which Hongmu Gyu noted that this was the only way poor people could live. Leaning on the table, Iron Man asked in a more serious tone what had the boy so worried. The boy put his fingers to his lips, saying that he knew that the old man had overheard his conversation with Sun Wu. The young man's tone became even more gloomy when he mentioned that he was very worried about the incident of the missing people from Goryeo. The old man noted that, in fact, similar incidents had been happening quite frequently in their province for 20 years. Slightly lowering his eyelids, the elder added that Gaiban had been investigating the disappearances, but no one had found out anything, so suspicion fell on the Moyeon family. Sayu exhaled heavily, because he had heard that the information from Gaiban was very unreliable, but it turns out that he was lied to about this too. The old man chuckled sarcastically once again at the boy's impatience, saying that over 20 years they had acquired more valuable information. The guy tried to maintain an indifferent look, listening to the old man's words about how they even knew the location of the very cave where they hid people. Hongmu Guy spread his hands, playfully adding that his information ended there and he could only tell for a handsome price. Sayu narrowed his eyes slightly in slight disbelief, assuming that the old man was trying to force him to make a deal. The old man simply replied that information had to be paid for such were the principles and moral code of the Gaiban. The boy couldn't think long about the proposal because another man in dark boots loudly entered the room, greeting the others. Iron Man looked at him with an uncertain look, but Sayu clearly recognized the guest who had come to visit them. A tall man in dark clothes and long hair entered, and a long sword was draped over his back. The terrifying guest's hair resembled waves due to its texture, which made it seem to dance in the air. It was Chol Mu-rin, the valiant warrior of the North Wind, who was also listed as a rising star among the 2 saints, 3 tyrants, and 4 warriors. Sayu recalled that the Iron Union consisted of 3 associations, and Mu-rin belonged to one of them, the Lion Union. The emergence of such an important figure could only mean that even the high-ranking figures of the Iron Union took the war very seriously. Dan analyzed the appearance of the valiant warrior, falling into some thoughts that did not give him peace. Another guy in a white robe approached the man in dark clothes, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Moyeon Gunseong slammed his fist into his palm, saying that it was a great honor for him that a person from the Lion Union had decided to visit them. Chol Mu-rin looked at him indifferently, mumbling that it had indeed been a long time since their last meeting. Moyeon Gunseong pointed to a small table in front of him, inviting the man to sit down so they could discuss something over drinks. The warrior from the Lion Alliance smirked smugly, refusing Gunseong's offer since he already had a partner. The representative of the Moyeon family looked away, skeptically asking what other partner the man was talking about. Mu-rin didn't respond to the Moyeon family representative's confusion, but instead slammed his fist into his palm and greeted Hongmu Gyu. The old man raised his gray eyebrow slightly in surprise with a smug grin, asking how he knew him. Chol said that he knew that the elder had settled in Shenyang 10 years ago. Gunseong suddenly froze in his tracks as he realized that in front of him was the same old man who was also called the sage Gaiban himself. The man from the Moyeon family blinked nervously with a tense face, feeling how embarrassed he was that he didn't even know about the sage for 10 years. Seeing Gunseong's confusion, Mu-rin's cheeky smile appeared again, and he said that the Moyeon family was not very well informed. Moyeon Gunseong put his palms together and introduced himself, apologizing to the elder as he should have shown respect from the start. Sayu didn't understand why the drunkard lived in such a dump and called himself an elder, and he laughed and noted that now the guy knew how amazing he was. Dan frowned angrily when Moyeon Gunseong had a certain question for the valiant warrior and his so-called companion. The man in the white robe asked what the valiant warrior was going to do if Liaoning was engulfed by the inevitable clash between the Moyeon family and Daryok village. The Lion Alliance warrior's face replied in a gloomy tone that the single-blade tyrant hoped that there would be no disagreements between the Moyeon family and Daryuk village. He added that the tyrant was also concerned that everything that happened on their lands could have been carefully planned by someone. The representative of the Moyeon family asked in a serious tone whether Tyrant suspected them of this so-called plan. The valiant warrior asked, almost insulted, how Moyeon Gunseong could even think that they would be belittled like that. Turning his angry gaze towards the man in the white robe, the warrior from the Lion Union added that he really hoped they wouldn't have to deal with the family. That was all Gunsong wanted to hear, so he unscrupulously turned away and began to walk away. Pausing for a moment, the elder Moyeon added that Chul Mu-rin should take care of himself. Mysteriously turning his silver eyes towards the man in dark clothes, Moyeon added that Shenyang was very unsafe at night. Mu-rin lowered his dark eyebrows angrily and thanked him for his concern, although there was no noticeable warmth in his voice. Coming out, emotions engulfed Gunsong's entire body, who found it funny that a warrior from the Lion Alliance was trying to avoid fighting in order to stop them. A sly grin formed on the elder Moyeon's face as he simply found the thought funny. Moyeon Gunsung smiled brightly with a light laugh beneath his clenched teeth, telling Cheol Mu-rin out loud to enjoy his last day. Meanwhile, the mention of the single-sword tyrant made the old man remember something, and he asked how he was doing. Mu-rin replied indifferently that his father was doing well, and then added that Iron Man looked younger now than he did 10 years ago. This is literally what the guy heard from the Steel Horse Union. Chol Mu-seong was not just considered one of the best warriors for nothing. Only then did the man turn to the thoughtful boy for the first time, introducing himself to him once again. For a brief moment, Dan Sa-yu was slightly taken aback, but almost immediately he gave a small nod and introduced himself in response. Chol Mu-rin found the guy a little strange, because he didn't have any aura at all, which was considered a great talent to hide. The Lion Alliance warrior looked closely into the youth's ghostly eyes, telling himself to be on guard since he was so close to the sage. Hong Mu-gai weakly threw his hands behind his head, saying that the warrior most likely came to find out information about what the Moyeon family was planning. The drunkard rolled his eyes slyly, immediately getting down to business and asking what exactly interested their guest. The valiant warrior replied in a cold voice that he was surprised at how knowledgeable the elder was. He added that his father did everything he could to stop the feud between the Moyeon family and Daryok village. The elder said thoughtfully that the village would suffer the consequences of its actions in any case, and Gaibon would not interfere in the conflict. Raising his bushy gray eyebrows slightly, the old man added that they would try to keep quiet until there were any complaints. The valiant warrior slammed his fist into his palm and laughed indifferently, saying that it would never come to that and that he would have to take his leave. Within a few seconds, the warrior from the Lion Union disappeared from the room, heading straight for the light of the full moon. Soon he felt the presence of several familiar silhouettes at once, greeting the village chief Daryok, who came to meet him. The village leader stood behind him with his 2 charges and then began to walk closer in the moonlight. The man in dark clothes said that the Gaibon had stopped doing business with the Moyeon family and did not want to interfere in the conflict between the two. Man Sung-hyun tried to clarify what exactly the valiant warrior of the North Wind meant. The warrior from the Lion Alliance chuckled confidently, saying that the clash was inevitable, and therefore it needed to be put to an end as soon as possible. The valiant warrior took on the role of leader and began to lead those to the entrance of the Moyeon family temple, saying that they would take away those sovereignty. The old man looked into the distance, thoughtfully asking the boy if he was planning to go further today, right tonight. The elder raised an eyebrow suspiciously as he watched the events unfolding near the temple, adding that the night would be quite long. The guy mumbled in a tired voice that now was the best time to sneak in since everyone was busy with their own showdowns. Iron Man didn't even notice when the young man rushed upward in one quick leap with a short prelude in the form of a fleeting flash. The sage shouted to him that they had better go together, while the boy flew up above the building and began to examine the painting, slowly flying over the houses. Meanwhile, Gunsong was already reporting the situation to his father, saying that the valiant warrior had already arrived in the lands of Shenyang. The head of the Moyeon family mumbled that the Lion Alliance and Daryuk had united to get their hands on the northern ridge. Moyong Gunsong replied that the sage from Gaibon himself had also miraculously appeared in Shenyang, so he warned them to be careful, even though they had promised not to interfere in the war. Father noted that even if Gaibon tried to interfere, they would finish them off right away, since today was a very important day in the history of the Moyeon family. Moyeon Dongjian solemnly declared that they were stepping up to a new level and would no longer be border guards on the continent. Father loudly declared that they must break through and take on the Iron Union itself. A blinding light surrounded the room as the father approached the table with 2 seals, saying that the whole world would tremble at their feet. A dim fog slowly began to rise over the capital, which even the huge glowing moon was unable to dispel. The guy slowly flew past a huge cloud of smoky fog, leaving small blue sparks behind his feet. Slowly landing closer to one of the rooftops of the capital, something suddenly caught Sayu's attention. Not far from the capital, the boy saw a small detachment of several people on horses quickly fleeing from the territory of the Moyeon family. In this crowd, the young man could make out 2 familiar silhouettes, Mak Go-yo and Mak Jin-hoo from the Steel Horse Union. Despite the fact that their squad was now much smaller than on the way forward, both men looked safe and sound. The guy exhaled with a little relief and smiled, hoping that their group had not been drawn into a bloody conflict. The old man slowly caught up with the boy, climbing up to him on the roof and asking with displeasure why he was fussing so much. Looking down on the other side, one could see destroyed buildings in flames and several corpses in white clothes of the Moyeon family. Amid the shrill cries of hungry dark crows, the young man replied that the inhabitants of the capital Moyeon had become food. As Iron Man walked past the rotting corpses, he mumbled that they would have come sooner if he had known about the family's plans to prevent such a tragedy. Sayu replied that his martial art was not created to save people's lives, and the family attacked first, so they didn't have to worry. The elder's eyes widened in nervous surprise, and he asked hesitantly if the boy knew about those plans. The boy said nothing as they walked deeper and a rusty sign appeared before them, the entrance to the North Ridge Cave. The entrance seemed to swing open, releasing from within several cold clouds in the form of tails of a prickly, icy wind. Inside the cave, a fierce battle between the 2 factions had already begun, despite its unbearable cold. The Moyeon family was not as prepared, so they practically exposed their bodies to the spears of the Daryuk village warriors. Clouds of blue mist spread across the cave in front of the many disfigured corpses of the Moyeon family and Daryuk village. Iron Mask rushed forward in a rage, ordering the destruction of the entire Moyeon family. Warriors in white clothes ran towards them, shouting to stop Daryuk village and protect the Northern Ridge Cave. Man Sung-hyun and Man Hyo-sang quickly charged towards their enemies, stretching their arms forward. A dark aura began to appear around the representatives of the Daryuk village, with which they easily destroyed their opponents. Mu-rin prepared for another attack with his huge sword, using a move called the Fierce Lion Strike. The status of a valiant warrior justified itself as the man began to spin with his weapon and cut down the enemies around him. The warriors from the Moyeon family fell to the ground exhausted after every move the warrior from the Lion Alliance used. Mu-rin noted that the Moyeon were very collected, and the village chief Daryuk muttered that they broke through too easily, considering that the family had hidden the existence of the cave for 20 years. The Shadow Warriors rushed forward with the same viciousness, but they were stopped by a bright golden flash that rushed through their bodies. The Lion Alliance warrior glanced nervously to the side, watching as one lightning attack knocked down several soldiers at once. The golden fire rushed straight through the warriors of Daryuk village, burning their skin, but not stopping and heading straight for their leader. Iron Mask tried to run up shouting to his master to beware of the strange light. But when Man Quan-woo turned around, it was already too late, because a golden fire crept right up to his face. A bright, wavy flash rushed past his body, so he was unable to dodge and felt a burning pain all over his body. Taking a tentative step to the side to dodge, he unsuccessfully exposed himself to an attack with his arm, which was separated from his body. The leader of the Da Ryuk family nervously clutched his severed hand as his charges cried out in alarm. Meanwhile, the entire Da Ryuk squad heard firm footsteps near the entrance to the Northern Ridge Cave. Man Quan-Wu nervously turned his trembling gaze towards the other guests, trying to remain calm despite the unbearable pain. In front of the entrance to the cave, a whole squad of Moyan family soldiers lined up, who were significantly different from their usual representatives with their dark suits. They looked quite frightening with their masks, pointed cone-shaped hats, and almost lifeless looks. Man Quan-Wu narrowed his eyes nervously, trembling as he heard another voice nearby, gloatingly declaring that Da Ryuk had come a very long way. In the golden flashes, it was difficult to discern the source of the voice, stating that he did not think the village chief himself would appear. The flashes grew larger with each passing second, and in them one could only see the hands of a man saying that the cave was indeed very interesting. Chol Mu-rin slowly looked up, and although there was no great surprise in his gaze, something clearly caught his attention. In front of them was the glowing head of the Moyeon family with 2 golden rings spinning next to him. Moyeon Dongjung smiled fiercely with wild eyes, taking pleasure in trapping them. Meanwhile, with the cold whistle of the icy wind, Sa Yu and the elder crept up to the entrance of the Northern Ridge Cave. There was a creaking sound inside, and the corridors were very dark, but thanks to the moonlight, one could see the many corpses of the Moyeon family and Da Ryuk village. The guy looked down in confusion. He expected a bloody picture, but what was in front of him seemed much more unusual. Looking at the many emaciated corpses, the young man muttered that the people from Da Ryuk village were very stupid to have fallen for the provocation of the Moyeon family. Walking forward, Sa Yu exhaled heavily, saying that there was nothing they could do, but the old man replied that they shouldn't turn a blind eye to such crimes either. Hong Mu-gai looked at the boy with concern, hesitantly asking if he also wanted to take over the Northern Ridge Cave. Sa Yu didn't understand where the old man got such a theory from, which surprised him even more, because now he didn't understand at all what the guy was trying to achieve. The young man mumbled relaxedly that he didn't care at all about the cave of the Northern Ridge, or about the entire ridge as a whole. This answer surprised the sage even more, so he asked what was wrong with the families trying to get the ridge, which was the source of many martial arts. The old man heard an unpleasant creak under his feet when he asked why the boy had gotten involved in the conflict at all if he wasn't interested in it. As soon as the young man heard a strange creaking sound after the sage's foot pressed on the slab beneath him, he turned his gaze to him. The old man looked nervously at his feet, realizing that he had been too distracted by the conversation and had fallen into a trap. The cave began to shake, and the walls began to move suspiciously, their blunt stone surfaces moving towards the elder. The elder was not going to give up so easily, so he concentrated in front of the looming threat. Iron Man put both hands forward, pushing back on the trap as it continued to move unceremoniously towards him. The pressure of the approaching wall turned out to be much stronger, because of which even the strength of the sage was not enough to withstand its pressure, and he rolled along the ground. With an unpleasant crackling and whistling sound in the air, the elder continued to apply all his strength. He was visibly tense, so no matter how hard he tried to stop the approaching wall, it just kept moving. Then Sa Yu ran up to the old man, placing his jade hand on the trap and creating several blue flashes on its surface. Using lightning ki, the boy sent blue energy towards the wall, destroying its structure with multiple ghostly lightning bolts. The young man smiled at the elder and said that no one had been able to defeat his heavenly weapon for 1,000 years. The boy's words really amazed the drunkard, who could not even imagine that he possessed such an amazing form of martial arts. In fact, even the sage had never heard of such a technique, and could not even imagine that someone could use something like that, much less a person from Goryeo. The young man said nothing, walking out onto a small cliff and looking at the temple in the middle of a cave, which was completely covered in ice and huge icicles. The elder was noticeably surprised as he looked at the huge icy lake that was located in the huge cave. Only then did the elder see something more suspicious, a strange light that emanated from the crowd that surrounded the entire temple. There stood Moyeon Dongjong with his golden rings, which the sage called the Testament of the Northern Ridge, the treasure of Murim that everyone was hunting for. The old man noted that there had been a very heated battle between them, so he was curious about what Sa Yu was going to do. The boy remained silent, listening to Iron Man's words about how it would not be easy for them to slip past them and take possession of the northern ridge. On the other hand, the young man saw one of the abandoned houses, which seemed to be covered with a fluffy blanket of snow. Without saying anything else, Sa Yu flew up again at a rapid speed, ignoring the sage's comments. The elder awkwardly scratched the back of his head and exhaled heavily, saying that the strange kid behaved so calmly while the battle of the strongest martial artists was taking place before his eyes. Having landed on the cold surface, the boy began to slowly approach the snow-covered house. Everything turned out to be exactly as he thought when he noticed several dozen people inside, huddled tightly together to keep from freezing to death. The old man jumped down and walked up to the guy, raising an eyebrow in surprise and commenting that they had apparently found the very same missing people from Goryeo. Sa Yu extended his hand with blue light forward, creating noticeable flashes at the tips of his nails. The guy directed destructive energy straight into the wall of an abandoned prison house, destroying its wall with one movement. The head of the Moyeon family nervously looked towards the blue explosion, carefully examining the destroyed building. Moyeon Dongjong glared angrily at the boy who allowed himself to interfere in their conflict. He immediately noticed Sa Yu and the old man from Gaiban, fearing that they might come to interfere with their plan. The father turned to the two heroes, gritting his teeth and ordering the two to deal with the boy, the old man, and the prisoners, so that no one would leave the cave alive. Moyeon Ji and Moyeon Kwang-sun tensed up angrily as they listened to their master's order and headed towards their target. Sa Yu's hand was still extended and glowing with a blue light as he looked at the surprised prisoners from Goryeo. When the noise had cleared up a bit and the commotion had evaporated, the boy asked in a calm voice if the father of the boy named Oh Sun-woo was among them. One of the unhealthily thin men recognized the boy's Goryeo dialect, asking uncertainly if he was also from there. The exhausted man, in a terrible state, mumbled that he was Sun-woo's father, Oh Sun-woon, and then nervously asked if his son and wife were okay. The young man calmly invited the man to come with him so that he could take him to his relatives. Tears began to well up on Oh Sung-woon's face as he emotionally thanked the boy because he couldn't believe that his family would survive in such terrible conditions. The man crawled on his knees to the boy, saying that since there was justice in the world, he did not understand why they suffered and died all this time in prison. The thin man's sobs turned into sobs as he emotionally exclaimed that hundreds of people had died in the prison and that Mo Yon Dong-jon was a real demon in the flesh. Sage Gaiban asked in confusion whether the head of the Moyeon family had arranged all their torment. The young man tried to contain the anger inside himself, but the flashes around him showed that he was incredibly angry when he said that he had to meet Dong-chun. But as soon as the boy said this, he heard the voice of the two heroes nearby who were approaching them with the words that no one would leave the place alive. Moyeon Kwang-sung asked in a serious voice how the young man dared to release the slaves from the cave, the very heart of the Moyeon family. This question made Sa Yu even more angry, so he turned to them and asked what other slaves they were talking about. The twins found the guy's behavior and face familiar, although they were not sure if they had met before. Sa Yu continued to look at the two angrily with a neutral expression, as if waiting for an answer to his question. Moyeon Ji looked at the boy suspiciously, noting that something was wrong with the guy and that he was unlikely to be from Gaiban. The elder was unsure whether it was worth teasing the twins, as he had heard that they were very strong and influential. Moreover, behind them stood a squad of assassins from the Moyeon family, which she had been forming for 20 years while they were preparing that very plan for ascension. Sa Yu indifferently asked the old man to deal with the victims and began to step forward despite the old man's worried look. To his confusion, the boy replied that he was still planning to meet with Moyeon Dongjeon. One of the thugs stepped forward, sternly asking what right the boy had to call their master by his name, and then adding that his life was not at all dear to him. The assassin in black began to draw his shining sword, loudly declaring that he was going to cut off the boy's head and personally present it to the master. Without retreating even a step, Sa Yu coldly told the thug to get out of his way and interfere with him. The warrior in black angrily rushed at the young man, irritably calling him an arrogant boy. The thug got into a fighting stance, pointing the tip of his sharp sword forward and sarcastically ordering the boy to try and approach him as clouds of aura formed around him. The old man took a nervous step back, as he never thought that the head of the Moyon family would go to such lengths. Sayu remained silent and stood in place under the whistling wind, even when his opponent's sword blade was just a few meters away from him. The boy accepted his opponent's challenge, and a grin appeared on his face, which he couldn't hold back due to his anticipation. The young man extended his hands back, concentrating a huge amount of energy and lightning chi in them. The old man took another hesitant step back, even though this was not the first time he had seen such power in such a short time. The twins seemed to be frozen, watching how the guy was able to distort the atmosphere around him with one movement. Sayu began to slowly walk forward to the sound of cracking lightning, saying that he had warned him. Extending his hand forward, Sayu forced his palm to meet the sharp tip of his opponent's sword, causing it to crumble in an instant. The thug froze in horror, feeling how his weapon had been deprived of its strongest point in an instant. Sayu didn't stop and concentrated even more of his energy on the thug's blade, moving his hands forward and destroying its texture even more. The boy smiled calmly, adding that the mercenary was probably trying to become an obstacle to the heavenly weapon. When the sword was completely destroyed, the boy came even closer, this time placing his palm on the enemy's body and creating a huge flash of pressure on it. A small explosion occurred in space, which in an instant caused the thug's body to distort at a rapid speed. A gust of crimson blood erupted from the killer's throat as he felt as if his insides had been twisted several times. The last thing the mercenary saw was the terrifying silhouette of Sayu, who said that if he challenged him, he should be ready to put his own life on the line. This was enough for the twins to immediately decide to open their swords, revealing cold steel in front of the guy. The two heroes rushed through space with swings in green and turquoise colors, deftly swinging their blades. Sayu had already turned away, so he only glanced indifferently towards the two when Mo Yanji said that the guy would meet their father, but only with his head cut off. In response, the young man only quietly said that the twins, in all likelihood, also wanted to lose their lives. The youth extended his shining hand forward, saying that in that case he would fulfill the wish of his opponents. A huge skull, shrouded in blue ghostly flames, seemed to appear behind the boy as he said that he would decide the fate of the Moyeon family himself. Moyeon Kwanson's attack was repelled very quickly, and he saw several sparks from the collision right in front of his face. The young man fought back with lightning speed, so he defended himself against the twins at the same time, despite the fact that they were attacking him from both sides at once. Then an old man decided to intervene and jumped on the twins' swords, preventing them from attacking further. The young man stopped and did not attack, looking at the jumping elder in front of him, who said that the little bastard asked for it. The sage flew into the air for a few seconds, fending off the attacks of the two heroes with his own legs, causing them to look at the drunkard with uncertainty. When the old man finally landed on the ground, he just laughed drunkenly and began to approach closer, involuntarily limping and asking if they wanted to play. The sage scratched his beard smugly, telling the twins through the whistling sound of his missing tooth to leave the young man, because now they could have a wonderful time with him. Then the elder turned sharply to the bewildered boy and in a serious voice ordered him not to stare at them and to go faster. The boy understood the old man's hint, and a confident smile spread across his face because he was helping him out like that. Moyeong Kwang Seong angrily shouted to the squad of ideal fighters to rush at the boy and the old man and stop them. The thugs immediately rushed from their fighting positions, heading straight towards the guy with their swords. Sayu walked closer to them with a confident grin, creating even more blue lightning around himself. As one of the warriors ran up to him, the boy concentrated all his energy into his elbow, turning the other man's arm into a flexible hose with one blow of the bone. The youth extended his other hand to the side, causing bright flashes to appear around his slender jade fingers. Sayu approached one of the enemies, pressing his palm onto the enemy's body with biting lightning. This blow was enough for the thug's body to fly off at great speed in the other direction, accompanied by the dull sounds of thunder and painful groans. Sayu literally left a mark on his enemy with his blow, which began to eat away at his body and continued to distort him in flight. The young man raised his hand with flashes, intending to direct it at another enemy who was already flying towards him. The boy's palm met the other warrior's face, causing him to throw his head back with a loud crunch in his neck. That enemy flew away just like the previous one because he literally exposed his vulnerable spot to Sa Yu's attack. The next thug angrily rushed at the guy, swinging his sword in different directions as he went. The thug swung his blade viciously, aiming the sharp tip at the boy's face at great speed. He decided to attack the guy from behind, so he stood silently for a few seconds, waiting for his next attack. The warrior's technique almost surprised the boy, who managed to see the sword next to his face a few unfortunate seconds before the collision. The warrior made a huge swing, leaving a noticeable blue trail behind his sword and freezing in place in confusion. The thug froze when he realized that he hadn't been able to complete the attack in time, and the guy had already disappeared somewhere right before his blow. Thus, Sa Yu once again used the lightning chi to move through space at an amazing speed. The boy didn't waste a second of his time, firmly grabbing his enemy's hand and directing his energy into it. Having first destroyed the nerve structure of the thug's hand, the young man directed his blow at his neck, squeezing it with his aura. Sa Yu performed an elaborate trick on his enemy, leaning on his neck and spinning around above his head. As the boy spun around and landed on the ground, he took the entire weight of his opponent and with a sharp movement threw him to the other side using the lightning chi. The sword of the thrown warrior still hung in the air, its tip pointing and slowly falling down. This was the perfect chance for Sa Yu, who at that moment decided to concentrate the blue energy in his palm. When the sword finally fell past his face, the youth suddenly extended his hand in front of him, knocking the hilt away with his charged palm. The sword rushed through space at the speed of light with an imperceptible whistle, piercing through a whole row of lined-up warriors. The thugs instantly felt the sword pierce their bodies, causing blood to gush out of their throats. In just 1 second, several enemies fell victim to the sword, which sank into the nearest wall. The killers took an uncertain step back, and one of them warned them to be on their guard, as the guy's strength was simply inhuman. Flashes jumped across the boy's hands as he paused in his fighting stance for a second and asked if they were familiar with the heavenly weapons. One look at Sa Yu instilled fear and anxiety in the thugs, who had never seen such destructive power in their lives. The guy's ghostly eyes focused even more with flashes around them, and he said that he was going to make them remember this moment. The killers didn't even have time to realize when their bodies began to twist and collapse from just the guy's flashes. The young man aimed his shimmering blue projectiles in different directions, causing them to instantly collide with the thugs. Using lightning chi, Sa Yu moved between the enemies to ensure that he could sweep away each of them in his path. The boy left behind a trail of corpses that twitched in convulsions in the air as the flashes blinded and destroyed them. It got to the point that some of the fighters nervously retreated back and simply held their blades out in front of them. At such moments, Sa Yu would simply grab the blade with his jade hands and hold the sharp blade between his slender fingers. Everything happened so quickly that it seemed as if the guy was frozen in mid-air, holding back his opponent's attack. The warrior noticed Sa Yu's sudden movements and nervously shouted that something like that was simply impossible. But the young man was too focused, so he just stood there, holding the sword with his 2 strong fingers. With this movement, the guy transformed the steel tip of a sharp sword into a misunderstanding that looked like a crumpled piece of paper in a matter of seconds. The energy passed from the blade of the sword straight to the opponent's hand, spreading throughout his entire body and turning him into something like a wrung-out rag. The warrior didn't even have time to realize when the unpleasant flow began to distort him so strongly that his body ended up in a spiral vortex. Sa Yu made several wavy movements in the air, causing the exhausted thug to fly away, spinning comically in space. As the warrior fell to the ground with a loud thud, it was as if his sword had gone through the hardening process again and had turned into a warped plastic toy. But even such horrific images were not able to stop the other killers, who headed towards the boy one after another. Sa Yu just silently watched as 10 enemies flew at him at once, all from different sides trying to surround him. The guy decided to concentrate, using lightning ki to come up with his next move as quickly as possible. Then Sa Yu suddenly stepped on the ground, creating several small flashes on it and the sound of thundering lightning. There were noticeable cracks left on the ground, and the boy stretched his arms out to the sides, lifting the stones of the earth he had destroyed next to him. Yu slowly raised both of his hands, which were now glowing with a less bright jade light. Relaxing his palms for a second, the guy almost immediately opened them again, releasing sharp blue waves from them. The boy directed this attack towards the thugs who surrounded him, along with many huge stones that he split. A huge amount of lightning was directed towards the killers, who could not even see anything in the chaos of flashes and stones. Yu concentrated even more, trying to contain as much energy as possible before fully releasing it at his enemies. The thugs froze in anger, feeling a strange flow of blue aura through their bodies which did not allow them to get closer to the boy. Then the whistling of the wind began to become even stronger, and the energy sharply increased its wild pressure. Several loud explosions echoed throughout the cave, followed by bright flashes all around along with shock waves. The next squad of killers rushed through the created cold fog and dust, flying at the same speed towards the boy. The boy heard whistling and the sounds of swords opening next to him as menacing, wild-eyed figures approached him. The young man changed his position and put his palm in front of him in the area of his heart, quickly preparing for his next attack. One of the warriors shouted to his charges that Yu was too strong for an ordinary person. But as soon as the boy prepared for his next attack, the mercenaries decided to rush past him, casting wary glances at the boy. The warriors began to move in smooth but swift movements in different directions, flying next to the guy. However, they did not run away, but only gathered together under the cries that dozens of streams of chi should unite with each other. They exclaimed that, united as one, they would be able to defeat even the strongest warrior. Yu just stood there, watching as hundreds of warriors surrounded him and turned into one huge typhoon. They literally became a huge, dark storm in the middle of the snow-white cave, howling and breaking through the ice. The boy glanced aside with slight suspicion at the fact that they were putting so much effort into defeating a single person. This skill was collectively called the Big Dipper constellation by the thugs, surrounding their victim with hundreds of swords. The blades came closer and closer to Yu's face, who continued to remain indifferent and calm. It seemed like the guy was trying to focus on something completely different, because he didn't look away for even a second the entire time. The young man abruptly put his hand to the ground and asked in anticipation who had told the thugs that they had the right to stand in his way. A bright jade color began to form under the guy's hand, and flickering flashes and lightning began to appear next to it. The youth chuckled, asking why they were so confident that they could survive even if they used a combination attack. It was a technique that his teacher had used in exactly the same way 20 years ago, the so-called triple explosion, which destroyed everything around its owner. This attack was enough for the guy to sweep away all signs of life around him and destroy the hurricane of thugs around him. The bright explosion grew larger with each passing second, increasing its radius to such an extent that the entire cave was immersed in it. Moreover, the blinding flash could be seen even from a bird's eye view over the lands of Shanyang. The elder stared in shock at the bright explosion, nervously taking a step to the side under the crunch of the thug's bones. Moyeonji and Moyeon Kwangsun stared at the painting in both surprise and anger, not understanding where the boy got so much strength from. The shockwave from Yu's attack left behind several cuts that headed straight towards the twins. The light was able to blind not only the people in the cave, so soon loud cries could be heard that the ice lake of the cave had been destroyed. Moyong Kwangseong rushed forward, ordering his sister to destroy all the prisoners and go back to their father. The twin brother swung his sharp fan, creating green shimmers around himself, and saying that he would finish off the old man. A thin green slash moved at great speed towards the elder, who was already distracted. The old man turned out to be incredibly dexterous and agile, so he was able to dodge his enemy's attack by doing a high backflip. Hongmu Gai mumbled in flight that he was dealing with a bunch of scum, and then added that they could do whatever they wanted to him. Then the sage Gaiban grabbed the thick rope, waving it in different directions and throwing it towards Quan Son. The drunkard instantly turned into a rather fearsome warrior when he said that the villagers were not guilty of anything. He literally turned the ordinary rope into a thick whip that could match the steel texture of Quan Son's fan. The old man did not let his opponents escape, directing the tails of his rope at the two heroes and preventing them from attacking in return. Explosions began to echo throughout the cave again as the sage began to use his weapon to keep his enemies from getting close to him. The drunk grinned smugly, jumping senselessly to the ground and asking if the twins liked his whip. The elder's face broke into an even wider smile, and he said that today they would see why they shouldn't underestimate a poor old man. Meanwhile, Moyeon Dongjeon was gaining the upper hand over his enemies, and the entire Daryuk village was either running away or simply falling under his thin cuts. The father of the family threw his golden rings everywhere, which were able to pierce their targets in an instant. The person in charge of the entire Daryuk village was now Chol Mu-rin, who ran towards the head of the family to put up some resistance. Waving his sword with a purple aura, the warrior from the Lion Alliance angrily shouted at his opponent that he was a scumbag. The man in dark armor finally began to tense up, swinging his sword at the father of the family with a move called Ironbreaker. The leader of the Moyeon family did not even fight personally, using as his weapon a human shield in the form of Moyeon Gun-seong with his silver rings. Chol Mu-rin lost his composure again when he saw that Gun-sung had the same rings as the head of the family. Moyeon Gun-seong asked in a stern voice why the weak Mu-rin considered himself worthy of being among the rising stars of martial arts. The disciples from Daryuk village headed towards the head of the Moyeon family, loudly shouting that they would kill him. Man Sung-hyun didn't even have time to get close to the father of the Moyeon family when a bright golden flash rushed over his body. The same thing happened to Man Hyo-san, whose body was cut with a thin golden slit, preventing her from moving. The father of the Moyeon family began to run towards the village leader Daryuk, solemnly declaring that with these rings, no one could defeat him. Moyeon Dongjeon extended his hand forward, approaching Man Kwang-woo in a matter of seconds. Village leader Daryuk was frozen, as if his feet were chained to the ground and he could do nothing. The father of the Moyeon family grabbed the leader of the Daryuk village tightly and began to carry his body in the other direction at great speed. Man Kwang-woo hung over the cave cliff, and Moyeon Dongjeon declared that Moyeon's family would soon be floating above the entire continent, and that village had caused them too many problems. The leader of the Moyeon family lowered his gray eyebrows smugly, saying that he had to deal with all the threats for the sake of his family's future and did not want to get involved with such imposters. It was at that moment that a triple explosion from Sa-yu resounded throughout the cave, causing everyone present in it to shudder. The northern ridge cave began to shake loudly with blinding flashes that briefly deafened everyone inside. The thugs began to fly in different directions in the ruins, while their bodies were struck by blue lightning. The father of the Moyeon family decided to release the body of his enemy and painfully throw it onto the cold ground, turning towards the explosion. Before his eyes, the family leader saw hundreds of corpses of his exceptional swordsmen who had gone through 20 years of training. Moyeon Dongjeon nervously took a step back, shocked that someone was able to wipe out all of his fighters so quickly. Sa-yu began to walk forward, leaving behind earthquakes and bright flashes with every step. A bright blue fire flared up behind the boy as he said that the fate of those experienced swordsmen had been sealed when they stood in the way of the heavenly weapon. Moyeon Gun-seong squinted his eyes in confusion at the sight of the guy who seemed quite familiar to him. Chol Mu-rin immediately recognized Dan Sa-yu, whom he had seen the previous night together with the sage Gai Ban. Sa-yu continued to slowly approach the leader of the Moyeon family, asking what right he had to arbitrarily dispose of other people's lives. A threatening whistle of wind sounded near the boy's face, and he asked again if the leader of the family was ready to take responsibility for the lives of the people he had brazenly locked up in the cave. Moyeon Dongjeon looked down on the boy, replying that no matter what tricks he used, he was taking too many liberties, and then added that he had no reason to take responsibility for the scum of Goryeo. The guy stared depressingly at the head of the family, saying that he should think before speaking, because he could say his last words at any moment. The noise in the cave rose again, and all that could be heard was the sound of clashing blades and explosions. Chol Mu-rin stared at the strange guy, but inside he began to feel a suspicious sense of unease. He, one of the strongest warriors in the entire Iron Union, felt an oppressive atmosphere and fear when looking at an ordinary boy. There was something scary about the fact that Sa-yu was able to single-handedly deal with a squad of perfect assassins and then destroy the ice lake of the Northern Ridge Cave. Chol Mu-rin felt uneasy not because of the young man's strength, but because of his suspicious calmness and composure. A single nervous drop of cold sweat rolled down Chol Mu-rin's cheek as he felt like Sa Yu was trying to show everyone that he was the embodiment of death itself. Moyeon Gunseong smiled madly, loudly saying that the warrior from the Lion Alliance probably had nothing to do since his opponent was him, not Sa Yu. The elder brother of the Moyeon family suddenly attacked the confused Mu-rin, who was able to barely dodge the attack of his silver ring with his sword. The valiant warrior now resembled a punching bag, which only just managed to fight off the attacks of his enemy. Chol Mu-rin froze, feeling as if he was unable to even move as the shock wave from the impact swept through his entire body. The man in dark armor barely raised his irritated eyes, trying to look at Gunsong. Gunsong stared at Mu-rin as he reminded him of his question about whether he deserved to be considered one of the strongest. With a furious whistle, Chol Mu-rin rushed towards his opponent, answering his own question and telling his older brother Mo-yeon to judge for himself. A dark aura began to engulf the valiant warrior's sword around it, creating wavy tongues of flame around it. Meanwhile, Mo-yeon Dongjung decided to repeat the words of the boy who told him a few seconds ago that he would kill him. The golden ring began to spin over Moyeon's father's hand, and he said in an offended tone that the last words were only waiting for the boy. Father Moyeon visibly tensed up with his angry gaze, declaring that he was invincible because he had mastered the martial arts of the Northern Ridge itself. The ring above his hand began to spin even faster, gradually turning into huge tongues of golden fire. Moyeon Dongjung raised his hand, creating a blaze of golden aura around himself. Pointing his hand with fire towards the boy, Moyeon Dongjun shouted in rage that the boy would become his offering for the rings. Moyeon Dongjun began to twist the golden fire in his palms, turning it into a huge, sharp spiral aimed straight at the boy. Sa Yu stood still, looking at the huge circular saw made of golden flames that was getting closer and closer to him. The guy began to slowly summon blue flashes on his hands, and small lightning bolts began to appear next to him. The youth extended his slender jade hand forward to defend against the next attack from the head of the Moyeon family. When the golden flame of the circular saw collided with the boy's palm, it turned turquoise and began to shake. Sa Yu only slightly tensed up, beginning to spin his enemy's golden fire and transform it into something else. The boy froze for a few seconds, as the attack turned out to be slightly stronger than he initially expected. Sa Yu then decided to increase the pressure of his energy, creating a flash around himself and exploding Dongchun's golden aura to turn it into ordinary golden dust clouds. Looking at the destructive chaos in the golden lights, Moyeon Dongjun grinned triumphantly, shouting that he had been creating his rings for 20 years. The head of the family's gaze relaxed, and he stared madly at the result of his attack, adding that nothing would stop him anymore. Meanwhile, the golden lights and blue flashes disappeared, leaving behind only a fog of cold dust. When the dust cleared slightly, Sa Yu's silhouette appeared behind it, grabbing the golden ring with his jade hand. The sight alone made the family leader freeze in horror, and his eyes widened in confusion. The boy clutched the burning ring in his hands, saying that it was for the sake of such a weapon that the entire Moyeon family wanted to get the gold. Moyeon Dongjun nervously stepped back, realizing that the boy was the one who stole Banksy's gold. The young man continued to clutch the gold ring indifferently, saying that they had wasted 20 years on some misunderstanding. A bitter, almost sympathetic chuckle escaped the boy's lips as he said that unrivaled power could not be obtained by relying on some trinkets. Sa Yu's jade hand was still flickering with blue lightning and flashes as he handed the ring back to his enemy. Sa Yu released the golden ring from his hands for a brief moment, almost immediately deflecting it with his charged palm. The golden ring began to spin at great speed in flashes of the young man's aura, and he added that he did not need such trifles. The charged ring began to fly towards the father of the Moyeon family at incredible speed, whistling through space. Still holding the second ring in his right hand, the leader of the Moyeon family nervously strained his strength. Moyeon Dongjun was furious, so he threw a second gold ring towards the one flying at him. The charged golden ring instantly collided with the second one, which was saturated with Sa Yu's ghostly energy. Bright golden and blue flashes began to appear everywhere, surrounding Sa Yu and Mo Yan Jung Dong. Their auras mixed together, but the difference in strength was obvious, causing Mo Yan Jung Dong to fight back. A loud whistle sounded as the head of the Moyeon family tried to press his hands even harder on his gold ring. The blue lightning began to gradually mix with the gold and increase in size so much that they became even more enormous. All the father of the Moyeon family could do in this situation was watch as the blue light gradually absorbed his own attack. Now it was Mo Yan Jung Dong's turn to defend himself, so he began to use all his strength to withstand the attack directed at him. Eventually, both energies dissipated, and the ring returned to the head of the family, but he began to tremble, not understanding where the guy got so much strength from. Sa Yu came even closer, saying in a stern voice that Mo Yeon Jung Dong was not the head of the entire Mo Yeon family for nothing, so he had no right to disgrace her name like this. Both rings began to hover above Mo Yeon Jung Dong's body, and he could only emotionally call the boy a scoundrel. The guy mumbled that the hundreds of people he had killed before had probably suffered more, so he shouldn't expect a quick and painless death. The youth began to concentrate his power in his jade hands again, taking a fighting stance as the dull sounds of thunder echoed. Dan Sa Yu chuckled, stating that he wanted Mo Yan Dong John to feel all the pain he had caused to the innocent people of Goryeo. The boy concentrated the ghostly energy into his foot, stepping on the ground and breaking it into hundreds of small stones. The young man then began to shift quickly from foot to foot, each step leaving a trail of flickering lightning as he sped up. Moyeon Dongjung angrily thrust his hand back, spinning his gold rings even harder before pointing them towards the boy, saying that tricks wouldn't help the boy. He fired both of his rings straight at the youth, shouting that he would not be able to defeat him, Moyeong Dongjon himself, who had the power of the northern ridge itself on his side. Sa Yu stared ahead, quickly analyzing the trajectory of both golden rings flying towards him. Realizing that he wouldn't be able to repel this attack as easily, the young man quickly raised his body into the air, heading upwards. Sa Yu instantly spun around in different directions with his lightning chi, dodging both rings. The boy stared sternly at his enemy with a wild gaze, slowly asking what other tricks he was talking about. At the same moment, the young man landed on the ground again, pressing both his hands to it and creating a compressed blue light beneath them. A depressing tremor ran through the ground, causing the boy to fly high into the air with a blinding flash. Sa Yu threw his head back, threateningly asking his opponent how he dared to call the heavenly weapon itself some kind of tricks. The boy flew over the body of the father of the Moyeon family, directing all the blue energy flow into his leg. A blue shimmer surrounded the boy's foot, causing sparkling lightning to appear on his jade heel. The father of the Moyeon family didn't have much time to dodge the boy's fierce attack, which he had to defend himself from with his hand. The head of the Moyeon family's hand bent unpleasantly, and he angrily asked how the boy dared to fight him with some unknown martial art. But as soon as the master said this, the attacks began to become only more ferocious and stronger, not allowing him to relax for a second. Sa Yu began to attack him over and over again, unceremoniously kicking his opponent one after another. In the end, with a loud crunch of bones, the head of the Moyeon family was sent flying in the opposite direction after a flurry of kicks. The young man froze in midair for a few seconds and said with a smile that he was going to show Mo Yeon Dongjung something. Opening his ghostly eyes wider, the boy created several bright lightning bolts around his pupils, saying that he would show him the heavenly weapons, which he called tricks. At the same time, Sa Yu rushed towards his enemy at full speed, using lightning chi to instantly move. Moyeon Dongjeon wasn't going to give up easily, once again creating golden fire rings around his hands. With a loud whistle, he aimed the golden blade at the boy, but Sa Yu easily dodged even this attack. Instead, the boy ducked and dashed under his opponent's body, swinging his jade palm. Flashes began to flicker above the young man's hand as he began to bring it closer to the enraged master's face at great speed. The father of the Moyeon family could only fend off the boy's attacks with his rings, even when it seemed to him that he had a chance to attack himself. At such moments, it was enough for Sa Yu to simply hit the head of the Moyeon family point blank for him to fly back at high speed with vulgar screams. The leader of the Moyeon family screamed madly, feeling a fire of rage slowly blazing through his body, along with unbearable pain. Moyeon Dongjung landed on the ground and spread his arms out to both sides, creating a golden aura around himself and turning it into fire. A thin whistle began to form above his hands, and the head of the family extended his hand forward as his golden aura slowly began to lose its color and turn green. Despite all the pain throughout his body, Moyeon Dongjun tried to hold on and block the boy's attacks. But the guy just kept running forward, even looking at the stone depression that the master was creating beneath him. The man directed all his energy towards the boy in the form of a fiery dagger, which flew straight at his face. Another ring of the head of the Moyeon family broke through the golden dagger, the light of which increased with each passing second. The first ring was followed by a second one, which began to spin even faster in the air and surround the guy. As the young man moved swiftly thanks to his lightning ki, he didn't even notice when two of the master's weapons flew past him. This attack was not enough, but Moyeon Dongjeon had no intention of giving up, so he clenched his teeth together furiously and prepared to attack again. Concentrating his powers in his hands, the man used his mind to turn both golden rings towards the boy, directing them towards him from behind. Sa Yu didn't expect this, so he didn't even have time to react in time when the blade of one of the rings rushed across his throat. The second golden ring surrounded the young man and cut through his entire upper body, cutting him in two. The guy's silhouette suddenly began to resemble a cut piece of overcooked meat. Moyeon Dongjeon smiled fiercely and said with a trembling cry that the boy had underestimated him in vain and believed in his own unfortunate strength. But the head of the Moyeon family immediately froze when he saw something different, something unfair before his eyes. As it turned out, the cut and destroyed silhouette of Sa Yu was just the residual aura of that one, or, to put it simply, a weak distraction in the form of a helpless clone. The real Sa Yu soon jumped up at lightning speed, towering over his enemy with jade flashes all around him. The head of the Moyeon family was stunned. Now he could only watch as the boy in the air walked towards him with terrifying eyes. The man tried to protect himself with his hand from another blow from the other's leg, the pressure from which turned out to be even more significant. Still holding back the boy's attack, Moyeon Dongjeon angrily clenched his teeth and called him a bastard. The head of the Moyeon family still tried to snap back with a golden attack, but the boy ignored it, flying back with a somersault. The guy landed professionally on the ground, looking at the enemy in front of him, who fell to the ground exhausted and began to shake like a frightened rabbit. But Sa Yu wasn't done yet, raising both of his skinny palms and creating a blue glow around them, which for now took the form of a normal glowing smoke. The guy's thin arms began to crunch, and the veins began to stand out along with the bones under the words that the head of the Moyeon family would experience incredible pain. The youth's ghostly eyes lit up even more. This was a heavenly weapon move called Palm Destruction. The guy crossed his arms and began to perform movements that from the outside resembled a strange dance or spell. Sa Yu literally stretched his jade hands so that they could grab his opponent from a distance. And it was enough for him to grab one of the less vulnerable points of the head of the Moyeon family, squeezing his hand with incredible force. Then the technique began to work, twisting Moyeon Dongjeon's arm until it began to resemble a rag from which liters of water had been wrung out. The loud crunching of the master's bones began to be heard, along with his painful and agonizing cries. There was nothing human left in his hand, and the twisted skin began to gradually tear from such pressure. This was not the end yet. Sa Yu was just warming up in this way, so he threw a stinging slap into his opponent's face as an interlude. The boy began charging his hand again, clasping his fingers tightly together to turn it into a makeshift blade. Catching the trembling hand of the Moyeon family's master, Sa Yu pressed his palm against the one with a bright blue flash. Once again, Moyeon Dongjeon's hand began to twist painfully, resembling a huge spiral that was tearing apart everything around it. Moyeon Dongjung could already be considered a living dead, as he had completely lost control of his body and had completely turned into a punching bag. A cutting bolt of lightning from the young man flew through the unwinding spiral, its power no different from a tearing bullet. The man's eyes filled with blood from the pain and destroyed nerve endings, and a crimson liquid appeared under his eye sockets. The head of the Moyeon family was completely destroyed in every sense of the word. He looked more like a scarecrow emaciated by crows. With his arm twisted and his body destroyed from the inside, the man stepped back weakly, although he had already completely lost touch with reality. Finally, the guy decided to use lightning ki once again, creating a huge explosion around him. Above Sa Yu, the jumping flashes and lightning still danced as he continued to stand in a battle-ready pose. In this short time, the guy managed to get into the swing of things, so he forced a smile out of himself, not even expecting such abilities from himself. Meanwhile, Chul Mu Rin began to gain the upper hand on Mo Yeon Gun's son, repelling his attacks with multiple slashes. The valiant warrior said in a stern voice that the elder brother of the Moyeon family couldn't even repel his attack, but at the same time he allowed himself to doubt his abilities. Moyeon Gunseong gritted his teeth in anger, realizing that he was literally giving in to his enemy. The eldest brother of the Moyeon family angrily declared that he would personally cut off the head of the warrior from the Lion Alliance, starting to spin the silver ring next to his hand. It was at that moment that they heard a loud explosion nearby, another devastating attack from Sa Yu. A noticeable shudder ran across Moyeon Gunsung's face, and sweat began to appear all over his body. An instantaneous bullet of lightning chi flew past them, leaving behind a huge convex mark on the ground. The two men now had before them the ruined interior terrain of the North Ridge Cave. Chil Rin nervously turned his head towards the explosion, asking in a trembling voice what kind of terrifying force they had just seen. Moyeon Gunseong began to suspect something, so at that moment he turned his gaze towards the source of the explosion. In front of the Moyeon family's eldest brother, there was now a powerless figure that could barely stand on its own feet in the sea of flashes. Moyeon Gunseong shouted loudly towards Moyeon's silent father, whose body had completely lost its majestic form. All that could be seen was a miserable semblance of a man, completely transformed into a disfigured mannequin. Moyeon Dongjian tried to cling to life with all his remaining strength, squeezing out a single question and asking what was happening. In front of the master, there remained only a destroyed cave, in which it was difficult to see anything in the huge fog of dust. Due to the feeling of fear, the head of the Moyeon family couldn't even realize how badly he was injured, looking at his exhausted arm. He tried to restore his energy, but Sa Yu, who was standing in front of him, noted that nothing could help the master anymore. The guy mumbled that if the master wanted to live in this state for a little while longer, he should forget about trying to activate his ki. Hearing the young man's conditions, the head of the Moyeon family angrily clenched his teeth together, furiously calling the boy an arrogant goat. The bloodied master began to scream and order the boy not to speak as if their fight was already over, because they were just beginning. Looking at his hand, which was squeezed dry of life force, the family leader did not believe the young man's words that by activating his ki, he would die. Even though his hand now felt like a deflated balloon, Moyeon Dongjung exerted as much strength as he could and squeezed it tightly. The golden flames began to surround Moyeon Jongdan again, who declared with fighting spirit that he had mastered the Northern Ridge martial art and was invincible. Sa Yu could only lower his ghostly eyes in disappointment, amazed at how stupid his opponent was. Moyeon Dongjan began to nervously say that he had no rivals in this world, but he didn't even notice that his hand had started to twist again. The nerves in his arm were once again being torn and shattered, causing the man to wince in pain as the shimmers literally shredded his tissue. The head of the Moyeon family stared down angrily with bloody eyes, feeling as if all of his blood and energy were being mixed up inside him, twisting violently. Pressing his index and middle fingers together, the man pointed them at his own body with golden lights around it. The father of the family tried to touch his shoulder with 2 fingers to stop the flow of his internal energy. But this one movement caused his bloody eye to open and fill with even more blood. The sudden movement caused the flashes to increase, and Moyeon Dongchan's arm began to spin even more painfully. The master felt as if the bones in his arm had been turned into hundreds of crushed pieces, causing him to scream loudly in pain. Sa Yu crossed his arms in displeasure, saying that even with the master's good skills, they would not be enough to stop the process. The guy added that if the family leader couldn't control the lightning ki, then not only hundreds of arteries and veins, but also billions of capillaries would simply explode inside him. The master angrily glared at the boy with a bloody gaze, cursing him through sighs and clenched teeth. The man wanted to gain the upper hand at least at the last moment, so under the barely noticeable spark of his golden energy, he extended his second hand forward. Sa Yu was able to notice in time that he was trying to summon his golden rings from behind. The boy dodged the attempted attack, doing a high backflip to the sound of a hissing flash. During the flight, the young man remained calm, saying in a cold voice that any actions the man took were useless given his skills. Something suddenly made Sa Yu shift his attention, causing a cold bead of sweat to run down his face. Missing the boy, the ring simply continued heading towards the man, cutting off his crooked hand. Moyon Dongjung trembled and groaned in pain as he watched his destroyed arm fly off to the other side. Only now did Sa Yu realize that he wasn't trying to kill him with this attack, but was planning to cut off his arm to stop the flow of lightning chi throughout his body. The guy liked this turn of events much more, which caused an excited smile to appear on his face in slight anticipation. Grabbing the bloody spot where his hand had been just a few seconds ago, the man continued to stare angrily at the boy. The master raised his whole hand, creating a huge golden glow above it and lifting both rings above himself. The golden color of the rings seemed to mix with the man's crimson blood, turning the sparkling fire into a scarlet, hellish flame. The head of the Moyon family extended his hand upward, raising several more tongues of bright red flame above himself. The fire began to roar with a tingling, crackling sound as the man shouted that he would destroy the youth's soul with the power of the northern ridge. Moyeon Dongjan opened his good eye, severing his vocal cords using a move he called the Fire Spirit Explosion. As he screamed, the flames began to merge together, turning into a fiery black hole with a golden core in the center. The cave began to collapse with a crackling sound as the fire released its fangs and began to slowly eat away at it. This was not a good sign for Sa Yu, so he had to think urgently about how to proceed. The guy looked with interest at the bloody fire that began to surround him with its destructive energy. The temple in the middle of the cave began to succumb to the influence of the fiery element, as tongues of flame began to devour it as well. The fiery black hole grew larger with each passing second, and the temperature in the cave rose to an unbearable level. The flames spread throughout the North Ridge cave until they surrounded everyone present. Moyan Gunsung felt several beads of sweat run down his face in a short moment as the heat began to engulf his entire body. Cholmu Rin stopped his attacks for a split second, only to look at the huge, fiery vortex in front of them. The fire rushed past Gunseong and Mu Rin, causing both men to fly in different directions as the flames crackled. Sa Yu stared at the huge vortex of heat in front of him, commenting that Master should have started with something like this. Moyeon Dongjung bared his teeth fiercely, clenching his teeth, making a grinding sound through a heart-rending groan of anger. Sa Yu lowered his eyebrows with a serious expression, noting that as long as the key was causing pain to the master, his internal energy would destroy itself. In any case, now there was only one small thing left to do, so Sa Yu took a fighting stance, charging his jade hands with lightning. The boy ran his foot along the ground, saying that in this state the master would not be able to die very quickly. The fiery vortex grew larger right in front of the boy as he almost clasped his hands together, starting to create a blue glow between them. Sa Yu's voice took on a much more terrifying tone, and he said that he would make Mo Yan Dongjan experience hellish pain. It was time to show the true power of the heavenly weapon, so the boy extended both palms forward to the dull sound of thunder. A noticeable blue shock wave swept through the cave, and the space inside it began to distort. The lightning around Sa Yu appeared with even greater intensity as he directed the huge energy sphere towards the fire vortex. For a few seconds, the guy just waited for the right moment in the bright flashes, jerking his fingers in convulsions. But as soon as the right moment came, the young man took advantage of his chance and squeezed his hand tightly, gathering all the energy around him into it. This move was the so-called heavenly strike, which in one moment increased the energy sphere to an unimaginable scale. The golden rings began to gradually lose the fire around them as the youth's energy began to disperse the flames. A few seconds later, the entire cave space was blinded by a bright flash and explosion that destroyed both rings into small pieces. Explosions began to pass through the flames, causing the tongues of fire to suddenly disintegrate and evaporate into the air. Despite this, Sa Yu continued to press his energy and completely destroyed his opponent's attack. Mo Yan Gun Seong tried to reflect the strange blue light by holding his silver ring in front of himself and Mu Rin. The eldest brother of the Mo Yan family screamed towards his father, trying to cover his face with his hands from the bright flashes. But the explosions did not stop for a second, but only expanded in size and became louder and louder. Village leader? Daryuk clenched his teeth in anger at the bright light and the fact that he was unable to even rise from the cold ground. Sa Yu's energy sphere spun in the air, literally gathering all the energy around it and becoming even larger. The still living people in the northern ridge cave were scattered in different directions from the pressure of the ghostly energy. The elder and the twins were blinded by the bright flash of a huge explosion that almost wiped them off the face of the earth. Moyon Dongjion's scarlet flame disappeared completely, and he could only stare at the huge sphere that was slowly heading towards him. The master trembled again from fear and exhaustion. He simply could not believe that the boy was able to destroy the entire ridge and its fire. Moyong Dongjung's eyes widened as he began cursing the boy under his breath in an irritated voice. The guy, meanwhile, began to approach closer to the exclamations of the head of the Moyeon family, who did not understand what kind of monster was in front of him. Sa Yu confidently forced a smile, introducing himself as Dan Sa Yu, otherwise known as the Heavenly Weapon. 20 years to build according to plan began to crumble and turn into complete ruins. Moyeon Dongjung nervously clenched his teeth in the knowledge that he had failed, even after he had checked his plan 1,000 times to make sure it was reliable. He got rid of all the old people who could hinder him, and now some brat came and destroyed everything he had worked so hard for. Sa Yu began to approach closer with his threatening steps, accompanied by the sounds of lightning flashing nearby. The master's bloodied eyes widened even more, and he froze in horror, as if he had lost his composure again. Moyeon Dongjung could only shout in anger towards the boy, venting his rage and despair on him. The head of the Moyeon family fell to the ground, exhausted, and in horror ordered the young man to stop and not come closer to him. Sa Yu stood in front of Moyeon Dongjon and glared at him menacingly, preparing to carry out his justice any second now. The master begged for help in a desperate voice, despite the fact that the entire cave was deafened. The man trembled more and more with each passing second, whining in a pleading voice that he didn't want to die yet. In response to his plea, Sa Yu could only smile, because he was trying to ask for mercy after everything he did to the innocent people of Goryeo. The guy continued to tower over his victim and stare menacingly while lightning flashed nearby. The desperate Moyeon Dongjon screamed even louder, begging the young man with all his might for at least some mercy. Moyeon Gunseong heard his father's screams, turning towards him in a numb posture. The head of the Moyeon family continued to order the boy not to come closer, repeating once again that he did not want to die. Moyeon Gunsung was about to intervene for a second, but he felt dangerous inside, especially after everything the guy had done. The eldest brother of the Moyeon family nervously clenched his teeth, telling himself that he couldn't just let it go, that all of his father's efforts for 20 years had been simply destroyed. While he was thinking about what he should do next, he didn't even notice when Cheo Mu Rin snuck up behind him. A sharp slash with a dark aura rushed over Moyeon Gunseong's head, causing him to stumble and fly back. The valiant warrior held his great sword out in front of him, watching as his opponent flew away exhausted. A few drops of dark red blood were left on the ground as Moyeon Gunseong clutched his cut face in anger. Looking at the shocked eldest son of the Moyeon family, Mu Rin joked that he was of such a significant status that he allowed himself to be distracted during a battle with the valiant warrior himself. The bloodied Moyeon Gunseong turned angrily towards his opponent, calling him a freak. Moyeon Gunseong shouted out Cheo Mu Rin's name while aiming several cuts of his silver ring towards him. Chol Mu Rin looked at the 2 silver slashes that were flying straight towards his throat with a little surprise. The valiant warrior tried to fight off Gunsong's attack, but Gunsong pressed his attack, sending him flying back. Gathering his strength into his fist, Gunsong angrily growled that he and Mu Rin would have to postpone their battle until later. As soon as Cheo Mu Rin landed on the ground, he instantly met the clenched fist of the Moyeon family's eldest brother with his body. The fist swept across the Lion Alliance warrior's chest, creating a noticeable gust of silver wind in its place. The valiant warrior nervously clenched his teeth, through which he coughed up an imperceptible trace of blood. Mu Rin was struck by several attacks from Gunsun, who repeatedly directed slashes with his silver ring towards him. The hands of the eldest son of the Moyeon family made an unpleasant cracking sound as he began to quickly spin the ring in his hand. Moyeon Gunseong shouted loudly towards his exhausted father, throwing the spinning ring towards the boy. Sa-yu didn't immediately hear the whistle next to him, so he let the silver ring get quite close. The elder brother of the Moyeon family accelerated and tried to fly into the air at full speed to rise above the boy. Only then did the young man notice the silver cut next to him, abruptly turning his gaze to the sharp blade. The guy ran his hand over the silver ring flying at him, deflecting the attack in the other direction with the words that something like that wouldn't work. In fact, Mo Yeon Gun-sung took advantage of this moment to distract the boy and grab his father. The master's body was heavy and Gun-song had no strength, so he called Sa-yu a scoundrel with all his might. Breathing heavily with blood all over his face, the eldest brother of the Moyeon family said that even if the boy went to hell with him, he would not allow him to destroy his family. Moyeon Gun-seong headed up with the body of his exhausted father, promising to take revenge on the young man for everything. Looking at Gun-song flying away, Sa-yu slowly rose up and called him exactly the same idiot. The boy looked at the fleeing Moyeon family members with an indifferent expression, asking why they thought they could escape from him. Extending his jade hand forward, Sa-yu confidently said that he would take the lives of Gun-song and his father. As he flew, the eldest brother of the Moyeon family nervously glanced at the blue flashes that were heading towards him. The elder brother of the Moyeon family desperately fought off the boy with his impulses in the form of sharp silver rings. The spinning silver ring began to swing in the air at a rapid speed, getting closer and closer to the guy. Unimpressedly lowering the eyelids of his ghostly eyes, Sa-yu couldn't help but wonder what kind of unfortunate techniques those people had. Moyeon Gun-song looked back at Sa-yu with worry in his eyes, who was about to block his attack and send it back in his direction. At that moment, the eldest brother of the Moyeon family decided to change tactics, directing the silver ring in a different direction with the movement of his fingers. The silver ring suddenly whistled, changing its trajectory and flying in the other direction without touching the young man. Sa-yu glanced warily towards the silver ring that had moved to a slightly different position. A sharp gust in the form of a ring flew past from the other side of Sa-yu, who looked uncertainly at his strange movements. The silver ring swept its blades across one of the huge rocks nearby, cutting through the thick layer in one motion. The air blade split the huge rock above the boy's body in two, causing him to slowly begin to fall to the ground. The stone began to gradually crumble, turning into small pieces in a matter of seconds and staggering. It began to fall on the young man with a loud roar, creating an audible earthquake throughout the entire northern ridge cave. Looking at the falling rock, Sa-yu dramatically said in an indifferent tone that he definitely didn't expect such a reception. Everything began to fall apart in an instant, and the already destroyed temple fell completely into ruins. The ground shook loudly with an oppressive tremor, the shockwave of which could be heard even at the top of the mountain. Meanwhile, the elder fought the twins one-on-one, watching as Moyeon-ji flew towards him with a jerk, spinning in the air. The old man was being surrounded from both sides, so Moyeon Kwan-seong and his sister attacked at the same time. At such moments, the sage Gaiban grabbed his whip even more tightly, repelling the attacks of the two heroes simultaneously. The strong swings of the rope left noticeable marks and dents on Kwan-sun's fan, which continued to attack unceremoniously. In many ways, the battle consisted largely of neither twin being able to get close to the old man or cause any noticeable damage to him. Moyeon-ji pointed her sword tip forward, heading towards the elder at high speed. Moyeon Kwang-seong opened his fan so that it faced the enemy with its long blade. This time, Iron Man didn't have time to swing his heavy whip, so he could only watch as two attacks were directed at him. Moyeon-ji's sword almost flew across his face, but the old man tilted his head to the side in time, preventing it from digging into his skin. This was only the first attack, after which Moyeon Kwang-son immediately made a dense cut through the air. The drunkard jumped up with a desperate groan, landing on the blade of a sharp fan with his trembling legs. This continued for a few more seconds, the old man first dodging the sword strike and then jumping back, sliding along the fan. After another such cycle, Hong Mu-gai decided to jump back a little further, digging his fingers into the hard ground. Then the old man swung his whip with all his might, hitting Moyon Kwansun's face with its hard shape. The second end of the rope managed to catch Moyon-ji, who twisted from the sharp pain and the impact. The old man rushed past them, throwing his fists at the twins and causing them to release their weapons, flying off in other directions. However, the elder was not yet ready to finish, solemnly declaring that he had now caught both of them. The rope tightly wrapped around Mo-Yan Kwang-sun several times, tightening so tightly that he could barely breathe in the tight embrace of the rope. At the same moment, Iron Man began to spin his whip very quickly, with Mo-Yan Kwang-sun at the tip, swinging it towards his sister. The elder used as much force as he could to grip the rope tightly so as to raise the wind around them. Mo-Yan Kwang-sun nervously shouted, feeling like he had lost all control over the situation and his body was being sent in the other direction at a great speed. But the old man wasn't finished yet, because he pointed the other end of his whip at Moyon-ji, gripping her in the same way. The elder continued to spin the twins in different directions for a few more seconds, not even giving them a chance to figure out what was happening. Finally, the whip relaxed its grip and the two heroes fell powerlessly to the ground under the old man's leap. Moyon Kwang-sung nervously rose to his knees, trying to catch his breath after what had happened in just a few seconds. Moyon-ji looked at the elder warily, finally recognizing him as Hongmu Gai of Gaiban. The old man raised a gray eyebrow in puzzlement, noting that the twins had fought rather shamefully for those who had kept people in prison for 20 years. It was at that moment that a huge rock collapsed over the temple inside the North Ridge Cave. The elder nervously turned his gaze towards the noise and dust that suddenly began to rise into the air. A large, cracked rock fell downwards at great speed, creating an oppressive tremor throughout the entire cave. When the stone finally hit the cold ground, the oppressive sound of a collapsing structure echoed throughout the North Ridge Cave. The temple was destroyed, and nothing remained in its place except a huge, flat stone that raised it to the ground. Suddenly, a frightening silence fell over the entire cave, interrupted only by the grinding of stones. Hearing a strange crack, the former prisoners of the cave looked at the destroyed temple in shock, not understanding what was happening. The old man froze in horror, puzzled, wondering if that same boy from Gore was involved in all the destruction. Moyon Gunsun rushed over Moyon-ji and Moyon Kwang-sun with his father's body on his shoulders, ordering them to retreat immediately. The elder brother of the Moyeon family warned them on the go with a ringing alarm in his voice that the great calamity had awakened. A bright blue light began to form under the collapsed stone, gradually covering its surface with narrow cracks. A few seconds later, the huge rock shattered into thousands of small pieces as Sa-yu's sharp finger pierced through the thick surface. Sa-yu stood with his hand raised, glaring menacingly at the fleeing Moyeon family who stared at him in horror. The boy cleared a path in front of him, clearing hundreds of small stones around him in bright flashes. What was a huge stone pillar just a second ago has now turned into crumpled fragments. Moyeon Gunseong tensed up even more in terror, exerting even more strength to leave the cave and take his father with him. Through his bloodied face, angry saliva escaped from Gunsong's lips as he emotionally called the boy a monster. Moyon-ji excitedly shouted to her twin brother that they needed to escape quickly before the cave collapsed completely. One thing that Sa-yu didn't understand was why he was called by some fancy nicknames, like a certain great calamity. The cave began to shake again, filling with fog that immediately mixed with thick dust. Moyon-ji repeated to her brother once again that they needed to leave, but Moyon Kwang-sung stood still, saying that he wasn't going anywhere. The twin brother clenched his teeth tightly and strained his face into a bitter expression, growling nervously that he couldn't let the old man go even if he had to put his life on the line. Moyon-ji's eyes shook for a second, but she collected her thoughts, looking at her twin brother with both sadness and confusion. The elder lowered his gray eyebrows, calling Kwan-sun an idiot, and then asked why he thought he could defeat him with his ridiculous skills. With his sharp fan thrust forward, Moyon Kwang-sung had no intention of giving up yet, summoning waves of their green aura around him. The twin brother opened his eyes wider, shouting emotionally that he would first tear off all the old man's limbs and then destroy the inhabitants of Goryeo. His eyes filled with anger and darkness as he felt a sudden shocking sensation throughout his body. However, this shocking feeling was not his anger or his malice, but Sa-yu's blow, which sent him flying back at lightning speed. The boy narrowed his ghostly eyes, saying in a quiet voice that he wouldn't be able to destroy anyone with such skills. Moyeon Kwansung flew far away, letting go of his fan as flashes began to spread throughout his body. The brother of the two heroes rolled across the ground with a roar and his own groans, but he could not stop or rise. Instead, Kwansung's body literally accelerated across the ground, hitting the nearest tall rock and breaking through it. Mo Yeonji desperately screamed towards her brother, her pupils once again starting to shake nervously in fear. The girl ran up to her brother, who had been exhausted by one blow and who could barely even rise to one knee. Moyeon Kwangsung began to cough, feeling lightning spread throughout his entire body and causing his body to shake in convulsions. He did not respond to the exclamations of his sister, who lifted his body and begged him to hold on with all his might. Sa Yu walked out to the twins, commenting in a stern voice that the girl had no respect for other people's lives, but still cared about her brother. Mo Yeonji nervously shouted with a mixture of anger and fear towards the boy, asking why he was interfering in their family's affairs. Sa Yu only replied that he had no intention of interfering in anything, and that it was the Moyeon family that was standing in his way, trying to stop him. The girl did not understand what he wanted from them, and answered at the top of her voice that the guy was lying, and even took the money that was supposed to go to them. Then the young man told how he had once followed two caravans from Goryeo that were heading to Shenyang and Moyeon. The twin sister's eye twitched nervously when the boy mentioned two caravans, as if the mention seemed familiar to her. Sa Yu added that exactly 10 years ago, there was an envoy from Yuan in one of these caravans, which suspiciously coincided with the date when the Moyeon family wanted to complete their plan. The guy put forward a theory that the envoy from Yuan had some connection with Shenyang, even if the Moyeon family had nothing to do with him. Then Sa Yu also mentioned the incident 20 years ago when the Moyeon family practically took over the Northern Ridge Cave without permission and began stealing people from Goryeo. He noted that somewhere around then, 10 years ago, a girl from Goryeo, whom he had been looking for several years, was kidnapped. One of the older prisoners was noticeably surprised when the boy mentioned a certain girl, as if some realization had popped into his head. The exhausted old man opened his one eye in surprise, trying to understand whether the boy was looking for the one. Meanwhile, inside the cave, a loud rustling sound was heard, coupled with an unpleasant hissing and a light whistle. At that moment, the words about a certain great disaster sounded in the young man's head again in time, and a large explosion occurred next to them. The girl screamed in horror that the great disaster had already begun, but they had not yet managed to escape from the cave. The bombs began to explode one after another, each one beginning with a loud crack and then continuing with a short prelude in the form of a whistle. The cave instantly turned into a testing ground where bombs exploded every second, destroying it from the inside. Mo Yeonji's eyes visibly frowned and she stared at the boy again with a suppressed anger on her face, addressing him on the verge of shouting. The realization came to the sister of the two heroes as she shook her head slightly and exhaled in the realization that the boy had been hiding his true strength all this time. Then she remembered that day at the Northern Inn when Sa Yu, with his mere presence, had doomed them to failure. The girl added that the cave would become the young man's grave, and even if he came out alive, Moyeon's family would find him and definitely take revenge. There was nothing more she could say, so she jumped with her brother's body in agony and headed towards the exit of the cave. Explosions began to reverberate throughout the cave, leaving huge craters and complete ruins. Today, the capital of the Moyeon family will not be quiet, even if the calm ambience of the dark night could indicate something completely different. All this was just the calm before the storm, when explosions suddenly began to echo across the surface of the cave. The explosions were so powerful that the great disaster lived up to its name and destroyed almost the entire capital of the Moyeon family. The entire capital was covered in a huge layer and clouds of dust, surrounding its outskirts with a gray haze. Thus 15 days passed, but the noise never died down. The clouds of dust never completely cleared, and the entire capital, with the exception of the temple, never blossomed again. The head of the Moyeon family, Moyeon Dongjeong, sat on his throne, still unable to find peace, thinking about something. Only until today, the father of the family was going to allow himself to be sad and drink another bottle of alcohol. Father told himself that even the stupid death of Mo Yan Kwang's son would not allow him to dive headlong into grief. Even it would not make him grieve for the rest of his life. Moyan Dongjung promised that his youngest son's family would not be a coincidence, adding that it would be their contribution to the future. Taking the last sip of his dry wine, Moyan Dongjong said that no matter how much he continued to mourn, he would force himself to forget his loss. The wine bottle fell from the hands of the head of the Moyeon family, falling haphazardly onto the floor, hoping to break. But just like the other 3 empty, regrettable bottles from previous similar promises, it fell to the ground whole. Moyan Dongjan was going to stain his hands with blood for the sake of his family, so he first planned to clean up the remains of Daryuk village and then unite with other clans. He thought that even though he had lost a lot, he still only needed a little time to recover and resume his plan. Grasping the bloody spot where his hand had been, the master seemed to feel that searing pain all over his body again. He didn't understand why Sa Yu needed all this, because nothing was known about him, from his clan, age, and even his name. On the other hand, he was curious whose student he was, since he had never seen such martial arts anywhere else. But no, Moyan Dongjung tried to dismiss such thoughts, calling them nonsense that didn't make any sense. Looking at the sunset, the master could only console himself with the thought that the boy had died the day the cave collapsed. The rest of the evening passed in such chaotic thoughts until the crystal moon descended into the sky. Moyan Dongjung sat in complete silence and peace, trying not to worry about anything anymore with his plan in his head. Then he heard a suspicious sound nearby, which made him open his only eye slightly. Moyan Dongjung froze in horror when he saw a familiar silhouette of a guy in front of him, whose hand began to glow with a blue light with flashes. Dan Sayu reminded the father of the Moyeon family in a terrifying voice that he had already promised to take his life. The capital of the Moyeon family had never been as quiet as it was that night, especially compared to the night when the incident happened. Through the crackling and explosions, the young man managed to quickly break through the exit from the cave, along with those who found themselves there on that ill-fated night. At the exit to the Northern Ridge Cave, a huge beam could be seen which moved the victims inside. The corridor was covered in rubble, so Sa Yu had to clear it out himself. When they finally got outside, the old man looked at the boy in surprise, saying that he never thought that the boy could survive. Thanks to the combined efforts of the prisoners from Goryeo, as well as Chol Murin, most of the people managed to escape from the cave unharmed. The elder looked at the moon, relieved at how nice it was to breathe in some fresh air. One of the older prisoners broke the silence, asking if the girl the boy was looking for was named Khan. 6 or 7 years old when she disappeared. The thin old man mumbled that he had been locked up for 20 years, when men and women of all ages were brought to the prison. The old man said weakly that women and children were unable to cope with physical work, which is why they were sold into slavery, and the money earned was spent on excavating the cave. He said that one day a girl named Han Sa-A was brought there, but despite her intelligence for her age, she was soon sold to a slave trader. As it turned out, the slave register book was still in Moyan's family's possession, so finding that would also allow them to find the girl. This could only mean that meeting Moyeon's family in the cave would not be the last time Sa Yu would have to deal with them. One thought still didn't leave the guy, as he still suspected that everything could have been the most ordinary coincidence. Sa Yu didn't mince words with his enemy, directing several steel palms at once towards the head of the Moyeon family. The muffled cries of the father of the Moyeon family, who in horror took on every burning blow of the boy, were completely lost in the explosions. The master trembled as lightning began to surround his entire body, preventing him from moving and completely paralyzing him in hellish pain. Sa Yu asked him in a slow voice if he had promised him that he would make him experience unbearable pain. The guy leaned towards the master with an imperceptible smile, who froze in horror and began to scream in pain, turning his ghostly eyes to the side as blue flashes began to appear above his eyes. Moyeong Dongjong's eyes widened in pain as the boy said that it was time for him to pay for his sins. The top floor of the Moyeon family temple began to glow with a bright blue light for the rest of the night. But soon the sounds of lightning and screams of horror ceased, and the light at the top went out, leaving no trace behind. After a while, in the suspicious depths of the night, the doors to the upper floor slowly swung open. It was Moyeon Gun Seong. Moyeon Gun Seong stood at the entrance, announcing that they had completed all the necessary preparations before heading to the Iron Union. Clapping his fist together with Mo Yeon-ji, the older brother added that they had destroyed the entire Daryuk village for their own safety, and so they wanted to say goodbye before leaving. But when there was no answer, Gunsong looked warily towards his father, suspicion in his eyes. The eyes of the Moyeon family's eldest brother widened in horror as the horrific scene appeared before him in all its glory. In response, silence came again from the emaciated, one-armed corpse of their father, whose disfigured face could only be barely seen in the shadows. Moyeon Gunseong screamed in horror towards their family leader, realizing that they were being attacked. Moyeon Dongjan begged with all his remaining strength to urgently call some kind of doctor while his face was pulsating with blue energy. Gunsong and Ji asked him to hold on at the top of his voice, while Sa Yu jumped down from the top floor with satisfaction and headed in the other direction. The guy looked around, carefully examining where he should go next, since he didn't have a plan yet either. However, Sa Yu still managed to get hold of that very book of slaves, which would allow him to find his master's daughter. The book itself looked like an ordinary wooden scroll, but despite its modest appearance, it contained very important information. Sa Yu began jumping from one rooftop to another again, landing and rising again to the prickly sounds of lightning and muffled thunder. So the guy decided to move to one dining room, which he went into before going to the cave 2 weeks ago. Oddly enough, just like last time, he heard a familiar voice at the table asking if the guy had gotten what he wanted. There was an elder sitting at one of the tables drinking, and Sa Yu commented that it must have been very atmospheric for him to drink liquor under the moonlight. The old man chuckled, noting that Moyeon Dongjan was now considered a villain by the entire world, despite his status in the past, so he offered him a glass to drink for the repose of his soul. Sa Yu said that he wasn't that sensitive, so he wouldn't drink to someone like the leader of the Moyeon family. The boy pointed to the scroll in his hands, noting that he was pleased that he was able to find clues as to where his master's daughter might be. Looking dreamily out the window, the old man called him very indifferent, even though he had only stolen his friend's father, and then added that he would drink as much liquor as he had ever drunk in the cave. The drunk began to unceremoniously suck alcohol from his bottle when the young man walked past him suspiciously. The old man remembered something, telling the boy that he knew someone who could help him find the girl. Sa Yu narrowed his ghostly eyes suspiciously, not responding to the old man's suggestion. The young man then turned to the elder, declaring that he actually had some request for him. The guy opened the scroll in front of him, and on the table appeared a rather long list of sold slaves from Goryeo. After looking at the text on the scroll with a puzzled expression, Sa Yu decided to ask if the elder knew about some black traders. The old man looked away, indifferently saying that he never thought he would ever hear such a question from the guy. The word seemed literally fatal, because wherever you looked on the scroll, it was displayed in almost every second sentence. Although the black traders had taken this name upon themselves, it was hard to call them that since they were usually called the Union of Traders. All information about them existed only in rumors and whispers, so no one knows their leaders and what they traded once they gathered together. The old man noted in a serious voice that they were very careful in hiding information about themselves, and then added that all that was known was that they were connected to the Five Dragons Union. In fact, Sa Yu's answer seemed both big and useless, as there was very little information. Then the drunkard grinned with all his teeth, even the knocked-out ones, and said that with his status, he could try to find out everything he needed to know about the Union. The guy was noticeably interested in the old man's offer, so he asked him almost hesitantly if he could help him. The elder lowered his gray eyebrows in a more serious expression, saying that he could only say more for a handsome price. Sa Yu was silent for a few seconds, and then said with a tight-lipped smile that Gaibon's greed knew no bounds. The old man's eyes widened in surprise when the young man asked if any of the information was worth that huge amount of money. The young man still had a backup plan for such a case, so he held out the glowing blue pearl from the hermit's cave, asking if such a payment would be acceptable. The elder froze in shock, The pearl in the young man's hands was a real glowing marble of a perfect spherical shape, which could cost at least 1,000 gold pieces. The drunkard nervously pressed his lips together, feeling an incomprehensible sensation that he himself did not know how to describe. Still, he was afraid, starting to resist the guy's offer, loudly asking if the guy thought that he would take the ball with a shaking hand, even if it really was made of marble. The old man nervously pointed his finger forward, demanding something else, but Sa-yu still couldn't understand why he was acting so strangely. Iron Man then recounted an incident 10 years ago where he saw the bronze dragon being destroyed by martial arts. It was on that day that the old man's understanding of the world and martial arts was completely turned upside down. Then the elder bitterly realized how stupid it was to train all his life and learn something new. The words of the evil spirit in Shenyang left a mark on the elder's memory that he still couldn't erase. Having heard that a disciple of the evil spirit would soon come to Shenyang, the old man spent days waiting for the arrival of the same one at the statue. Thus, a whole year passed, starting from that very spring in which, as it seemed to the old man then, new legends were to be created. But then nothing happened for a whole year, and the next 12 months passed in another wait. And thus, the 10th summer had already passed, but the so-called descendant still had not appeared on the lands of Hyolupayong. The 10th summer has passed, and where there is a 10th summer, there is also a long 10th winter, covering everything with the snow of expectation. Just a few weeks ago, something unimaginable happened, and the old man heard a detachment rushing into their village. It was such an ordinary caravan that the elder himself seemed to sense that something special was about to happen that day. It was then that the old man saw a strange guy on one of the carts, who even then seemed damn unusual to him. Hong Mu-gai crossed his arms and said that it was on that day that he saw him, the man whom the evil spirit had called his descendant 10 years ago. Dan Sa-yu was the man that the sage Gaiban had been waiting and wanting to see for 10 whole years. Lowering his fluffy gray eyebrows in confusion, the elder said that he recognized Sa-yu by his blue, unnatural eyes, which he also saw on the evil spirit. With his shoulders slumped in a slightly puzzled expression, the boy mumbled that the old man seemed to be indeed acquainted with his master. The youth looked at the elder with his ghostly eyes, asking him if he had wanted to know the secret of the heavenly weapon in the form of a fee all this time. The old man wrapped his lips around the neck of his alcohol-soaked bottle, replying that he was giving information for a good price. Iron Man grinned wryly and added that since the guy agreed to work together, they could help each other and be equal. At the very least, the young man was satisfied with the elder's answer, so he couldn't help but smile widely on his face. Slamming his fist into his palm in respect, Sa-yu said that he was glad to have made such an equal deal with the sage Gaiban himself. Closing his eyes, the young man said that he did not know a lot, but still promised to tell everything he knew. Hong Mu-gai smiled even wider as he walked up to the boy and introduced himself with his title. Repeating the boy's gesture, the old man promised to make every effort on behalf of Gaiban to find anyone and anywhere at the request of the young man. Sa-yu felt a warm feeling in his soul that he had not experienced in the 10 years he had spent in the cave. Perhaps this was the first time in a long time that the boy truly felt like he had someone other than his late teacher on his side. Or perhaps it was a promise he made to him. However, the boy knew that no matter how sweet this short moment of understanding was, he and the old man still had much to see. The next day, Sa-yu left the capital of Shenyang, and the elder, indifferently throwing his hands behind his head, asked where the guy was in such a hurry that he didn't even want to say goodbye. Sa-yu folded his hands behind his back, calmly replying that his master had asked him to go to Taiwan and find his daughter, but the sage pointed out that they wouldn't be able to do anything that quickly. Then the elder handed the young man a small, crumpled magazine with torn-out pages, saying that it contained all the important information about Kang Ho that would be useful to him. The old man added that the journal contained reports about Kang Ho and also contained data on all the known personalities of the location. Sa-yu stared at the torn magazine, examining it for a few seconds with a slightly puzzled expression on his face. When the boy finally took the book and opened it, the sage declared that money and power were, of course, important, but knowledge was even more important. Sa-yu began to read the contents of the journal, which contained names that were slightly familiar to him, such as Saint Rainblade and Saint Palm, who was also called the half-immortal. The first of the three saints was the so-called Huangbo Gong Ak, who was driven out of the northern Yuan by the influence of the Iron Alliance itself, the strongest force since the Ming Dynasty. He recalled that the Iron Alliance consisted of the 5 Dragon Alliance, the Lion Alliance, and the 5 Foundation Alliance, and Huangbo Gun Ak was the leader of the former. The second was the Rainblade Saint, who stood at the head of the 5 Foundations, as well as the 5 Dragon Alliance, the heart of the Iron Alliance. Saint Rainblade was also called by his real name, a certain Yun Yop Ya, which Sa Yu also heard about on the way to Shenyang. The old man noted that those 2 saints were considered the strongest, but he still felt that there were masters who could resist them. Such people were the masters of Kang Ho, known as the 3 Splendors, which consisted of the 3 steel blades of the procession, the Ghost Blade, and the Valiant Warrior of the North Wind. Also among the strongest with potential were some 3 buds, which included Blood Plum Bud, Lotus Bud, and Iceflower Bud. Incidentally, the mention of the 3 Splendors made the young man remember the Valiant Warrior they had seen in the cave. The old man noted that the young man's déjà vu was not without reason, since the Valiant Warrior was Chol Mu Rin of the Lion Union. Chol Mu Rin himself belonged to the Lion Union for a reason, because he was subordinate to the tyrant of the single blade, Chol Mu Seong. As was known, Chol Mu Seong was considered the strongest of the 3 saints, which is why Daryok village was under their control. Chol Mu Rin was the son of the great Chol Mu Seong, so there were mixed rumors that the future of the entire continent would be in his hands. The old man noted that the 3 Splendors and the 3 Buds were the same age as the boy, so he would be able to get to know them. The boy looked up in confusion, not denying the elder's suggestion, but not agreeing with it either. Thus, their walk began near the gorge and ended not far from it, when they decided to sit down for the night. As usual, the old man enjoyed such moments, wrapping his lips around the neck of his bottle and drinking several glasses of liqueur at a time. The drunkard threw his head back contentedly, noting with satisfaction how much he really enjoyed bathing in alcohol. Sa Yu was not distracted by such trivialities, looking at the journal and saying that it was written there that the 3 Buds' strength was not that great. Thoughtfully lowering the eyelids of his ghostly eyes, the boy decided to ask if there was anyone who was considered stronger than the 3 saints. The elder was silent for a few seconds with the bottle right at his lips, saying that such a person existed, in his opinion. Sa Yu looked at the old man warily when he mentioned a certain single strongest person that he had never heard of before. Sage Gaibang said that according to rumors, such a person was someone from northern Yuan, who was called the Lord of Heaven, whom even all the tyrants together could not defeat. No one knew what the heavenly overlord's true power was, so he became something of an urban legend. The old man nervously handed the bottle of alcohol to the boy, saying that it seemed to him that he had never seen anyone stronger than the boy. Just one name caused a strong sense of déjà vu in Sa Yu, so he couldn't help but wonder if Mu Ai had been taken away by that same heavenly lord. With his hands hanging down in a helpless expression, the boy continued to wonder who that man could really be. The elder rolled his eyes indifferently, trying to change the subject and ask the young man about his heavenly weapon. Sa Yu asked what he was interested in, and an enthusiastic smile spread across the sage's face, and he shouted that he was so interested that he could explode in anticipation. The guy exhaled, holding out his hand forward with the words that even if he said it, it would hardly be very clear. Looking at his hand, the young man said that the master had told him that the technique had been invented more than 1,000 years ago, but in fact, he had only taught him that he needed to hit the weak spots. This explanation really surprised the old man, so he said that the heavenly weapon was suspiciously similar to ordinary street fights. Sa Yu decided to explain it differently, saying that in order to use it, one must understand the structure of the human body as well as the theory of lightning chi and ghostly eyes. With a crack, small flashes and lightning began to appear around the boy's hand as he explained that all weak points became visible through the ghostly eyes. With a sharp wave of his hand, Sa Yu confidently stated that the effect on the veins could destroy a person's muscles, but its power did not only affect living things. The guy quickly turned his gaze to the side, stating that he needed to direct the force to something that looked like veins. The young man directed his blue energy into the nearest stone, leaving an energy sphere on its surface. When the stone began to crumble before the old man's eyes, he froze in both anticipation and admiration. Sayu stared at the stone as his jade hands began to glow even brighter with lightning around them. When he felt enough energy had accumulated, the young man suddenly squeezed his hand, with a bright flash on his palm. This heavenly weapon move was symbolically called Heaven's Strike, because the ball flash tore the rock in front of them into hundreds of tiny pieces in an instant. The lightning began to accumulate and turn into a huge ball of energy, destroying the stones around it with a circular explosion. The old man staggered and fell from the sharp wave because he could not even imagine that the young man could destroy everything around him with such ease. The elder's eyes opened wide. The guy seemed simply invincible to him, and he could not believe his eyes, even when he saw the miracle in front of him. At that moment, the sage Gaiban noticed that he had accidentally knocked over his bottle, from which the remains of his favorite liqueur poured out. Sayu awkwardly shifted his gaze as Iron Man began to shout at him that he had deliberately confused him to deprive him of alcohol. The old man grumbled and jumped with displeasure when the guy suggested that he take a rest, since they had to set out early in the morning. The events move on to Fushun, in the heart of Daryok village, which was still recovering from all the losses. The village leader Daryuk was informed that Moyon Dongjian had recently died of a heart attack, or at least that was what everyone was told. Man Quan-Wu frowned with a dissatisfied expression and skeptically asked the valiant warrior about his opinion on the so-called heart attack. Chul Mu-rin closed his eyes, saying that anyone who believed in the power of martial arts would never believe such nonsense, and that the head of the family was most likely killed by Dan Sayu. For a few seconds there was complete silence between the two, in which only the whistling of the wind could be heard. Man Quan-Wu recalled the brawl at the Northern Inn, where a fight broke out between Sayu and one of Chu Salso's warriors, during which one of the corpses was mutilated by blue energy. Village leader Daryuk thought for a few seconds, then noted that they should have forced the boy to join them earlier. Chol Mu-rin replied that even if they tried, Sayu would hardly agree, since he did not care about the fate of Daryuk village. The valiant warrior recalled the words of the boy when he said that he did not want to be used as a convenient weapon. Moreover, Sayu then added that the Daryok village was still alive only because they did not steal people and make slaves out of them. Chil Mu-rin's hands trembled, and he said that they were very lucky that the young man was not their enemy, as even the Lion Union would not be able to compete with him. The valiant warrior noted that with the death of Moyong Dongjian, they could begin to gain power in Shenyang, but Man Quan-Wu asked him to act with caution. The warrior from the Lion Union merely nodded and turned away, confidently walking in the other direction without saying another word. Under the light of the huge moon, Chol Mu-rin slowly walked down the steps, descending in complete silence. A confident smile flashed across the valiant warrior's face as he said in his final words that Dan Sayu was destined to be either his enemy or his ally. Now that Moyeon Dongjian was dead, Chu Salso and the village chief Daryuk were the strongest warriors in the area. Rumors of the incident in the cave spread to other villages, reporting that Man Sung-hyun and Man Hyo-sang were either mortally wounded or dead. A loud voice in the middle of the village said that he thought they could at least hope for a squad of swordsmen. A man in a large conical hat walked inside the room, trying to find the source of the disgruntled voice. He stood behind the other seated man, bowing slightly to say that he was greeting his master. But just as the guest was about to bow deeper to his master, he extended his hand forward, ordering his subordinate to stop. Putting his finger to his lips, the Great Celestial Alliance merchant master, Jiang Du-su, said that his protege would have a chance to bow later. The merchant master listened to the gossip about the head of the Moyeon family from another table, and how the family had valiantly resisted the intruders. One of the men at the table nervously said that there was an elder from Gaiban Hongmu Gai in the cave. Grabbing the fabric around his leg, the man added in fear that the old man and the boy were the very embodiment of horror. Even the thought of those two made the man without a leg shake, as if it were a disturbing dream come true. The man's eyes froze and became glassy as he said that the boy's strength reminded him of the strength of a certain woman. The boy's arms were slightly different, but he remembered their thin shape in detail, as well as the jade light they emitted. The man could only call such hands hands that could belong not to an ordinary person, but to a real demon. These were demonic jade hands that were capable of crushing and twisting bones and exploding blood vessels. The man will not soon forget that pain, remembering how the young man touched his leg, and in an instant destroyed its bones and blood vessels. The same thing happened to the entire squad of ideal fighters, and some were not so lucky, because their bones were destroyed not only in their legs or arms. The surviving thug said he could still remember the boy's speech and his pure Goryeo dialect. Hearing this, the master merchant was stunned by the realization of who the boy was actually trying to find. The man continued to talk about his observations and what happened when Sa Yu put his palm to the ground. A bright flash, several explosions, and then complete blindness, in which there was nothing left. In 1 second, there were 3 large and loud explosions, and the former ideal warrior lost consciousness. And then, complete silence, because when the man woke up, he could no longer move, only turn his gaze. One thing the thug did understand was that the huge ice lake in the middle of the North Ridge cave had been destroyed, thoroughly. The beaten killer lay on the cold ground with a bloody face, but in fact, he was unable to squeeze out even the most miserable movement in his convulsions. The thug lay in ruins, his body slowly beginning to come to its senses, but his leg had already separated from him. And yet, even though he was bathing in a pool of his own blood, he felt no pain at all because he was terribly amazed by the man standing in front of him. Dan Sa Yu's ghostly eyes never left his memories, and his expression still made him shudder. As it seemed to the man then, the boy looked like a terrifying king who had just won a war. That's why this name gradually became ingrained in people's hearts. Sa Yu was now called the King of War because of this little story. The master merchant asked his apprentice if he was interested in hearing about the young man, and he replied that the story was simply terrifying. Sup Myung Hui stood in amazement as his master noted that the cutting off of limbs and the destruction of the lake were hard to believe. But every legend begins to live along with its rumors. Chun Du-su said in a serious tone that he needed to go to Taiyuan, so he asked his student to contact Gai Bang to find out something about the boy. The student grasped the hilt of his sword with a slight tremor, bowing to his master and obeying his will. Finally, Jung Du-su decided to ask what Mo Yan Dongjung actually died of, since he also didn't believe the rumors about a heart attack. Sup Myung Hui reported that a popular theory in the village was that the head of the Moyeon family was actually killed. The master merchant twirled the cup between his fingers, saying that the situation was unfolding in a very curious way. Raising his drink, John Du-su noted that something serious must have happened between the War King and the head of the Mo Yan family if they were hiding the cause of death. The master merchant angrily raised one of the corners of his lips, saying that one way or another the boy was taking on too much. Meanwhile, Sa Yu's face showed displeasure as he said that they should have taken horses before leaving. The tired old man, dripping with sweat, replied that the boy did not value his old health at all, since he thought that he could make him walk for 3 days straight. They had traveled a long way in just 1 day, so Taiyuan in Shanxi province was in front of them. Taiyuan was home to one of the branches of the Great Celestial Alliance of Merchants, which expanded greatly after the fall of the Yuan dynasty. The old man mumbled that the black traders had great power in their hands, but the War King should rely on him, since Gaiben had good business relations with the traders. Sa Yu looked out the window thoughtfully, some thoughts still lingering in his head, but he tried to focus on the merchant union. The young man himself had not heard about his new nickname, so he asked the old man why he called him some kind of king, and even a war king. After stuffing his mouth full of hot soup, the elder was slightly surprised that he hadn't heard of the urban legends about him and was about to tell him, but they were interrupted by a loud voice from outside. Outside the window stood a tall, thin man and 3 guys with swords, one of whom was shouting at him to kneel before the young master of the Crane Cry Wall, Huang Mu-ik. Sa Yu suddenly froze, feeling a sudden anxiety throughout his body that made his eyebrows almost meet. The tall, thin man didn't even seem to move from his spot, so he continued to stare at the 3 with his sharp gaze. His tousled dark hair literally hung in the air as he wrapped his hand around the sword on his belt. Sa Yu carefully looked at the oppressive man. next to whom he could sense the typically dangerous bloodlust key. Hongmu Gai looked more like a hamster with stuffed cheeks, saying that something would soon start in the city if they met the son of the head of the Crane Cry Walls himself. Putting his hand on his waist, the thin man said in a cold tone that he knew Hwangmu Ik, the warrior of the thugs, very well. The dark-haired man looked at the three preys in front of him with a predatory look, saying in a cutting voice that Hwangmu Ik had taken advantage of his father's position and killed 100 people, forcing the women to commit suicide. The man's name was Kan Vi, the blade of the demon of the underworld, and he said irritably that they had recently driven the creatures out of Yuan, and now the savages from foreign lands had come to rebel in response. The guards angrily clenched their swords, not understanding what the thug who allowed himself to interfere in the affairs of the village was talking about. A fat man approached them from behind, ordering his subordinates to stop arguing and lower their swords. The young master of the Crane Cry clan, Hua Mu Ik, asked how much he needed to pay Kang Wei to start working for him, so that he would calm down. The proposal angered the thug even more, and he said with a wide grin that the fat man definitely did not deserve to live, and he would destroy the demon like that one. Without wasting another second, the dark-haired man drew his wide claymore with a whistling sound of metal. Stretching out his skinny hand in front of the fat man, the thug's face took on a terrifying look, and he said that his sword was made to kill the likes of Hwamu Ik. The thug's calmness disappeared in an instant, and his eyes filled with a mad light as he shouted that he would destroy the demon. One of the fat man's servants froze in horror, finally recognizing the thin man as the very same blade of the demon of the underworld. Another of Hwamu Ik's subordinates was left unarmed in a second when the cut of the thug's claymore turned the tip of his sword into a flat surface. The swords were followed by the bodies of the fat man's bodyguards, who instantly felt cuts on their torsos. Kang Vi growled silently, ferociously turning the obstacles in front of him into stakes cut into dozens of pieces. Hwangmu Ik took a nervous step back and trembled in horror as he watched the blood start to spurt out from his charges. The fat man became even more nervous when he realized that he was literally chained to the ground and could not move in fear. Putting his foot on the balcony, the elder decided to intervene in the fight between them, stretching in a languid voice and saying that he usually didn't like to exert himself after eating. Sa Yu didn't understand why he was trying to help someone like Hwangmu Ik, and the old man said that even though he deserved to be executed 10 times over, he needed to do something. A mischievous smile spread across the old man's face, and he asked if the boy would like to help him catch the idiot and punish him according to the law. The young man laid his head indifferently on his palm and replied that he had no business or benefit from the old man's proceedings. Sa Yu pointed at the crazy thug, telling the elder not to let his guard down, as even though he was weaker than Moyang Dongjiang, he was still quite dangerous. The man jumped at Hwangmu Ik with his sword in front of him, staring at him with his crazy, glowing eyes. Hwangmu Ik could only scream in horror as his body was completely immobilized on level ground. Iron Man needed to act as quickly as possible, so he rushed towards the two at full speed, throwing aside the wounded bodyguards nearby. The thug immediately sensed the presence of some uninvited guest, stopping his attack for a second to turn his gaze to the old man. The elder made his move first, attacking the dark-haired man with his leg, which he blocked with the wrist of his skinny hand. But the old man wasn't going to stop there, so he put his hands back and began to crush his opponent with a flurry of kicks. With such a huge number of blows, Kang Vi became tense because he was unable to block each of them, taking every second one with his body. Within a few seconds, the session turned into a performance, where the old man began to unceremoniously kick his enemy. Realizing that Kang Wei was a little confused, the elder took advantage of the moment and folded the fingers of his hand together. Iron Man pointed his hand towards his opponent and extended it right in front of him, pressing painfully on the man's body. The demon's blade was caught by the old man's steel palm, flying off in the other direction at great speed. Kang Vi groaned angrily as his body began to drag painfully along the ground from the unexpected blow. Despite this, the thug seemed to see his target blindly and did not even notice the sage Gaiban, repeatedly saying only that he must destroy the demon. The small ring that held the man's dark claymore was torn from the hilt of his sword with one sharp flick of his finger. A sharp, blinding light appeared, and the blade of the nether demon once again loudly declared that it would definitely get rid of the demon. Kang Vi swung with all his might, pointing the huge blade of his claymore towards the elder at a right angle. Looking at the sword flying at him, the old man thoughtfully said as he walked that it would be quite difficult to convince the thug. The old man stood on the blade of his sword, shouting back that a thug with such strength would not be able to kill demons. Sage Gaiban swung his foot sharply, running the wooden surface of his sandals across the sharp blade and knocking it straight up. The black claymore flew into the air, but its handle was adorned with a noticeable sparkling thread, barely visible against the sky. However, Kang Wei took advantage of the moment, grabbing his falling sword with a fierce expression. Hong Mugai didn't understand why the killer in front of him acted so calmly, since he didn't notice the threads swirling around him. Only then did one of the threads visibly rush past the old man's face, and he froze in horror, realizing that his enemy was not so simple. A mad, smug grin appeared on Kang Vi's face, and he then tightened his finger around the ring of his sword's hilt, pulling it towards himself. Easily pulling the ring towards himself, the thug abruptly changed the tension and literally squeezed it in his palm with all his strength. The elder was immobilized as thin but dense threads surrounded his body and forced him to freeze in place, pulling together. Now Iron Man has effectively become a living target for the thug, who has already grabbed his claymore and begun to prepare for the finishing attack. Sa Yu looked at the situation from the window, realizing that in such a state, the sage Gaiban would hardly be able to come out of the water unscathed. The guy walked out to the balcony, charging his jade palm with a dozen ghostly flashes and asking what the thug was doing in broad daylight. The young man only narrowed his eyes slightly as flashes began to surround his body and gusts of energy began to flow through his veins. Sa Yu grabbed the nearest chopsticks, starting to spin them wildly in his palm, creating cracking sounds between them. After waiting a few more seconds, the guy quickly took aim and pointed two sharp sticks towards the fighting old man and the thug. With a noticeable flash of light in the air, both wands rushed through the assassin's threads, tearing them in two and causing their owner to lose control of them. The thug froze in confusion and anger as he suddenly felt that he could no longer draw his weapon. The old man breathed a small sigh of relief, commenting that his opponent's silver thread clearly made him more dangerous than he had originally thought. The thug froze in place in bewilderment because even he couldn't cut his silver thread, and then someone tore it with ordinary chopsticks. Kang Vi raised his head in anger, shouting at the rat to come out and fight in a fair fight. But when he looked in the direction from which the two sticks had rushed at him, he saw no one else outside the window. A slight shudder ran through the thug's body as Sa Yu approached him from behind and placed his hand on his shoulder. The guy asked in a threatening voice what kind of fair fight the man who had used a gun in his back was talking about. The young man whispered that if he wanted to fight him so much, he would have to put his own life on the line. The thug turned his head in a furious motion, his predatory and mad eyes bulging straight at Sa Yu. Then the assassin swung his sword with all his might straight at the boy's face, who asked what Kang Vi had decided to do. Now the young man decided to actually intervene in the fight personally, using lightning chi to flip in mid-air and rush past his enemy's hand. The thug felt a suspicious pressure on his face just a second after he fiercely thrust the broadsword in front of him. Sa Yu's leg stretched out in a stream of energy, rushing across the assassin's face so that his neck made an unpleasant loud crunch. Kang Vi flew to the other side, his furious face falling straight into the ground amidst irritated groans. In mid-flight, Sa Yu once again approached his opponent, firmly grabbing his arm while he was vulnerable. Through his teeth, the thug spat out some crimson blood and could only glare at the boy with anger. Sa Yu pulled the man's hand towards himself, directing his clenched fist straight into his armpit, causing the enemy to wince in pain even more. But this was not the last attack, because the young man straightened the killer's arm, only to immediately press on his skinny bicep. Pressing his fingers together, the boy transformed his palm into a pale blade which he directed at the enemy. To the sound of a whistle and dull thunder, the boy pressed his palm with all his strength against Kang Vi's body, creating an unpleasant, distorted pressure underneath her. This modest blow was enough to send the thug's body flying in the other direction with a small crash. Kang Vi fell to the ground and began to drag himself unceremoniously along it, tearing his thin skin all over his body. After turning over several times on the ground, the man tried to somersault back and land on the ground using his fingers. The thug's face was filled with a roaring panic because he realized that they had only been fighting for a few seconds, but he could no longer predict the boy's actions. But the killer couldn't guess and be surprised for long, because a second later his own claymore, charged with blue flashes, was flying into his face. The thug was only just able to dodge the blade of his own sword, turning his head to the other side under the bright burst of energy. Stretching out his hand, Sa Yu said that there was no point in his enemy trying to escape his fate. As small lightning flashed and crackled around him, the young man added that he could not escape from the heavenly weapon. Sa Yu placed his middle finger and thumb together, creating a spiky flash between them along with a snapping sound. With a loud click, the boy activated his lightning chi once again, causing a small flash to appear in the air. The lightning around the charged claymore under the thug's body began to spread even more along the blade, creating large explosions in their place. The explosion began to grow louder with each passing second, forcing the thug to cover his face with his hands to avoid being completely blinded. But soon, a bright explosion not only blinded the killer but also deafened him, causing him to fly off in the other direction amidst piercing screams. The thug headed straight for the gates of the village at breakneck speed, preparing to meet the hard surface of those with his body. Just a split second later, another angry groan escaped from Convi's throat as he finally crashed into the gate. The old man decided to take a look at the thread of the thug's claymore, noting that it looked like an ordinary silver thread, but something was wrong with it. The elder could have easily torn it apart himself, but then he noticed that diamond dust was floating along the arteries of the thread, making it very dense. A sudden realization came to the elder, and he froze in horror, because there could only be one explanation for the diamond dust. Meanwhile, an exhausted Convi lay in the ruins, not understanding what had happened in just 1 minute. But Sa Yu had no intention of stopping, so he approached his enemy at breakneck speed with his eyes glowing. The guy literally jumped on his enemy with his palms, between which he began to create a blue energy smoke. With every millisecond, the boy squeezed his palms even tighter, forcing the lightning to touch the smoke and surround him. A loud whistle sounded, causing Convi to only stare in horror at the energy that was bringing his end closer. At that moment, the elder shouted at the top of his voice to the War King not to dare kill the thug. Sa Yu didn't expect such a sharp turn, but he still decided to listen to the old man, quickly changing the trajectory of his attack. The boy instantly redirected his palms in the other direction, causing a huge explosion to rush through the village. With a crash and a grinding sound, many buildings and houses were completely destroyed when a bright flash of Sa Yu passed through them. The old man stared at the destruction in horror, asking with a heavy breath if they would even be able to escape from the village. The thug couldn't take his frightened eyes off the guy, taking panicked breaths in horror through his whistling nostrils. He was already prepared to die, but instead, the youth's jade hand stopped right in front of his face, touching his wrists. Still threatening his opponent, Sa Yu agreed with the old man, noting that they should better go confess to the local authorities. Sa Yu lowered his ghostly eyes in a depressing gaze, asking the thug if he had hoped that his observing partner would help him get out alive. Amidst the trembling and nervous sighs, Kang Vi looked away in fear and irritably asked how he knew about his friend. There was indeed another man standing on the roof of the village's main building, unimpressedly commenting that Kang Vi had only failed because he had tried to kill a man in broad daylight. The man with the bow on the roof said that when it comes to the question of human lives, it is better to carry out the will of heaven quietly, unnoticed. The mustachioed man noted that Sa Yu was quite strong, especially for someone who looked so young and could use such strength. The man's long mustache twitched slightly with curiosity as he said that strength meant nothing. As he began to take out one of his arrows, he added that Sa Yu's strength still couldn't compare to his divine bow. The man loaded his bow with an arrow, drawing it back with the words that he was going to prove that the boy was still just an ordinary toy made of flesh and blood. Lowering his eyelids, the archer told the boy to rest in peace in a calm but oppressive voice. Then the mustachioed man closed his eyes for a split second, as if concentrating once again and gathering his thoughts together. At that moment, the archer opened his eyes wide, causing them to glow with a bright golden light. Golden lights began to appear around him, and he released an arrow, shouting that he would show the divine vision of the golden eye. The arrow was aimed at the guy at high speed, as the man said that his eye could see even a needle lying kilometers away from him. The archer's vision was so precise and good that he could literally see even the waves of chi energy that ordinary people simply could not even discern. This was how he managed to spot Sa Yu directing a sharp golden arrow at his back. The man solemnly shouted that his persistent arrow would penetrate the boy's head and go right through it. At that moment, the archer heard the boy's voice in his head, ordering him to stop. Sa Yu contacted that mental connection, saying that he had already let the man go once, so he shouldn't have brought his death closer with thoughtless actions. The mustachioed man's eyes lit up even brighter when he asked the guy not to say that he knew all this time that he was watching him. The archer gripped his other arrow tightly, threatening the young man that he would shoot another arrow into his head. Sa Yu turned his head towards the man, asking in a calm voice if he was confident in his decision to challenge him. The boy's eyes widened, causing blue flashes to flare around his pupils as he agreed to fight him. Clenching his hand into a fist, Sa Yu began to create a bright light underneath him along with shock waves, causing small flashes to appear near him. To the dull sound of thunder and the crackle of small lightning, the boy's silhouette was surrounded by jumping flashes that began to increase in size. Despite the fact that they were at a huge distance from each other, the mustachioed man could still feel the tingling of lightning next to him. The golden fire of that one began to dissipate suspiciously easily into the air as blue flashes surrounded it. A violent wind blew up, causing even the cone-shaped hat of the cutthroat archer to fly away, causing him to stagger on top of the main building. The man's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the boy whose mere presence made him feel inferior. But soon a smug, almost mischievous grin appeared on the mustachioed thug's face. Slamming his fist into his palm, the man could only admit how shameful it was that he couldn't even sense the danger of his target. His lips pressed together even tighter, and their tips widened slyly as he promised himself that he would gather his strength and return to fight the great boy master. Sa Yu stared at the mustachioed man with a noticeable look of confusion on his face, causing the flashes and lightning around him to disappear in an instant. The elder looked around in different directions, asking if the local authorities would be able to fix anything in the destruction that Sa Yu had caused. A slight fear appeared on the face of the sage Gaibon, in which he asked why the young man was acting so strangely and was so serious. The boy stared at the dragon statue that stood on top of the village's main building. It was now empty. The archer thug seemed to have been blown away by the wind, and he disappeared as if he had never even been on top of the building. Sa Yu soon softened his gaze and looked at the old man with calmer eyes, saying that everything was fine. When they left the village, the old man still occasionally glanced at Taiwan, saying that even from afar the village was beautiful. From time to time, the old man would offer the boy to go get a snack, in particular some sago soup, which was a special Gaiban recipe. The elder literally urged the boy on with his sudden generosity, which is why the young man could only take small breaths and awkwardly look away with a smile. After passing through the forest, the guy asked why the old man asked not to kill the thug, to which he replied that the killer used a very unusual thread. This answer did not impress the young man very much, who had already seen that the killer had a silver thread, which he was able to pierce with one swing of his chopsticks. The elder explained that the assassin's thread had diamond dust inside, which was traded by the black traders, so it would be a good idea for them to get hold of someone from the Alliance. Sa Yu looked away, commenting that spying wasn't such a good idea either, since the thug had partners who could cause them trouble. The old man awkwardly scratched the back of his head, his eyes bulging as he asked if there was anyone else in the village with the killer. Sa Yu told about a mustachioed archer who was quite a strong master and could become a huge problem if he decided to intervene in the fight. With his hands on his hips, Sage Gaiban smiled from ear to ear and said that the War King would cope with any problem, but Sa Yu did not appreciate the compliment and asked him not to call him that. The old man ran forward drunkenly, saying that the nickname was simply Fiery, although the boy admitted that it would be better if he were called the King of War, and not the Sage. Hong Mugai was indignant because the boy was humiliating him with his nickname, but the boy did not listen. as his attention was drawn to something else. In front of them was the entrance to the Gaiban building, but the sign next to it was empty, meaning the establishment was open to everyone. The lonely temple before them was enormous. Its sight alone was enough to create an inexorable sense of grandeur. Sayu didn't understand why the old man was taking him to some abandoned house, even though he had promised to take him to the Gaiban branch. The old man chuckled, saying that the boy must have expected to see some kind of luxurious restaurant, but he only said that he simply expected more from the organization's main building. As the doors creaked, the elder looked at the boy with wide eyes, telling him not to wait and to go into the dusty room. Then the old man walked deeper into the room, pressing his palm against the wall, on which there was a well-camouflaged pressure plate. The room shook for a few seconds, and then the walls swung open, revealing a secret passage before the two. It began to dawn on Sayu that the abandoned temple was just a simple disguise for the real building. As they walked inside, they heard the loud sounds of canes hitting their hard ends on the ground. Gaibang's disciples and charges placed their canes on the ground, lowered their heads, and pressed their palms together, greeting Hongmu Gai, their elder. A huge crowd of people loudly greeted the old man and Sayu, who came to the Gaibang branch in Taiwan with one voice. The elder grinned mischievously with pride in his eyes, jokingly calling his students scoundrels, whom he had not seen for 100 years. As it turned out, the abandoned temple existed only to avoid attracting too much attention to Gaiban, while Gaiban himself was a few meters away from it. The old man looked up, asking if the village organization had lived up to the boy's expectations, adding that their branch had been gathering information about what was happening in Zhongwan. Pointing to the scrolls on the shelves, Hongmu Gai added that all the information was sent to the main branch for verification, so they built a building to conveniently manage them. The old man sat down listlessly next to the scrolls, noting that they would be able to find information not only about the black traders, but also about the scoundrels from Yuan. Then they were told that they had already found all the information about the ambassador from Yuan, due to the fact that the incident had happened a long time ago, but they needed a little time to check everything thoroughly. The head of the Gaibang branch in Taiwan, Zhang Suo Yi, also revealed that they had found information about the black traders, whose union leader was a man named Yeom Sa-ik. Sayu tried to analyze the information about the merchant master, who turned out to be a rather secretive and paranoid person without much information about him. The old man looked at the young man with a little curiosity, asking what he could say, since it wouldn't be very easy for them to deal with someone who was related to the Five Dragons Union. Sayu raised the tip of his lip, saying that everything would be fine, and he wasn't going to fight those without a carefully prepared plan. The old man raised a gray eyebrow with a bitter smile, asking how the young man was going to approach those secretly with his character. Zhang Suoyi also spoke about the Netherworld Demon Blade, saying that it was currently under arrest and awaiting a decision. The elder looked at the reporter with a slightly puzzled expression, asking if he was talking about Convai. Meanwhile, events were unfolding somewhat more tensely in the Taiwan military court. It was there that the province's criminals were temporarily held, and Convai himself was conveniently located there. The thug sat behind bars, madly clutching his wounded body with his hands and muttering the same phrase under his breath, promising himself to destroy the demon. The killer had his eyes slightly closed as he growled that there were so many demons that the entire world would soon be plunged into darkness. His eyes widened in anger as he whistled loudly and shouted at the top of his voice that he must destroy the demon. The thug's hands filled with rage, growing in size in a matter of seconds and turning into fangs. Kangvi's entire body began to expand, and his thin form now resembled a monster of enormous size. The prison guards looked in surprise at the strange sound and growling, one of whom said that the crazy killer was going crazy again. By abnormal, he naturally meant the Netherworld Demon Blade that killed young Master Cranecry in broad daylight. The thug's arms began to twist and reform, while the guards reasoned that he would clearly be sentenced to death for his sin. Silver threads wrapped around the bars of the cell where Convai was, and the guards ordered him to be silent and keep quiet. They were about to threaten him, but the entrance to the chamber suddenly exploded, leaving behind a huge destroyed spot. Kang Vi began to slowly emerge from his confinement, saying that he must destroy the demon, and that he who does not destroy evil must become evil himself. The man's body increased in size, and now a 2-meter monster with broad shoulders and sharp fangs in the form of fingers stood in front of the guard. The thug grinned fiercely through the anger growing inside him, breathing fire through his nostrils with the words that even in prison there were beggarly demons gathered. At the same time, Sayu looked at the elder, asking how he knew the real name and rank of the arrested thug. The old man lowered his eyebrows in a serious expression, telling in a gloomy voice that many in Ganho knew the killer, but something was bothering him. Sage Gaibon was troubled by the very nature of Kang Vi, a man of serious build with a huge sword capable of cutting through 1,000 enemies at once. What made it all the stranger was that such a monster had allowed itself to not only be caught, but also locked up in a regular cell. Having dealt with both guards, the blade of the demon of the underworld began to walk along the prison corridor, breathing out through his fangs the phrase that he would destroy the demon. The tip of the lip rose nervously up the monster's face as a malicious mad laugh escaped from its throat. As it turned out, what worried the elder the most was that Kang Vi was one of the strongest 5 warriors of the 5 Dragons Alliance who protected the Iron Alliance. The problem was that Kang Vi had a strong sense of justice, so he himself decided who should be called a demon and who should be cruelly killed. Having burst out, the thug began to look around in anger, looking for how many more demons he needed to kill. In front of him, he saw a familiar silhouette, which made him straighten his sharp eyes, which lost their crazy look for a split second. Corpses with multiple arrows in their bodies were dragged all over the street, and in front of Kang Vi stood a man he called the Miracle Steel Archer. The archer killer put his bow forward, declaring that he simply had no choice and wanted to look at the brute even if he died. The huge killer slowly stepped forward, asking why the mustachioed man was so eager to meet him. The archer did not answer his partner's question, only throwing a long scabbard towards him with a request to take it. The brute grabbed the scabbard with his hand, carefully examining his partner's gift from all sides. The wonderful steel archer, Yum Do-jung, said that he had an order from Yom Sa-ik and Kang Wi on his shoulders to do something for the 5 Dragons Alliance and the Black Traders. The blade of the demon of the underworld began to bear the emaciated blade of the long sword, saying that it was funny that both alliances wanted to clean up their tracks. Kang Vi held the shattered blade forward, examining it in detail against the backdrop of the glowing moon. The big man stepped forward, ordering the archer to tell the merchant master to wait, as he had some unfinished business. Meanwhile, there was a loud dilemma in the Crane Cry clan, and Hwang Mu-ik's screams could be heard outside. Young Master Crane Cry slammed the table loudly, asking his father why he was going to let the murderer go unpunished. Foaming at the mouth, Hwang Mu-ik angrily shouted at his father that his son, the heir to the throne of the entire clan, almost died because of some freak. The young master leaned towards his father, declaring that they were the strongest in Taiwan and no one had the right to threaten them like that, but his father only had to wave his hand to execute the murderer. The leader of the Crane Cry clan pointed at his son, emotionally and with drool between his teeth, saying that his son was the only problem of the entire clan. The fat man grabbed his sword, starting to justify himself at the top of his voice, ironically saying that he was just joking, and his bodyguards killed themselves. The leader of the Crane Cry clan, Hwang Du-jong, exhaled heavily, squeezing his eyelids together with the words that it was he who raised some bastard. The young master lowered his eyebrows in anger, shouting that he was not going to let things go that easily, and would not calm down until he personally tore out the legs and arms of that murderer. The fat man ran outside with a sword in his hands, shouting for his subordinates to come to him and gather together. Hwang Mu-ik shouted that he, the future leader of the Crane Cry clan, had been unfairly attacked, and that his subordinates had also been harmed. The Crane Cry warriors, along with Hwang Mu-ik, charged forward, angrily shouting in unison with their leader that they would restore the honor and influence of their clan. The fat man placed his hands on the gate, ordering his subordinates to head straight to the military court. The heavy wooden gates began to slowly open under the pressure of the clan leader with a terrible creak. But they didn't even have to go to the military court, as their guest was already waiting for them outside the gates of the Crane Cry clan. The brute grinned furiously with all his teeth and a mad expression on his face as Huang Mu-ik nervously asked how he ended up in front of their gate. The young master of the clan was dumbfounded and wanted to ask something else, but he was interrupted in an instant by the guest's sharp cut that rushed across his face. A huge bloody stain appeared in the air as Huang Mu-ik's head was torn in two and a destructive wave swept through the temple. The father of the Crane Cry clan watched in horror as his warriors were dealt with in a second by some stranger. Huang Du-jong screamed shrilly towards his son, who had turned into a cut piece of bloody meat. The clan leader drew his sword in anger, heading towards the brute with a furious expression on his face. The father burst through the front doors, shouting, asking how Kong Wei dared to treat his son like that. The thug chuckled as he thrust his sword forward, saying that Huang Du-jong should have done something about the monster he had brought into the world long ago. The father began to jump around in anger at the ruined remains that the thug had left behind in his single attack. Huang Du-jong jumped at his opponent from the other side, causing the latter to react slightly late. The clan leader swung his sword with anger in his eyes, declaring that he would make the brute avenge his son's death. The monster could only grin cheekily, swinging the blade upward in a languid, undulating motion. Huang Du-jong and Kong Wei's blades suddenly collided with a ringing sound, but despite the difference in size, the clan leader did not immediately fall from the collision. The thug broke into a mad smile, loudly saying that destroying demons was his life's purpose, and the people of Crane Cry had done evil, and therefore did not deserve to live. But the head of the Crane Cry could not hold back the attack for long, and soon their blades fought off each other with a ringing sound. The fat man flew away in irritation, while Kang Vi gloatingly put away his sword and prepared for the next attack. Flying up to the light of the moon itself, the leader of the Crane Cry clan began to spin very quickly in the air, creating a whistling wind around himself. The fat man fell to the ground, clutching it with his plump hand and shouting that the truth was still on the side of their clan. The leader of the Crane Cry rolled across the ground in a fighting stance, exclaiming that no one in all of Tianyuan would dare to dispute their status. The big guy chuckled with a funny, throaty laugh, saying that the truth was that he thought they were all trash. The leader of the Crane Cry clan growled angrily, asking why his son's killer thought he could do anything. Extending his sword forward, Huang Du-jong began to create wind around himself, saying that there was no point in talking to the thug anymore. With a loud whoosh, a huge air blade appeared in the air and moved downwards at a blazing speed like a guillotine. The leader of the Crane Cry clan created several of these air blades at once, which he used to surround his enemy. When the fat man once again shouted that he would show the big guy the strength of their clan, he only furiously shouted that he would cut off his head. Huang Du-jong put his index and middle fingers together, pointing at Kang Wei and aiming his hovering blades at him. Several air swords began flying at the big guy one after the other, leaving behind only a long whistle. Soft blades with a white texture surrounded the big guy, who did not move from his place and only continued to stand in place. The brute laughed loudly and vulgarly, asking why the leader of the Crane Cry clan would call such a disgrace the strength of their clan. Throwing the sharp sword behind his back, Kong Vi growled savagely, and then called his opponent's words sheer nonsense. The cold, shattered blade of the thug collided with the air sword several times, destroying them one after another. The brute turned his gaze in different directions, examining from which side the fat man's air weapon would approach him this time. Just as quickly as the air blades appeared, they began to disappear as the assassin began to swing his sword in all directions like a whip. With a crackling and dull sound of explosions, the man increased the number of blows, turning the blades from thin air into an unfortunate mist. Within a few seconds, all of the swords had been destroyed, and Kang Vi was spinning on one leg in an unsatisfied aftertaste. The followers of the Crane Cry clan nervously stepped back, saying that all the hovering blades had been blocked. A nervous, cold bullet of sweat rolled down the clan leader's face, and he took an unpleasant sip in realization. Gritting his teeth tightly, the fat man angrily called the man a scoundrel, causing the air around him to shake again. The leader of the Crane Cry began to act differently, holding the sharp blade of his real sword straight in front of him. A soft aura began to form around the blade of his sword, which resembled the texture of a huge sword made of clouds, and the leader shouted that he would ascend to the summit. The thug glanced with mild interest at the large air blade in front of him, with the subtle impression that this attack already looked more interesting. Huang Duzhong took off and charged at his enemy at full speed against the violent gusts of wind. An even thicker smoke formed around the sword as the fat man jumped and cried out that he must pierce the killer's heart. With a sly lift to the corners of his lips, Kang Vi forced a huge grin onto his face, hungry and hateful. The man swung his long sword like a staff, saying that even so, the fat man's abilities were poor. The madman's eyes widened and his vocal cords burst, loudly exclaiming that in that case he would destroy the clan leader along with his pathetic people. With his mouth wide open in a crazed expression, Kang Vi abruptly swung his long sword through the air, leaving a thin cut. It was the most ruthless attack the killer had ever made, causing dust to rise around him and create a bright, sweeping flash. Huang Duzhong didn't even have time to realize when the space around him began to distort, and the wind literally began to thicken to the point where it was no longer able to cut. The wind began to compress, turning into one dense layer of sharp, dense blade that cut the body of the head of the crane cry in two. Having cut through the body of its fat target, the wind became even more violent, and a blinding explosion occurred around. The air grew tense as the thug glared at his cut-up victim in a morbid satisfaction, enjoying every second of her lifeless body. The loud explosion could be easily heard and felt even from far away, beyond the borders of Taiwan itself. Meanwhile, Sa Yu stayed in the main building of Gaiban to spend the night and think about what he and the old man should do next. As the flames crackled and sparks jumped from the burning wood, the old man looked at the small cast-iron pot, proudly saying that the smell was not bad. Sa Yu asked in a relaxed voice what kind of food they usually ate in Gaiban and why it looked so unusual. The elder chuckled mischievously, saying that this was a special dish of their organization when someone joined it. Iron Man laughed slightly, saying that the recipe called for stewing the snake and dog meat for several hours, then adding special Gaiban spices. As soon as the old man described what the dish was actually made of, Sa Yu awkwardly moved away, nervously saying that he would probably refrain from such temptations. Next to them stood a concentrated Zhang So-yi, who had been receiving a report for several minutes already. The branch manager's face took on a slightly worried look, causing the elder to frown, asking what was wrong with him. Zhang So-yi became visibly nervous, muttering under his breath that Kang Wei had escaped from prison and attacked the Crane Cry clan. The young man and the old man were silent for a few seconds when they heard the frightening news. Sa Yu lowered his eyebrows in displeasure, an angry expression on his face. They needed to act quickly and do something against the thug. It was quite quiet inside the Crane Cry clan, despite the loud, destructive explosion that had just occurred a second ago. Soon, the bloody retribution was over, and Kang Vi followed the moon along Taiwan, mysteriously clutching his sword from behind. Looking away, his face tensed slightly and his eyelids narrowed, as if he saw something suspicious. And so it turned out, on the other side he heard the sounds of dice and cubes, which were often used in board and gambling games. There was a table below, surrounded by several people who were already filled with excitement, and one of them got 2 sixes at once. Perhaps the thug would have stood there for a few more minutes, looking with interest at the party, but he heard a voice from behind addressing him. It was a short guy who bowed slightly in front of Kang Vi and asked him to follow him, saying that someone was waiting for him outside. The thug still clutched his scratched long sword tightly as he followed the boy down the hallway towards the front doors. The guy touched the door with both hands, grasping the handles with his palms and lightly pulling them towards himself with a small click. Entering inside, they saw a small, unusual room in front of them, but Kang Vi tried to remain silent and not jump to conclusions ahead of time. The guy placed his hand on one of the figurines in the room, pressing lightly with his palm and causing a shrill creaking sound to occur. The walls of the room began to slowly move in different directions, opening a noticeable passage in the form of doors between them. The guy stopped standing in front of the killer, stretching his hand forward and showing him a small corridor that had formed in front of them. When they walked inside, another man was waiting for them, his eyes downcast, saying that he couldn't believe that the blade of the nether demon had personally decided to visit them. The killer walked inside with a stern voice, addressing the man in front of him as the leader, and noting that the meeting place was quite good. The thug commented on their hideout, saying that anyone else would have thought he had come to play, but the secret room was well hidden. Kang V slightly tilted his head forward with a mysterious expression, getting down to business with a whispered question as to why the leader had called him over. The leader of the black merchants, a pale man named Yam Sa-ik, chuckled smugly as he said that he needed the help of the Netherworld Demon Blade. The assassin's eyes almost met his eyelids as he asked with suspicion and slight irritation if this was an order from the Five Dragon Alliance. The pale man said in a slow, oppressive voice that this was his assignment, and it would definitely benefit both of them. A wide grin appeared on the thug's face, as if he was ready to burst into laughter at any moment. Kang V turned away, throwing his hand in the air and telling the leader to find someone else, as he wasn't interested in such offers. Yom Sa-ik dramatically said that he was very sorry, throwing his head back and asking if the killer would believe him when strangers broke into the territory and took all the wealth for themselves. The thug suddenly fell silent and stopped, and for a few seconds there was an unpleasant, mysterious silence between them. After holding on to a few slow seconds of silence, Kang V asked in a stern voice what the merchant leader was talking about. Yam Sa-ik slowly said only that the Great Celestial Alliance of Merchants was going to interfere in Taiwan. The head of the merchants smiled bitterly and said that the current heads of the union were a father and daughter who had come to them from Goryeo 10 years ago. Kang V's eyes widened as if they might fall out of his sockets as he angrily asked how those two dared to act so brazenly. The pale man chuckled, saying that he had only told the thug the pure truth, which was why he had noted that the situation in the merchants' union was extremely dire. Joining his hands, Yom Sa-ik added that in Taiwan only 2 branches were afloat, but the influence of the union was noticeable, greatly affecting their well-being. The head of the traders noted that in his opinion, such treatment of them was very unfair, even if negotiations had already begun. Smiling even wider and closing his eyes, the pale man could only say that the profit of those unions did not matter at all. They should not build relationships with foreigners anyway. Kang V immediately grabbed the sheath of his sword with his hand shaking with anger, loudly saying that he must destroy the demon. A hateful grin spread across the thug's face as he asked through clenched teeth how the two dared to set foot on their land. The killer exclaimed in a terrifying voice that everything that lived outside their continent was evil, and evil must be destroyed. Rolling his boot across the floor, Kang Wei said that he would definitely show that Youngwon's strength was limitless. The thug began to walk through the corridor with slow steps, saying that he would soon make the Great Celestial Union of Merchants disappear. Yam Sa-ik smiled happily from ear to ear, saying that he liked the killer's attitude to the matter much more. Yum Do-jung went out to the head merchant, saying that it was amazing how easily he got Kang Wei to act. The mustachioed man mumbled something under his breath and then said that Yam Sa-ik definitely deserved the honor of being called the best among the black traders. The merchant leader turned his gaze to the wonderful steel archer, noting that he was praising him too much. The pale man smirked smugly, muttering that he had heard that Kang Wei's parents had died at Yuan's hands, so it was quite easy to pinpoint his sore spots. The steel archer stood his ground, saying that this was why their leader seemed so dangerous, and then asked if everything had gone according to plan. The head merchant fell silent for a moment, tilting his head back a little more and closing one eye in discreet thought. But soon a smug smile flashed across Yom Sa-ik's face again, with which he asked Yum Do-jung to go with him to the Bloody Tears clan. The steel archer's eyes darkened noticeably, and a suspicious, sly smile appeared on his face, and he noted that the other's proposal was wonderful. It was an oppressive night outside, and even with the slightest noise from outside, one could tell that something irreversible was approaching. The night was slowly drawing to a close, but as usual, Taiwan was quietest during the day. In one of the restaurant buildings, Sa Yu was also sitting, who had rushed with the old man to Taiwan immediately after the news about Kang V. Pouring himself a small mug of bitter liqueur, the boy commented that the moon was beautiful tonight. Looking at the glowing moon, the young man noted that, together with the liqueur, the atmosphere was unforgettable in its own way. Sa Yu lowered his eyebrows thoughtfully, wondering if he should have killed Kang Wei when they encountered him a while ago. Once they were informed that the thug had slaughtered the entire Crane Cry clan, the elder was shocked. The head of the Gebang branch in Taiyuan also revealed that all the followers of the Crane Cry were killed, and the clan leader and young master were hanged. That night, the old man frowned thoughtfully, not understanding why Kong Vi acted so harshly that he decided to hang the two most important people in the clan as his punishment. The old man then ordered the branch manager and his subordinates to select 4 fighters to follow Kong Vi and not miss a single detail about it. Sa Yu remembered well the brilliant moon of that night, which in its own way turned out to be bloodied by the thug who came to the enemy clan. The boy quietly said that Gaiban could take care of the information, but he also remembered that there was a connection between the black traders and the 5 Dragons Union. Sa Yu exhaled, noting that it was better for him not to interfere in their affairs without some kind of plan. So first he needed to go to the Great Union of Merchants. The boy was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't even hear when the doors to the restaurant opened and several more people entered. The guy was still trying to figure out how exactly the conflict between the merchants would play out, but he finally noticed new guests in the restaurant. 3 people entered inside, a girl in red clothes with black hair and 2 men next to her, hugging their swords. The girl stared to the side with her silver eyes, and on her face was a noticeable transparent red mask. The old man once showed the boy the Ganhuo record book, so he noticed the blue pattern on the men's robes, noting that those people were definitely from the Manhwa sect. On the other hand, the girl had flower buds painted on her, and since Manhwa had flowers whose scent spread throughout the world, she was definitely one of the 3 buds, Danmok Song Cheon. The Manhwa sect was a Taoist sect that did not allow women, but Danmok Song Chan broke the rules and went against the prohibitions and restrictions. One of the men following the girl said that all the seats in the restaurant were taken, so they would have to go to another one. The girl was silent, looking at the people one by one, but Sa Yu seemed rather suspicious to her. Danmok Song. Yon stared at the drinking boy, looking at his body and noting in her mind that he was emitting a very unusual aura. Looking at Sa Yu's ghostly eyes, Danmok couldn't help but wonder if the boy with such a look was even a local. Despite her brother's comments, Song Chan stepped forward with interest, heading towards the boy's table. The girl stood in front of the table, asking if Sa Yu would mind if they sat next to him since all the other tables were occupied. The boy nodded, saying that the table he was sitting at was still too big for him alone. Danmok Song Jan nodded in response, thanking the boy for his generosity and sitting down next to him. One of the men accompanying her turned to the waiter, telling him to bring them 3 servings of thin noodles and 2 servings of gyoza. The girl frowned slightly, apologizing to the guy for occupying his table without introducing herself, after which she gave her name, justifying the guy's suspicions. The other man pointed his thumb at himself, introducing himself as a 2nd-generation disciple of the Manhwa sect, Huozhong Ying. The man with the elaborate mustache introduced himself as the 2nd-generation disciple of the Manhwa sect, Sanmu Huo, remarking that he was glad to meet Sa Yu. The boy slammed his fist into his palm, closed his eyes, and with a warm smile on his face, introduced himself as Dan Sa Yu. Sang Mu Ho looked at the boy curiously, asking with interest if he could inquire where he was from. The young man poured himself another glass of liquor, saying that he, in fact, did not belong to any sect in all of Zhongwan. Slightly averting his ghostly gaze, the boy said that he only knew how to defend himself and barely knew any martial arts. The girl tensed up, carefully analyzing the guy and telling herself that he had incredible endurance, so they should be more careful with him. Then Sa Yu suddenly stood up from the table, as if awkwardly announcing that he already had to leave. Finally smiling at them with a relaxed expression on his face, the young man said that he was glad to meet those 3. Ho Jong-in glanced at the silhouette of the boy leaving, commenting that he was a very unusual person to act so calmly with them. Danmok Song Jong raised her chin and said that the world was very big, so it was impossible for the boy to know everything about everything. Jong-in looked at his sister with a slightly worried expression, adding that the boy's accent was very different from theirs, so he might be related to the Netherworld Demon Blade. Song-chan continued to maintain an indifferent expression, noting that it was still too early for them to confirm anything, especially because of some accent. The girl noted in her mind that Sa Yu was definitely an experienced master, even though she didn't feel any ki energy from him. In its own way, This made Song Chun shudder nervously and tense up even more, as she felt a little afraid due to the boy's lack of chi. Sang Moo Ho moved his mustache in different directions, suggesting that the Netherworld Demon Blade had planned his crime himself, without anyone's help. The man with the mustache narrowed his eyes suspiciously, saying that strength had no meaning for a person who, for some reason, decided to throw himself into the most influential clan in Taiwan. The girl thought for a few seconds and then replied that she wasn't sure, although thoughts of Kan Vi didn't leave her head. The cutthroat was simply a man who always followed his own convictions, so he would not negotiate with anyone else. Song Jong hesitantly said that they would find out all the details the next day when they met with Jongdu Su and the Great Merchant Alliance in person. The girl asked to order her a bottle of liqueur, but her brothers were not sure whether their master would approve the order, but they still decided to have a glass before bed. As the night was already approaching its irreversible conclusion, morning came quickly, and then noon. As soon as Sa Yu woke up, he decided to go out onto the balcony to get some fresh air after last night. Opposite him was another balcony, behind which stood Song Chan, just examining her sword. The girl looked with interest at the guy with the blade in his hands, noting that she had just seen him yesterday. In front of her was definitely Dan Sa Yu, and although she wasn't interested in him at all, she was still uneasy about the presence of such a mysterious person nearby. Song Chun frowned and thought, wondering where Sa Yu was planning to go so early. Opening the blade of her sword with a loud clicking sound, the girl examined the cold blade for a few seconds. The click was even louder as she slammed her sword shut, causing the blade to disappear into the sunlight. Song Chun still didn't trust the boy, so she jumped off the balcony, heading towards the boy at high speed. Within a few minutes, her worried brothers began asking to come into her room, saying that they needed to go to a meeting with the Great Union of Merchants. Having not heard an answer several times, San Moo Ho said in a stern voice that since his sister did not answer, he would have to go in himself. Opening the doors to the room with an unpleasant creak, both brothers saw that the room was completely empty, and their sister had disappeared somewhere. The mustachioed man looked around, not understanding where Song Chan could have run off to, especially at such an important time for them. They looked out the window out of curiosity, but even so they were unable to see anything that resembled their older sister. Meanwhile, in another room, right in front of the window through which the blinding light came, Kang Vi sat, whispering to himself that he must destroy the demon. The thug sat in front of his dark sword, rocking back and forth and continuing to say that he would destroy the demon. The killer trembled nervously, saying that his enemies were demons that he had to make disappear. A bright, crazy smile flashed across Kang Vi's face, through which he whispered that he must hurry to the massacre. Grabbing the hilt of his dark sword, the thug's hand once again became very tense, turning into a thick claw. Throwing the long sword onto his back, Kang Vi solemnly shouted in a crazy voice that the Netherworld Demon Blade would destroy the foreign demon. Meanwhile, the events moved to the Great Celestial Merchant Alliance itself, where it was reported that the Blue Dragon Alliance from Jiangsu Province had ordered 2 spears and 100 swords. Another man noted that the Blue Dragon Union probably produced weapons themselves, and then said that they had dinner with the deputy head of Taiwan today. The head of the Great Celestial Alliance of Merchants branch in Taiwan, Master of Merchants Jongdu Su, said that Taiwan was a place to make money for both merchants and imperial servants. The master merchant visibly tensed up, nervously saying that the newly appointed deputy also wanted to make money, which was why he invited them to dinner. Another man with a pen in his hand, the manager of the Great Union of Zhongban Merchants, sadly said that he himself understood perfectly well the true goals of the latter. With his arms crossed in a businesslike manner, Jongdu Su raised his chin and said that they needed to make careful preparations and make sure that the money for repairing the fortress would go only to them. The master merchant cleared his throat nervously, quickly singing that they needed to bribe the deputy correctly. Du Su exhaled heavily, rolling his eyes with a dissatisfied, tired voice, saying that he needed to feed him properly first. Zhang Bong put down his pen and closed the book, agreeing with his colleague under the pretext that he himself would make sure that everything went smoothly. The manager of the Great Union of Merchants stood up, slamming his fist into his palm and saying that he would immediately begin carrying out the task. Slightly squinting, John Du-su remembered something and decided to ask one last time whether a certain Meng Hui had returned from Shenyang, since he wanted to talk to him. Within minutes, John Du-su was informed that the real culprit of Mo Yan Dongjian's death was the same war king who had become an urban legend. As the master of the merchants was informed, even Gai Ban tried to hide information about the boy, but he was not going to give up and asked about the matter with the black merchants. The Great Merchant Alliance's warrior protector, Sop Myung-hui, stared at the merchant master and coldly said that there had been no movement from the black merchants yet. John Du-su was silent for a few seconds, and then said with an irritated face that he couldn't believe that the black merchants had been silent for 3 months. The master of the traders said in a puzzled tone that the black traders probably saw them as an obstacle, which was why they were actively supplying weapons, which did not give him any peace at all. The chief was especially worried about Yom Sa-ik, who was a difficult person to work with and would definitely not sit idly by, so he asked Myung-hui to check on his servants. Seop Myung-hui replied that the one connected to Yom Sa-ik was the Netherworld Demon Blade, one of the 5 strongest warriors of the Dragon Alliance, who had recently arrived in Taiwan. John Du-su had already heard stories about a madman who rushed to Taiwan and managed to cause a real fuss in just one day. First, the thug brutally killed the young master of the Crane Cry clan, Hwang Mu-ik, cutting his body in 2. But this was not enough for the madman, so with a mad expression on his face, he also decided to attack other members of the clan. In this way, even the head of the clan, Huang Duzhong, was killed and was also torn into 2 pieces. The news spread throughout Taiwan very quickly, especially after a huge explosion was heard in the Crane Cry clan. Even after Kang Wei achieved his goal and killed 2 of the most important people of the most influential clan in Taiwan, he did not stop. It was not enough for him to kill the son and father of the Crane Cry clan, so the thug continued to shout that he must destroy the demon. The killer screamed at the top of his lungs as the Crane Cry warriors ran up to him one after another, and he cut them into several pieces in the same way. The blade of the demon of the underworld carried out its justice, depriving the so-called demons of life one by one, not even allowing them to run up to it. In the end, the clan's entire land was covered in bloody corpses, and Crane Cry itself was cut out by the roots. As rumors went, Kang Vi enjoyed the results of his brutal massacre for a long time, indifferently stepping on the bodies of the tortured corpses beneath him. The clan was not just slaughtered, it was destroyed, but something still didn't fit into the head of the blade of the demon of the underworld. Swinging his sword with half his strength, Kang Vi stated in a menacing manner that the tablets were of no use to a clan that no longer existed. So, in one night, the Crane Cry clan was destroyed and wiped off the face of the earth, and its tablet was split into 2 halves just like its leader. Sop Myung-hui reported that they still didn't know why Kang Wei had come to Taiwan, but he was connected to the 5 Dragons Alliance, which meant they should expect the black traders to make a move soon. John Du-su crossed his arms thoughtfully, saying that Myung-hui was right, but they still didn't know what the black traders were really planning. Yom Sa-ik and the Nether Demon Blade were clearly planning something, being bound by the fate of the 5 Dragon Alliance and the black traders. Du-su tilted his head to the side, almost sadly saying that if the young mistress had been with them during such a difficult time, she would have seen through the plan of those 2 long ago. The merchant master noted that he should contact her, but she was currently dealing with the affairs of the Iron Union, so she was too busy, so they would have to deal with it themselves. Another man ran up to Sop Myung-hui with a scroll, loudly announcing that the young lady had sent them a letter. Chun Du-su suddenly came to his senses and, in anticipation, demanded that the letter be handed over to him so that he could personally look at its contents. The master merchant nervously opened the message, scanning it with his own eyes and hoping that the young lady needed their help. But as his eyes scanned the letter in more detail, John Du-su's eyes widened even more, but not in joy or relief. After a few seconds, the master merchant's eyelids fell and he squinted in the awkward silence from what he had read. The man nervously lowered the message down, loudly slapping the papers on the table in the oppressive and uncomfortable silence. Sop Myung-hui looked at the merchant master for a few seconds, not understanding what made him fall silent. The warrior protector tensed, confusion appearing on his face as he asked why his master had turned so pale. The master merchant folded his arms in a businesslike manner as he stood up, saying that some difficulties had arisen during the negotiations, as the demands had been too high. He groaned in displeasure when he said that this could only mean that they were demanding sole rights to supply weapons and political marriage. Myung-hui was loudly indignant at the news, but Jeong Dong-su calmed him down, saying that they should be patient and listen to the lady, who had already done so much for them. The man had not seen the young girl for a long time, so he would like to meet her again as soon as possible. The young lady's servant in a pink robe approached her from behind, folding his hands together with some news. When she asked what her servant wanted to tell her, he said in a slow voice that the Union of Five Dragons had sent a man to her. The young mistress of the Great Celestial Merchant Alliance, Ha So-ho, turned to her subordinate and said that she was ready to receive the envoy. Meanwhile, Danmak Song-jong continued to watch Sa-yu, standing on one of the elevated areas to see where he was heading. Sa-yu walked out of the hotel, heading forward along the crowded street, but the girl still felt that he was planning something suspicious. She simply couldn't believe that such a weirdo decided to go out in the early morning just to explore the outskirts and the city center. Song-chan was already beginning to doubt whether she was justified in suspecting the boy of anything at all, or whether he was simply hiding his true intentions well. Sa-yu stopped abruptly when he felt someone's sharp gaze on his spine, which was already making him feel uncomfortable. The boy turned around, quickly turning his head back, where he felt someone staring at him. But the girl had already disappeared from the gate, as if she had never been there at all, but the young man could swear that he had not imagined it. To be honest, he didn't understand what interesting thing he could have done to make Song-chan start keeping a close eye on him. Sa-yu exhaled heavily, looking away and saying that since the girl wanted to follow him so much, she should have asked to go with him instead of following him so ineptly. Song-chan hid behind one of the buildings, trying to remain silent even though she had already managed to give herself away. The girl looked away suspiciously, not understanding how the guy was able to sense her presence even when she perfectly camouflaged the traces of her aura. But she couldn't guess for long either, because she saw another familiar person not far from her. Sa-yu also came face to face with him, lowering the eyelids of his ghostly eyes in displeasure and calling the person in front of him quite interesting. Turning his eyes with a serious expression, Sa-yu added that he first chopped people down and then walked around the village indifferently. In front of the boy stood Kanvi himself, tightly clutching his old sword and looming over the boy with an oppressive aura. The blade of the demon of the underworld said with a firm, cold voice and false drama that he did not think he would see the boy in such a place. The boy angrily turned his ghostly eyes to the man, addressing him by both his name and rank. The thug was silent for a few seconds, and then seemed to remember something, noting that he and the guy had just one unfinished business: Danmak Song. Jung looked at the thin man in front of her with suspicion, doubting for a moment that it was the same Kang Wei in front of her. The girl had a lot of questions. She didn't understand what he was doing on the street at such an ordinary time, and he also knew a suspicious guy. Pulling a mask over her face, Song-chan theorized that Sa-yu might have some connection to the Crane Cry clan, as one of her brothers had suggested earlier. The girl didn't want to create too much noise throughout the village, but she still grabbed her sword, thinking that she should intervene. The guy put his hands on his waist with displeasure, saying that he heard that the blade of the demon of the underworld had ended up in the military court. Kang Vi replied indifferently that they would never have been able to imprison him, but he was more worried that the boy somehow knew his name, even though he had not introduced himself. Sa-yu only replied that it would be stranger if he didn't know anything about it, after everything he did. The boy's mind slightly tensed, as the thug acted as if he hadn't broken his arm and shoulder just yesterday. But now he could also see his foreign eye color and strange accent. The man nervously pressed his lips together because it was because of the guy that he couldn't punish the Crane Cry clan the first time, and although he wasn't strong enough against him, he couldn't kneel before the demon either. Then a sly grin appeared on the thug's face and he laughed, saying that even his hands were itching. He said that it was as if he himself had been waiting for this meeting and would not tolerate the fact that the enemies of the Ming dynasty were walking freely. The man thrust his blade forward, revealing the shattered sword, shouting that he had to destroy the demon in front of him. Kang V stared at the guy with a crazy smile, through which he said that he would cut his throat. Then Danmok Song Jong intervened, saying that she couldn't believe that the thug was making conclusions based only on what he knew. She held out her sword in front of the assassin and stood in front of Sa Yu, calling this kind of attitude towards people impudence. Sa Yu crossed his arms, not understanding why she was standing up for him, but the girl only greeted him politely. She stared at the killer, saying that they would deal with the guy later regarding his connections with the blade of the demon of the underworld. In fact, the boy himself did not understand why she came to the conclusion that he was somehow connected with that thug. Sa Yu found her behavior rather strange, so he assumed that she simply didn't understand something. The girl pointed the blade of her sword at the killer, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, and she did not expect to see the elder there in Taiwan. It took Kang Wei a few seconds to recognize Miss Danmok herself in front of him, as he himself did not expect to see the strongest woman from the Hua sect in such a place. The thug didn't understand what Blood Plum could be doing in such a place, and at such a time when she was supposed to be handling an important mission for the Nine Foundation Alliance. Kang V decided to maintain some politeness and composure, holding up the sword he was wearing, saying that he just came to see the city. The girl narrowed her eyes in disgust, asking if the murder of innocent people was on the viewing list, then adding that it had the whole of Taiwan in an uproar. The assassin nervously twirled his sword, saying that the Crane Cry clan was definitely not innocent, and since they were killed, it meant they were sinful, especially if they obeyed the demon. Danmok Song Jong ordered him to stop being stubborn, as the Crane Cry clan was the final figure in politics with an excellent governing apparatus. The man pressed the corners of his lips to his face in displeasure, answering with contempt that because of the scoundrel at the head of the clan, tens of hundreds of people died. The thug grinned slyly from ear to ear after a few seconds, asking if the victims who died at the hands of the Crane Cry clan meant nothing to the girl. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, the madman loudly exclaimed that the young master personally killed ordinary people while his father simply watched, and those who did not fight evil were demons themselves. The man glared at the girl, saying in a slow voice that the infected shoots needed to be cut off personally, so he cleared out the entire clan with his own hands. And despite all his words, only one phrase sounded in his head. He had to destroy the demon. Grasping the sword with both hands, the thug could only think about the fact that he needed to kill the monster. That was his whole truth. Even if he had to live with his hands bloody up to the elbows and his whole body in a bloody lake, those two would never break his faith, never convince him otherwise. Lowering his eyebrows and saying that he would never change, the thug changed the subject, saying that even his statements didn't matter. At that moment, the man grabbed the hilt of his sword tightly, causing the blade to fly through the air with a ringing whistle. Holding the blade in front of his face, Kang V said threateningly that he didn't care about the obstacles in his path, even if it was someone from the Iron Union. Sa Yu crossed his arms and exhaled heavily, telling himself that the thug was stronger than he thought, and he was also planning to start a bloodbath in the streets in broad daylight. Danmok Song Jong lowered her head, calmly saying that the Hua sect was under the Iron Union and Elder Kang was under the Five Dragon Union. Looking at the man in front of her with her silver eyes, she noted that a fight between her and him could easily start a whole war. But she didn't hesitate, drawing her sword and saying that Kang Wei was too crazy to think with his head, so she took their battle as a challenge to the entire Hua sect. Song Chan gripped her blade from both sides, terrifyingly saying that she was not going to avoid a fight if fate had told her to accept the challenge. The girl glared at her opponent, loudly announcing that she would show the killer the exceptional skills of the Mount Hua sect. The street suddenly fell into an oppressive silence, now in the possession of two masters who were ready to cut each other's throats. The boy began to think that it was not for nothing that the girl was considered the Bloody Plum Bud, as she was also the first woman to become a follower of the cult. Sa Yu lowered his eyebrows seriously, noting to himself that there was simply no point in Kang V running away from such a battle if he wanted to at least preserve his honor. Passers-by and residents of Taiwan slowly began to approach them, looking with interest at the clashes between Danmok Song Chan and Kang Wei. Spectators and a crowd of curious people began to surround them from all sides, whether it was just nearby or on the roofs of buildings. The young man looked around discontentedly, saying that if even more people wanted to gawk, many could get hurt. Dan Song Jong's two brothers ran up just in time, commenting that they had told her to wake up early yesterday because they had an important meeting. However, not far from them, they heard a loud noise, which was unusually loud on the quiet street. The cutthroat and bloody Plumbud opened their swords, beginning to clash with them to the sound of clashing steel. One of the brothers widened his eyes in horror as he looked at his sister, who was facing off against the very killer who had slaughtered the entire Crane Cry clan the night before. The brothers swung their swords and rushed at full speed to help their sister, shouting loudly that they must protect her. Sayu noticed two men not far from him, who were crossing the air in a matter of seconds and were about to draw their swords. Kang Vi took advantage of the moment, his eyes widening in an expression that was both triumphant and mad. The girl turned her surprised gaze towards her brothers, freezing for a second and not knowing what she should do next. With the loud whistle of both blades in the air, they clashed for the first time in earnest, causing Kang Vi's shattered sword to shake along with the ground beneath them. The girl also did not waste her time. With one sharp movement, she opened the cold but elegant steel of her blade to repel the enemy's attack. Dan Song Jong turned around on one leg, swinging her sword, while Kang Wei walked in close and made several sharp movements in the air. Sayu looked at the girl's brothers once more, so he decided to take action to avoid conflict, intending to stop the thug and Bloody Bud. The guy stepped in front of the two, holding both his arms out in different directions and grabbing the girl by her hand before she could even make an attack. Kang Vi's grip was much stronger, so the youth had to use a little effort to hold back his attack. Dan Song Jong and Kang Wei froze for a second, not understanding what kind of heavenly power had so brazenly stopped their battle. The girl shuddered, trying to snatch her hand from the suspiciously strong grip of the boy with a questioning look. The thug tensed up even more, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he growled nervously towards Sayu. Sayu said in a calm voice that the two should stop and postpone their battle to a more suitable place. The guy looked at Song Chong, saying that she should restrain herself more since she was considered the strongest female master, but was so easily provoked and could put others in danger. Sayu also glanced at Kang Wei, noting that even though he was an incredibly strong warrior, he was still fighting a man from a friendly alliance, whom he forced to draw his weapon. The thug froze. His eyes showed madness, anger, confusion all at once, but inside he felt only one thing. He needed to destroy the demon. The killer trembled nervously, pressing both rows of teeth and lips together with cold beads of sweat running down his cheeks. An angry tremor ran through the man's body, and he shouted that he would never stop until the demon himself stood against him. Kang Vi tried to grab his sword, turning his skinny hand into a huge fang, but Sayu's grip was quite impressive. The boy glared at his opponent with his ghostly eyes, telling him not to say he didn't warn him. Jumping blue flashes began to appear around the young man, and he said in a threatening voice that if he wanted to argue with him, then he had to put his life on the line. The boy pressed down on the sword that was still in Kang Vi's hands with a cracking sound, causing a blue glint to appear on the hilt. Bright flashes began to spread everywhere as the thug screamed in rage and realized that his power had suddenly begun to fade and his arm was beginning to twist again. The distorted Kang Vi screamed at the top of his lungs, feeling the thorny, destructive energy begin to course through his arteries and blood. For a few seconds, the exhausted Kang Wei still wondered if this was the moment, if it was really time for his death, but Sayu stopped his torture. The thug staggered on his feet, feeling a sharp weakness throughout his body and a lack of energy. He couldn't believe that this was what death felt like. Sayu let go of the enemy's weakened hand, which was now barely clutching the destroyed sword, and the thug thought that he had not even managed to suddenly release his power. Eventually, the nether demon blade realized that he had made a mistake and tried to attack an enemy of a completely different level. A few drops of sweat rolled down his face, and he said in his thoughts that now he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat Sayu. He would die no matter what technique he used. Sayu let out a small sigh of relief as he stepped back, saying that the killer had made the right decision because he didn't want to just kill someone either. The Dan Song Jong brothers ran up to her worriedly, still clutching the hilts of their swords in readiness. The two stared at the painting in surprise, asking what kind of conflict they had and how it ended so quickly. The mustachioed brother's eyes widened, exclaiming that he couldn't believe that young Master Dan had been able to stop those two before they could tear each other's throats out. The young man gripped Dan Moksong Jong's hand tighter, angrily asking why she was still holding her sword when her opponent had already retreated with honor. The girl's eyes widened even more when he told her that she needed to throw down her weapon in the same way and leave the battle. The boy left the thug alone, walking in the other direction with Song Chun, who he still held tightly by the wrist. Kang Vi let out a painful breath through his throat, asking in a cold, slow voice what the boy's name was. Sa Yu stopped abruptly, looking back with a slightly puzzled expression, wondering if he should have revealed himself before. Still, the boy turned his head towards the man, introducing himself to him in a stern voice as Dan Sa Yu. The crowd of spectators suddenly froze as the fight suddenly stopped, and Kang Wei suspiciously fell silent, looking at his feet. Kang Wei knew that Dan Moksong Jong had been given some kind of order ever since he left the alliance, but Dan Sa Yu was a real monster in his eyes. The thug couldn't calm his thoughts, even though he tried to concentrate and distract himself, but inside he felt the need to destroy the demon. The exhausted killer trembled with his thin body, his eyes bulging from their sockets, saying that he would definitely kill the boy, and he needed Yam Sa-ik's help for this. Two men approached Sa Yu and Dan Moksong Jong and greeted him, and the boy immediately recognized their attire, saying that they were from Gai Ban. First-level disciple Li Jeol and first-grade disciple Zhang Do bowed before the boy, placing their palms together. Sa Yu glanced to the side, asking Zhang Do if he had received an order from their elder, as he noticed that they were keeping a close eye on Kang Wei. The guy noted that watching the madman now was a bad idea, since he was in a fit of rage and could stab anyone who even slightly pressed on his sore spot. Dan Moksong Jong thought that Sa Yu was connected with Gai Ban himself, which meant, as she thought, he was clearly far from an ordinary person, since he was also ready to interfere in other people's conflicts. Zhang Duo bowed deeply again, saying that they understood the boy's concerns very well, but they were observing them with great caution. The Dan Moksong Jong brothers approached her worriedly and wanted to ask where she had disappeared to since early morning, but they fell silent when they saw Sa Yu tightly gripping her wrist. One of the brothers cleared his throat, and the other said that the boy should stop squeezing their sister's hand so hard even if they didn't understand what was happening. Sa Yu seemed to have just now noticed that he had the weight of the bloody plum bud on his shoulders, so he let go of her hand and apologized. The boy exhaled heavily when the girl's brothers said that they were late and needed to quickly go to the Great Celestial Union of Merchants. The young man looked at them with interest, asking if, since they were going to the Merchants' Union, he could go with them. This was the perfect chance for the guy to find out as much information as possible about his target. The head of the Manhwa sect once told Dan Moksong Chan that the girl had a very difficult task, but the results were needed not only by the Union, but also by herself. The man standing with his back to her said that Song Chan was very young and talented, and in the Union she was called the wisest. The man turned his head towards her with a slightly puzzled look, noting that she had never had an equal in her kind. Dan Moksong Jong listened to the words that it was her conscience to decide who to trust and how to act. The girl turned to her master, raising her head slightly and saying that she understood every word and instruction of the Holy Blade. Song Chun turned her gaze towards the boy with suspicion, noting in her mind that he was definitely acquainted with Kang Vi, but apparently they were only connected by their shared hatred. Squinting slightly, the girl thought that his connection with Gai Ban was clearly useful, and she would not harm herself if she decided to contact him. The girl looked ahead, telling herself that they needed to mend fences with Sa Yu in order to make Gai Ban an ally of the Nine Foundations Alliance. After some time, the events moved to the branch of the Great Celestial Union of Merchants in Taiwan. Sa Yu, along with Dan Moksong Jian and her two brothers, arrived at their destination, slowly heading inside the main building. The guy looked around, surprised, examining the unique architecture of the branch, which stood out for its strange pretentiousness. Throwing his head back, the young man mumbled that he couldn't believe that a branch of the merchants could have such a huge building. Danmuk Songjong approached the man at the entrance, introducing herself to him and saying that she would like to meet with the head of the Taiyuan Merchants Union office. The guy saw some unusual decoration in the girl's hands, which seemed to him to be some kind of personal seal. Between her fingers, the girl clutched a small trinket in the shape of a crystal butterfly, saying that the leader would understand everything when he saw it. The young man began to rummage in the pocket of his robe, noting that he also had a similar bow tie, given to him by a little girl. Sa Yu held out a similar crystal butterfly on his palm, comparing it with the other one and noting that even their shape was the same. The crystal butterfly even had its own story. It once belonged to Ha So Ho when she promised to become the greatest person on the continent. Once, she gave it to Sa Yu under the pretext that it was exactly the same color as the guy's ghostly eyes, and then asked him to bring it to her when she became a great merchant. The guy smiled warmly, thinking that the little girl had probably already become famous. Danmok Song, Jong noticed the boy's moment of confusion, looking at him and saying that they needed to go inside already. Sa Yu smiled in calm anticipation, as he was confident that he would be able to find out something about the black traders in Soho, whom he had suddenly missed. When they walked inside, the boy said that he knew that Danmok Songjong also had the seal of the young lady. Danmok Songjong introduced herself at the entrance along with her two brothers, Heo Jong-in and Sang-mu Ho. Another man came out to them, folding his hands together with a small bow and introducing himself as Chong Bong, the manager of their branch of the Merchants Union. Chong Bong looked down with his head and eyes lowered, saying that since they possessed a special seal, they were also special guests. The manager turned away from them and began to lead them inside, saying that the master was already waiting for them inside. The young man looked up again, commenting to himself that the simple branch was so huge, and then involuntarily thinking that the little girl had changed a lot too. In fact, he never doubted for a moment that things had changed enough in 10 whole years. Sa Yu smiled with warmth on the corners of his lips, noting that the little girl had acquired such wealth too early. Dongmak Songjong, without turning her gaze to the boy, asked if it was his first time. The girl looked at the guy, that she had a friend from the Iron Union, who interacted with the Union as a merchant, so they stopped at the branch that belonged to him. As they started walking inside, Sa Yu still didn't understand why Song-chan would bring up something like that, since he didn't even ask any questions. Inside, they were greeted, wondering why Danmok and her brothers had come to the meeting after traveling so far from Manhwa and the Iron Alliance. The girl sat down opposite the master merchant, announcing that she had come to ask for help. The leader of the Great Celestial Merchants Alliance, Chong Du-su, asked if they had arrived regarding Yeom Sa-ik and the Netherworld Demon Blade. The girl nodded, saying that the master merchant was the only one they could ask for their assistance. Du-su noted that they had also been keeping an eye on Kang Wei and suspected that he was somehow connected to the black traders. Sa Yu tilted his head to the side in thought, as he had thought that Kang Wei had some sort of connection with the black merchants. The merchant master rolled his eyes calmly, ordering the manager to give something to Danmok Songjong. Chong Bong handed her a small book, saying that they usually did not provide information to ordinary people, but Song-chong was an exception. The girl looked in surprise at the book, which, as was said, contained information about Yeom Sa-ik, about his business and income, relationships with other people. Du-su noted that they had not yet figured out why Kang Wei was mentioned in the book, but they assumed that he had made a deal with the black traders under the orders of the Five Dragons Alliance. The girl opened the notes, carefully looking through entire lists of text, commenting on what Yeom Sa-ik had actually been doing all this time. Danmok Songjong visibly frowned as she read that 20 years ago, the black traders had made a deal with the Moyeon family to trade in humans and children. The information struck Sa Yu and sank right into his head, causing him to shudder for a second at the mere mention of a family he already knew. Chong Du-su noticed the boy's surprised look out of the corner of his eye, looking at him with slight suspicion, telling himself that he had been sitting quietly the entire meeting until the conversation turned to the Moyeon family. The merchant master quickly analyzed the boy's cold, emotionless face, which made him feel a little afraid, especially his unnatural eyes. Chong Du-soo pressed his lips together in intense confusion, trying to figure out who the guy in front of him actually was. The girl thanked them for sharing such valuable information with them, but they would have to pay, so she asked what price they wanted for the information. Chong Du-soo folded his hands together, saying that he was not a merchant for nothing, and he only wanted to minimize the losses of their alliance if an incident occurred. The girl lowered her eyelids, mysteriously asking if she could inquire why he had put forward such a condition, since many had already forgotten that the cry of the crane had been cut out. The man responded in a professional tone that yesterday there had been an incident in the military court, and then a purge of the clan, which could be considered revenge. However, Du-soo was doubtful of such a theory, as they suspected that the vice chief of Taiwan might have some connection with the Five Dragons Alliance. The girl was silent for a few seconds and then said in a stern voice that, unfortunately, she did not have such authority. Du-soo decided to insist on his own, mysteriously leaning towards her and saying that it would be quite difficult to attract the entire alliance, but it should not be difficult for them to send people from Taiwan. The young man tensed slightly, peering into the conversation between the two, which was more like strange whispering. The girl's tone became more ferocious as she clenched her knee and said that if this was their price to find out what the Five Dragon Alliance was planning, then it would not be a loss for them. Dongmak Songjong mumbled that she would convey Jong Du-soo's request and try to mobilize the Iron Union branches in Taiwan as well. The merchant master smiled smugly, finally acknowledging Sa-yu's presence, to which he replied that he was merely the girl's escort. The man's lips stretched into a wide smile, saying that since he had been let through and allowed to stay, he was certainly an unusual escort. Song Chan said in a serious voice that Sa-yu was only with them because he had one request for him. The guy was silent for a few seconds with a slightly surprised expression on his face because it was the first time he had heard about any request. The girl's eyes widened, noting that he was closely connected to Gaiban, so she began to recall the case of Moyeong Dongjan's death, over which Gaiban had taken complete control. The merchant master tilted his head to the side as he heard that Gaiban was on the boy's side, since he did not give answers to the questions of either the Nine Foundation Union or the entire Iron Union. Sa-yu stared at the girl tensely when she mentioned that if he helped them with his connections with Gaiban, the Nine Foundation Alliance would guarantee benefits for him as well. The young man closed his eyes, suddenly realizing that the girl had been pursuing him all this time out of personal suspicions. The boy decided to deflect Dongmak Songjong's question by opening his eyes and coldly answering that his relationship with Gaiban was not as close as it might seem. A faint smile appeared on Sa-yu's face, and he said professionally that since they had arranged a meeting for him, he would be willing to accept her request. But he told her not to expect much. The Bloody Plum Bud brothers trembled in fear, suddenly feeling an inexplicable pressure throughout the entire room. Even Chong Du-soo felt a tremor throughout his entire body as he stared at the youth with a slightly tense gaze. Feeling a heavy wind around her, the girl froze in horror, realizing how wrong she was in her theory. Without holding back for a second longer, Sa-yu abruptly turned away, saying that he had to go already, even though they continued to shout after him. But even with the screams behind him, the guy didn't listen, indifferently heading towards the very exit. The girl lowered her eyebrows angrily, thinking that she should have been wary of the young man from the very beginning and thought that he could be attracted by ordinary money. And yet, Danmok Song John didn't even intend to give up, planning to act more carefully and try to gain the guy's trust. Du-soo exhaled heavily, dramatically saying that the boy was some kind of sissy to leave the conversation because of an unfavorable deal. On the other hand, the merchant master thought about the boy's surname, Dan, and then about his Goryeo dialect and ghostly eyes, wondering if he had any relation to their young mistress. Looking out the window with an indifferent expression, the leader of the Great Celestial Union of Merchants returned to the topic of their conversation and began discussing the details of their deal with Danmok. Sa-yu walked out into the street, actually feeling some sense of insult inside himself, but at least he recognized what he came for. The guy actually had enough confirmation that Yom Saik had made a deal with the Moyeon family 20 years ago, and now he just had to figure out where it was stored. At the entrance, the young man was met by a short man who bowed slightly and greeted him loudly, but the former was seeing him for the first time. Gaiban's first-grade student, Ah So, smiled with his missing teeth and introduced himself, saying that Elder Hong had asked him to escort the boy to him. Meanwhile, close surveillance of Kan Wei was carried out so far that envoys from Gaibang had to go beyond the Taiwan Ojo Mountain. The thug's skinny legs looked more like solid bones as he walked wearily through the dense forest. The messengers could not understand where the killer was heading and why he had to go so far. The fat student whispered that everyone else was looking everywhere for Yom Sa-ik, and they forgot something in some forest, violating the personal space of a madman. His partner angrily ordered him to stop grumbling, as they had a very important mission and were obliged to follow orders. He wanted to add that they needed to keep a very close eye on Kang Vi, but at the same time, his eyes widened, feeling an unpleasant sensation in his stomach. Student Gaiban grabbed his growling stomach with a grimace on his face as he realized he was about to vomit again. The fat man shouted angrily towards his partner, asking how he had gotten a stomach ache for the second time that day. The fat disciple Gaibang again turned his gaze to Kan Vi, who moved from his place and disappeared somewhere. He panicked, shouting under his breath that they had lost their target because of his idiot partner, but he didn't even hear the footsteps behind him. The fat man turned his gaze, pretending to ask his partner if he had returned yet, but he immediately froze in realization of who was really in front of him. Kang Vi stared at the one with the sword on his back, speaking through a growling voice that he seemed to be looking for him. The thug looked madly at his prey, asking in a depressing voice why those rats were chasing him. The fat man fell to the ground in horror as Kang Vi hovered over him and began to come even closer with crazy eyes. He didn't even have time to realize when silver threads rushed through the air in a second and tightly wrapped around his neck. A few seconds later, Gaiban's disciple was lying on the ground with a bloody face and neck, and Kan Vi asked one of the silhouettes behind him why he killed him in such a boring way. Kang Vi raised his eyes in displeasure, not understanding why some idiots from Gaiban were chasing him. Looking back, the thug involuntarily looked at his colleagues, dramatically saying that there were a lot of questions and very few answers. The thug said with a grin that he was glad to see the steel archer and the other assassin in the white cloak with threads on his hands, adding that the red water building should be nearby. Kang Vi stared at the stern steel archer, asking him to help him, but he only remained silent in response. The mustachioed man sternly said that there were definitely rats nearby, and then looked at the assistant in the cloak, ordering him to search everything properly. Hearing that they couldn't let any more rats get in, the cloaked assassin just nodded in response. Meanwhile, another student, Gaiban, hid nearby and pressed his hand to his face, listening in horror to the vulgar laughter of several murderers. 2 streams of tears rolled down his face, and he tremblingly promised himself that he would definitely return and avenge the death of his friend. The assassins began to descend the mountain, and a sharp laugh escaped Kang Vi's throat as he looked up and said that it was no wonder he hadn't found the temple in such a place right away. The Black Merchant Union's Taiwan branch, otherwise known as the Redwater Fortress, looked quite intimidating with its beige and bloody colors. Inside, Yom Sa-ik himself sat on a small throne, asking his messenger if they were going to deliver his message to the 5 Dragon Alliance. The man in the white cloak with glowing eyes said in a cold tone that they had trained their warriors so well that they would obey orders without question. He pressed his cloak tighter, adding that if their warriors were allowed to master martial arts for a couple of years, they would become the most powerful weapons. Yom Sa-ik pressed his fingers together, saying that the process was going quite well, but there was still something missing. Pointing to one of the muscular warriors, the messenger said that all their tools had acquired human form and could themselves become weapons with martial arts to boot. And there were dozens of such warriors. All of them obeyed orders and were ready to attack at any moment. The envoy called them the best creation of the Red Water in the last 20 years. Yom Sa-ik pressed his hand to his face in confusion, saying that he was not concerned about the warriors' abilities, but that there was nothing exceptional about them. The mere mention of 20 years made the head of the black traders wince in the realization that so much time had passed since he last saw that girl from the cave. The leader nervously bit his own lips because now she could have learned a great martial art. but he missed her. Then the steel archer and the nether demon blade approached them, so the pale man asked if Kang V wasn't supposed to go to the merchant union. The madman grinned fiercely, saying that he had one request for the leader to begin with, and Yum Do-jung asked his partner if he was going to deal with the scum he had brought with him. Yeom Sa-ik raised an eyebrow in confusion, not understanding what other trash they were talking about, and then asked if Kang Wee was being followed. The skinny thug sat down and said that he had been followed, but he had dealt with one of them, and his subordinates would take good care of the second one. Yum Do-jung confirmed his colleague's words with a slight nod, noting in a stern voice that he also found no traces. Kang V threw his head back, relaxedly telling the black trader leader to relax, since they had no problems at all. Yom Sa-ik couldn't help but think that there might be some suspicions towards them, so he came to the conclusion that they should move their fortress. Kang V stared at him in confusion, just like Steel Archer, who said that it would be a huge loss if they demolished the place that they had developed for over 20 years. Of course, the head of the black traders is sorry to lose something so valuable, but in such a situation it is very important to make a quick and necessary decision. Gaiban would come for them sooner or later, so the leader bitterly bit his finger, ordering Yum Do-jung to leave with the goods to the Five Dragons Union at dawn the next day. As long as there was disagreement between the clans in Murim and as long as the Ming were opposed to the Mongols, he could not allow the slave trade to disappear. The pale man left his thoughts, wondering what the blade of the underworld demon wanted from him. At the mere mention, the skinny thug couldn't help but grin furiously, which turned into a huge grin. A wide, mad smile spread across his face, and he said that he needed the head of the black traders to find someone for him. Meanwhile, the events moved to the main branch of Gaibang in Taiwan, where there was a lot of noise tonight. The elder sat on the steps, asking if Jiol had been killed by Mount Oho, to which the surviving envoy tearfully explained that they had only been following Kan Vi on orders. The old man listened with a serious look to the cries of his student, who told in detail that his partner was killed while he went away to take care of personal needs. The disciple beat his head on the ground, sobbing, begging for punishment, and then exclaiming that he had done nothing while his comrade was dying in agony. Sayu crossed his arms with a dissatisfied expression, noting that in the end, a murder had happened after all. The elder looked at the student with a puzzled expression, saying that Zhang Do was not guilty of anything that Kang Wee and his accomplices had done. The branch chief nervously noted that the Oho mountain residence was quite far away, so he was sure that the incident was related to Yom Sa-ik. He added that they needed to attack them as soon as possible, so they had called in all the scouts from whom they should soon receive news. Hong Mu-gai muttered that no one would have thought that someone would be smart enough to build something in such a godforsaken place, and he also heard that Yom Sa-ik was involved in selling children. Then Aso ran up to them, shouting loudly that they had received a message from a group of scouts, saying that they had found a fortress. So began to swing his cane in all directions, shouting in anger that it was time to avenge Uncle Li Jiol. The drunk stood up with a limping leg, grumbling that they couldn't let the death of one of their followers go unnoticed, so he asked the branch chief to remain as a guard. The head of the Taiwan branch, Zhang, nodded when the old man asked him to be careful with the merchant union, who were clearly up to something. The old man shouted loudly that he understood perfectly well that everyone felt hatred towards the murderers of their brother, but he himself gave the order to him and also felt guilt in his soul. The elder shouted at the top of his lungs that even if they wanted to personally stab Kan Wee in the heart, he simply could not send them to hell in such a state. The followers of Gaiban began to swing their weapons wildly and cheerfully when their teacher said that this time the second-level students and scouts would go into battle. There was little left to do, and the old man had already done his share, so he involuntarily asked what he and Sa Yu had planned next. The guy thought mysteriously for a few seconds, and then replied that after everything that happened, he needed to meet Yom Sa-ik in person, so he would go to him. In the end, the matter turned out to be even worse and more terrible, because it was not just human trafficking, but also the trafficking of innocent children, among whom could be the master's daughter. Sa Yu looked at the elder, reporting that even 1,000 people would not be able to resist Kang Wee, so he would like to take responsibility for it. The old man lowered his eyelids, saying only that even though they were facing a huge defeat, they could not let it go unpunished that someone important from Gaiban had been harmed. For a few seconds, a thoughtful and awkward silence blossomed between them, as if they were both collecting their thoughts. The elder grinned imperceptibly under his thick gray mustache and asked if it was time for them to leave. A warm smile appeared on Sayu's face, and he tilted his head to the side, saying that they needed to go. Meanwhile, the events are again transferred to Mount Oho, or to be more precise, to the House of Bloody Tears, made in the style of the Black Traders. A limping old man began to quickly approach the two guards at the gate, shouting at the top of his lungs and wondering about something. One of the guards turned his irritated gaze towards the old man, asking what such a beggar was doing in such an important place. The old man's eyes widened, looking at the guards in surprise and dramatically declaring that the Black Traders building was enormous, almost bigger than a mountain. His stomach rumbled, and he began to slowly approach closer with a chuckle that he was a little hungry, adding that he could treat them to some sag soup later if they came across Gaiban. The guards instantly opened their eyes wide and nervously grabbed their swords upon hearing the mention of Gaiban. But one of them didn't even have time to swing when the sage grabbed the hilt of his sword with 2 fingers, twisting it. The old man put his hand on his belt in a businesslike manner and grinned, saying that he had only asked for a little food, and they were already going to kill him. Looking at the sword again, the old man grinned drunkenly, saying that he didn't want to see anything inedible, and asked him to keep the sword for himself. Within a few seconds, the gates to the Black Trader's estate were knocked down, and the guards flew out of there exhausted like a cork. The old man laughed loudly at the entrance, declaring that Li Jiol was quite the scoundrel, since he had to go such a long way to avenge him. With a wide smile on his face, Iron Man told his warriors that they needed to finish this quickly and get to the party. A whole squad of dozens of armed students of Gaiban broke through behind the elder, while he was shouting that the time had come for them to gather at one table. The enraged followers of Gaiban rushed forward with their steel sticks, shouting that they would avenge Li Jiol's death on the damn merchants. Meanwhile, the Black Trader guards also started running out from different directions, drawing their swords and asking how they dared to set foot on their territory. In just a moment, the entire Black Merchant clan was filled with the sounds of clashing steel, and the old man noted that he had created an excellent war for Sayu. The old man mumbled that they called themselves Black Traders, but in reality they were just a bunch of scum who were ready to send all their fighters against the Gaiban. The elder laughed fiercely, as the outcome was already obvious, but Sayu was more amazed by the abilities of Gaiban's disciples and his strength. Watching one of his disciples turn the bones of a Black Trader guard into flour, Hongmu Gai could only laugh, saying that the guy was also good at complimenting. The elder praised himself, saying that the Gaiban were truly amazing and that he learned everything he could do thanks to their sect. The elder folded his hands behind him and muttered a little sadly that he wished he had a successor someday. After a few seconds of silence, the old man pointed to one of his fighters, saying that Sung Woo would be perfect for such a role. The old man glanced at the battle in front of them, adding that he had thought of taking Sung Woo as a disciple back in Shenyang, but for now he wanted to see how things would unfold. They indifferently broke through the fighting warriors and corpses, and Hongmu Gai said that if he trained hard, he would reach great heights. The old man also said that Sung Woo had already refused this once, under the pretext that their fighters would be standing forever for offerings, and that this could not be called something good. While they were talking, Iron Man didn't even notice when one of the guards walked towards them, pointing his blade forward and shouting that he would slit the throats of those two. Despite the sharp sword flying straight at his face, the old man continued to hum wise thoughts about how even though they were not all the same, they could still hope for the next day. The old man used his special attack, throwing his leg forward so that the nails of his big toe dug right into his enemy's nostrils. The guard froze as the elder's foot painfully found itself in his nose, and he continued to read out his instructions in sad thoughts. The guard opened his eyes in despair, writhing from the mere feeling of the old man's fingers right up his nose. A smug smile appeared on Iron Man's face as he said that despite his grudge against Sung Woo, he still let him go. Sung Woo was a boy who said he wanted to become a merchant, but even that was eventually let go by the elder, who kicked his opponent's body to the side with one kick. The old man grinned and said that Sung Woo believed that any scum would remain scum for life, but at the same time, he always just wanted to cure his sick mother. Sa Yu lowered his eyebrows in slight confusion, not understanding what was so bad about the boy from the old man's memories wanting to become a merchant. On the other side was an angry Yam Sa-ik, who slammed his fist hard on the table, furiously asking how they dared to interfere like that. The black traders had a shipment scheduled for the morning, but they needed to attack now, so he shouted loudly, asking where Kang Vi had gone. The steel archer sat nearby, reporting that Kang Wei had gone to Taiyuan on business, and said that he would destroy the Great Merchant Alliance before dawn. Yam Sa-ik tensed up and growled. Was the man with the mustache going to sit back while they could be instantly defeated and cause the Dragon Alliance to suffer huge losses? The man with the ears kept his cool, sipping from his cup and saying that their leader should have known that something like this could happen. Putting the cup on the table, the archer said that in the end, the agreement between the two unions was still in effect. Yum Do-young crossed his arms and added that Yam Sa-ik might have spent 20 years organizing all of his plans, but he was still just a pawn on a huge chessboard. The man with the mustache looked up, concluding that from now on, the destruction of the House of Bloody Tears did not concern anyone but Yam Sa-ik. It was only his problem. Yam Sa-ik began to shake convulsively, clenching his teeth tightly in an angry expression. The black trader chief relaxed his eyes as he finally realized that the thug archer and Kang Vi had been planning to abandon him to his fate from the very beginning. But he was not yet ready to give up, so the leader turned on his boot to the other side and headed towards his intruders. Yam Sa-ik loudly exclaimed to the old man and the boy that even at first glance it was clear that those two were nothing but scum from Gaiban. The pale man folded his hands behind his back and muttered that the people from the pathetic sect were behaving too insolently on foreign territory. Gritting his teeth even harder, Yam Sa-ik's face tightened in anger as he ordered Sa Yu and the elder to get out. The old man angrily shouted back that the slave trader's subordinates had killed his disciple Li Jiol. The guy looked closely at the head of the black traders, whom he actually imagined somewhat differently. Sa Yu himself felt when angry, ghostly energy began to spread throughout his body from the mere thought that it was this scoundrel who took away his teacher's daughter. Yam Sa-ik angrily asked what evidence the old man had, and then he tore his voice apart with words about how the Gaiban had already sunk to the point of attacking a peaceful union without reason. This answer angered the old man even more, and he ordered him not to evade the answer and to let them search his place, since he was so sure of his innocence. The pale man's face twisted even more and became covered with wrinkles as he stated that they had no right to search his house. The elder only lowered his gray eyebrows angrily, saying that in that case, they would have to use physical force. Yam Sa-ik said that he could use his power as much as he wanted, and then he opened his mouth wide, stretching out a long tongue with something on it. The small object in the black trader's leader's mouth looked like a miniature whistle, which he squeezed between his lips a second later, producing a loud whistle. The warriors immediately responded to the whistle order, heading towards the violators at great speed. Several dozen armed men in cloaks, who in fact did not really look like people, stood in front of Gaiban's detachment. It was all because of their looks, their glowing eyes and hidden faces, which by their nature seemed alien, unreal. Some of the Gaiban fighters took a few steps back in both anger and fear, ordering them to get out of their way. One of Gaiban's students swung his cane angrily, shouting at the warriors who stood in his way that he would kill them all if they did not get out of their way immediately. The wooden stick was aimed straight at the head of one of the summoned guards, who only continued to stand still in his torn clothes. However, the man flinched in horror and opened his eyes wide when he saw something in front of him that did not fit into his head. The second-level student Gaiban gripped his cane even tighter, but only to redirect his blow. When the hood fell from his target's face, he saw not a seasoned warrior or a fearsome bodyguard, but an ordinary child with lifeless eyes and a battered face. Sa Yu and Hong Mu Gai froze when they realized that the laughing Yam Sa-ik was actually using the children as human shields. Clutching the whistle between two rows of his teeth, the leader of the black traders said sarcastically that they would have to get through his security if they wanted to search everything in his house. He triumphantly shouted that they would have to kill all his child slaves, but such idiot sissies were not capable of even that. Stretching his arms out to the sides, Yom Sa-ik playfully asked why they suddenly froze and did nothing, also adding that his children were completely brainless and did not feel pain. This made Sa-yu even more angry, and the jade glow around him began to increase with each passing second. The steel archer noted that Yom Se-ik was using their child fighter merchandise as a shield, which was already a violation of their agreement. When he threatened the head of the black traders that his decisions might become a problem in the future, he suddenly fell silent. A wicked smile appeared on Yom Sa-ik's face, and he threw his head back, saying that if the archer wanted his goods to be safe so much, he should stand up for them himself. The words of the impudent leader of the black traders made Yum Do-jung even more indignant, and he asked how he dared to say something like that. The steel archer said nothing more in response, calling for a certain white swordsman to come to his aid. A split second later, a man in white clothes appeared on the balcony of the bloody house. The white swordsman appeared with a snap of his fingers along with the rustling of the wind, hugging his sword as Yum Do-jung ordered him to deal with their situation. The white-robed swordsman raised his head in obedience, revealing behind his hood only a withered skull with glowing, wild eyes. The white-robed thug looked more like a mutilated mummy as he jumped from his seat and quickly walked towards the army. The skeleton opened his snow-white sword with a blinding gleam, causing a shrill whistle to sound in the air. Behind the thug, other warriors began to appear in similar white clothes with skulls instead of normal faces. Sa-yu counted 12 among them. The white swordsman didn't even say anything. He just pointed his blade towards the Gaiban squad, and his servants repeated after him. They unceremoniously began to fall to the ground with their sharp blades, as their commander ordered them to destroy them all. One of the men standing in front immediately found himself the victim of a sharp blade from one of the thugs, which rushed through his body with the blade. The blade was stained with the dark blood of his victim when he held it out, as if to say that this was the fate that awaited the other students of Gaiban. The hood flew off the face of the white swordsman, also known as the commander-in-chief of the 5 Dragons Alliance armed warriors. The white swordsman thrust his beastly eyes forward, saying that they would leave none of the scum alive. The other swordsmen rushed at the Gaiban squad at the same time, waving their snow-white blades in front of them. Everywhere, heart-rending screams began to be heard from the scum of Gaiban, who in a matter of seconds found themselves with their bodies cut up. Sa-yu folded his hands behind his back and tensed up, feeling the wind around him rise even stronger, causing his hair to hang down on him. He looked at the slaves, whose arms and legs were quite long, despite the fact that their faces clearly indicated that they were children. Their bodies were stretched so much that they could barely stand on their feet, and their skeletons were adapted so that they would assume a fighting form before they were ready to kill psychically. The slaves' minds were completely subdued, so they had no sense of pain, no sense of regret or conscience, so they would not surrender even if their bodies trembled with fear. It was the peak of the destruction of the human system, both mentally and psychically, a real atrocity from which they would never recover. Just the thought made Sa-yu's stomach turn, and the anger inside him grew even stronger, especially thinking that Yom Sa-ik could do something like that to his teacher's daughter. The old man saw his partner's irritation, so he put his hand on his shoulder, saying in a serious voice that if the War King intervened now, the situation could get worse. The elder continued by saying that the White Swordsmen were an elite unit of the 5 Dragons Alliance, so they were not afraid to die for the sake of their alliance. The old man frowned, adding that the White Swordsmen would be ready to kill anyone if the order was so they wouldn't even bat an eyelid before cutting. Sa-yu began to argue, saying that Chief Gaiban was going to remain inactive until the situation worsened completely, but he only replied that they would handle everything. Sage Gaiban said in a calm voice that Gaiban and the 5 Dragon Alliance had never been comrades, but they had promised to maintain peace among themselves. Meanwhile, the Gaiban scum barely dodged the attacks of their thug opponents, clumsily holding out their sticks in front of them. The sharp swords of the skeletons cut through the wooden texture of the canes of the fighters from the squad with great ease, while the old man explained that there were and will be losses. History always repeats itself. While the White Swordsmen were slaughtering the entire Gaiban squad, Hong Mugai explained that Sa Yu was simply a different person and obeyed different laws, so he could become prey for the Five Dragons Alliance. Sa Yu said that he heard the children crying in front of them, and although he didn't know why they were crying, they clearly didn't want to be in a place like this. The boy activated a ghostly aura around himself, causing his hair to fly in the wind as he replied that he didn't care at all whether he became prey or anything else. When Sa Yu said that he couldn't allow others to violate the rights of others, the old man only sighed heavily in response, already knowing what was about to happen. The old man exhaled again, telling himself that perhaps this is how people should act, following the call of their hearts. The elder noted in his mind that Sa Yu was right about the fear of innocent children, and he, as an old man, had forgotten how to see the truth in life. He had run away from battle so many times simply because of prejudice that he had lost sight of the point, but now he was going to change that. Hong Mugai learned his lesson this time, opening his whip in front of him and saying that the boy should personally go to Yom Sa-ik while he dealt with the white swordsman. Iron Man took one deep swing of his thick whip, causing it to twist and spin in the air. This move was the beggar's whip, which caused the whip to spin in a spiral motion and head straight towards its target. With a whistle through the air, the whip grabbed the hand of one of the white swordsmen, who hadn't even had time to swing yet. This was the old man's chance, so he immediately flew into the air and began to quickly pull the rope towards himself. Hong Mugai moved his hands very quickly over the surface of his whip, pulling it towards himself and causing the skeleton to stagger. The swordsman was confused when his skull met the old man's foot, who had managed to get closer and ask if he kept his faith because of his strength or if his faith kept his strength. Either way, the answer didn't bother the old man at all, as he couldn't even fight off his attack and dropped his sword. The old man raised his eyebrows unimpressedly, saying that an experienced swordsman would never let go of his weapon. At the same moment, the elder threw his leg up again, knocking the sword hilt above it with his foot and telling his opponent to learn his lesson. Iron Man swung his whip again, causing the sword to fly off with its sharp tip straight at the enemy. The sharp blade of the sword passed through the body of the white swordsman in the next second, tearing his clothes. Hong Mugai wasn't done yet, so he also made several swings of his whip right in front of the enemy, causing him to fly away. The sword plunged its sharp blade into the nearest wall, nailing the body of the dead thug along with it. The white swordsman didn't even have time to realize when his body ended up in such a position that he could only moan and groan weakly. The commander-in-chief of the thugs loudly warned his charges that the old man from Gaiban was not so simple. The elder angrily shouted at them, calling them foolish vagabonds and saying that they shouldn't have fought them if they didn't want to go to the afterlife with Li Jiol. Hong Mugai gripped his whip tighter, ironically saying that they couldn't even defeat Gaiban, who was considered a bunch of poor scum. Iron Man grinned cheekily, saying that scum should act like scum so they never fight alone. In fact, Gaiban was just warming up, so soon another squad of men with sticks rushed towards the white swordsman. This time, they had a slightly different strategy, so they took advantage of the moment and surrounded the white thugs. The elder took a step back and then began to swing his whip forward unceremoniously, asking if their enemies had seen them all fighting together. The old man threw his whip towards the squad of white swordsmen, shouting loudly that there was a special Gaiban formation in front of them to hold off the enemy. With one swing of his whip, he left behind a small crack in the ground, causing the swordsmen to scatter in different directions. One of the swordsmen said loudly that they had to destroy the scum before they had a chance to reach them. But at the same time, the skeleton did not have time to notice when one of Gaiban's fighters crept up behind him and extended his cane so that his back made an unpleasant crunch from the collision. The white swordsmen of Gaiban were surrounded from different sides, beaten with their sticks, which left visible cracks on the skulls of some of them. The white swordsmen lost their threatening aura as their bodies began to fall to the ground, and they began to let out painful groans. But Gaiban's squad only continued to advance towards them, twisting their sticks so that they simply had no chance to react to their attacks. One of the thugs tried to change tactics, making a high jump and stepping on his enemy's cane. The commander-in-chief of the white swordsmen rose above the dregs, raging at them with his growling voice and preparing to cut them down in one wave. The skull's eyes glowed even brighter with a white light as it swung with all its might and shouted that it would destroy them all. Meanwhile, one of Gaiban's students used his partner's shoulder to push off from him as if from a springboard. While the white swordsman was still swinging, another fighter from the Gaiban squad also raised his cane, shouting that they would not let him kill them so easily. The strong wooden cane met the thug's skull at the same moment, creating a wide crack and several barely noticeable scratches. The skeletons began to fall to the ground one by one as the Gaiban squad gradually began to gain the upper hand over them and turn them into their toys. Now it was the scum's turn to taunt their opponents, so they stood on the shoulders of their comrades and took turns fending off the attacks of all 12 assassins. The Gaiban fighters worked together, so every attack and every action they made was carefully planned. The thinner disciples of the sect stood on the shoulders of the stronger, more muscular fighters, thrusting their sticks forward in a holding formation. The old man shouted loudly that it was time to have fun, and Sa Yu simply couldn't hold back his smile, once again convinced that Hong Mu Gai was truly an amazing person. The Black Trader leader clenched his teeth nervously as he watched how he had completely lost control of the entire situation once again in just a few minutes. Yom Sa-ik angrily asked what the white swordsmen were doing that they couldn't even deal with the pathetic scum. There was only one small thing left to do, so Sa Yu created a blue glow around himself, saying that he and Yom Sa-ik had something to discuss. The steel archer tried not to interfere, but the situation began to escalate, especially when he realized that the boy was clearly connected to more than just helping the old man from Gaiban. The mustachioed man pulled the string of his bow, saying that he never imagined that Sa Yu was up to his ears in their affairs. Then Yum Do-jung suddenly released the string from his fingers, creating a springy sound around him. However, he was much better prepared this time, so he was ready to start a battle with a much stronger boy. Meanwhile, Sa Yu charged himself with another dose of blue flashes, forcing himself to make a fairly high jump towards Yom Sa-ik. Yom Sa-ik was so alarmed by the white swordsman's inability to even defend themselves properly and kill some homeless people that he didn't even notice Sa Yu above him. The guy decided to act desperately, so he unceremoniously used lightning Q-he to move towards him in a second. The leader of the Black Traders was angry under his breath, saying that if he had known that this would happen, he would have fled long ago. It was only then that Yom Sa-ik noticed a strange surge of energy next to him that made him instinctively flinch. The boy quickly landed his jade feet on the slave merchant's balcony, causing him to take a few steps back. The young man looked menacingly at Yom Sa-ik, who had fallen before him, speaking coldly through the crackling lightning around him. The Black Trader leader trembled nervously, and his eyes widened as he excitedly asked who the boy in front of him was. The youth extended his jade hand with 1,000 flashes forward, ordering him to answer his question and asking if he knew a girl named Han Sang-ah. The boy's eyes lit up with an even brighter blue light as he continued to tell about how 20 years ago he brought a child with that name to the Moyon family. Sa Yu would have continued threatening him until he got the answer he wanted if he hadn't seen a familiar figure nearby. The steel archer took aim at the boy, saying that they would have met one day anyway, but he never thought it would be under these circumstances. The mustachioed man smiled wildly, showing all his teeth, saying that in any case he was glad to see the young man again. But there were no more pleasantries from Yum Do-jung, and at that very moment he sharply fired a golden arrow towards the guy. The arrow was aimed at the guy's face at high speed, causing him to freeze in confusion. Calling it a second would be an exaggeration. It only took a few milliseconds for the arrow to approach Sa Yu, blinding him. Sa Yu tried to react as quickly as possible to the arrow next to him, but the pressure from it was so strong that he still flew back. The young man broke through the balcony with a loud groan, feeling as if he had suddenly lost control of his lightning key. With a sharp blow, Sa Yu's hair itself was torn apart in midair and his short ponytail was torn out. The boy grabbed the golden arrow with all his might with a trembling hand, trying to understand what had happened in that short moment. The boy was silent for a few seconds, looking at the ground with his ghostly eyes. The steel archer jumped onto the balcony to see the fruit of his attack, which he had been honing well for several days. Yom Sa-ik laughed loudly at the top of his lungs, shouting that Yum Do-jung had once again lived up to his status and name, but he was in no hurry to celebrate. The man with the mustache's eye lit up with a golden light and his face tensed as he realized that something had gone wrong. The steel archer's arrow was capable of piercing through diamond and a strong shield of chi energy, but this boy simply caught it. And so it turned out, a few seconds before the collision, Sa Yu managed to catch his enemy's weapon, although the latter managed to disperse his lightning ki. The boy was familiar with bows from his past, so he noted that the arrow almost hit him and was surprisingly fast. The young man threw the arrow to the ground, saying that Yum Do-jung had made a good attempt if he was just trying to wait for the right moment. Sa Yu dramatically stated that he was very sorry, because this was the archer's first and last chance to kill him. The man with the mustache suddenly felt a tremor throughout his body, an inexplicable fear and anxiety that made him freeze. The steel archer, of course, knew that the youth's ki was very strong, but he never imagined that he was so powerful. His strength literally made him feel the same pressure as the 4 valiant warriors, as if only the 3 tyrants could resist him. Yum Do-jung swallowed nervously, sweat dripping down his face as he told himself to pull himself together, as he now didn't even know at what point death might await him. The archer knew one thing for sure. This was his last battle, which meant he had to give it his all. The man with the mustache leapt from the balcony, jumping high above the boy's body and knocking his next arrow. The steel archer said loudly that he would show the boy his best techniques as he promised, and then fired a glittering arrow towards him. The arrow almost hit Sa Yu's leg and left a huge crack in the ground, but he took a step back in time. Yum Do-jung rushed forward towards the boy, who didn't understand why he was trying to get close to him when most archers preferred to keep their distance from their enemies. The steel archer stared at the boy with his golden eyes, loudly exclaiming that each warrior had their own techniques, and his technique could not be comprehended by anyone. He began to charge his next arrow with golden lights around him, as he shouted that he had found the perfect distance, and the boy would never escape his gaze. Sa Yu still didn't understand what kind of strange strategies his enemy had, but he still increased the flow of lightning chi around himself. With a loud crackle of fire and lightning, the archer shouted once more that he would not let his enemy go so easily. It was the 10-yen shu technique, with which the steel archer was able to create an entire explosion with just 1 charged arrow. And, as they say, where there is 1 arrow, there are all 10. So he turned his bow into a high-speed automatic crossbow, with which he fired 10 exploding arrows per second. With a loud crack and explosion, the arrows began to leave behind destroyed ruins and flashes everywhere, preventing Sa Yu from making his attack. The guy found himself in a bad position because Yum Do-jung had incredible speed, which allowed him to instantly charge arrows with fire and fire 10 shots at once. The steel archer's strength was greater than any other, which is why he was not just a part of the 5-Dragon Alliance along with his colleague, the Nether Demon Blade. It is not surprising that he released his arrow first, because it meant that he considered his opponent strong and was going to sacrifice his life. The leader of the black traders growled in displeasure in the darkness, realizing that even his loyal bodyguard was playing a cruel joke on him. Sa Yu walked towards the flag, and something caught his attention, and a brilliant idea appeared in his head. Improvisation was the boy's style, so he grabbed the flag's handle and began to spin around using lightning chi. He was, of course, not against his usual tricks, but he would like to have a little fun and spin around. Sa Yu gained enough speed and then aimed his body straight at his enemy, saying that it was more fun for him to exchange blows this way. The steel archer realized what the boy was about to do, so he jumped back in time, saying that he had thought correctly. The boy landed on the ground, leaving flashes beneath him for a few seconds before jumping back up. Sa Yu felt a strange relief throughout his body, as if he was starting to get some inexplicable pleasure from the battle. The steel archer began to run in the other direction, saying that the young man could switch from defense to attack amazingly. However, the man with the mustache was not going to give up either, swinging his arrow towards him with the words that it would not be so easy anymore. Yum Do-jung never slowed down and continued to fire at the boy at the same incredibly fast pace, drenching him in a hail of arrows. The young man began to move between the arrows at the speed of light, dodging each one that tried to get in his way with wavy flashes. Sa Yu was getting closer to his opponent with each passing second, and his spare arrows were already running out, leaving him with no choice but to run away. Bursting into one of the buildings, the steel archer prepared for his next attack, drawing the strings of his bow deeply. Sa Yu continued to follow his opponent at a rapid speed, jumping towards him after him. Yum Do-young raised one of his hands, from which he began to quickly release silver threads, enveloping the space with them. Silver threads surrounded the room, tightly hugging the columns next to them with a barely audible sound. Sa Yu had already begun to suspect what the archer was about to do a second later when the threads blocked his path. The young man stared at his opponent's strategy in confusion, who in the meantime took advantage of the moment by creating threads around him. The steel archer's eye glowed brightly with golden light, and he tightly clenched his hand with the threads in his fist, saying that he would catch the bastard. The sharp threads cut sharply through the boy's long hair, leaving a small, severed lock of hair in the air. Sa Yu stopped abruptly, landing on his heel as his cut hair flew in the wind, saying that he now understood why this particular archer was closing the distance. The boy understood the strategy, describing that the steel archer planned to close the distance so that they would be in a confined space and he could kill him with the threads. Yum Do-young twirled the sharp threads in his hands, saying that he was just having a little fun, but now that his intentions were exposed, he was not so interested. Sa Yu was slightly surprised by this expression, as it seemed to him that for the steel archer, this entire chase and battle was just a game. The boy no longer stood on ceremony with his enemy, extending both of his fingers forward in the shape of scissors and pressing them to one of the strings. With a snap of his fingers, the silver threads began to fundamentally shrink and collapse as Sa Yu spoke out that the child slaves were forced to live in adult bodies with childish faces. The threads began to explode along with the columns they were wrapped around, and the boy said that every person should live their own life, but the children's eyes were filled with anger. While the entire room was filled with explosions and loud sounds of destroyed columns, Sa Yu summed up that the children had already lost all faith in life and considered the whole world their enemy. The boy began to come closer, and his blue energy began to increase in size as he angrily said that they were having fun while innocent children suffered. The steel archer froze in horror, loudly asking how he managed to destroy the thread filled with diamond dust with one movement of his fingers. Yum Do-young had no doubt about his enemy's abilities, but up until this point he had simply appeared to be a warrior with a huge amount of chi. Sa Yu stood in front of the moon in a menacing manner, describing how one of them was a crazy killer, the other was a beast who sold children, and the archer was just watching and having fun. Amidst the crackling of lightning and the sounds of accumulating energy, the young man said in a cold tone that fighting someone like them wasn't even interesting. Soon, loud explosions and dull sounds of thunder began to resound throughout the room again, and the steel archer began to run away from the boy again. Sa Yu was incredibly fast, so in a matter of seconds he was as fast as he was running on the walls, and said that he didn't understand where his enemy was trying to escape to. Having just landed on the wall, the guy immediately rushed towards his opponent again, leaving behind only a small flash. The steel archer also did not lag behind, aiming at the boy with the words that he himself said that he had everything planned out, so it was better for him not to die from his arrows. The guy threw his hand back, charging it with blue flashes and saying that he had no intention of running away from his enemy's attacks. Instead of picking up speed again and dodging the rain of golden arrows, the young man placed his hand on the nearest wall. Sa Yu used lightning ki to press hard on the wall's surface, leaving cracks on it that were shining with blue light from the inside. The room began to collapse in real time in a matter of seconds, destroying itself from the inside under bright flashes of blue light. The steel archer abruptly lowered his bow and froze, watching as even the roof beneath him began to collapse before his eyes. Rocks began to fall right into the face of the man with a mustache as he loudly expressed his displeasure with irritation and excitement in his voice. A shockwave swept through the entire house, causing a chain reaction, causing explosions to spread throughout the hallway. The steel archer only managed to use his silver chains to break free from the embrace of the flashes in time and jump to a safer place. The man with the mustache spun in the air on his sharp threads for a few seconds, and then landed on the ground to the sound of lightning. The archer gathered his threads around his wrist, marveling out loud at how the boy was able to create an explosion and destroy an entire building with one movement. The golden eye allowed the archer to see the flow of his opponent's chi energy, but he couldn't see anything from Sa Yu, so he decided to introduce himself before Yum Do-jung. The boy scratched the back of his head and responded by introducing himself as Dan Sa Yu, also adding that he was originally from Goryeo. The young man noted that the miracle steel archer must live up to his nickname and show all his abilities before dying with honor. A grin of excitement appeared on Yum Do-jung's face, as he couldn't believe that he heard something like that from the mouth of some country bumpkin, saying that this was the best moment of his life. Then the steel archer cheerfully said that in that case, he would be ready to show the young man everything he was capable of, starting to take out one of the arrows. The archer twisted his body into a strange position, and several arrows appeared next to him, which he called his special technique, 10 arrows of ki. The man stood up straight on the ground, starting to spin on it several times, creating a crackling spark under his heel. The arrows were lined up in a circular position. This was Yum Do-jung's special technique, where he fired 10 arrows at once to make it impossible to avoid them. Each of the 10 arrows contained some portion of Yum Do-jung's entire power, which was already very strong. Opening his golden eye fiercely, the mustachioed man began to concentrate his energy to create a huge explosion of dozens of arrows. Around each sharp arrow, small flames and tongues of golden flame began to accumulate, absorbing the man's ki. When the arrows finally gathered enough ki around them, the cutthroat archer pulled the string of his bow tightly. An attack like this meant that the wielder was ending the fight in his favor, so the steel archer gripped his weapon as tightly as he could. Yum Do-jung pulled the string of his golden bow with all his might and shouted at the boy to run away from his arrows while he had the chance. The man released the string from his hands, causing the energy to gather together and be directed straight at the young man. This was the culmination of the 10 ki arrows technique, which ended with a bright explosion of golden color. A huge drill of arrows gathered together flew straight towards Sa Yu, who only continued to stare at the approaching typhoon with a sharp tip. The boy's jade hand sparkled, and he quietly reminded that he had already said that he had no intention of running away from his enemy's arrows. The young man's palm became brighter with each passing second, and the flashes and lightning around it jumped more intensely. At the same time, the golden light around Yum Do-jung's arrows began to gradually dissipate as blue energy balls appeared on them. Even in the blinding field of explosions, the steel archer could see that his arrows were starting to be destroyed, causing him to let out a desperate cry of terror. But he didn't have much time to be amazed at how Sa Yu had blocked his attack, because a bright explosion had already hit his entire field of vision a second later. The explosions only grew in size with each passing second. It was an attack called Heavenly Strike. Before the archer's eyes appeared the heavenly weapon itself, with its ghostly eyes and jade devil hands. Anyone who had ever seen something like that, those pincers that reached out to take someone's life, was long dead. Sa Yu rushed through his own explosions with lightning ki and aimed his hand straight at the dumbfounded archer. The archer could only freeze, realizing that his attack hadn't even hit the guy or left a scratch on his body. The steel archer's eyes bulged forward, and blue flashes of the youth began to flicker next to him, causing his breathing to stop for a few seconds. But Yum Do-jung wasn't finished yet, so he reached for one of his arrows, drawing it out with a small golden flash. The steel archer tensed the muscles of his neck, shouting loudly that he was going to give up so easily. With the wind whistling, the mustachioed man quickly loaded his bow and fired a single golden arrow, exclaiming that his arrows would still reach the boy. The golden arrow shot towards Sa Yu in a millisecond, piercing his face after the collision. But the boy managed to stop this arrow in time, grabbing it with his palm and dispersing the golden aura around it thanks to one of his techniques. The boy made a slight turn in the air, then swung his free hand to deflect the arrow and send it back at the enemy. The young man grabbed the arrow with all his strength, charging it with a huge amount of his lightning chi to increase its speed and effectiveness. With the wind blowing loudly, the steel archer didn't even have time to realize when the weapon flashed right in front of his face. At that moment, the archer's large cone-shaped hat flew off his head, falling haphazardly to the ground. Yum Do-jung froze with cries of confusion, not understanding what had happened and how he had ended up in this situation. Sa Yu looked at him with a stern gaze, saying that his arrows would never reach him, and now he could no longer use them. The steel archer couldn't even speak as the arrow landed right between his eyes, and he stared up. He didn't feel any pain, but one thing was clear to him. This was the end, so he just fell to his knees, exhausted. It was all over, and Sayu barely even had to put in any effort to defeat the powerful enemy. The boy looked around with flashes around him, saying that since it all ended so quickly, perhaps the archer would find his death a game. The boy lowered his eyebrows in disappointment and said that he had this opinion because the deaths of others meant nothing to the archer. The white swordsman froze in horror, looking at the dead thug with clenched teeth and visible fear on his face. The elder had already gotten used to the fact that he shouldn't be surprised by his partner's skill, but he still surprised him time and time again. The old man knew that the young man was very strong, but he literally defeated the steel archer, one of the warriors of the Five Dragon Alliance. Hong Mu-gai tensed slightly, already feeling that the death of the thug archer would force the Five Dragon Alliance to act, and a massacre would soon take place in Ganhuo. But now they had some more important things to do. They needed to catch Yom-sa-ik, who had already rushed to escape from those who had attacked his village. Even though Yom-sa-ik had trained for a very long time, just the sight of Sa-yu made him feel fear all over his body, and Gaibon had probably already destroyed all his creations. The leader of the black merchants fled on horseback towards Taiwan, already hoping that Kang Wei would help him escape and hide. There were already discussions going on within the Great Celestial Merchant Alliance that the Merchant Alliance had already attempted to defeat the Five Dragon Alliance, which was taking away their influence. Kang Wei angrily said through his teeth that no foreigners should allow themselves to behave brutally towards the locals, saying that he now had grounds to use cruelty. Then, a loud explosion sounded inside one of the buildings of the Great Celestial Union of Merchants, and a trembling shockwave passed through the ground. Meanwhile, in another room, Danmok Songjong and Chong Du-su continued their discussion. It was then that they heard a loud explosion nearby, which made them both turn their heads nervously from the strange sound. It seemed as if the sound was coming from outside, and the manager was already running towards the master merchant with disturbing news. The manager pressed his lips together nervously, and beads of sweat began to spread across his face as he told them that Kang Wei had suddenly attacked them, and they could barely hold back his advance. Chong Du-su nervously shouted back that they couldn't leave this place as he couldn't allow anything to threaten their young mistress. The Song-chong brothers shuddered in fear, as they never thought that the netherworld demon blade would decide to destroy the merchant union, considering how thoughtless it was. Danmok Songjong fell silent, theories running through her mind about Kang Wei trying to sow discord between the foundations, lions, and merchants in order to form an alliance with someone else. But the girl couldn't think for long, because after a few seconds, they heard the loud sounds of someone running. They all rushed outside, where the warriors of the Merchant Union were already fighting off the enemies, and the blade of the demon of the underworld indifferently entered the territory with a sword on his back. The warriors of the Merchant Alliance thrust their blades forward and pointed them straight at Kang Wei, shouting that they must put the mad dog in his place. Such a nickname, to put it mildly, greatly angered Kang Wei, who did not waste time and play out preludes, immediately heading towards his enemies with his blade. The warriors of the Union of Merchants didn't even have a chance. They simply froze in fear as the monster's cuts passed across their faces. The madman moved in a zigzag pattern, cutting down his opponents one by one, saying that he would kill each of them. Kang Wei laughed loudly as he thrust his sword into the back of one of the warriors, shouting triumphantly that he would kill even those who would run from him in fear. In the end, the field of Merchant Alliance warriors turned into a chessboard of helpless pawns as the demon screamed that he would kill anyone who stood in his way. The exhausted and cut bodies of the slain warriors rose into the air, jumping chaotically against the backdrop of the moon. Kang Wei gripped his weapon tighter, tearing his throat out with words about how it was the Union's fault that they chose to serve the degenerates, and now they were paying for their sin. One of the warriors tried to go around Kang Wei from the other side and plunge his blade into his back, shouting that if he continued like this, there would be no forgiveness for him. The blade of the demon of the underworld glared angrily at the rat behind him, furiously saying that he was just getting started. The man gripped his sword even tighter, twirling it in his hand with a loud whistle before plunging it into his opponent. The warrior from the Merchant Union didn't even have time to realize how quickly Kang V's sword passed through his body, splashing blood everywhere. The thug lifted his victim's body with one hand, shouting that he hated it when weaklings pretended to be nothing. The killer began to be surrounded by guards from all sides, and he quickly analyzed how many more tortured bodies he would leave on the ground. Kang V twirled the soulless body on his blade in the air, telling them not to worry as he wasn't going to send anyone to hell alone. The sword rushed through the crowd in a solid wave of several other warriors, shouting that it would kill every one of the trade union. The Songchan brothers tried to intervene, but the wind and splashes from Kang Wee's attacks prevented them from even moving. Meanwhile, the thug didn't even think about stopping, cutting as many opponents as possible with a bloody blade. The assassin threw the bodies of several warriors into the air, aiming his sword at each of them before beginning to cut them down again. The fighters didn't even have time to notice when their bodies were split in two before they even had the chance to attack Kang Vi. Kang Vi carried out his bloody massacre in a matter of seconds, leaving behind only the mutilated bodies of his victims. The Merchant Union's warrior protector, Seop Myung-hui, pressed his lips together nervously, staring at Kang Vi with hatred and contempt in his eyes. Kang Vi could only laugh in response with a fierce smile, shouting that it wasn't for nothing that he was called the Nether Demon Blade, a demon that absorbed evil. The warrior protector angrily shouted at him at the top of his voice that the murderer was talking nonsense, and the Great Celestial Merchant Alliance was too influential a group. The thug looked away with a smug smirk, saying that he was destined to make their union great when he finished off each of them. Sub Myung-hui nervously rushed forward, stepping on the ground in chaotic steps before swinging at the madman. He jumped high into the air, clutching the hilt of his sword in his hands to open it right in front of the killer's face. With a loud click, the warrior protector said in a serious tone that he was going to slit Kang V's throat. The Nether Demon Blade merely laughed in response, waving his sword and saying that he would never be killed by such skills. Seop Myung-hui swung his sword, saying that he was the best warrior in the trade union, so Kang Vi was wrong to look down on him. The furious smile never left the thug's face for a second, as he said that the boy's words meant nothing, and he was just a pawn in his path. Seop Myung-hui found himself surrounded by attacks from an assassin who was several times larger than him, along with his long sword. The madman began to swing his sword across the space, leaving behind a huge number of cuts and screaming that his opponent could only fight back. Sub Myung-hui groaned quietly into the sea of slits, claiming he was just warming up. The man extended his thin hand forward, saying that this was not the beginning, and that the warrior defender was about to meet his end. The thug took a step back, parrying his opponent's attack before swinging at him again. Swinging his sword deep behind his back, the assassin threateningly said that Seop Myung-hui was too carried away with his meager skills that he didn't even need to look at. Kang Vi changed his strategy and threw his second blade straight at his enemy, shouting that once his mind became clouded, his fate was sealed. Seop Myung-hui still tried to fight despite his opponent's humiliation, drawing his sword in front of the slashes that rushed towards his face. However, the attack turned out to be much more difficult and faster, which is why the warrior defender did not even have time to open his sword to block it. While he was in confusion, the thug took advantage of the moment and began to run towards his enemy at great speed. The warrior defender didn't even have time to realize when the assassin rushed through his body using only the blade of his sword. The Great Celestial Merchant Alliance administration stood in horror as they watched the assassin destroy their strongest warrior without much effort. Chong Du-su was stunned, and a nervous tremor began to run through his body as he mumbled the name of the warrior protector under his breath. Sub Myung-hui was still trying to call Kang Vi bastards through the pain of vomiting through his teeth, but he couldn't say anything. When he finally said that the thug would die in agony, Kang Vi could only laugh with a wide grin, saying that hell had already prepared him for torment and suffering. While his body was being split in two, the madman said that he should not think about such things if he himself was on the threshold of death. Kang Vi jumped forward indifferently, and Seop Myung-hui's body was torn in two with a huge stream of blood. The thug rose above the administration, exclaiming that it was too early for him to die, and once he killed Chong Du-su, he would also destroy the entire merchant union. Chong Du-su stood in horror before the very face of death on his nose, screaming at Kang Wei and calling him a scumbag. The madman opened his eyes even wider with a mad expression and shouted that Chong Du-su should give up his life if he didn't want his subordinates to suffer. Destroy the demon. That was the only thought in Kang V's mind as he swung his sword at the alliance leader with a mad expression on his face. Chong Du-su was already preparing himself for the sharp blade to rush across his face at any moment, but it suddenly stopped. The Danmok Song-chan brothers stood in front of the head of the merchant union, fending off Kang Wei's attack with their swords, and Kang Wei angrily asked if the Hua sect was in cahoots with the filthy foreigners. Amidst the loud screeching of swords and the pressure of blades, Ho Jong-in asked what kind of nonsense was coming out of the killer's mouth. Sang-moo Ho's eyes widened fiercely, and through the clashing blades he replied that he simply couldn't agree with Kang Wei. Danmok Song-jong jumped on Kang Wei's sword, replying that it didn't matter even if there was some truth in the thug's opinion. The madman stared at Bloody Plumbud and Sang-moo Ho, who jumped on top of him, shouting that no one had the right to kill people just like that. Sang-moo Ho made an attack on the assassin, and noticeable sparks began to appear on the blade of his sword, jumping in different directions. Kang Wei was creating quite a lot of pressure with his weapon, so Ho Jong-in had to exert as much effort as possible to prevent him from attacking. While the thug was distracted, Danmok Song-jong jumped on him with a blade, shouting that if all of his murders were provoked by the Five Dragons Union, then she was defending the honor of the Foundation. Kang Wei looked at the sharp blade with a red glint under his throat, emotionally calling the girl's words complete arrogance. The thug grabbed his weapon and barely managed to dodge the long blade Danmok Song-jong swung over his head. The assassin thrust his long sword forward amidst a loud screeching of steel, trying to fight off the unexpected attack. In the end, Kang Wei somehow managed to fend off the attack, and he irritably asked if the girl was still going to block his way after that. The killer's eyes grew wilder as he angrily shouted that their battle was started by the Nine Foundation Alliance, and from now on, everything would be on their conscience. The Danmok Song-jong brothers felt a threatening aura around them again, and Ho Jong-in asked why Kang Wei expected anyone to believe such nonsense. The two of them jumped on the thug, saying that the Five Dragons Union was to blame for everything, and the killer shouted that they would determine the culprit later. The dead couldn't speak anyway. The thug held his blade out in front of him, repelling the brothers' attack with the words that he would cut off the demon's head and present it personally to the Five Dragons Union. But Kang Wei suddenly felt the situation begin to spiral out of his control when he realized that he could no longer defend himself. The thug's eyes widened nervously, telling himself that he had underestimated his opponents and that the brothers had turned out to be much stronger than he had expected. The girl raised her blade with a red glimmer at the tip, loudly declaring that there was no way Kang Wei would be able to kill them all and then blame it all on the Manhwa sect. Danmok Song-jong shouted that Kang Wei was destroying the reputation of not only the Nine Foundations Alliance, but the entire Iron Alliance, and he would pay for it with his life. The girl's extended blade, with an imperceptible red gleam, met the thug's destroyed blade, which at the same moment sent an oppressive shudder through it. From such a sharp blow, Kang Wei released the sword from his hands and with a loud roar slammed into the nearest wall, destroying it with his strong body. The building collapsed, but the girl was not going to stop, causing the man's body to fly as far as possible. For a split second, the thug felt a weakness throughout his entire body, telling himself that the rumors about Danmok Seong-cheon's strength were not a lie. But at that moment, the thug's eyes widened in anger, and he shouted that he had not devoted 20 years to martial arts for nothing. The Nether Demon Blade's arms began to grow in size as he loudly said that he didn't care at all about the title and status of the stupid girl in front of him. Kang Wei once again made his physique much stronger, shouting that he would show that there was a gap between him and the girl that she could not overcome. The Song-chong brothers took a hesitant step back and tensed up as they looked at the bright light that suddenly surrounded the man. The girl's eyes widened and she froze in horror, as she hadn't seen anyone use the body-changing technique for a long time. Kang Wei's body became brighter with each passing second, and his arms and legs grew to absurd sizes. Danmok Seong-jong decided to act before she completely lost her ability to attack, so she began jumping high on the rocks in the air. The girl hugged her body with the blade and sheath and began to spin in the air, leaving red petals behind her. This attack was called Light Wind of Fragrance, and the girl landed on the ground to complete it. Danmuk Songjong held out her blade in front of her, and the atmosphere around her seemed to soften, despite the fact that the monster itself was nearby. The brothers tried to stand still on the ground, but it began to shake, and the light emanating from the madman only grew brighter. Kang Vi held his sword out in front of him with a fierce smile, through which he was simultaneously laughing and letting out shrill gasps. He walked towards the Manhwa sect with trembling legs, growling as he said that their techniques had always been very graceful. Ho Jong-in stared at the man in horror, as this was the first time he had seen a technique that could change the body of its owner. San Mu-ho only stared at his opponent in fear, as he shared his brother's opinion as well. A cold bullet of sweat ran across Danmuk Songjong's face as she asked if it was the true form of the thug in front of them. The thug limped angrily and began to approach the three of them, saying that they would definitely lose consciousness if they found out about the Five Dragons Union's true plans. When they asked what he was talking about, Kang Vi only replied in a quiet, oppressive tone that something very unusual would soon happen on the continent, but he couldn't say more. Throwing his sword behind his back with a brutal expression on his face, Kang Vi said that they would find out the whole truth when he stood at their graves. Chong Du-soo nervously stared at the monster, as he was completely confused and did not understand what the Five Dragon Alliance had to do with this. In any case, if everything Kang Vi said was true, then this could become a huge problem for them, and they needed to prepare well. The thug's face lost its previous mad grin, and he pressed the corners of his lips together in an expression between irritation and contempt. The girl turned out to be really strong, but her brothers were also quite experienced. He underestimated those three. The man's eye twitched nervously and then swam in abnormal self-satisfaction at the thought that it would take him a little longer to kill all three. In that case, the battle had to begin as quickly as possible, so Kang Vi gripped his sword tightly, causing veins to appear on his huge arm. The thug extended his blade forward, it now seeming suspiciously small compared to his monstrous body. The girl tensed up at the sight of her enemy, and then simply asked if Kang Vi was right-handed. The furious grin returned to the thug's mad face as he ignored Danmok's question and merely shouted that he would kill her. Meanwhile, events outside Taiwan on Mount Oho were still unfolding as a battle, despite the leader having already fled. Loud explosions and screams could be heard not far from the Black Merchant sect's Taiwan branch, next to the House of Bloody Tears. The white swordsmen ran towards the intruders, shouting that 8 of their people had already surrendered, and they needed to urgently destroy their formation along with the old man. Hong Mu-gai gripped his whip tightly, swinging it at the thugs, saying that their formation was created with their shared blood. The whip was aimed straight at the face of one of the assassins as the old man shouted that they would never let them be defeated so easily. Knut grabbed the neck of one of the thugs, squeezing it tightly in such a way as to make him choke on his own breath. The old man took advantage of his chance and began to pull the whip hard towards himself to choke his opponent even more. Iron Man's gaze became even more wild and furious as he continued to pull his enemy towards him with all his strength. When the white swordsman got close enough to him, Hong Mu-gai swung at him with all his might, driving his knee into his target's face. And so it was with every white swordsman who allowed himself to approach Hong Mu-gai, exposing his shattered skull to his attacks. After beating up several enemies, the elder finally landed on the ground along with the exhausted thug in white. The commander-in-chief of the white swordsmen roared angrily with his head on the ground, cursing the scum out loud. The old man did not listen to the angry cries towards his students, pressing the skeleton's head to the ground and causing its mask to crumble into hundreds of pieces. Waving his whip like a toy, the elder merely said that they were first forced into battle, and then tried to defeat them with their outbursts of anger. In any case, they defeated the thugs, so Hong Mu-gai asked Sa Yu if he had contacted the leader, to which he replied that Yom Sa-ik had escaped. The young man agreed that the leader of the black traders had completely lost hope, but added that they needed to find him before he ran away completely. Sa Yu glanced at the group of exhausted white swordsmen, asking if they could use them to gather enough information. On the other hand, Even if they had 12 beaten sources of information, all the thugs were experienced warriors who would not utter a word, even under threat of death. However, the young man said in a cold tone that they would tell them all the information themselves, since he would be able to interrogate those. The elder accepted his partner's request, so within a few minutes, several white swordsmen were kneeling in front of Sa Yu. Of the 12 thugs, 6 were killed, while the rest merely lost consciousness from the strong blows. The old man mumbled that they had a lot of things to worry about right now, so they needed to report the incident to Gaiban and win over the defeated swordsmen. But of course, the old man was most worried about the children, despite the fact that they first needed to catch Yam-sa-ik in order to somehow negotiate with the 5 Dragon Union. Looking at the lifeless eyes of the child slaves, the elder said that in their state, they could not even assess the situation sensibly, and the 5 Dragon Alliance would continue to deny their involvement. Iron Man wanted to check something, so he extended his hand forward towards one of the children. One of the boy's eyes widened in horror as the old man approached him and asked him not to worry. The boy trembled violently and froze in fear as Hong Mugai touched his shoulder and said that Gaiban would try to heal them. At that moment, one of the slaves reached for his sword, pulling out a long blade with a loud clicking sound. The boy swung his sword with fear in his eyes, pointing the blade straight at the face of the elder who dared to touch him. Iron Man didn't even have time to notice what could have provoked such a reaction and how quickly he even opened his weapon. The old man barely managed to dodge the boy's sharp cut, which slightly grazed his eyebrows, scattering them into the air. Hong Mugai tried to act rather quickly, so he jumped high and did a somersault in the air to dodge. The other hooded slaves also began to tremble in both fear and anger, their eyes filling with rage. They began to run quickly towards Sa Yu and the old man, who realized that they had accidentally triggered the defense mechanism of those. As Sa Yu expected, the slaves considered the entire world as their enemy, so they took the old man's gesture as a signal to attack. The boy stepped forward, telling the elder to leave the slaves with him, adding that he would take care of them. The old man nervously shouted to the War King not to rush because in the end, the slaves were the most ordinary children, and it would be cruel to beat them. Sa Yu stepped forward, slowly standing in front of the old man and calming him down, telling him not to worry. The young man directed the power of his ghostly eyes to his feet, leaving a bright blue flash under his foot with the words that he would not kill anyone. With the power of thought, Dan raised the nearest stone slab, around which jumping blue flashes began to gradually form. The young man extended his jade palm forward and small lightning bolts began to form above his fingers. Using Lightning Key, Sa Yu decided to channel the energy into the inanimate slab in front of him, spreading a destructive glow across its entire surface. Extending one finger forward, the boy instantly destroyed the stone slab, turning it into dozens of small fragments. Sa Yu said that it must have been very difficult for the children to be forced to do something against their will, and then he threw rocks at them. The stones began to fly through space at the speed of a bullet, hitting the bodies of the slaves and forcing them to retreat powerlessly. This all reminded Sa Yu of what had happened to him, because if he had never met his master, he might have been dead long ago. The master gave him a second chance, but these poor children had long since lost the sense of freedom and the fact that they could do something. Bright flashes and the sound of stones spread throughout the street, and the slaves stopped approaching, standing there dumbfounded and confused. The other scum from Gaiban were surprised that Sa Yu was able to defeat 100 people in a few seconds, but the elder had already gotten used to the guy's inhuman strength. The young man said that he didn't have enough strength now, which is why he couldn't save the children earlier, and then promised that none of them would fall into Yam-sa-ik's hands again. Energy spheres tingled through the bodies of the slaves, who stared at the boy with both anger and fear in their eyes. One of them trembled, and pain was painted on his face from the blows of the stones that Sa Yu sent at them. The boy approached one of the children, hugging him and whispering to him to cry when he was sad, to laugh when he was happy, and to run when he was scared. Sa Yu pressed the slave's head to his shoulder, telling him to live as he wanted from now on, and then no one would stand in his way. Bitter tears began to appear in the boy's eyes, which slowly rolled down his face, and he moaned sadly on his lips. Loud crying began to be heard throughout Mount Oho, and the elder said in admiration that he could not believe that the young man could pacify the poor children. The white swordsmen came to their senses one by one, falling exhausted to the ground with their own irritated groans. Hong Mu-gai set about thoroughly warming up the thugs in white so that they would at least begin to remember how to move their tongues. Sa Yu approached one of them, saying that he was obliged to tell him about the place where Yom Sa-ik went. He only laughed in response, since he had no intention of giving out even a gram of information to Sa Yu, calling him an idiot. The battered white swordsman said with a smug grin that he would not answer any of the boys' questions, no matter what he tried to do with them. Sa Yu's eyes filled with blue light, and he asked in a quiet, slow voice if he would remain silent even if he died. The young man decided to test his own question, so he pressed his index and middle fingers together, pointing them with a sharp movement at the thug. The white swordsman instantly felt shock waves along his body along with blue flashes, causing him to shudder. Energy blasts spread throughout his body, spreading energy through his arms, causing them to crack and move against his will. Sa Yu placed his palm on the hand he had taken control of, forcing him to squeeze the sword, saying that they had abused children with this weapon, so with its help, he would find out the whole truth. The hand gripped the sword piece even tighter, and the white swordsman glared at him, angrily asking what kind of power the boy had used since he couldn't even control his body. He began to bring the blade closer to his throat, shouting that squeezing information out of him was useless and that the white swordsmen would not sell out their comrades even under threat of death. The young man looked at him, doubting whether he should call people like Yom Sa-ik comrades, since he just took off and ran away, abandoning them to their fate. The guy snapped his fingers, creating a small flash between them with sarcastic words that now he at least knew that they valued the lives of their comrades more than their own. The hand began to turn on its own again, beyond the thug's control, and he felt it begin to change direction. Instead of heading for his own throat, the sword blade was now pointed in front of the other warrior's face. His comrade began to beg him to stop, grabbing his hand tightly, but it turned out to be suspiciously strong. He nervously asked what his partner was doing, to which the other replied that his hand did not yield to him and moved on its own. Amidst the heart-rending cries of his comrade, the blade voluntarily plunged with blue energy around it straight into his throat. The white warrior's eyes widened as he held the dagger in his hand, and he began to beg the young man to stop and stop controlling his body. He was losing control of his body with each passing second, screaming loudly that he could not kill his comrade. Sa Yu smiled imperceptibly, saying that it didn't matter whether he killed his friend or not, because they still had 4 of his comrades in reserve. The other 4 thugs all froze in horror when Sa Yu said that he would not kill their commander-in-chief until he killed all of his partners. Yes, the method was quite cruel, and even the elder understood this perfectly well, but there was no other way. Moreover, the white swordsmen had trained for decades and they had passed more serious tests, so they were literally brainwashed with unbridled loyalty. The old man nervously pressed his teeth together because he knew that for those who killed their comrades, it was first and foremost to kill their honor, so this was the only way to find out the truth. The commander-in-chief trembled in horror at the realization that he had to utter at least a word so that none of his comrades would suffer, even if he didn't care about his own life. His protégé trembled nervously with disbelief in his eyes, and he asked in a trembling voice if his partner was going to kill him. A bright smile appeared on the commander's face, and he shouted at the top of his lungs that Master Yam was heading to the Great Union of Merchants. Sa Yu looked at him, asking with a little skepticism in his voice why Yom Sa-ik would go somewhere so far away. Then the truth poured out of the commander's throat like a waterfall when he told him that Khan V was going to massacre the Traders' Union, and in the meantime the white swordsmen were supposed to steal the goods. Iron Man concluded that in the end, this plan had failed, and now Yom Sa-ik was just trying to get out of Taiyuan, so he was going to follow him. Sa Yu said that if Kang Vi had decided to destroy the trade union, then there must have been complete devastation there. The young man recalled that there were people from the Manhwa sect in the Union building in the morning, but now he doubted that they were still there, and if they were, they would hardly be able to defeat Kang Wei. In any case, the boy needed to find Yom Sa-ik and catch him along with Kang Wei before it was too late, so he asked the old man to take care of the rest. Sayu took a step forward, then another, leaving small blue flashes on the ground as he gained the speed of light thanks to the lightning chi. The elder wanted to ask what was on the boy's mind and what he had already planned, but the boy's trail disappeared faster than the old man even had time to ask questions. The ground was first shaken slightly, then cracked sharply, followed by a shock wave as a huge explosion appeared on it. Iron Man and the other Gaiban scum felt the shock wave pass over them, sending a violent wind into their faces. Sayu rushed forward at the speed of light, gaining speed with each passing second and moving his legs with the help of lightning ki. The guy raised leaves around himself, on which he began to quickly jump, from one leaf to another, rushing along them in quick flickers. The young man jumped high on one of the leaves, and his body rushed right in front of the shining moon of the bloody night. The boy's speed and energy increased to such an extent that the leaves he had raised began to accumulate the thorny energy of lightning. The sound of a crackling and bouncing charge was heard throughout the air as the boy jumped even higher and accelerated again in one sharp jerk. The distance between Mount Oho and the nearest village was noticeable, but it only took him 2 minutes to fly to Taiwan. The closer Sayu got to Taiwan, the more visible the silhouettes of the buildings of the Great Celestial Union of Merchants became in front of him. Chongdu-su lowered his head with a resigned expression. He knew that his life and the fate of the Merchant Union now directly depended on the Manhwa sect. In the Great Union of Traders, there was a mechanism that consisted of several gears, and if one of them broke, the entire mechanism would fall. In this case, it was such a gear. Even if he died, he was most afraid for the young lady, and the worried cries of his ward were not encouraging either. Seeing how Kang Wei was able to repel the attacks of the 3 warriors of Mount Hua on his own, Du-su felt pained at the thought of having to flee on his own. Of course, it would be better to run away now, but Kang Vi became crazier and more ferocious with every second, increasing his chances of winning. Yet Du-su didn't know if he was making the right choice by leaving Danmok Song Jian and her brothers, who were willing to give their lives for their sister, to their fate. The master merchant's hand trembled nervously, and his fingers stretched out in a spasm as he reminded himself that any merchant was obliged to keep his promises even under threat of death. Du-su clenched his hand tightly into a fierce fist, telling himself that if he didn't keep his promise, his entire life would become meaningless. Chongdu-su stepped forward in front of the shining moon, and in his mind he only apologized once to his young mistress. He, as the head of the Great Celestial Union of Merchants, Chongdu-su, simply could not be the kind of person who would allow himself to break the promise he made. Meanwhile, Kang Vi swung his long sword in a jump and asked in a loud voice how those 3 dared to stand in his way. The Mount Hua sect became slightly tense as they had only lost sight of Kang Wei for a second, and he had immediately decided to attack them from above. Danmok Song Jian worriedly shouted to Young In and Mu Ho to be careful as Kang Wei was already preparing for his next attack. The Nether Demon Blade swung his heavy sword through the air several times, shouting that they had fought well, but now it was time for him to show why he was called that. Extending his blade forward, Kang Vi used a technique called the Bloody Storm of Falling Stars, releasing hundreds of sharp projectiles towards his target. Danmok Song Jian visibly tensed up, quickly analyzing the attack in front of her and taking a few steps back in response. Taking one step after another, she jumped back, noting that the thug was not just a member of the 5 Dragons Alliance and was considered one of the strongest 5 fighters from there. Glowing pink petals began to circle around her blade, and she said to herself that such a person should only use his skills in the name of justice. The girl began to circle on one leg, wrapping her hands around her long sword and its scabbard to get into a ready pose. Soon, a sufficient number of dense petals had accumulated in front of her, through which she rushed with the sharp blade of her sword. Danmok Song Jian began to create a plum-colored energy barrier around herself, which circled around her and created a kind of gentle shield. When she had built up enough energy around herself, she swung, causing her sword to absorb the energy from the petal shield, saying that they had no other solution. The girl and her brothers surrounded Kang Wei, firing several slashes at him in order to catch him and defeat him with the techniques of the Mount Hua sect. The petals slowly began to turn into small pink lights and fly towards the sharp, blade-shaped projectile. As soon as the flame and the projectile collided with their sharp tips, They were blinded by a bright light under a blinding flicker. Kang Vi didn't expect that the girl would try to block his attack, and would also be able to blind him from the clash of their powers. The thug bared his teeth angrily, tearing his vocal cords with words that he would never have thought that the girl's ki would be so strong that she would have to defend herself from him. The madman's eyes narrowed to small purple dots, and he exclaimed that the girl would not be able to fight against him with her sect's techniques. Kang Vi opened his mouth wide, swinging his sword once again to strike his opponent with another attack. The thug was about to show off his full strength by plunging the sharp blade of his sword into the ground to take advantage of the heaven's suffering. The handle of the madman's sword began to be surrounded by purple lights, which grew to an absurd size with each passing second. Soon the sword's blade pierced the ground it found itself in, leaving behind only a bright purple flash and hundreds of small fragments. A purple shockwave swept across the entire union of merchants, destroying a huge portion of the location in one moment. Dan Moksong. Zhang's eyes widened in surprise and confusion, not understanding how the monster had such powerful techniques. The Manhwa sect nervously retreated back as they watched a huge cloud of dust and their enemy's aura form in front of them. The mist quickly surrounded them all, creating noticeable flashes and tingling flickers of purple lightning around them. Mu Ho put his hands forward to try and stop the flow of energy in front of his face, shouting that Kang Wei had increased the strength of his ki. With each passing second, it became more difficult for the brothers to defend themselves from the monster's attacks, each one stronger than the previous one. Dan Moksong Zhang stared at Kang Wei in shock and froze in place, asking how something like this could happen. This kind of power was something that the entire Manhwa sect was unable to overcome, so she extended her blood-plum sword and swung it. The girl began to spin around herself, swinging her swords clockwise, saying that they urgently needed to join forces. Mu Ho agreed with her and headed towards her, taking a position where his sword was in front of his back. Zhang In extended his sword forward, holding out the sheath and blade itself in front of him, and loudly informing his mistress that he was ready. When Dan Moksong Zhang had raised enough petals around herself, she gathered energy and held her sword out in front of her in the plum bud pollen, river of steel technique. Soon after, a huge explosion rushed through the space due to the collision of the energy of the Manhwa sect and the purple mist of Kang Wei. The thug plunged his sword into the ground, starting to walk towards his prey in disarray as the fog finally began to clear. Proudly placing his hands on his waist, Kang Vi said with a growl that it wasn't easy for him, but he still managed to deal with those. The clouds of his own energy were so bad that he could not breathe calmly, so he had to put his fingers to his nose. A small grin flashed across his face, while his victims coughed up blood beneath him. Kang Vi lost his crazy expression as he looked at the three of them and said that he warned them, but they continued to fight and resist for some reason. Looking at the exhausted brothers from the Manhwa sect, the thug couldn't even gloat. His voice was full of contempt and disrespect. For them, he was a strong and simply invincible opponent. But for him, the brothers were more like two annoying flies that buzzed in his ear. But those two were already dead, and now Kang Vi finally allowed himself to say angrily that the bodyguards and the girl were no longer there. Lowering his eyebrow in a disdainful expression, the thug could only haughtily ask what kind of help she was now counting on. The girl was exhausted even after successfully blocking the attack, but she was still alive, relying on her sword as her last hope. Dan Moksong Zhang leaned more heavily on her sword and tensed up, glaring at her enemy through gritted teeth and anger. Looking at this picture, which was undoubtedly beautiful to him, Kang Wei grinned fiercely with a cruel smile, feeling great pleasure from the sight. Meanwhile, in the rest of Taiwan, the events in the Great Celestial Alliance of Merchants were not so audible even with all the explosions. The Gaiban squad headed through the streets of Taiwan, following the village branch leader as he led his men out on guard duty. Sometimes, slightly surprised passers-by would glance at them, looking at them with disgust and bewilderment, not understanding why some people in torn clothes were walking around the streets. The head of the Gaiban branch in Taiwan reported that all branches in Taiwan, including Mount Ojo, had been warned that the Gaiban were guarding all escape routes. Zhang glanced at one of the younger men, Aso, telling him not to get involved in their affairs, but he said that he couldn't sit idly by after killing their Li Jeol. It was at that moment that they heard a loud explosion nearby, along with petals that rose high into the air. The head of the Gai Bang branch in Taiwan nervously gritted his teeth as he realized that the explosion came from the territory where the Great Celestial Merchant Alliance was located. While they were distracted by the shaking ground and the explosion that rushed past, they did not even hear the loud clatter of hooves behind them. So nervously looked back in the direction of the sound, ordering the other scum from the Gai Ban squad to immediately disperse in all directions. Before they could even disperse peacefully, Yom-sa-ik flew overhead, angrily ordering the scum to get out of his way. There was not an ounce of calm on the face of the leader of the black traders. His heart was literally jumping out of his chest as he clenched both rows of teeth in irritation. "Ah," So shouted loudly towards Yom-sa-ik, screaming at the top of his voice that it was because of that scoundrel that their partner, Uncle Li Jeol, died. The head of the Gaibang branch in Taiwan opened his eyes wide and loudly exclaimed that they couldn't have missed the escaping Yom-sa-ik. At that moment, Gaiban's squad took off and rushed in pursuit of their enemy, who was trying to escape from the crime scene. At the same time, Kong Wei's furious laughter could be heard throughout the entire branch of the Great Heavenly Merchant Alliance. Looking at the cut-in-two body of the guardian warrior beneath his feet, the thug angrily asked what Du Su was planning to do now that all of his guards were dead. Chong Du Su looked at Seop Myung Hui with a shocked look, not understanding how his best bodyguard was killed so easily. Immediately after this, another loud laugh came from the thug's mouth and he exclaimed, asking what Song Chan was going to do now. Looking at the exhausted and bloody bodies of the brothers, the killer loudly exclaimed that the defenders of the toy had also been dead for a long time. Danmak Song. June still tried to stand up with an angry expression on her face, but her body was shaking and she was barely able to suppress the pain in her bones. A furious grin spread across the thug's face as he muttered through clenched teeth that the girl would pay with her life for standing in the way of justice in his way. Picking up his shattered sword, the thug began to mention the sins of everyone present nearby, saying that the Great Celestial Alliance of Merchants was taking all the gold for themselves. He shouted loudly that this was why he was going to make it so that the Heavenly Alliance would no longer exist, but the girl called his words nonsense. Gritting her teeth tightly, Danmak Song-chan could only squeeze out that the thug was talking too much nonsense about the Manhwa sect. The girl stood up, raising her sword and angrily saying that she would cut the thug's throat and restore true justice. But before she could even swing like that, Kang Vi made her attack, cutting through the air in front of her and creating a huge purple flash of energy around her. The girl flew away exhausted in the other direction, and the killer swung his sword, saying that she had nothing but strong energy. Dongmak Song-jong flew away and released the crystal butterfly seal from her hands, flipping over on the ground several times. The blade of the demon of the underworld rose above the girl, solemnly declaring that she could not even attack back, and he would not tolerate such an attitude towards the truth that he carried. Gritting his teeth together in anger, the thug shouted that truth was on his side and justice without force was just blind stubbornness. Eyes wide, the thug's voice grew even louder as he shouted that if she still didn't understand something, then she should just say goodbye to her life. But Danmak Song-jong did not respond anymore, having completely lost her ability to somehow resist his will. The thug suddenly fell silent, looking at the unconscious girl, and then narrowed his eyes in slight disgust. Kang Vi rolled his eyes deeply and let out a dramatic, bitter laugh as he said that he could still kill the girl at any moment. He was going to deal with that one a little later, but for now he still had to deal with the Union, the head of the branch of which was still alive. The manager nervously asked the master merchant to leave, but he denied everything, saying that he could not break his promise and run away. The thug began to slowly approach the two, saying in a cold and threatening tone that the leader no longer had any reason to live. Dongmak Song-jan looked up weakly, and the killer loudly asked Jung Du-su why he needed to leave him alive. The manager stood in front of the chief, saying that Du-su would still help them achieve many things in the future for the sake of their young mistress, and the pathetic Kang Wi would never touch that. Chong Du-su squeezed his colleague's shoulder, ordering him to step back, but he only replied that he would give his life for the chief, since the young lady needed it. Kang Vi didn't even listen to his pleas, swinging his arms deeply with a brutal look while shouting that he couldn't stand all this tenderness and would kill two at once. At that moment, Yamsa-ik rushed in and loudly shouted at the thug to pack his things and get out. The one on the horse nervously approached the killer in confusion, shouting that they needed to leave immediately and hide. Kang Vi raised his eyebrows in confusion, not understanding why there was so much fuss when the leader of the black merchants had asked him to bring him Chong Du-su's head personally. A cold sweat ran down Yamsa-ik's face as he stuttered out that they didn't have time. The House of Bloody Tears was destroyed, and the steel archer was killed. Kang Vi narrowed his eyes menacingly, saying that it was already too late to run, since the scoundrel had already rushed for their souls. The head of the black traders trembled even more, taking a few nervous sips and saying that it couldn't be that he had already found them. However, Sa Yu had indeed already reached them and was already towering over them with the oppressive whistle of the howling wind next to him. The guy's silhouette was clearly visible against the snow-white moon as he stood over his prey, who was already screaming in despair at his arrival. Yamsa-ik fell from his horse and began to back away, loudly saying that he could not have found them in such a time. But Sa Yu only remained silent in response, collecting his thoughts after everything that had happened, because now he had very little left to do. The guy decided to quickly look around, glancing at the chopped-up bodies of dozens of warriors who defended the great celestial union of merchants. The bodies of the Danmak Songchan brothers were weakened and destroyed from the inside, resembling soulless statues. Perhaps the whole place reminded the boy of a very huge bloodbath, which was immersed in a crimson liquid from top to bottom. Even with all his speed, the young man was slightly disappointed because he was unable to prevent the disaster even when he acted as quickly as possible. But then the boy saw something not far from him, directing his curious gaze downwards. On the ground lay a shiny crystal butterfly seal, which he had seen in Danmak Songjong's hands just a few hours ago. Sa Yu jumped off the destroyed roof with a flash, leaving behind a small flicker of blue light. The boy landed in front of Danmak Songjong, who looked at him in surprise, recognizing him. The young man slowly picked up the crystal butterfly, carefully grasping it between his fingers and causing a small shimmer to fly across it. Now he could examine the seal in his hands in detail, once again convinced of how similar it was to the one he owned. The corners of the boy's lips lifted, and a wide yet warm smile appeared on his face. This was all because the butterfly also had a name written on it. In this case, Seo Ho's name was written on it. The young man's doubts were justified, and a light exhalation of relief and a little melancholy escaped from his lips. Sa Yu then decided to return the seal to its original owner, heading towards Danmak Songjong. Sa Yu knelt down slightly in front of the girl, placing the butterfly seal directly into her hands, saying that it belonged to her. The guy took off his cloak from his shoulders and then threw it over the girl's shoulders, playfully saying that she was very reckless for throwing herself at Kang Vi. Danmak Songjong indignantly told the young man not to say such a thing to someone who had put everything on the line, and the young man thanked her. Sa Yu clarified that he was thanking her for keeping her promise to the owner of the butterfly talisman, and the girl immediately understood what he was talking about. A slight blush appeared on Song Chun's face, and she looked away, simply confirming the guy's words. Sa Yu stood up with a slight crunch in his knees, telling her to rest while he sorted everything out. Danmak Songjong stared at him with a surprised look, asking if he was planning to take on the thug alone. The boy didn't answer anything else and simply started walking towards his enemy in complete silence, saying something about the Soho Trade Union. Sa Yu looked up with his ghostly eyes, saying that Kang Vi must pay for everything he had done. Looking around, the young man asked if the blade of the Nether Demon was going to destroy the Alliance because its creators came from foreign lands. Kang Vi said that Sa Yu was absolutely right, and also added that the reason was also the girl who resisted the Five Dragon Alliance. When the boy asked if he held the usual grudge over such nonsense, the thug only replied that everything in Jiangwan should belong only to its residents. The killer narrowed his eyes in irritation, saying that the plan to overthrow the kidnapping girl had already been launched, and that she was about to go after Chong Du-su. Sa Yu raised a turquoise aura around himself, asking if he was talking about Soho the whole time, when he mumbled that he had to destroy the demon. Although the young man did not fully understand the logic of his enemy, He had long since decided that Kang V was destined to die at his hands. Sa Yu coldly reminded him that he had definitely warned the thug more than once, saying that he would have to put his life on the line if he wanted to fight. And this happened more than once. It happened twice already. The second time, he literally made Kan Vi feel like he was on the verge of his last breath. That feeling again, that strange sensation of fear and trembling throughout his body that made Kang Vi freeze in horror. The thug took a nervous step back, saying in a shaking voice that the guy shouldn't rush in and kill him. One look from the boy made the killer shudder, but he still couldn't stop staring at him, knowing that he would die if this continued. Kang V still had one strategy left, the so-called backup plan, which he initially didn't want to use and was going to keep under his sleeve. In the end, it didn't matter since he was going to die anyway, and Sa Yu couldn't help but wonder what Kang Vi could have asked for in exchange for his service to the leader of the black merchants. On the day that Kang Wei and Yum Do-jung met with Yom Sa-ik, the blade of the netherworld demon asked the leader to find something for him. In return, the thug needed a certain divine sphere, with the help of which an ordinary person can gain good health and longevity. The assassin extended his hand forward, saying that in the hands of a martial artist, such power gave him incredible strength, so he would like to test how it worked. Even the head of the black merchants himself was skeptical, saying that if such a wonderful thing belonged to him, he could become the strongest martial artist. The thug laughed with a growling voice, saying that the first saint once brought one divine sphere, after which many people died, and the culprit was never found. Squinting his eyes angrily, Kang Wei said that he remembered very well that Yom Sa-ik had left behind evidence. A furious grin spread across the assassin's face as he said that he would bring up the matter at the Five Dragon Alliance Council, which would definitely interest the first saint. Yom Sa-ik found himself on the thug's hook, clenching his teeth in visible irritation, asking if he had threatened him. Kang Vi said with the same smirk that he was just trying to help the leader avoid some consequences. He wanted to offer him something else if he didn't change his mind, but Yom Sa-ik stopped him, loudly ordering him to come with him. Kang Wei's lips rose even higher as he said that he should have said that from the beginning, and then asked Sa-ik not to worry about that one's secret. The blade of the nether demon said that he would take the secret of the chapter with him to the grave, and the steel archer asked if his partner was prepared for the consequences. Yum Do-jung only said that it seemed like Kang Wei shouldn't expect anything good from his idea because he would be putting his life in danger. However, Kang Wei merely threw his head back, mocking his words for mentioning life. The fierce smile never left his face when he declared that he had to help himself for now, since the next time he met the blue-eyed man, he would definitely die. Yom Sa-ik invited the thug inside the darkened vault, and the thug noted that he would not have thought that he would hide treasure in such an open place. Inside the small, open square chest lay a small, cloudy golden ball, which was the so-called divine sphere. Lifting it between his fingers, Yom Sa-ik declared that the sphere would be in Kang Wei's complete possession, as would the consequences if he did not subdue the Ki. The madman didn't like it when there was too much chatter, so he snatched the sphere from the merchant's hands at that moment. Squeezing the small ball between his thumb and forefinger, the thug said with a fierce smile that now he would definitely defeat that boy. At dawn, he was about to leave for Taiyuan, where they would inevitably meet again, and Yom Sa-ik did not understand why he was resorting to the divine sphere. Looking at the golden ball between his fingers, the madman described the boy as the one he wanted to defeat more than anything in the world. And now, the moment had finally come, and now Kang Vi was holding the sphere in his hands against the backdrop of the glowing moon, saying that today he simply had to win. The young man narrowed his eyes in disbelief, looking skeptically at his opponent, who was about to do something with the medicinal sphere. Throwing his head back, the nether demon blade finally released the sphere from his fingers, causing it to fall straight into his wide-open mouth. Kang Vi immediately swallowed the sphere, which rushed across his neck, leaving behind a slight tingling sensation. At that moment, the man opened his purple eyes wide, which were filled with a huge amount of chi energy. The thug groaned loudly through the pain, which increased his physical strength with each passing second, his arms outstretched. A purple glow and small lights from the aura spread everywhere as he threw his head back with a growl. The boy's ghostly eyes glowed brighter as he realized that his opponent's ki had suddenly increased to an abnormal size. Kang V's body was twisting and growing in size with every passing second, and he didn't stop screaming for a second. In order to at least slightly dull the pain growing inside him, the madman swung his sword, leaving behind a huge destructive wave with his cut. Chong Du-Su tensed up and nervously looked towards the explosion that rushed across the ground and caused destruction comparable to a huge tsunami. Dongmak Song-jong stepped forward, her eyes wide in horror as the thug only needed to swing his sword once to strike like that. Swinging his huge claw once more, Kanvi himself was surprised that he could create such significant damage with just one movement. The man looked away for a second, coldly addressing Sa Yu by his full name and asking if he needed to be that strong to defeat him. Sa Yu merely extended his jade hand with flashes forward, saying that the two of them were apparently ready to engage in battle, so they should begin. A passionate, almost childishly happy smile appeared on Kangvi's face when he said that this was exactly the kind of justice he had dreamed of. A purple aura in the form of fire grew around the man as he rushed forward at full speed, shouting that this was his justice. Swinging his sword like a giant staff, Kang Wei shouted at the top of his voice that he now had a purpose and would no longer wander around Zhongwan without a reason. His goal, which he had been seeking for all these long years, and perhaps even his whole life, was to destroy this demon before his eyes. The unceremonious swings began and explosions followed immediately after them when Kanvi began to hit everything that surrounded him with his blade. In fact, the madman simply lost any fighting style he had, so he began to just mindlessly punch the ground. Sa Yu stood before hundreds of explosions per second as he loudly shouted that he would grind the demon's bones into dust, that he would destroy his blood and flesh. Loud explosions and flashes were heard everywhere, and Kang Vi couldn't stop, still saying that this was his justice. In this chaos of flashes and explosions, Sa Yu snuck up behind him, saying that he would also promise him something, causing the assassin to shudder and freeze even in this form. The guy ran right past the demon blade of hell's sword, saying that he would die by his hand today in that very spot. The youth took advantage of his enemy's moment of confusion, grabbing his sword with both his palms and running lightning bolts over it. Sa Yu got closer to his opponent with each passing second, destroying his sword. While he was dumbfounded by what was happening, the boy properly charged his jade hand and placed his palm on the thug's chest, leaving a bright glow on it. Kang Vi immediately felt his arm begin to twist from side to side, painfully curdling his blood and tearing his muscles. His sword was destroyed, and Sa Yu grabbed his hand like the first time and pressed even harder on his bicep. With a loud crack of lightning and the crunch of bones, the entire body of the thug found itself in a huge funnel of prickly lightning, which began to twist his body like a rag. A satisfied smile appeared on the boy's face, and he calmly declared that he would personally destroy the blade of the demon of the underworld. Sa Yu promised that there would be no trace of his existence left on the continent, while Kang Vi could only tear his throat out, screaming in pain. The guy increased the pressure more and more, twisting his opponent's body to such an extent that it barely retained any semblance of anything human. Under bright flashes and bursts of lightning, the young man slapped him on the body, causing the madman's body to fly powerlessly to the other side. Before he crashed to the ground, Kang Vi flipped over in the air several times, not understanding why he couldn't feel anything. Having turned over several times on the ground, the killer had already completely lost touch with reality, but Sa Yu still jumped on him with a new charge in his palms. Sa Yu first took a few steps through the clear air and then rushed towards the enemy with all his might, breaking through space at the speed of light. Before Kang Vi even had a chance to dodge the boy's attack, his eyes widened as the boy placed his hands on his chest again. The thug was once again thrown off in the other direction, and the cycle continued as Sa Yu began to close the distance between them again. The guy jumped high again and landed right on his opponent's hand, stepping on it and creating a distorting flash underneath it. The killer growled in pain and again lost control of his arm, which began to twist itself in convulsions from the broken bones. Kang Vi tried to regain control of his entire body, but every move he made sent him flying and he began to shake in the air. Sa Yu, meanwhile, took advantage of every such moment, pressing his palms against his enemy's body again and again to continue the torture. Under the bright flash of lightning, a huge dent was left on the thug's body, and his bones turned into a flattened pancake for a few seconds. Kang Vi groaned loudly, growling as his exhausted and weak body flew through the air, flailing its limp body parts in different directions. The youth was still incredibly focused on the battle, holding both his jade hands out in front of him in readiness for the next attack. The madman rolled across the ground with his mouth wide open, filled with both confusion and anger. Amidst the crackling of lightning and the loud rumble of the earth, the killer's body began to drag along the hard surface while angry groans escaped from his throat. Sa Yu slowly walked towards his prey with menacing blue eyes, peering into his exhausted and tormented body. A smug smile appeared on the guy's face, because now they had switched places and it was Kan Vi who had to fight back. An oppressive silence fell over the shattered great celestial union of merchants as a huge cloud of floating dust rose above it. Sa Yu began to circle around his enemy and examine the destroyed body of the one with whom he could not even rise from the ground. But soon Kan Vi groaned loudly and stood up with growling groans, grabbing his left hand but still not feeling anything in it. Throwing his head back with his useless arms, the thug asked almost triumphantly how the guy had tried to wipe him off the face of the earth with such force. The blade of the pit demon laughed loudly, cutting through the remaining vocal cords with screams that he would not die. Looking at his exhausted and emaciated hands, the thug said loudly that he would live even if his muscles were torn out by the roots and his bones ground to ashes. With its head thrown back and arms outstretched, the monster stared at the boy with a wild gaze, screaming that he would always survive. His pupils were destroyed, and he growled and declared that he would live on as the frozen body of an immortal who had returned from hell. The thug tried to get his muscles back into place, straightening his arms more and spreading the fingers of his palms. Kang Vi began to raise purple smoke around himself, which gradually turned into lights in front of his eyes. Looking at the smoke in front of him, Sa Yu repeated the words of his enemy, who called himself the frozen body of an immortal. The purple aura had initially only circled around the killer, but now it had begun to surround even the boy. Sa Yu lowered his eyebrows, saying that when a heavenly weapon attacks its opponent, it will implant lightning chi into that opponent's body. The thug's eyes widened and he froze in confusion when the boy noted that such energy was equal to a strike of real lightning. The young man was already remembering how it happened to Mo Yeong-dong-jeon, who succumbed to his energy, causing the lightning strike to shatter his bones, explode his muscles, and destroy his blood vessels. That explosion was clearly imprinted in the boy's memory, since he himself did not expect such destructiveness from himself. However, Sa Yu noted that it didn't matter how bad his victims' deeds were, their bodies had to be buried with dignity. But the guy was ready to make an exception for the sake of Kang Vi, who himself called himself just a frozen body, not a human. The thug's eyes could no longer open due to all the horror he had experienced, so he could only wait in bitter anticipation. At that very moment, that same lightning strike occurred, causing many small, tingling flashes to rush through Kang Vi's body. Chung Du-soo tensed up as he watched bright explosions and flashes start to appear near them. Danmok Song-jong jumped up again, shouting that such energy was simply impossible to use. Kang Vi began to feel pain all over his body again, causing him to grit his teeth as the boy told him that he would destroy his body and leave no trace of him. The rag, into which the thug's entire body had been transformed, began to be wrung out at the speed of light, turning into a small funnel. The traces of life from the killer began to disappear with each passing second, and his body gradually disappeared into thin air, leaving behind not even dust. In the end, Sa Yu pressed his energy one last time, saying that his life was truly meaningless. Yam Sa-ik, who was sitting nearby, nervously began to back away from his sitting position, not understanding what was happening before his eyes. The head of the black traders widened his eyes and froze in horror. He simply could not believe that one of the warriors of the Five Dragons Union had been fundamentally destroyed. He stared at the boy, not believing that in front of him was the man who had killed not only the steel archer, but also the blade of the demon of the underworld itself. When he looked at Sa Yu in such a pose against the backdrop of the shining moon, the guy involuntarily reminded him of some kind of demon, a monster. Now it was too late for Yam Se-ik to run anywhere. In his position, he could only stand still and watch as his own end in human form approached him. He was the best among the merchants and could not give up so easily. Sa-ik needed to run away and hide urgently. The flashes and lightning around Sa-yu increased, and he said in a threatening, cold tone that it was time for them to talk. The boy's eyes widened with a bright blue light as he slowly said that they were in no hurry, so they could discuss everything without rushing. At that moment, the scum of Gaibon burst into the destroyed Great Celestial Union of Merchants, shouting that they must catch Sa-ik. So jumped forward with his cane, shouting loudly that they had to avenge their uncle Li Jiol. But as soon as they looked around, all they saw in front of them was nothing but ruins and destruction created the previous night. The very next day, the restoration of the Traders' Union began, while Chong Du-su was reporting on the losses. The 2 residences were destroyed along with the 2 warehouses and their contents, but Du-su didn't care about the financial losses. He only cared about the lives of their warriors and the Manhwa sect. Chong Du-su folded his hands in confusion, saying that they should provide compensation to the families of the victims and arrange a decent funeral, and then asked about Song Chan. The manager lowered his eyes even lower, answering that Danmok Song Chan had not eaten anything for a day and had not left the room, most likely grieving for her dead comrades. The bodies of the girl's brothers were brought straight to her room so that she could say goodbye to them properly and let them die in peace. Mu-ho and Jong-in were her loyal companions, who, although inferior to her in strength, still accompanied her on many journeys. Pouring some alcohol into both of their mugs, the girl bitterly said that in life they both liked to drink sometimes. She picked up the bottle of alcohol and began to slowly pour it into the cup, saying that if she had known that they would die so soon, she would have let them drink to their heart's content. The girl turned her exhausted, lifeless eyes to the side and asked forgiveness from the corpses for not being able to protect them. Looking at the glass that was full to the brim, Danmok Song Jong only uttered her final words of farewell. Chong Du-su was incredibly ashamed, so he put his hands to his forehead, saying that they were on the verge of conflict with the 5 Dragons Alliance and were indebted to the Manhwa sect. The merchant master said weakly that it would be better if the Manhwa sect did not help them, and it would be better if he himself gave up his life. The head of the Traders' Union threw his head back, saying in a more frivolous tone that now the planned negotiations would drag on for a long time, and he would not be able to look the young lady in the eye. Du-su clicked his teeth and turned his gaze to the manager, asking where Dan Sa-yu was now. The manager, maintaining his professionalism, said that Sa-yu had taken Sa-ik to the dungeon and had not returned yet, forbidding anyone to approach them. The chamber for the head of the black traders was, after all, huge and spacious, especially for someone who was involved in selling child slaves. Sa-ik looked at Sa-yu in horror, loudly asking what he was trying to achieve by doing this, and then ordered him to be released. The pale man froze in horror when the guy said that from that moment on, he would have to spend a lot of time talking. The young man began to approach menacingly, starting with an order for Seiku to try to remember everything that happened 20 years ago. Sa-yu began to drag a wooden chair behind him, to the cries of the black trader's leader, who did not understand what he wanted from him. The guy sat down in front of him, continuing to interrogate him with questions about who he met 20 years ago, what happened then, and who he bought from the Moyeon family. Raising his cold, ghostly eyes, Sa-yu slowly said that he was obliged to reveal all his secrets to him until there was nothing left in his soul. Sa-ik became noticeably nervous, clenching his teeth as his whole body trembled under the young man's words that he needed an answer that would satisfy him. Sa-yu stretched out both corners of his lips with a confident smile, declaring that he had given all the instructions and they could finally begin. The dungeon was quite deep, so you had to try hard to hear anything from above. The events shift to the main building of the Gaiban branch in Taiwan, where Sa-yu went after he completed his justice. Yesterday was a pretty tough day, so the young man would like to rest a little, relax, and breathe a sigh of relief. At the very least, he could take a few fresh breaths of air in the warm water where he felt great peace. In his head, he was talking to his teacher, telling him that his master had indeed been a very cruel man in life. Sa-yu sat down in the water, telling himself that he knew very well that he was also very cruel, and even if he met death, he would not escape suffering. The young man stood up to the sound of the water sobbing, noting that murder was, first and foremost, a sin, regardless of justification, as his master had taught him. This was the truth of life, and everyone knew it. But if you have to kill someone, then you can't doubt it. It was time to go, as Sa Yu had already managed to catch his breath in the warm water, and he didn't want to waste time even a second longer. Throwing a towel over himself, the young man merely said that doubts were an obstacle only because they can make a person regret what he has done. Either way, it was time for Sa Yu to leave, and he didn't want to waste time on such sentimentality in such a situation. Rumors soon spread throughout the Great Celestial Merchant Alliance and Taiwan that Kang Hui's body had been torn apart the previous night. In fact, everyone already knew that he was killed by the War King, who turned out to be one of Gaiban's 6, and also captured Yom Sa-ik. The old man overheard gossip, according to which Sa Yu used such torture on the head of the black merchants that screams could be heard from the basement all night long. The elder chuckled to himself, saying that rumors breed rumors, and once they spread, nothing can stop them. When Hongmu Gai approached the unusually calm boy, he asked him with displeasure why he had such a sad face, adding whether he had by any chance visited the children. The guy only replied that many of them couldn't even remember their names. Only their code numbers remained in their memory. Sa Yu looked down sadly, saying that they would hardly ever be able to return the children to their normal lives. The old man exhaled discontentedly through his lips, saying that only one God could know something like this, noting that they would need help and special understanding in any case. Looking at the group of children below them, the old man sympathetically said that they were completely lost and helpless. Sa Yu just silently listened to Hongmu Gai's words as he continued to tell them that the children were forced to go through all the tests on their own. Looking at the children in robes, Iron Man just let go of the thought that they had changed a lot due to the unconventional, cruel ways they were trained. The old man crossed his arms in confusion and leaned against the wall, saying that it would take them a long time to figure out how to remove the vice from the slaves. He concluded that they could not be left alone in any case, and that Yom Sa-ik's deeds would soon become known in the Union of 5 Dragons. Sa Yu said that perhaps he was right, and then remained silent for a few seconds before asking what Gaiban had found at his request. The old man pressed his palm to his face, indicating that it had not been easy for him to find what the boy needed, but he had succeeded. There was a noticeable disgust in his voice as he said that Yom Sa-ik had done a lot of things and began to take something out from under his leather jacket. The elder handed the boy a small journal book of expenses, which contained all the records related to the trafficking of children. Sa Yu put one foot on the ground, listening with interest to what was written there about how Yom Sa-ik himself selected the children and oversaw the training of those. Despite this, the book still did not contain any information about where the children were sent and for what purposes. However, this information was enough for Sa Yu, so he placed the book next to him and thanked his colleague heartily. The elder laughed heartily, saying that if the boy were in his place, he would have done exactly the same. Soon the old man's excited laughter took on a more false appearance, and he began to laugh more languidly, and his eyes narrowed suspiciously. Sa Yu lowered his eyebrows warily, and a noticeable suspicion flashed through his eyes as he stared at the old man. The boy continued to stare at the elder, who was already beginning to have thoughts in his head that he might be in trouble. Bad thoughts began to visit the old man when he felt that they would soon have to explain themselves to the Union of 5 Dragons. Sa Yu exhaled, changing the topic with the words that they had already cleared everything regarding the black traders, and they needed to move out. The old man's eyes widened in surprise when the boy suggested leaving the children with the head of the Gaibang branch in Taiwan, since the Merchants' Union was more reliable in this regard. The guy said that although they couldn't fully trust him, he still believed So-Ho, whose mention made Iron Man even more surprised. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, the whistling of the wind could be heard, and the silhouette of a stranger was playing some kind of melody. He placed a fallen green leaf to his lips, creating several holes in it with his teeth to make a light whistle. A man with long, dark hair passed a piece of paper between his lips, creating a barely audible melody in the air around him. On the other side, Sa Yu and Hongmu Gai entered the forest, discussing that given the children's condition, they definitely shouldn't have been left in Gaiban, causing the old man to become slightly indignant. Sa Yu only replied that if he left the children there, they would have to fight against their will again in the future. The elder was about to object again, but the boy said that although he trusted him, the old man's duties were completely different. The young man stepped forward, reminding them that everyone in their world would want to take away such warriors, but Hong Mu Gai did not agree, because he only wanted to help them. The old man scratched his head, still unable to understand where he and the boy were heading, and he replied that they needed to go south. The guy turned his head to the other side, saying that they were heading to Anhui province, which was supposedly not far from the Iron Union. The old man realized that the young man had learned this information from Yom Sa-ik, but it worried him, because next to Anhui province there was also the Five Dragons Alliance and the Namgung clan. The guy said with disdain in his voice that according to the head of the black traders, his master's daughter was in Anhui province. Iron Man nervously pressed both rows of teeth together, because this was clearly not a good thing, and they needed to somehow contain the rumors about the War King. Hong Mu Gai knew that they would not be able to stop the warriors under the command of General Chokru of the Great Merchant Alliance. They could get hit, sending themselves to certain death. The elder simply did not understand why the young man needed this at all, especially under the threat of facing a huge conflict. And at the same time, Sa Yu was so self-confident that the old man involuntarily feared that it was not they who should feel fear. Although he was still worried that the Anhui clan might eventually fall, one person would still appear among them sooner or later. And that person could be exactly him, Star Palm, otherwise known as Huangbo Gun Ak, who will not let them pass by just like that. But it would not be Huangbo Gun Aka's style to try to resolve the conflict with words or diplomacy. He would need a good fight just as much. On the one hand, the old man was intrigued by his partner's meeting with such a strong man, but the young man was clearly not yet ready for this fight. And no jade hands will help the young man justify his strength in front of someone so powerful and influential. The old man had already seen how Huangbo Gunak fought, who also did not possess any special weapons, but relied on his own steel fists. Still, the elder sometimes wondered why this kid, who was called the King of War, was sometimes so reckless. On the other hand, Hong Mu Gai still wanted to see how far Dan Sa Yu, who suddenly appeared in Murim, could go. This mysterious power of the heavenly weapon still haunted Iron Man, even after he saw it in front of him more than a dozen times. The country was on the brink of a huge war, but although Gaiban always tried to remain neutral and never pretend, now they were clearly on the side of the young man. The old man was worried that he was dragging his people into conflict with the Five Dragons Union itself, and he was thinking inside that it was time for him and the boy to part ways. Sa Yu recalled his conversation with Chang Du-su, who thanked the boy for helping them deal with the enemy that was threatening their gear in the merchant union system. When the young man was asked about the fee, Sa Yu only replied that he needed the merchant union to take care of the children without involving them in the conflict on the continent. Du-su couldn't refuse the guy, and then there was silence between them, in which only the light knock of the cup on the table could be heard when Sa Yu picked it up. The boy raised the cup to his lips, saying that the master merchant seemed to want to discuss something with him. The head of the branch of the Union of Merchants remained silent for a few seconds, and then said that the young man did have some connections with Gaiban. Chang Du-su had some questions for the boy, so he decided to check if he was from Goryeo. The merchant master recalled how the young lady once invited all the representatives of the Heavenly Trade Union at once and gave an order. Ha Seo-ho began to say that she asked everyone to come to the meeting because she had a request for her subordinates. The young lady endured the intrigue, and then declared that she needed her servants to find her one person. During that meeting, Chang Du-su looked at the girl in surprise when she mentioned a certain young man from Goryeo with her talisman. So Ho asked for his assistance and to release a smoke signal to notify her, adding that it was her father's request in the first place. Something struck Du-su in realization then, especially when she mentioned that the order had the highest power and surpassed any other on the continent in importance. As far as Du-su knew, the girl had given talismans to 3 chosen ones, but there were no men among them. However, the merchant master never doubted that Sa Yu was the third person who had obtained the young lady's gift. Without waiting for an answer, Chang Du-su immediately asked a counter question, asking if the young man was acquainted with the young lady. Sayu lifted his cup and, with a calm look, simply asked how Soho was doing. Chung Du-su's suspicions were completely justified, so he immediately got down to business and asked the guy to show his talisman. The young man wanted to clarify what kind of talisman he was talking about, but the master merchant immediately said that he should have had it if he was familiar with the lady. Du-su leaned slightly, noting that showing the talisman was very important, and then promised that the young man did not have to be afraid of anything. Sa-yu thoughtfully reached into his robe, trying to feel the gift that So-ho had given him long ago. Within seconds, the young man pulled out a crystal butterfly from his robe and held it out, asking if he had spoken about it. Chung Du-su's eyes widened in triumph as he realized that the person sitting in front of him was the one the young lady had asked him to find. The head of the branch of the Union of Merchants furiously grabbed the young man by the hands, loudly replying that he had no idea how happy the young lady would be to meet them. Du-su began to shake the boy's hand in his own, loudly saying that So-ho would be in seventh heaven. The merchant master's face was filled with a wide smile as he emotionally shouted out that Ha So-ho was in the Iron Union, even though she had a hard time in life. The boy's eyes widened in slight excitement, and a single bead of sweat rolled down his face as he asked if So-ho was in danger. In response, only a light sigh came from Du-su's lips, and the former joy disappeared from his face. Picking up the crystal butterfly from the boy's hands, the master merchant said that many had sought to seize power in their union. The man picked up a cup of alcohol, saying that the Iron Alliance, specifically the Five Dragon Alliance, was trying to interfere in their affairs and force a political marriage. In this way, they tried to put pressure on them, but in fact the Five Dragon Alliance was preparing for war, so they attacked their residence and tried to set traps from all sides. Du-su said that even with the tense situation, the young lady would still be very happy to know that she would soon be able to see the young man. The merchant master couldn't refuse the boy who asked to tell So-ho that he would meet her soon, but noted that she had probably been waiting for him for a long time. Sa-yu lowered his eyes, saying that the girl was very dear to him, but he still had things to do that he urgently needed to finish, so So-ho would have to wait for him for a bit. Du-su replied that he understood the boy perfectly well and promised to pass on all the information to the young lady, but asked to tell him where he was going. The guy replied that the next day he was going to Anhui province, and once he was done with her, he would go to Soho. The merchant master slammed his fist into his palm and stood up, thanking the young man, who thanked Du-su for taking care of the children. Looking at the boy leaving, the head of the Taiyuan branch of the Merchants' Union still could not believe that it was him that So-ho had been waiting for all these years. The man sat down on the chair thinking that Sa-yu was clearly someone special, especially with his unique, powerful strength. Then Du-su suddenly had the thought that if the young man had come to them from Goryeo, then he must have passed through Liaoning province. If you think about it, the time of the boy's arrival suspiciously coincided with the moment when the urban legend about a certain war king was born. At the same time, the youth was accompanied by Elder Gaiban, which could be the reason why they ignored questions about what really happened to the Moyeon family. Yes, the Moyeon family, who had been completely forgotten, was probably not just connected to Sa-yu for no reason. The war king who intervened in the war between the Moyeon family and Daryuk village, foiling the former's plans and destroying the Northern Ridge Cave. And the King of War turned out to be not just a man who became part of the conflict of those, but literally ended the war, on the threshold of which they stood. A terrifying man of unknown origin, with an unknown terrifying power, now the puzzle finally came together for Du-su. Chung Du-su told himself that he had to be very careful with a person like that, because he had literally brought a whole storm to the entire continent. The merchant master had no idea what they could expect from someone like that, and then he thought that he needed to tell the young lady about this. Chung Du-su tightly clutched the fabric of his clothes, feeling an inexplicable fear and oppressive anxiety throughout his body. Meanwhile, a small boat with sides in the shape of golden dragons was heading through the water. It was Lake Tai, which was located between rectangular mountains and expanses that were overgrown with green trees. The voice said that there were 5 large lakes on the continent: Poyang, Dongting, Hongjie, So, and accordingly Tai, which was strewn with islands and mountain peaks. It was not for nothing that this lake was considered the most beautiful, something that the man in dark clothes and with white hair braided into two long tails did not doubt for a second. The man looked at the crashing waves, saying that the landscape before him perfectly matched the atmosphere across the continent. The ship approached the island of Seoli, near which several other poorer ships were also located. Seoli Island was considered one of the smallest islands in Lake Tai, but even with its poor status, there were rumors that it housed the residences of influential people. It is easy for black traders to gain power and make money because in such an insignificantly small place, they can conduct negotiations without any problems. A man in dark clothes walked out onto the island, folding his hands behind his back. It was the head of the Black Traders Union himself. Several menacing servants lined up in front of him, bowing before him with their weapons in front of them. One of the servants, a pale, bald man with glowing eyes, greeted the mysterious master with a trembling voice. The tall man ignored his charge's greeting, continuing to walk forward with slow steps. He paused for a few seconds to survey his servants with one cold glance from his hidden eyes. When the tall man was sure that everyone was standing in their places and bowing to him, he headed inside one of the huge buildings. As he entered the room, which was decorated in black and white, the white-haired man said that income had increased by 30%. In the hall, he sat on his throne, reporting that such numbers may not have meant anything to them, but given all the difficulties, they had achieved the best result. The man's face was completely covered by a dark red mask. He clarified with a certain Master Yoma that one way or another, they still needed to put in more effort. Master Yom's eyes widened as he immediately replied that it was within the boundaries of their branch that income had increased by 40%. He added that if it weren't for the incident in the Great Celestial Union of Merchants, their profits could have been even greater, but for now they could only accept this result. Another man spoke irritably through his mask, saying that the Great Trade Alliance had always been a hindrance to them, as they were spreading influence in the black trader territories. The head of the Black Traders Union confirmed his words, looking puzzled, saying that they urgently needed to get rid of those. A man with long hair intervened in their conversation, hesitantly informing them that the trade union was not even the main threat to them. He nervously grabbed his chair, adding that although they needed to meet the competitor face-to-face, they would still need support. He then turned his gaze to the head of the Black Traders Union, asking in confusion if there was something bothering him. The tall man replied that he had heard that there had been no visible results from the measures taken against the trade union so far, so they just needed to survive the crisis. Moreover, this was not the only problem they might encounter, because the leader immediately asked if anyone present had heard of a certain war king. The leader spoke about the recent incident of the murder of the leader of the Moyan family, and also that he was informed that Yom Sa-ik had escaped. Master Yom's eyes widened, asking if the pale-faced man shouldn't have been appointed as the leader, then adding that there was no way he could have disappeared without a trace. The white-haired man only replied that both incidents were rumored to be related to the War King, and that it was apparently he who defeated Yom Sa-ik. Moreover, the pit demon blade and steel archer also fell at the hands of the War King, and the goods in the form of child slaves went missing, the disclosure of which could have damaged the reputation of the black traders. One of the men with long hair stood up, saying that he understood their master's concerns very well, but they would take responsibility and get rid of the so-called War King. He slammed his fist into his palm and bowed, saying that Shanxi was not far from their branch, so they would investigate and get rid of the guy. Slightly opening his sharp eye, the man only replied that he would find out all the young man's weak points, where he was from, and all the information about him. Folding his hands together and leaning on the back of the throne, the chief said that they had always lived up to his expectations. The white-haired man raised his head, ordering his colleagues to find out about the War King's past, as well as what he planned to do next. In fact, it would be in their interest to recruit the War King to their side if he could be useful to them, and otherwise simply kill him. Anyway, this was one of many issues they needed to discuss, so they moved on to the next topic. According to his plan, which Sa Yu had made thanks to the book given to him, he decided to head to Masangro. The elder told the young man to look around the area because he had never done anything like this before, but in truth, the boy had simply never been anywhere in his life. Leaning against the wall, Sa-yu fell into thought for a few seconds but was interrupted by enthusiastic cries nearby. In front of him were several tables, at which sat two satisfied men who were admiring the delicious noodles. Looking at the small signboard that said the modest restaurant served handmade noodles, Sa-yu became slightly interested. To be more precise, it wasn't the guy himself who became interested, but his stomach, which growled loudly at the mere mention of hot food. After all, the young man hadn't eaten anything since the morning, so all he had to do was approach the owner and ask for one bowl of noodles. Within a few seconds, Sa-yu's order was ready, and in front of him stood a hot plate with whipped noodles floating in broth. The boy modestly thanked the owner for the food and had already picked up the noodles with his chopsticks, but something caught his attention. Sa-yu looked closely at the owner of the modest establishment, who seemed rather exhausted. The short, bald man immediately fell onto a small stool, exhaling a small cloud of tired air. His gaze turned to the boy in surprise as he thanked him generously, calling the noodles and soup well prepared. The boy chewed his lunch, saying that he had always been told that noodle soup was the most delicious food, but he had only become convinced of this, adding that he didn't like Jongwon's food. The bald man chuckled contentedly, saying loudly that he was very glad that his client liked and appreciated his latest creation. Sa-yu didn't understand why it was closing because the noodles were so delicious, and the owner explained that the landlord had increased the rent and he would never be able to cover the expenses with his earnings. Almost everything in Mansangro belonged to Yom Sa-ik, so no one had the right to oppose him, which is why the man's business simply could not continue. Sa-yu reassured the restaurant owner, saying that he could continue to trade since Yom Sa-ik, as rumors had it, had fled from Taiwan. Although the man was still afraid of his return, Danmak Song-jong joined their conversation, saying that Sa-yu was right and no one would disturb them. Sa-yu looked at the familiar girl in surprise when she said that the Manhwa sect would guarantee the safety of the people of Mansangro. The girl looked down, exhausted, and simply asked for one serving of noodles. The owner beamed when he heard that he could continue working without worrying, and then asked the girl to sit down while he took her order. Danmak Song-jong thanked the young man, but Sa-yu replied that he should thank her, since it was through their joint efforts that they were able to save the great celestial union of merchants. After a few seconds of silence, the girl then abruptly mentioned the very talisman that he had given her the night before. Sa-yu turned his gaze toward Song-chun, because Chuko also said that the guy apparently had some connections with the owner of the talisman. According to Danmak, the young lady only became close to special people, so she entrusted the talisman to only 3 chosen ones, one of whom was she. Only a few people in all of Murim knew about the talismans, and Sa-yu said that he and Soho had known each other since they were little. The girl's suspicions were justified, and she raised her gaze slightly. This was exactly the answer she wanted to hear. Then 10 years had passed since their last meeting, and she could have long forgotten about him. Then Danmak Song-jong looked at Sa-yu with a more careful gaze, saying that she was sure that the young lady remembered him. The girl looked up and said that Soho had a very good memory of her childhood friends, and also kept her promise by creating the largest trade union in Cheongwon. Her words slightly inspired the boy, and his eyes lit up brighter when he said that in that case, it was time for him to fulfill his promise. 10 years ago, when the boy was still wandering in Goryeo, the teacher told him that they needed to come to the monastery of a wise and respectable man. They stopped for a while at another place to spend the night, and the teacher instructed that the martial arts of the continent were aimed at spreading influence. The teacher placed the empty plate on the table, saying that it was difficult for the ordinary authorities of the continent to subjugate the provinces, while in Goryeo, all the areas were under the influence of the center. He noted that although having a strong weapon for protection was necessary in difficult times, it was harmful in times of peace. The man admitted that their conversation probably didn't make much sense, and that they just needed to take a break before the intense training. Sa-yu pressed his hands to his knees and lowered his head, nodding to his teacher in understanding and obedience. Then a little girl ran up to them from the other side, loudly exclaiming something and could not believe her eyes. The girl jumped next to the table, loudly slamming her palm on it and addressing Sa-yu as an older brother. Little Soho stared at the boy in surprise, saying that she had heard that there were people in the West with a different, incredibly beautiful eye color. The guy's eyebrows shot up in surprise and he stared back at her, asking who she even was. The girl simply ignored the boy's question and instead began to fire at him with many others. The evil spirit decided to intervene in the conversation, asking the little girl if she needed anything. Little Soho looked at the boy's mentor with the same excitement, commenting that the grandfather had the same eyes as the boy. Then the girl seemed to finally come to her senses and took a step back, shyly folding her hands and with a blush on her cheeks, saying that she had come to eat and relax with her grandfather. Sa Yu was indignant, noting that there were no free seats next to them, and at that very moment, several carts pulled up to them. The boy looked at his standing mentor with his wide eyes. There was a slight worry in his voice. The evil spirit closed his eyes angrily, saying in a cold tone that there was too little room on their bench for two. One of the overweight men stepped forward, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, while his daughter loudly exclaimed that the boy and his grandfather were not against giving up their seat. Father Soho thanked the evil spirit for his kindness, and the evil spirit offered to sit down. The little girl sat down on one of the benches and let out a dissatisfied sigh, grumbling under her breath that her legs were tired. She pounded the wooden surface with her small fist a few more times, declaring that she had walked too much. Then Sa Yu approached her, curiously asking how old the little girl was and where she came from. Little Soho pouted, declaring that she was not a little girl and was already 12, and anyway asking a woman her age was very rude. Soon the smile returned to her face, and she asked in response with interest what the boy's name was. Sa Yu only slightly parted the corners of his lips, introducing himself to her in a quiet tone. The girl smiled cheerfully, calling him by his beautiful, albeit very lonely-sounding name, and then introducing herself as Soho and offering to be his friend. The girl's whims could be heard throughout the mountains, and her father apologized to the evil spirit, saying that she had to walk the whole way, so she was a little nervous. Su-ho contentedly placed her empty plate on the table, exclaiming that she had to eat only dried meat and rice balls for several days, so she missed delicious food. Her father looked at her with a slightly sad look, closing his narrow eyes with concern. A bright blush appeared on the girl's face, and she said that her daddy was also not guilty of anything, and Sa Yu thought that her name translated as fox cub. Instead of blaming and sulking at her dad, the girl stuck her bottom lip out at the other man, saying that all the problems were because of Uncle So. When her father said that Uncle So couldn't do anything about their situation, Soho shook her head in different directions, dissatisfied that he had deceived them and that their mother had gotten sick. The evil spirit angrily lowered his gray eyebrows, saying in a cold tone that those seemed to have something to say to them. The girl's father introduced himself as Ha-Man Bo, saying that they used to have a business in Gandong, but because of their modesty it failed and they went to China. A look of concern appeared on the teacher's face, because at that time the Yuan dynasty ruled over everything, and all of China was too unsettled, so foreigners were not welcome there. The man did not deny the evil spirit's words, because even he had heard that there was a war here in Goryeo, and that the rebellion was led by a certain Zhu Yuanzhang. That leader had no trace of humanity in his soul, starting a fierce war against the Yuan dynasty and successfully advancing, pushing the Yuan to the north. The boy opened his ghostly eyes in concern, asking in an excited voice how this happened. The girl clearly knew something, but throughout the entire conversation she remained silent, pursing her own lips in a displeased expression. The girl's father explained that it was precisely because of the war that had broken out that traitors like them were now finding it easier. The mention of the Yuan dynasty once again struck an unpleasant blow to the young man's soul and memories, and the image of Choksan falling appeared in his head once again. In his thoughts, Mu Ai's cries again rang out like an oppressive ringing, begging him to run as far as possible. Sa Yu lowered the eyelids of his ghostly eyes, puzzled as to what might have happened to his sister if the Yuan dynasty had been pushed back. The girl smiled and loudly told the boy not to worry, because even though she didn't know what all those words meant, she wanted to become a great merchant to solve all the world's problems. Sa Yu's eyes widened even more because the girl was only 12 years old, and she dreamed of taking such a great position. But soon, a warm smile appeared on the guy's face, which he simply could not hold back because of how touching it was. Sayu was taller than the girl, so he leaned down slightly and stroked her head, playing along and thanking her. The guy smiled at little Soho, tenderly saying that he would definitely believe her. The little girl looked at the boy with enchantment in her eyes as he addressed her as a fox and asked her to take care of him. But soon, the blush on Soho's cheeks became even brighter, and she lowered her eyes, pressing her lips together in displeasure. Then the little girl suddenly looked up and started waving her tiny fists in all directions, calling the boy mean and ordering him not to tease her. She threw her hands in the air with tears in her eyes, exclaiming that if she tugged at her hair, she would not grow up, because of which no one would marry her, and she would not be able to help her dad. Sayu, with wide eyes and fear on his face, removed his hand from her, awkwardly saying that he didn't want her to not be taken as a wife because of him. The little girl grabbed her head in resentment, muttering that she would forgive him this time, but only because the boy was handsome. An imperceptible smile appeared on the evil spirit's face, and a dull, bitter laugh escaped through his compressed lips. Sayu had never seen his mentor show any noticeable or vivid emotions, especially if it was something casual like laughter. The master widened the corners of his lips into a wide smile, calling the children in front of him funny. Soon the sun had completely set beyond the visible horizon, hiding behind the earth in the night. Sayu and his mentor slept sitting up, an unusual method that was also necessary to contain their internal chi energy. The little girl couldn't sleep, so she kept her eyes wide open as she watched the two of them in their unusual way of sleeping. But most of all, Soho couldn't take her eyes off Sayu, noting to herself how handsome he really was. The father of that one grumbled and whispered that his daughter had already drilled a hole in the guy's face with her gaze, telling her to look at him better when he was sleeping. Sayu was distracted by the shouts of the girl and her father, and the former loudly shouted that if someone's daughter was happy, then it was better not to disturb her, and the latter called her a pest. The master said coldly that if his disciple had woken up, then they had better go, especially since eavesdropping was not very good, which made Sayu shudder slightly with shame. Together with his teacher, Sayu soon went outside in the middle of the dark night, leaving the chambers that had already turned into a quarrel. The girl knelt down in surprise and asked the boy where he was heading at such a late hour. Sayu nervously shuddered and turned his head, answering with a forced smile that he had already slept enough, and that he and the old man had a long journey ahead of him, after which he said goodbye to Soho. The little girl's face tensed slightly, and she was overcome with an incomprehensible disappointment because of the young man's words. The girl stared at the guy for a few seconds, and then hesitantly asked if they had broken up so easily, so quickly. When Sayu and his teacher still headed forward, the girl was still able to catch up with them, as she was not yet ready to let go of the first one. Approaching the young man, Soho told the boy that the next time they met, she would become the greatest merchant in all of China. The little girl did not take her eyes off the boy for a second, and then, with a slight blush, asked him to promise to find her. Sayu smiled back at her, saying with a warm smile that he would definitely meet her in the future. It was then that little Soho handed the boy her talisman in the form of a crystal butterfly, which matched the color of his blue eyes. She twirled the talisman between her fingers and with a bright smile promised that it would definitely be useful and help him. Sayu took the girl's gift and for a good minute heard Soho and his father arguing, the latter not understanding why his daughter decided to give her expensive talisman to some stranger. The girl did not understand why her father was so skeptical, to which he replied that he had met different people in his life, but the grandfather with blue eyes looked very frightening. Soho only smiled in response, saying that she felt something similar towards Sayu. He seemed special to her, a person with a great future. And yet her father still didn't understand why she gave away her talisman, so Soho decided to call the young man her first investment. Usually the mentor and the boy walked in complete silence, but this time something escaped the old man's lips. He called the girl funny. The evil spirit noted that the girl had determined eyes and was destined to become someone great, and her fate was directly linked to Sayu's fate. When the teacher told the boy to consider that something special had happened that evening, the young man couldn't help but feel the noticeable smile on his face melt away. Sayu agreed with his mentor, looking at the crystal butterfly talisman on his palm. Just like 10 years ago, in the boy's hand now lay the crystal butterfly that So-ho had given him. In fact, even the guy himself thought it was something unusual and amazing that he would soon see his old friend. Sa-yu still had some unfinished business, so as he looked into the distance, he could only beg So-ho to wait a little longer. Meanwhile, in the main building of the Iron Union, loud exclamations were heard from the servants who were looking everywhere for the young lady. The servant in a turquoise robe quickly approached the young lady in his purple boots. The servant approached her with the message that they could not simply end the negotiations with the Five Dragons Union. The highly respected girl remained silent in response to her servant's remark, but he continued to say that it would simply be unwise for them to refuse the terms of the union. The messenger asked the girl to offer something of her own, but she only remained silent as she walked along the large corridor. As soon as the girl entered her chambers, she slowly asked the other woman at the door, Song Yan, in a tired voice not to let anyone in. The messenger, whom she had ignored more than once, still tried to say something to her, but the doors were locked right in front of his face. And then there was silence, even more deathly than the one that had echoed throughout the Iron Union building a minute ago. So-ho sat down and leaned her back against the wall, putting her hand to her face and saying in an exhausted voice that she only came to practice, but she was forbidden to do anything. The girl didn't think it would be so difficult to get hold of a weapon in Murim, so she turned to Song Yang, asking about news from Uncle Chong. When she was told that there was no news, So-ho only said that Taiwan had probably already sent a messenger, but everything was going according to plan. The girl thought about the fact that Chong hadn't said anything at all, and in the meantime, loud knocks could already be heard behind the doors. The young mistress's servant looked towards the door when a voice behind them introduced itself as young Master Huangbo and Miss Nam Gung of the Five Dragon Alliance. The girl looked away wearily, muttering through her teeth that they couldn't be left alone for even a couple of minutes. The young lady exhaled heavily and asked her servant to escort the guests inside to the outbuilding. So-ho soon greeted her guests, saying that she had kept young Master Huangbo and Mrs. Nam Gung waiting. At the entrance stood a tall man in red clothes with a large feather fan in his hand and a young woman in a beige robe. Huangbo Yunjung, the second son of the Huangbo family, smiled warmly towards the girl, saying that she was becoming more beautiful every day. A small smile appeared on the young mistress's face, as she knew that the man in front of her was from the line of successors, and was currently the leader of the clan and the Five Dragon Alliance. The young lady greeted him politely, saying that it was extremely impolite of her to make his father angry. Yun Chung stepped forward, dramatically placing his fingers over his heart and saying that his father couldn't possibly be angry at such a beautiful creature. But So-ho didn't appreciate his flattery. When they sat down, the man said that he had in no way tried to defile the girl, and that he would like her to think about and accept his certain proposal. Namgung Seo Ren, the shining lotus bud, intervened, saying in a serious tone that the girl did not seem to be happy about their meeting. So-ho tilted her head with a smile, saying that she didn't mind since Namgung could go anywhere throughout the Iron Union. She was simply curious about the reason for the tech's visit. Mrs. Namgung covered her mouth with her wide sleeve, saying that the young mistress had upset her very much, since she thought that they could not visit her without a reason. The atmosphere in the room became slightly tense, and the air tightened as So-ho said that she was just saying what she felt. With her hands clasped together behind her sleeves, the head of the Traders' Union decided not to waste time on pleasantries and asked why the two had come to see her. A faint smile appeared on Namgung Seo Ren's face, and she said that they just needed to borrow funds from the Iron Union. So-ho lowered her eyebrows in confusion in the silence when her guest named the amount she needed, a full 10,000 gold. The young lady merely replied that they would not be able to take such money unless they had a very good reason for doing so, and for the sake of decency, they should inform her of this in advance. Seo Ren snapped back with an irritated smile, saying that this money was needed to open a branch of a new organization within the Iron Union, and So-ho had no right to call them partners. The young lady nervously pressed her hands to the chair with trembling wrists when she said that her refusal to give money would not affect anything in any case. The maid Ha So-ho looked at her with worried eyes when the young mistress did not have any immediate arguments. So-ho placed her hands on her knees, thanking her for her suggestion, saying that she understood her situation very well and that she was used to seeing things from a wider perspective. And yet, the young lady refused her request, saying that the deal was large and she could only make a decision after meeting with the Union of 9 Foundations and the Union of Lions. She said so, quoting Miss Nam-gung, that she had to discuss everything thoroughly before dealing with such an important alliance, and it wasn't just the 5-Dragon Alliance. Nam-gung Seo-ryong suddenly fell silent when she realized that even her sweet words had not helped her achieve her goal and bring So-ho to their attention. Hwangbo Yun-jung could only smile smugly, pressing his lips together in an imperceptible smile and looking away. His voice took on a slightly playful tone, and his eyelids lifted indecently as an awkward laugh began to bubble up inside him. Perhaps now he understood why Nam-gung Seo-ren was called the Fox in the 5 Dragons Union, because her ingenuity was simply amazing. Although Nam-gung Seo-ren was striving for power over the entire world, So-ho, nicknamed the Fox, was striking not only with her ingenuity, but also with the largest capital in the world. Hwangbo Yun-jung's tongue forced its way through his teeth and greedily rushed over his lips. He was simply pleased to watch the negotiations between the two. Yun-chung was self-consciously embarrassed with a slight blush on his cheeks, suspecting that they were arguing to get his attention. Soon, when they realized that the negotiations would lead nowhere, they decided to end the conversation. Even though Nam-gung Seo-ryong apologized for taking up So-ho's time, there was some anger in her eyes. Miss Nam-gung gritted her teeth and said that this kind of opportunity was only given to So-ho once in her life, so she shouldn't miss her chance. The young lady did not take her gaze off her guest, continuing to direct her cloudy eyes at her and agreeing with her. Hwangbo Yun-jung disappointedly hugged So-ho's palms with his own, saying with annoyance that fate was very cruel for them to have to part ways. The man bowed his head, saying that he hoped that next time they would be able to spend more time discussing their future. So-ho lowered her eyelids, smiling as she replied that she wished for everything to get better, and then said goodbye. On the way back, Yun-chung continued to hum to himself, describing how good the day had been. When he didn't receive any response, he looked at Seo-ren with a smile, telling her not to be angry because her plan had to go well. The man looked up dreamily, saying that both were very beautiful and smart, making his heart flutter. Nam-gung Seo-ren couldn't stand the man's pleasantries then, asking with cold anger if he couldn't at least keep quiet for a little while. Although the woman continued to maintain a gallant appearance, in her mind she was angry at the cunning So-ho, who dared to talk to her about the Lion Union and the 9 Foundations. Angrily lowering the thin eyebrows of her eyes, Seo-ryun told herself how much So-ho irritated her and how she could see right through her, and then promised to bring her to her knees. Hwangbo Yun-jung looked back with a slightly sad expression. He couldn't believe that Miss Nam-gung would lose her cool because of some girl who he now liked even more. There was an oppressive silence inside the room for a few seconds after they left, until So-ho's maid asked if everything was okay. So-ho replied wearily that she had no doubt that Nam-gung treated her that way, noting that she was probably thinking about how to get rid of her as soon as possible. And although the Merchant Union had a lot of money on its side, it would never compare to the Iron Union's military might, which no one could resist. However, the Iron Alliance's full potential can only be realized when all 3 alliances join forces, so each of them tried to take over the merchant's money. Then the maid understood her plan and clapped her hands, saying that she had made it clear to them that the Lion Alliance and the 9 Foundation Alliance would not stand aside if the 5 Dragon Alliance came. The servants pouted with displeasure, indignant that Nam-gung was called a fox, and her young mistress was just some little fox. So-ho raised her hand, saying that she didn't care at all even if they called her a tigress, because she liked her nickname. When the servant asked if it wasn't better to be a fierce tigress or a full-grown fox, So-ho immediately remembered what Sa-yu had called her on that fateful night. Then the young man stroked her hair, saying with a warm smile that he would definitely trust her. So-ho still remembered how the boy had charmed her with just his appearance, especially after he called her a fox. The girl didn't even respond to her servant's indignation until a warm, gentle smile, full of nostalgia, appeared on her face. Meanwhile, Gaibong was back in Taiyuan, and the old man said that they had wasted too much time and needed to leave. Chung Du-su thanked the elder for all the help he had given him, wishing him good luck always. Sa-yu walked forward with his hands clasped together, looking into the distance as if dreamily guiding his way. Du-su looked at Jungbong and asked him to send out a message to the branches so that Sa-yu could get help wherever he asked, but to keep everything a secret. Danmok Song-jong stood nearby, peering closely at the boy with her intense silver eyes. As she looked at him in a new light after everything that had happened, she couldn't help but think that she would like to travel with him. But Sa-yu always refused her, even though she tried to say that she was not going to be a burden to him and was ready to become his honest partner. In response, the guy said that she clearly wanted to get something from him, and he could not constantly be on guard because of the feeling that he was indebted to someone. Danmok Song-jan tried to object, as she suspected that Soho might be a problem for him, but the guy assured her that his decision had nothing to do with the young lady. Sa-yu only said that the presence of other people would simply hinder him, and Song-chan thought that he would only open his heart to someone who was sincere in his intentions. When the elder and Sa-yu set off for Anhui, the former decided to ask where exactly they were heading, and the latter replied that they were going to Hefei. The old man still stood his ground, because Anhui was dangerous, because their entire territory, one could say, was a courtyard in front of the Namgung clan's house. Sa-yu replied that he only needed to know the truth and had no intention of getting into fights, but the elder objected, since otherwise no one would be able to stand except the young man. The guy just smiled and looked into the distance, saying that they should hurry, because they still had a long way to go. When evening came, it was also time for dinner, and the old man once again complained that they had eaten only dried meat, and not normal food from snack bars or taverns. Looking at the sky, the elder noted that due to the fog, they could not see the moon or the stars, and Sa-yu said that in such darkness, they could easily be attacked. Chewing the meat in his hands, Iron Man said that he did not want to think about any attacks, because he, unlike the young man, lived according to his conscience. Pressing his eyelids and lowering his gray eyebrows, the old man had already begun to recall how Sa-yu had turned the life of the continent upside down with the events in the Moyeon family and the Five Dragons Alliance. Looking at him with suspicion, Hong Mu-gai said that many big events in recent times were associated with the legend and the War King. Sa-yu then said with feigned surprise that it seemed like they really couldn't avoid a fight. Not far from their small fire, mercenaries were located, hiding behind the trees in the fog. The mercenaries began to jump from one branch to another, creating only a barely audible whisper of leaves with their leaps. In the pitch darkness, it was simply impossible to make them out unless you looked very closely at the dark silhouettes. There were more than 10 of them, but all their movements seemed to occur in unison, and they jumped from one tree to another. When they finally spotted a good place to make their attack, they landed on one of the branches. Just at that moment, Hong Mu-gai sensed the presence of someone else nearby, but he decided to pretend that he didn't notice or hear anything. Chewing on his dinner of tasteless dried meat, Sa-yu said that there were 18 of them nearby, and each of them had a sword. The old man threw his head back and wrapped his lips around the neck of the bottle, saying that they moved quite stealthily, as if they were ordinary rogues. The bald, pale-skinned thugs continued to stare at their prey with their stern eyes. One of the assassins jumped down with his sword, landing loudly on the ground and immediately giving away his presence. He strained his pupilless eyes, preparing for his next move, which he was going to complete in a second. The thug made a leap and then dashed towards Sa-yu with a swift movement, pointing his blade straight ahead. As soon as the blade approached the boy, he, without even turning around, ran his 2 charged fingers curving the blade. Watching as a single blue flash rendered his weapon unusable, the thug froze in horror. He shouted loudly in confusion, but Sa-yu had not yet completed his move and sent the lightning chi energy from the sword blade throughout the enemy's entire body. A few seconds later, the killer's exhausted body, surrounded by flashes, flew to the other side, releasing the sword from his hands. The man fell to the ground and dragged his head around for a few seconds with small lightning bolts around him. The old man looked away, saying in an indifferent tone that they were unlikely to give up so easily and that they probably wouldn't even get any rest tonight. Sa-yu smiled in agreement with his partner as his ghostly eyes gradually began to glow brighter. The old man threw his head back and then grabbed the neck of his bottle, drinking all the liquor from it in one stream. Filling his cheeks with alcohol, the old man loaded the bitter drink into his mouth and then began to exhale sharply through his nose. Opening his mouth, the elder released hundreds of projectiles of liquor, shouting at the thugs to stop hiding and cowering. Several killers appeared in the air at once, taking the brunt of the blow and succumbing to the explosions created by the drops of the old man's liquor. And although some of them were temporarily stunned by the elder's attack, others still continued to fall on them. Hong Mu-gai literally created a perfect opportunity for Sa Yu, so he decided to take advantage of the moment and began to charge the aura within himself. Sa Yu loaded the liquor onto the sharp wood, causing it to catch fire and head towards the thugs one by one. Before the mercenaries could even react to the firewood flying at them, their faces were met by it, sending them flying to the side. Amidst loud groans and crackling flames, sharp logs pierced the bodies of the killers, leaving them without weapons before they had a chance to attack. The firewood was directed in a chaotic position, so Sa Yu couldn't make each one hit their heads. However, it was still enough to send 3 of the 18 mercenaries flying in different directions and crashing into the trees nearby. The leader of the thugs looked nervously at the flames around him, not understanding how they had been defeated so quickly. When he disappeared under the words that they would not be able to capture the boy alive, Sa Yu slightly tensed up and concentrated again. The boy groaned unimpressedly when he noticed a hump on the ground below him heading towards him. When the hump got close enough to the young man, the commander-in-chief's sharp blade rushed through the ceiling. This move was quite simple and weak, so Sa Yu didn't even have to strain himself as he simply extended his palm in front of the blade. The assassin's commander-in-chief froze nervously and stood there, furiously unable to understand why he had lost control of his weapon. Sa Yu stared at him with a ferocious gaze, asking if he really thought he could kill him with such insignificant skills. The guy no longer stood on ceremony, and then began to approach the enemy, folding the steel blade like a piece of thin paper. Soon the young man increased his pressure and leveled the leader of the thugs to the ground with his own hands, creating a huge explosion around him. The earth shook, and in the meantime, several more killers were already flying towards him, taking out their sharp swords. 7 other mercenaries jumped on the guy, but he continued to sit on the ground, creating flashes and explosions under his palm. One of them angrily headed straight for Sa Yu's head, furiously ordering the War King to die. But as soon as he approached the young man, he took out his charged jade palm and placed it on the enemy's cheek. This movement was enough for Sa Yu to take advantage of the moment, grabbing his leg and starting to painfully twist his body. And so it happened with all the other mercenaries, through whom the guy rushed with one sharp movement and made them drag themselves in convulsions right in the air. One of the mercenaries glanced nervously at the young man, tremblingly asking how they had ended up completely beaten, and then ordering him to immediately report everything to the master. But the boy wasn't finished yet, taking out his loaded hand and saying that he wouldn't let them go anywhere just like that. One of the mercenaries tried to run away as quickly as possible, but Sa Yu was much faster, creating an energy sphere behind him. The killer groaned in exhaustion as he felt as if several ball lightnings had passed through his body at once. Jumping, spiky flashes surrounded the thug's body, causing him to fly off to the side, exhausted, and begin to drag along the cold ground. He tried to get up from the ground, but his body was shaking, finding himself in a completely paralyzed state. Another mercenary, looking at the fate of his partners, also tried to escape, but the old man shouted that he had many questions for them, and they could not just run away. Sa Yu smiled at Hong Mu-gai, shaking himself off with a request to just let them go, but the latter did not understand why the young man was willing to take such a risk. The guy looked away from the ghostly eyes, noting that they wouldn't be able to find out anything from those anyway. Looking at the fleeing killer, the young man said that whoever the mercenaries were, sooner or later they would show up again, since they were so prepared for the attack. When they finally decided to take a little rest, the elder decided to ask the guy in the morning where he thought the thugs were from. Moving forward, Sa Yu only had one guess in the form of the black merchants, just like Hong Mu-gai, since the Moyan family was currently in a very poor situation. Throwing his head back, the old man said that the black traders would not send assassins against strangers, especially considering that they called Sa Yu the War King. The guy looked away, listening to the words of the one about how the top of the black traders already clearly knew about all the rumors that were circulating about the young man. Looking at one of the corpses, the old man noted that for now they could only guess, since some of the killers drank poison to kill themselves ahead of time. The old man walked out onto a small cliff, commenting that before them was Yuan itself, a kind of gateway from Shanxi province to Hanam, where maritime trade flourished. Yuan itself was a fairly small place, so Sa Yu stayed in Jiyuan, a small heavenly establishment. The young man couldn't help but wonder where the elder had gone, leaving him alone, although he himself insisted that Dukang wine was the best in the establishment. Several lightning bolts flashed through the guy's head, and he felt the presence of something strange nearby. Outside the window, Sa Yu saw 3 men, one of whom was slightly overweight, and was leading 2 others with cone-shaped hats and packages on their backs. The Jiwan Heavenly Institution was located right under the mountains and peaks, so the view from the window was quite beautiful and pleasant. 3 men soon approached the boy, saying that there seemed to be empty seats at his table. A portly man with a mustache, Hong Yob's head of security, Zhang Wu-ik, asked the boy if he minded if they sat down next to each other. Sa Yu looked warily at all 3 of them with his ghostly eyes, mistrust and ferocity visible in them. However, the guy put a fake smile on his face, allowing them to sit down, while the plump man replied that he was a little confused due to the lack of seats. The man's protege nervously tried to introduce himself, but an inexplicable tremor and unreasonable anxiety ran through his body. The other assistant in the hat similarly bulged his eyeballs with a tremor all over his body, saying that he was glad to meet. Dan Sa Yu introduced himself to them, trying to assert his status before he ended up as an accidental victim of them. One of the assistants clutched his heart nervously as the guy flashed a few lights over it. He lowered his head, groaning under his breath, and his colleague asked him, puzzled, why he was clutching his heart. But the first mate simply could not explain why he suddenly felt pain all over his body, muttering under his breath that he was fine. Once the young man was sure that they definitely couldn't do anything bad to him, he asked them to sit down next to him, looking at the landscape outside the open window. Sa Yu decided to play it rather cautiously, so as the conversation progressed, he revealed that he was originally from Shanxi province. Naturally, the 3 men noticed that the guy had a rather unusual accent, so they assumed he was from the north, possibly Liaoning. Of course, the young man was pretending and decided to change the subject, noting that the 3 men looked like pretty close people, especially for someone like the master and his subordinates. Zhang Wu-ik smiled generously and offered the young man a drink of the real Dukang wine, which he personally brought with him from Incheon. His charges nervously said that they guaranteed that the signature wine had a unique taste. Sa Yu poured some wine into his cup, noting that it tasted quite good despite its price, but since they were offering him such generosity, he couldn't refuse. One of the assistants lowered his eyelids in a narrow expression of his eyes, as if some notes of anticipation and cunning were ringing in his head. The guy lifted the cup and sniffed the drink, describing how the smell of it could never compare to the aroma of the real thing. The young man raised his head slightly and brought the cup to his lips, pretending to take a sip of the wine offered to him. A sly grin appeared on the face of one of the assistants, which he simply could not contain. At that very moment, the boy heard an incomprehensible rumble that was coming from above them, somewhere on the roof. Sa Yu's hair trembled, and his instincts made him realize that someone was trying to follow him nearby. The boy opened his eyes again artistically, commenting that the wine was simply delicious, especially strong and completely different in taste. While Zhang Wu-ik began to praise his own drink, entire squads of mercenaries began to line up on the roof. With each passing second, Sa Yu became more and more suspicious, so he asked the plump man a certain question. The young man lifted the tip of his lip, saying that they obviously wanted something from him, since he allowed them to sit next to him, and they shared their wine. A smug grin spread across Zhang Wu-ik's face as he called the boy smart but not very intelligent. Sa Yu did not let go of his attentive gaze from them for a second, ordering them to speak in a way that would be understandable to him. The fat man calmly said that the boy had also drunk the mountain poison cholpasan along with their wine. The young man's eyes widened artificially when he said that the poison, once it entered his stomach, would begin to eat away his ki, and he would not be able to use it for the entire day. The boy dramatically exclaimed in anger, pretending that he could already feel the poison spreading throughout his body. The young man nervously grabbed the table, speaking in an unnatural voice. Was it really that man who sent those masked men for his soul? The fat man stepped forward, proudly declaring that no harm was done without a reason, just as no good was done, so he gave the poison to him only because he had exterminated all his people yesterday. Cheon Woo-ik turned his head towards the boy, saying that he could answer his questions and save his life. The second option was for the guy to simply die on the spot, and the young man continued his acting, asking in a trembling voice if they were from the Five Dragon Alliance. The fat man glared at Sa Yu, sternly replying that he was the only one asking questions here, and all he could do was answer. He placed his hand on the boy's shoulder, starting with the first question with the assumption that he was the so-called King of War. Jung Woo-ik began to read out all the incidents related to the War King, starting from the Mo Yan family and ending with the Netherworld Demon Blade. When Sa Yu asked if they were from the Black Merchants, one of his assistants suddenly opened his sword, shouting that he could only answer questions, not ask them. He swung his sword angrily, his voice breaking as he said that he would cut the boy's throat and avenge his fallen comrades. The fat man at that very moment ordered one of his enraged charges to stop. Sa Yu silently stared warily at the blade of the long sword that stopped just a few centimeters away from his neck. The merchant's face took on a sly smile again, and with it he asked how many children the boy had taken, and then added that in return he would feel the pain of a body torn to pieces. The young man couldn't hold back his smirk this time, and his eyes glowed a brighter blue. The assistant shouted loudly that the boy had been warned that he had to answer their questions obediently. But as soon as an angry cry escaped from his throat, his entire body was surrounded by bright blue flashes and he froze. The cone-shaped hat flew off the man's head, revealing a man who looked exactly the same as the thugs from last night in front of Sa Yu. He released the sword from his hands, and his body began to quickly contort in pain as he cried out loudly in confusion. Even during their meeting, Sa Yu managed to place lightning chi into the body of one of the assistants with a glance of his eyes, which he successfully activated now. The guy kept wondering whether it was the Five Dragons or the Black Traders who came, but now that he was sure that it was the latter, he could no longer pretend. The fat man shouted loudly towards the boy, saying in horror that he could not use his power while the poison was working through his body. The other assistant nervously clenched his teeth, shouting in irritation at his comrades to kill the War King immediately. At the same moment, other thugs in black jumped down, obeying the order of one of their comrades. The armed mercenaries jumped down and stared at their target, surrounding it from all sides like predators. They began to fly toward Sa Yu in anger, glaring at him with their blind eyes and the veins on their heads standing out nervously. Sa Yu stood in the middle of the assassins, flying towards him, waiting for the right moment to use his abilities. Then the boy began to charge himself, and his ghostly eyes with lightning chi and flashes began to appear in the air around him. As soon as they started to come closer, the guy immediately began to run his jade fingers over them, causing their bodies to twist in the air. Sa Yu began to break through his path, knocking down the other mercenaries who continued to approach him to meet his shocking palms. The young man looked the other way, watching as one of the assistants ran away in fear, and he found it funny that they were also trying to tell him something about brotherly relations. Then another man came up behind him with a sword, angrily asking how the young man could say something like that to their leader. Sa Yu managed to dodge, but a look of surprise appeared on his face when the sword flew past his neck and he heard the mention of a certain leader. The youth instantly blinded his enemy with his lightning ki, rushing past him and sneaking up behind him. The boy made several quick turns in the air, ending with a brilliant culmination in the form of a charged kick. When one of the thugs was hit with just one kick from the guy, the other one opened his eyes in shock. At that moment, Sa Yu caught his face with his palm and slammed his head straight into the wall, leaving a small crater on it. The boy pressed on his enemy's face, creating multiple flashes and blinding light inside his palm. The young man turned his gaze towards the remaining thugs, at the same time remembering that the escaped assistant was the leader of those. The boy extended his jade hand towards the scared-to-death Chung Woo-ik, saying that he really hoped that he would tell him a lot about the Black Traders. The fat man at that moment began to shout loudly that he had nothing to do with them at all and was an innocent errand boy. Either way, Sa Yu was going to force him to talk because the human body remembers more than he might think. Jong Woo-ik froze in horror as he looked at the blue light that was slowly approaching his face. And then, in the heavenly institution, there was complete silence. No sounds of explosions, screams, or dull thunder could be heard. Chung Woo-ik literally froze, and cold smoke began to come out from between his teeth. He didn't understand why, but he began to shiver from frostbite. Sa Yu came closer to him, saying that he had stimulated some of his feelings towards the cold, and he had already begun to beg at the top of his voice to stop. The guy continued by saying that the human brain can adapt. So if a person thinks that he is cold and feels cold, he will gradually die from frostbite. The fat man did not understand how he could die from something like this on a spring day, but the boy insisted on his own, demanding to know the identity of the leader of the black traders. The fat man trembled even more and then shouted loudly that he still didn't know and didn't hold any position in the organization, and the true leader of the bureau was his partner, So Hai. Sa Yu lowered his eyebrows in displeasure, angrily saying that the leader was quite cunning, putting some puppet man in his place. And then there was another oppressive silence. Sa Yu needed a few minutes to think about what he should do with Jong Woo-ik. The irritated So Hai managed to escape in time along with some of his thugs. Even he was amazed by the boy's strength. His subordinate lowered his head, saying that if they launched a full-scale attack, Master Chen could still be saved. However, the leader was cold-blooded, so he put on a mask and said that they could not waste their fighting power on someone as pathetic and useless as Jong Woo-ik. The leader stepped forward with a dozen warriors behind him, saying that even if there were 100 of them, they would not be able to defeat Sa Yu. He narrowed his eyes angrily and exclaimed that this time they would retreat, but they would carefully plan their next steps. Meanwhile, due to the information that Sa Yu provided to Cheon Woo-ik, he decided to head with the old man to the Hong Yob Security Bureau building. They entered the Vulpin Hall, but the old man noticed almost immediately that they had entered a place that was suspiciously quiet and empty, as if it had been abandoned. Sa Yu placed his hand on the entrance to the hall, noting that perhaps everything from the attack last night was part of the black trader's clever plan. The boy's voice echoed throughout the empty room as he recalled that there had been people both inside and outside the training hall just a few hours ago. Either way, they had to be careful, and the elder said that they needed to go to Anhui province for now because the black merchants would still attack them. Sa Yu agreed with the elder, commenting that he was probably right and they should return to their journey. However, Iron Man noted that they would not be able to continue their journey peacefully, and there was a horse fair nearby where they could stop. Sa Yu wondered where the old man had gone in the morning, and he replied that he had gone to the local Gaiban branch and asked the young man to guess what good news he had to share. The old man lowered his eyebrows in displeasure and called the boy boring when he did not play with him and simply asked him to tell everything as it was. The boy's attention was instantly captured when the elder began to tell about the incident 10 years ago with the envoy from Yuan. The blue aura around the youth suddenly rose at the mention that Hongmu Guy had managed to find out the identity of one of the envoys he was looking for. The elder kept the intrigue, mysteriously telling that now all his beggars were looking for the whereabouts of that man. A smile appeared on the old man's face, and he asked Sa Yu to just wait a little while because he would soon be given some incredibly interesting information. That day still rang in the boy's head. He even remembered the faces of the two men who followed the envoy from Yuan. Anger began to warm up inside the guy's soul, but he tried to contain it by closing his eyes. And most of all, this fire was fueled by the picture of that 2-meter-tall envoy, because of whom he ended up in his place. But it didn't matter anymore because soon he would finally be able to release the rage that had built up inside him over the past 10 years. A storm was raging on the Big Yellow River, otherwise known as the Murmuring River, and local fishermen were already saying that the current was too strong to sail today. Looking at the huge golden waves in front of them, they doubted very much that there would be a person who would want to sail in such stormy weather. One of the men looked to the side in surprise, hesitantly asking if they had by chance also seen a silhouette nearby. And their eyes were not deceiving them at all, because in the distance a male silhouette was visible, who crossed his arms and let the waves carry him along the river. He just stood there quietly as the violent waves continued to beat chaotically against his boat, causing it to rock deeply. The man had dark curly hair and a beard, and a grin on his face as he looked at the land that had been taken from him, or the land he was about to take back. The Yellow River flows through 9 fortresses and regions. It has made Hebei province rich, and at the same time, it has taken the lives of many with its fierce current and whirlpools. Lowering his eyebrows with a smug expression, the man said to himself that the river was truly limitless. Soon, a wide smile with all his teeth spread across his face, and he asked himself if that could be considered an indicator of the strength of the entire continent. Leaning slightly and arching his back, the man began to squeeze the air around himself, trying to connect his hands. Spreading his open palms in different directions, he loudly exclaimed that in this case he would show the river his strength. The dark-haired man's voice became more solemn with each passing second, and he placed his hands on the surface of the water, creating a bright white light on it. The smile on the man's face widened into a smug grin as he declared that he would destroy the river completely. Gathering even more pompous energy, the pupils on the man's face narrowed, and he began to scream at the top of his voice, as if he had found himself in the center of military action. The man squeezed a small, cloudy protective field around him, shouting that he was the only one who could be considered worthy. A huge shockwave rushed across the water, and a bright white light, blinding like looking at the sun, was created at the epicenter of the boat. The explosion was so huge that it could have been seen even beyond the thick fog that surrounded the boat on that stormy day. With their arms outstretched, the huge waves suddenly calmed down and the fog around them began to quickly dissipate. It was a proud display of the dark-haired man's talents, who managed not only to master the water around him, but also to make it obey him. Guyandaguk crossed his arms in a businesslike manner and sternly stared forward with his cold gaze, accompanied by the sound of water splashing beneath him. In just a few seconds, he managed to gain the upper hand over the weather, and the sky completely cleared of dark clouds and thunder. When the waves completely disappeared from his path, the man just continued to wander, heading to a settlement on the water nearby. His modest boat slowly approached the wooden shore, where another man was already humbly waiting for him in complete silence. With his mere presence, Gu Yandaguk created an unfavorable atmosphere as he slowly walked towards his escort. The bearded man lowered his eyes, telling Chen Do in a stern and cold voice that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He continued to sit on one knee, greeting his master, until the latter personally ordered him to raise his head. The guy in the red cloak with red eyes obeyed, but still did not look him in the eye, asking if he had returned so soon already. The man replied that his journey to the continent had ended and asked about a certain Cholsan. When the bearded man heard that Cholsan's fighting skills had surpassed his own, a proud, excited grin spread across his face. Despite the moment of joy, the smile disappeared from his face as quickly as it had appeared. The man lowered his head and then, in a cold, almost unusually stern tone, asked what had happened to a certain girl. The red-haired boy remained silent for a few seconds, and then said that according to rumors, the girl treated the young master well. The bearded man stepped forward, calmly declaring that it was time for her to show herself to them. He loudly ordered his protege to go, and they quickly walked towards the main group with concentrated faces. Although the dark clouds had already dispersed and the violent storm had calmed down, the sky soon became overcast again and darkened. The old man approached one of the horses, stroking its muzzle and thoughtfully describing that he would choose this one. Throwing his head back, the elder said that they would get there in 7 months on horseback, so he asked what kind of horse the War King would take. Iron Man looked at Sa Yu, who was not even listening to him, with displeasure. In the guy's hand was some small trinket, in shape somewhat reminiscent of the crystal butterfly that So-Ho had given him. Sa Yu smiled and said that he would give it to Seo-Ho since it had been a long time since their last meeting, and he could give her something to make her happy. The old man was indignant because the young man was preparing a gift for his old friend, but it was all rusty and scratched. The boy began to charge his hand with jade energy, saying that his gift would gain value when he removed the rust personally. A blue aura began to hover around the rusty steel butterfly, so far in the form of the most ordinary smoke, covering it everywhere. The old man looked at the decoration in surprise, saying that it must have been some kind of unusual decoration since Sa Yu, with such power, could not remove the rust. Sa Yu looked at the talisman in his hands with a slightly puzzled expression and decided to apply a little more of his strength, commanding the talisman to show its true form. But at that very moment, the guy felt an unpleasant sensation not far from him, as if someone's gaze was piercing his back like a knife. The energy around the boy began to jump and shake, and his eyes glowed even brighter in an inexplicable panic. When the young man looked forward, he saw two men in front of him, one in black clothes and the other in red, but they looked quite frightening. Gu Yandaguk's eyes widened fiercely in response, and visible nerve veins appeared on his face when he saw Sa Yu. Just one look at the tall man was enough for the guy to understand that he was incredibly strong. Moreover, the bearded man gave off such a threatening aura that he could be compared in strength to the boy's master. A bead of nervous sweat ran down the boy's face as he suggested that he might have been even stronger than the evil spirit. Sa Yu began to squeeze the rusty butterfly talisman in his hands tighter, creating more and more flashes and small lightning bolts around it. Without realizing it, Sa Yu suddenly clenched his hand with the butterfly in his fist, creating a bright light with his clenched fist. At that time, the guy himself did not understand what had gotten the better of him, but he began to slowly approach the tall man in front of him. Gu Yandaguk understood the boy's hint, so he also began to approach him while a dark aura began to hover around him. The same nervous grin appeared on the bearded man's face, as if he too had realized that he had met a very strong opponent. His eyes took on a more severe expression, and he began to shoot his sharp gaze at the blue-eyed guy. As the man continued to approach, he looked at his red-eyed charge, asking if there was anyone in Zhongwan with strength equal to the youth. The guy in the red cloak lowered his eyes, saying that the great master is the one who will rule their land. The red-haired man narrowed his eyes sternly, noting in his head that any words of his master would become law, and his steps would become a huge mountain. Sa Yu just continued to stare at him with his glowing, ghostly eyes in complete silence, not taking his eyes off him for a second. Then the red-eyed man sharply put out his hand, telling himself that only he could make his master make the first move. The arm in his armor suddenly released its sharp fangs, and he was about to attack the man who could become an obstacle for his master. The dark-haired man waited for a few seconds and then spoke coldly to his servant, Chen Do. The bearded man stepped forward, adding that the blue-eyed boy was quite capable, so Cheng Do should prove himself worthy. Red-eyed lowered his gaze, nodding to his master and asking for forgiveness with guilt in his voice. The old man again felt an inexplicable tremor throughout his body, as if he had seen something terrifying that made him freeze. Hong Mugai had not felt such fear and anxiety for a long time, ever since the time when he first saw the evil spirit in Liaoning province. Sage Gaiban opened his eyes wide and noted that this was definitely not a human being in front of them, since an ordinary person simply could not give off such dark energy. The energy of that one was far above the energy of Huangbo Gunak, the Saint Fist, so the old man simply couldn't believe that someone like him could exist. This was the so-called perfect combat level, like a predator, causing the elder to back away in fear and fall to the ground. Meanwhile, Gu Yangdaguk continued to approach the boy, while his dark aura continued to hover around him in the form of arching waves. The crackling sound of the flashes grew louder as the boy approached his enemy, leaving behind small, flickering lights. When they got close enough, the bearded man cast a stern look at the young man, boring into him with his precise eyes. Sa Yu, although he was much shorter than him, maintained his composure and returned the gaze of his ghostly eyes, staring at him. The sky was covered with thick clouds again, and somewhere in the distance a dull thunder could be heard, while bullets began to descend from the sky in the form of rain. And one drop of rain was followed by a second, a third, a fourth, painfully hitting the leaves of the trees. There was a loud shaking sound of thunder, and somewhere in the distance, a strong bolt of lightning struck, causing the ground and the space between the two to shake for a split second. With just their gazes, they made it clear about each other's true intentions, so Sa Yu did not hesitate and began to charge his hands with lightning chi. Almost in unison with the boy, Gu Yang Daguk created a dark sphere around his palm, around which tongues of dark flame began to accumulate. Sa Yu clenched his fist, accumulating as much lightning ki as possible under the jade surface and compressing it into one. The bearded man swung, his fingers curling and almost clenching his palm as waves of dark energy began to form around it. Within a second, their forces collided, and a huge explosion created by the collision of lightning ki and dark aura rushed across the entire street. A mad, cruel smile flashed across Guyan Daguk's face, as if he was taking some kind of abnormal pleasure from the chaos they had created together. The boy opened his ghostly eyes wide with a furious grin on his face. He, too, saw a worthy foe in his opponent. Along with the approaching thunderstorm, a huge part of the village turned into a dark mess of black energy and flashes of blue lightning. Even though the two of them were fighting on almost equal terms, Sa Yu soon succumbed to one of his opponent's strange moves. The blue glow around the young man did not disappear, but he found himself in complete, oppressive darkness, where he could not see anything at all. Sa Yu nervously thrust his jade fist forward, ready in case someone tried to attack him from behind. The boy tried not to move, as he didn't know what this strange technique was that the darkness used to eat everything around it. Soon the guy saw a strange light not far from him, and his eyes lit up even brighter from slight surprise. The young man didn't even notice when a strange stream of glowing energy rushed past his face, destroying the darkness around him. Guyan Daguk caught him, so Sa Yu's body was dragged in a small white hole, which grew larger and caused his body to fly away with an explosion. Within a second, a noticeable shockwave passed through the entire space, and the guy could swear that he heard the sounds of collapsing houses everywhere. The young man didn't even have time to realize what had happened before his body began to fly away in disarray, although he didn't understand anything at all. However, despite the fact that he had found himself in some strange space just a second ago, he was now standing again in a crowd of people in the village. The boy began to nervously look around in different directions, and in his head he could only guess what had just happened to him and his body. A fierce grin appeared on Guyan Daguk's face, and he gritted his teeth, saying that the young man had a pretty good thing. When he clarified that he was talking about Sa Yu's hands, the latter looked in surprise at the butterfly in his clenched fist, which was still sparkling with blue flashes. The butterfly talisman, which had been scratched and rusty just a few minutes ago, was now literally glistening with its new texture. The butterfly changed its form and took on a more royal appearance. Daguk named it the death-blooming butterfly that belonged to Cheon Han Cha. The elder clenched his teeth nervously, not understanding what kind of monster was in front of them and why he had the feeling that he could lose his soul from just looking at it. Sa Yu looked at Daguk suspiciously as he continued to talk about how he had been wandering around Yongwan for 2 years, but had never seen anyone so talented. All his life, the bearded man had thought that he was the most capable and powerful warrior in all of Chungwan, but now he saw someone else as he asked the boy's name. Dan Sa Yu raised his ghostly eyes with a smile, introducing himself to the man who appreciated his strength. Guyan Daguk introduced himself in response, noting that Sa Yu had a wonderful name that described him as a man walking alone on the road to death. Looking at him with the same smile, the guy noted that he had never seen him in Chongwon before, because it was his first time on the mainland. This revelation was quite unexpected for the dark-haired man, so he just looked at the boy curiously. A few seconds later, a wild laugh escaped from his throat, which he tried to hide behind his clenched teeth. However, Guyan Daguk could not hold back the laughter inside himself for long, so soon his loud laughter began to echo throughout the entire street. A loud laugh which, although quite magnanimous, still struck fear into everyone present with its gallant sound. Hong Mugai nervously pressed his palms to his ears, feeling that the man's energy was suspiciously raging. Even the personal envoy in the red cloak tensed up. He had to restrain himself on the ground so as not to fly away from the gusts of energy of his master. With his hands on his hips, Gu Yang Daguk began to laugh even louder, exclaiming that it was good that the youth was not from the continent. The laughter finally died down, and the bearded man said that he and the guy seemed destined to become good friends. Only a small smile could flash across Sa Yu's face as he playfully asked if the man really thought so. After some time, the dark-haired man's servant brought a huge black horse to them, announcing that his master's transport was ready. Daguk gently stroked his dark horse, saying that his horse was too good to just wander around some meadows. Then the bearded man abruptly extended a leather whip to the boy, which made him noticeably surprised. The dark-haired man chuckled once again, noting that since fate had already brought them together, then let the whip be a gift for the young man. The boy's smile took on a slightly awkward look as he noted that the horse, although unusual, was unlikely to be his size. The man lowered his eyebrows in slight disappointment, noting that this was indeed very bad. However, he jumped on his horse, saying that he would have talked to the guy even longer. But he simply did not have time for this, and Sa Yu asked where he was going. Looking at the young man with his oppressive gaze, Daguk said that he was heading north, where the young man was also heading. The bearded man was slightly surprised, but said that if they were lucky, they would meet again, adding that he would be able to find him in the city of Black Blood. Sa Yu lowered his eyebrows with a funny smile, dramatically saying that the name of the city was quite frightening. The dark-haired man looked forward, saying that they had always believed that blue blood flowed in their hearts. Daguk's voice became more stern, and he said that when the blue blood connected them, it would turn black, which is where they got the name of their city from. After looking at the guy one last time, the man added that if Sa Yu came to them, he would receive him as a special guest. They moved, Daguk's dark horse fiercely charging forward, taking sharp breaths in and out over and over again. The bearded man and his servants usually kept silence among themselves during their travels. However, the red-eyed boy still couldn't stop thinking about Dan Sa Yu, who seemed like a very dangerous person and could become a huge threat to them in the future. But the dark-haired man, as if hearing his ward's thoughts, ordered him not to even think about touching Sa Yu, since he did not want to lose his servant. The invulnerable blood devil, Ma Jung-do, looked nervously at his master, asking if the boy was that strong. When Daguk first saw Sa Yu, he immediately felt that he had met someone special, someone stronger than he had seen most of the time. Even when the man was smiling broadly in front of his opponent, he was already thinking that Sa Yu might be equal to him in strength. The guy was emitting a strange energy that the man had never seen before, but he allowed himself to be arrogant. So arrogant that he actually never thought he would have an equal opponent so early. Even though Daguk maintained a confident and cheerful fighting style throughout the battle, there were times when he was one step away from taking at least a hit. As it turned out, his arrogant behavior became his biggest mistake. He underestimated his strong opponent. The boy's energy really lived up to its menacing appearance, so the man's thick arms couldn't stop her. Before his eyes, Daguk saw his arm being affected by the lightning chi and almost being reduced to mere ashes. And throughout the entire battle, only one thought did not leave the dark-haired man's head. The light was too bright. So bright that in all his time in the world of martial arts, and especially in the last 2 years, Daguk felt that he could be defeated. Dan Sa Yu's light was too bright and too large for the thick darkness to completely dispel it. That is why the bearded man had to resort to techniques and methods with which he was able to confuse the guy. Daguk put his hand on his shoulder, still remembering that brief moment of pain from colliding with the boy's lightning chi. The dark-haired man squeezed his shoulder with cold words that in the future they could only have one obstacle to conquering the continent. The bearded man chuckled slightly, saying that the only person who could become such an obstacle for them was Dan Sa Yu. The servant didn't say anything back to his master, so they simply sped up, heading quickly north. Finally, the grin on Daguk's face widened, and he said that he would look forward to meeting the boy. Meanwhile, Hong Mugai nervously exhaled, still trembling from meeting someone like this, as even the 3 tyrants and 4 venerables were clearly not that strong. Sa Yu only remained silent in response as the elder loudly complained that Daguk had made someone as majestic as him, Iron Man, look so pathetic. Noticing how silent his partner was, the old man worriedly asked if the young man was okay, joking that he had a stomachache due to the Cholpasan poison. The guy said that he felt fine and he simply suppressed all the poison with his chi. However, there was still a look of concern on the boy's face as he clutched the beautiful butterfly talisman in his hand. The boy couldn't help but think that from the moment he learned the heavenly weapon martial art, Gu Yandaguk was the first one to make him nervous. But the young man tried to push all these thoughts aside and simply asked the elder not to pay attention to him, especially since the weather was only getting worse. Meanwhile, unlike the Yellow River, the Iron Union was shining brightly and the sky was completely clear. The Great Celestial Merchants Union discussed that the black merchants were oppressing the Union and that they might have to give up their position in the coming years. Someone was quickly heading through the forest towards the main building, already hearing concerns nearby that they needed more funds to stay afloat. A familiar silhouette walked through the forest, the leaves rustling under his feet and the whistling of a light wind accompanied by the singing of birds. An envoy suddenly ran into the young lady's chambers, exclaiming worriedly in her direction. So-ho and her assistant looked at the guest in surprise, and the former asked what happened. The messenger held a small scroll in his hands and said that the young lady had received a message from the branch in Taiwan. He lowered his eyebrows slightly sternly with a more serious expression on his face, adding that the information was of a classified nature. When the scroll was handed to the young lady, she curiously took it out and opened it in front of her to read the cryptic message. As she began to read the message, her face showed no emotion for a long time, and a dull silence spread throughout the room. The messenger remained silent, and the girl's personal servants excitedly asked if something bad had happened. But soon, a satisfied smile flashed across the girl's face, and she said in a quiet voice that Sa-yu's elder brother was already on the mainland. So-ho looked dreamily to the other side, warmly asking what Dan Sa-yu looked like now. On the other side of the Iron Alliance, there was some discussion about how Danmok Seongjong would not be able to cause any major problems. The shining lotus flower, Namgung Seo-ren, addressed one man, saying that he was one of the 5 warriors, but at the same time noted that his status did not live up to expectations. The warrior from the great mountain, Kang Chu-san, noticed the strange intonation of the woman and asked if something bad had happened to her. In response, Mrs. Namgung only lowered her eyebrows angrily, irritably saying that something bad had clearly befallen him. Looking away, she said with displeasure that the steel archer and the blade of the nether demon were dead, despite his recommendations. Kang Ju-sang's eyes widened, and he asked in shock how 2 experienced warriors were killed. The woman said that they were destroyed by the so-called King of War, and no one was able to find the corpse of the blade of the demon of the underworld. Lady Namgung began to theorize that the boy did not belong to any of the groups. But what was worse was that their goods had disappeared and the strong warriors had been killed. Thoughtfully placing the scroll on the table, Seo-ren repeated the War King's nickname several times, because even though she had never heard of anyone like that in Kanho, she was going to find him. Kang Ju-sung crossed his arms, saying that considering that he was able to deal with 2 thugs, it was unlikely that he would be able to defeat him alone. For a few seconds, the woman was angrily silent, and then ordered him to find Im's family and ask them for help. The one-eyed man agreed with her, saying that if they had help from their family, they would be clearly more confident than in the company of any other warrior. The girl muttered under her breath with displeasure that the man should remember that at the moment, the 5 Dragons Union needed strong people. Looking away, Miss Namgung noted that the man should first try to hire the War King. The man concluded the girl's words by saying that otherwise it would be more profitable for them to get rid of the boy and kill him. He also said that Master So of the Black Traders was currently hunting someone, and Seo Ryung asked if he could be hunting the War King. In fact, the mere fact that Master So had gotten himself involved in their business indicated that he had received orders from the Black Traders' higher-ups. Although they hadn't heard anything about So Hai in a long time, the man doubted that he had been killed along with his squad. Instead, Kang Ju-sang assumed that So Hai and his warriors had suffered a crushing defeat and had decided to quietly escape. The one-eyed man said thoughtfully that the very fact of retreating raised some suspicions about the motive, and then asked the girl for a request. Kang Ju-san said that he heard about the return of the Northern Wind virtues from the Lion Alliance last night. The Lion Alliance was already connected to what happened a few weeks ago between the Moyeon family and Daryok village. The one-eyed man asked Miss Namgung to find out what exactly happened in Liaoning province a few weeks ago. The girl put the piece of paper to her lips, remembering that there was a reason why there was some kind of agreement between Moyeong Dongjeon and the Holy Fist. However, she also remembered that Moyeon Dongjeon had died in defeat with a bang, but no one knew about it. In fact, it was Hwangbo Gun Ok who was the first to learn about the death of the leader of the Moyeon family. Also, before Moyeon Dongjeon was killed, the Holy Fist provided one item through the small security bureau. They must get rid of it at any cost. Soon, the one-eyed man announced that he was going to go to Hanam and meet the family of steel throwers, Witimer. After leaving the chambers, Kang Ju-sang admitted that Lady Namgung had been living up to the rumors about herself, suggesting that if she took the place of the patriarch, the family would come to the forefront. Unfortunately, Namgung Seo-ryong was also extremely impatient, so Kang Ju-sang would have to act within a tight time frame. The Im family of steel throwers were renowned for their arts, which made them the best family of assassins, with all 100 of their members becoming mercenaries. A smug grin appeared on the one-eyed man's face as he thought about how the family would have torn the Murim apart long ago if they hadn't obeyed them. The man stepped forward and said out loud that the War King was like a falling star, but under the gaze of the lotus flower he would lose his light. Miss Namgung thought that once the steel thrower family was involved, the War King would be taken out in a matter of seconds. Looking out the window, she added that the Great Celestial Merchants Alliance would eventually fall into the hands of the Five Dragons Alliance anyway. Namgung Seo-ren lowered her eyebrows in displeasure, saying that Ha Seo-ho was a smart girl and she wouldn't be able to lure her over so easily. The woman muttered irritably that she should be grateful that she was not from a family of warriors, otherwise she would have every reason to kill her. Meanwhile, the old man asked the boy if he had gone to Hefei to meet the frost flower, Han Sa-e, which the boy confirmed. The boy's teacher's daughter, Han Sa-a, was also known as the daughter of the head of the Han family, Han Jung-yu, and her skills surpassed the 3 flowers and 3 heroes, so she could become an unrivaled swordswoman. They soon approached the city of Hefei in Anhui province, and Sa-yu continued to explain that the Han family had lost its influence after the arrival of the Namgung family. The young man's eyes seemed to light up and he looked down with a smile, as he would soon be able to meet his master's daughter. The elder looked at the boy with relaxed eyes, asking what he was waiting for since they were a few meters from the entrance. The city of Hefei itself was not very colorful, let alone the dilapidated Gaiban branch within it. The old man began to read the scrolls, muttering under his breath that there was no information about the envoy from Yuan there, and the search might take longer than expected. Iron Man glanced at the boy, saying that he was about to finish some work soon, so he suggested that he rest for now. Sa-yu replied that he would like to head to a place he wanted to visit first, telling the old man not to rush. Iron Man sternly warned the boy, saying that Hefei was also called the main base of the Namgung clan. When the old man told him not to act rashly, the young man could only smile warmly and say that he would try not to make too much noise. The events moved forward one night. The main house of the Namgung family stood in the middle of the water, towering over the other houses of the city. It was incredibly dark inside the main house, and the only source of light were dim lamps that cast a barely noticeable yellow light. In the middle of the room stood a huge stone with some words written on it. Righteous faith of the heavenly sword, and small lamps surrounded it. A tall man in a beige robe held a cup in his hands, asking if there was a certain Longjing tea in front of him. He decided to get down to business, closing the cup and asking what happened to the man they sent from the Iron Union and if they found out anything. On the other side sat a nervous man who said that they had passed the information on to Doc Chin and would soon find out something. The patriarch of the Namgung family, Namgung Mu-jin, said with displeasure that if they did not hurry, they would not even be able to take over the Hwangbo family, which they should not have allowed to grow this time either. Namgung Chol-jin agreed with his older brother, saying that they would succeed this time because Seo-ren was in the Iron Alliance. He headed towards the basement with many cells, saying that he would take responsibility and shake all the information out of their victim. The thick chains suddenly tightened and made a loud clang, causing the floor to shake for a few seconds and the walls of the dungeon to shake. In front of a tall, muscular man with a weapon in his hands sat the exhausted hero of the occasion whom they had managed to catch. He sat powerlessly on the ground with his battered body and his torn clothes, taking nervous breaths and slightly out of breath. Mak Go-yo of the Chioma Security Bureau lifted his bloody face when asked what Mo Yan Dong-jan sent to Huangbo Gun-ak. Meanwhile, from above, Namgung Chol-jin looked at their high rock, stating that he was confident that Doc Jin would take care of the rat from the steel horse, so he would take his leave. The patriarch did not understand where he was going to go at such a late hour, and Chol-jin revealed that he was going to the Han family to resolve a marriage issue. Senior Namgung sighed with displeasure, saying that he had completely forgotten about the trouble that those, especially old man Han Chong-yu, could cause them. Namgung Mu-jin snorted heavily and folded his hands together, saying that Chong-yu was a weak person by Murim's standards because of his perfectionism, even though he was interested in Murim's daughter. Chul-jin stepped forward, telling his older brother not to worry as he would handle everything as soon as they wouldn't have to hold back because of Han Sa-ah. Junior Namgung glared at the head of the family, saying in a cold tone that he would receive an answer from the Iron Union today. Sa-yu began to rush through the city at the speed of light, using his lightning chi to jump from one location to another. The guy left behind a small trail of blue lightning that flickered in the air for a few seconds after he landed. The young man looked at the silhouette of the building in the distance, suspecting that it was the home of the Namgung family, and confirming that they lived up to their reputation as the most influential family in the field. Despite this, there was also another small settlement below the boy, which apparently belonged to the Han family. Looking at the group of several dozen people at the entrance, he noted that according to rumors, the sect was small, so he suspected that they did not belong to it. The guy's eyes lit up slightly and he suspected something, so he decided to move as quietly and stealthily as possible. Sa-yu instantly rushed over the heads of the sect followers and guests, so that they didn't even have time to notice his presence. The young man landed on the roof and began to walk slowly along it, without creating unnecessary noise under the crackle of small lightning next to him. The boy dropped to one knee and lifted the roof tile just slightly, hearing the muffled sounds of voices beneath it. Charging his hand with jade energy, bright blue flashes began to appear around his finger. The young man quietly punched his hand through the roof, already hearing talk about the Han family representative and Namgung discussing some kind of deal that would be beneficial to both of them. The boy watched the conversation and how the representative of the Han family said that even though he was the father, he still should not have decided on the marriage of his daughter. Namgung Chol-jin replied that there was no need for the head of the Han family to worry so much, even if the family was much older. Junior Namgung folded his hands mysteriously, saying that the leader of the Han family had always acted for the benefit of his sect, so this was a unique opportunity for that. Chol-chin's tone took on a more manipulative tone, and he asked him if he by any chance thought that the Namgung family's eldest son was not worthy of their daughter. The languid, thin old man on the throne said that he had nothing against the son of the Namgung family. It was their family that was too poor to accept him into their family. The patriarch of the Han family, Han Jung-yu, added that his daughter's will was important to him because, as a father, he did not want to appear selfish. A grin flashed across Chol-chin's face, noting in his mind that the old man spoke with a wise voice, but had achieved nothing in life, and yet somehow remained on the throne. The old man looked nervously at Han Sa-ah's painting, and began to make excuses in fear when the younger Namgung said that refusing would be tantamount to insulting the Namgung family. Soon, the negotiations between them ended with Han Chong-yu being forced into a difficult position and simply unable to find the right arguments. Chol-chin left the building to the indignation of the old man, who asked how he dared to leave the negotiations after deciding the issue unilaterally. The younger Namgung sat on his horse, threateningly saying that the Han family would only receive support when they approved the marriage of Han Sa-ah and the eldest son of the Namgung family. The old man asked in a sad voice what he should do with his daughter's will, to which he angrily ordered him to stop using his daughter as an excuse. Chol-jin said irritably that it was a child's duty to obey his father's will, so he had to solve the problem before tomorrow's dinner. As they slowly walked away towards the Namgung family estate, Sa-yu watched in surprise as they planned some kind of wedding. The boy tensed slightly as the thought flashed through his mind that he might have gone on a journey in vain since his master's daughter was in the Iron Union. One way or another, the young man did not even know what to do now and how to act. whether he should interfere in the affairs of those at all. The old man leaned against the wall, because although he thought that Namgung would be decisive, he still did not expect them to press so hard. His head began to be filled with disturbing thoughts that there was no way out, and a dry cough began to escape from his throat. Han Yong-yu narrowed his eyes, telling himself that he shouldn't let his daughter get married, because that would just be condemning her to a life in prison. On the other side of the room stood the frightening silhouette of Sa Yu, asking the old man to stop hesitating and discuss the situation with his daughter. The old man instantly reacted to the presence of some intruder in the room, holding out his hand towards his sword. The blade broke loose of its own accord and began to move at great speed towards the outstretched hand of its owner. The old man immediately grabbed the bamboo handle of his blade, asking where the boy had come from in his chambers. The old man's movements were very slow, sluggish, and weak, just like his physical condition, so Sa Yu didn't even have to use lightning qi. The head of the Han family froze in horror, feeling as if his entire body had gone numb just from looking at the boy, who was clearly some kind of powerful martial artist in his eyes. The boy lightly pressed the bamboo handle of the sword with his palm, with only one stern request for him to lower his sword. The young man helped him release the blade from his trembling hands, while he still did not understand what was happening and what the intruder wanted from him. Sa Yu apologized to the old man, saying that he had to commit a very impolite act due to the circumstances he found himself in. When the guy introduced himself and said that he had some kind of relationship with Han Sa-ah, the old man could only look at him in surprise. The young man began to walk around the room, describing the girl in a puzzled voice as one of the 3 buds, the frost flower. Looking at the picture of the woman in front of him, Sa Yu folded his hands together and clarified that Han Sa-ah was not the biological daughter of the head of the Han family. The old man's eyes widened in shock when the boy explained exactly how he had found the girl 20 years ago and raised her as his own daughter. The boy smiled slightly and looked at him, informing him that he had come from Goryeo to see Han at the request of her real father. The old man nervously, almost breaking into a cry of surprise, asked whether the girl's parents were still alive. Of course, this was also not true, because visiting Khan was literally the only dying wish of the boy's teacher. Sa Yu remembered that his master had asked him to help a young girl if she was in any trouble. The young man continued to look at Han Jong-yu, noting that he had come to help his daughter, as she was apparently in a difficult situation. The old man sadly lowered his tired eyes when the boy once again asked him to thoroughly discuss the situation with his daughter. When Sa Yu asked him why he didn't want to rush into marriage, he explained that the wedding was actually only for the benefit of the Namgung family, for the sake of control over Sanaa's power. As it turned out, the Namgung family was going to marry anyway and attack them otherwise, since the Han family would not be able to defend themselves anyway. And this information was enough for Sa Yu to resort to measures and begin her hunt for the Namgung family in order to discuss the matter in her own style. The boy suddenly moved towards one of the Namgung family's escorts, intending to talk to him. The escort didn't even have time to react to the sound of lightning cracking under his ears, turning his head towards the boy only when he put his palm to his mouth. Han Yong-yu said that he couldn't solve such a problem in a day, but Sa Yu had a different opinion with his special measures. The little kidnapping of the guy happened so quickly that the other escorts didn't even notice that one of their partners had been kidnapped. The boy hovered menacingly over the body of his prey, glaring at him before taking action. Sa Yu had already been convinced by Yom Sa-ik's words that when Han Sang-ah was still a small child, she was kidnapped by the Mo Yan family and sold to a merchant from Shanxi province as a living weapon. The head of the Han family called the girl an unfortunate child, so at one time he asked everywhere where he could find her parents. As he spoke, the old man could only nervously clutch his clothes, saying that they had to stop searching for information, and that Sanaa had completely lost her memory of the past. The endless training completely exhausted the girl, which is why the old man had to take her under his wing and raise her as his own. In the end, Sa Yu was met with another request. This time, Han Jong-yu asked the young man to help his daughter if he really knew her real father. Looking into the distance at the main estate of the Namgung family, the boy asked suggestively if they wanted to marry the young Sanha. The boy straightened his ghostly eyes and said that then he would have to find out why they wanted the girl so badly. Upon entering the Namgung family's estate, Sa Yu had already heard discussions about how the Han family was afraid of them and could not resist or refuse them. One of the men looked in surprise towards the strange blue flashes nearby, raising his eyebrows. Sa Yu clearly stood out from the other attendants, even though his clothes looked the same for the most part. As it turned out, the ghostly eyes really gave the boy away from the ordinary warriors, despite his identical disguise. But as soon as he was noticed, the boy no longer pretended and immediately began waving his jade hands. Blue energy rose up around the boy, and spiky flashes of his ghostly energy began to jump everywhere. The escorts were struck by the boy's lightning in a matter of seconds as he suddenly began to beat them with his heavenly weapon. Sa Yu opened his eyes as wide as he could, causing them to glow with a bright blue light as tongues of blue smoke began to appear around them. The guy called this technique the puppet theater, but the evil spirit once let it slip during one of his training sessions. Then the teacher told him that the history of the art of the Supreme Artillery General originated more than 1,000 years ago. The teacher that night said that humans had managed to cross the boundaries of humanity in terms of martial arts and had absorbed all their achievements to grow and strengthen their skills. Puppet theater was one such skill, in which the user would connect his QE with the body of his target, beginning to control him just like a puppet. There was something terrifying about this technique because it could also take over the opponent's mind, causing him to not even remember what happened. Meanwhile, having dealt with some of the escorts, Sa Yu, in his suit, went further towards the main house of the Namgung family. This time, the guy won't be able to carry out his attack as easily, because they were surrounded on all sides by other warriors, closely watching their squad. There were quite a lot of people, although the young man did not expect anything less from the Namgung family, feeling several strangers' gazes right behind his back. Either way, the people around him were definitely not ordinary martial artists, so he shouldn't ask for trouble from them. Namgung Cholchin turned to his ward in a stern voice, asking where Doc Chin was, to which he replied that the family's eldest brother was at the front. Cholchin looked down seriously, noting that it was very strange that Doc Jin had not yet finished his interrogation. Looking away in irritation, the man added that it was surprising that their prisoner was still holding up against the torture of Doc Chin, who had seen many martial arts. Sa Yu tensed slightly at the mention of torture, while Namgung Choljin asked to be taken inside so he could personally see their victim. Even considering the elder's request, the boy himself was not particularly eager to fight, so he was going to advance quietly and gradually. The boy remained silent and tried not to give himself away in the company of the other escorts as they headed towards the huge facade of the Namgung family. They slowly walked deeper into the cave, which turned out to be surrounded by huge trees. When the trees finally ended, they were met by a small entrance to a deep basement, along which a system of steps ran. Another man was already waiting for them below, next to whom was one large torch as the only source of light. Sa Yu felt like he was in a prison, especially when the terribly unpleasant smell of blood, wounds, and burnt flesh wafted through his nostrils. They were directed towards Doc Chin, who they were told was on the other side of a corridor lit only by torches. Namgung Choljin walked into one of the cells, telling another man that he had done a good job, while Sa Yu decided to eavesdrop on the conversation. As it turned out, the exhausted Mak Go-yo did not say anything. He turned out to be very true to his word and did not squeeze out a sound. The third elder of the Namgung family, Namgung Doc Chin, slung his weapon over his shoulder, saying that he had already tried 20 different tortures, but their slave still did not answer a single question. Chol Jin replied irritably that he was quite resilient, which meant that they needed to use torture against him that was beyond the normal. The eldest brother of the Namgung family grabbed the prisoner's face, ordering him in a stern voice to tell what thing Huang Bo-gun Ak delivered to Moyeon Dongjon. However, Mak Go-yo still didn't say anything, saying through his palm that he couldn't say anything to save his family's life. The guy from the steel horse continued, saying that it would be better for him to die so that he would not get any answers at all. Chol Chin grabbed Doc Chin's sword, saying that they needed to change their strategy and resort to other measures. The eldest brother of the Namgung family held out the blade of his long sword in front of him, and with a quick movement directed it at the slave. Makyojio screamed in pain as the blade pierced his shoulder, but he had a mischievous smile on his face. Chol-jin stared at him with a mad look, saying that he would cut him from the neck to the stomach, but he would not let him die until he spoke. Sa-yu's face froze when Chol-jin mentioned that he would wipe out the Steel Horse Bureau that he was so worried about. The guy took a closer look at the man they had kidnapped, who was lying powerlessly on the ground, bleeding. Only then did the boy finally realize that it was Mak Go-yo from the Steel Horse who had helped him get to Shenyang. So now Sa-yu decided not to hesitate and intervened, literally passing in front of Doc Chin and Chol Chin. At that moment, Chol-jin angrily asked where a stranger in the cell came from, but there was no answer from Sa-yu. The eldest brother of the Namgung family froze in horror. Next to the young man, he felt a terrifying energy that he had felt when they entered the family's territory. Sa-yu extended 2 fingers forward, creating a bridge of sparkling blue lightning between them as his eyes began to glow brighter. With one collision of his energy with the chains, lightning passed through the thick steel and split it in 2, causing them to fall to the ground with a crash and ringing sound. 2 energy balls appeared above Mak Go-yo's exhausted body, after which he fell powerlessly onto the cold floor. When he fell, he could only hear the indignation nearby and the surprised voice of Chol Chin, who was asking how the boy ended up in their basement. Sa-yu adjusted his clothes, tightening his purple belt as tightly as possible so he could carry Mak Go-yo on his shoulders. The guy, of course, didn't know what information they were beating Go-yo for, but he was sure that he was on the verge of death in such a state. The young man said that the man from the Steel Horse needed help, and the 2 had no choice but to call a doctor or get out of his way. Doc Chin angrily held his blade in front of him, asking how some boy dared to talk to him like that, so he asked him to introduce himself again. Although he spoke in a stern tone, there was a nervous fear on his face as he noted that he should tell the boy before he slit his throat. Sa-yu considered this answer to be the second one, so his eyes glowed a bright blue light and he ordered the 2 to get out of his way. Namgung Doc Chin stood frozen in horror as he watched the bright blue light approaching him, accompanied by the crackling of lightning. The Namgung family's eldest brother took a hesitant step back as the energy spread throughout the room along with the walls. The 2 tried to approach the source of the bright light, but it soon turned into a huge energy sphere, throwing their bodies back in an instant. With each passing second, the light became brighter and began to sweep throughout the entire basement, almost bursting out from the facade. The blue light slowly began to turn into a huge flash of energy, lightning from which began to jump along the walls and bounce off. Just at the right moment, Namgung Mujin received information about what a certain war king had done to the Moyeon family and the black merchants a few weeks ago. The head of the Namgung family noted with puzzlement that Moyeon Dongjian was not just considered the strongest of the masters, to be defeated by some unknown person just like that. He also expressed his concern about the letter from Seo Ren in Taiwan, but he couldn't guess for long because a second later he heard loud explosions nearby. Looking out the window, he saw a whole cloud of smoke and dust in front of him, inside which one could also see dozens of jumping lightning bolts. It was Sa-yu who flew out straight from the facade, and along with him the bodies of the 2 men who were there at the same time. The Namgung family members fell to the ground in exhaustion as the dust fog around them grew even larger and thicker. They tried to lean on their weapons to at least catch their breath, but Sa-yu continued to approach them. Doc Chin stared at the young man in horror as he had seen a lot of martial arts in his life, but he had never seen such destructive power. Even as they continued to order the boy to introduce himself, he merely moved closer to them, creating flashes and small shock waves under his feet. The air around the boy began to warp, and the atmosphere began to narrow as he introduced himself as Dan Sa-yu from Goryeo, adding that his words would mean nothing to them anyway. Staring at them with his charged eyes, the boy said that he didn't like to introduce himself by the nickname given to him by the people from the continent, but it suited him now. Dan Sa-yu's face took on an angry expression as he stated that the 2 would have to remember his last day and his existence as the War King. Namgung Doc Chin looked uncertainly towards his older brother, doubting for a second that it could be the same one in front of them. Chol-jin seemed to be frozen by just one look at Sa-yu, muttering under his breath that it was he who dealt with the Moyeon family and the black traders. At that moment, both brothers heard the angry voice of the Namgung family leader nearby, who was looking at them from the family's tall building. He folded his hands behind his back, asking how much longer they were going to keep their guests outside, who should be properly greeted with honors. Sayu looked at Namgung Mujin with a puzzled expression, and it only took one look to realize that the person in front of him was the War King himself. The leader of the Namgung family glared at them with a stern gaze, telling them not to fight in the facade that had long been considered a sacred place for their family. He addressed his messenger in a stern voice, ordering him to greet their guests properly. When Sayu walked inside, the first thing he noticed was a huge stone in front of him that had a message written on it in golden letters. Looking around, the boy stared at the inscription with ghostly eyes, asking what the heavenly age of the righteous sword was. Sitting on his throne and grasping the sword in his hand, the head of the Namgung family said that they had followed the righteousness of their sword for thousands of years, and the words on the stone described their merits. Staring at the boy, the man said that he had heard about the War King, as well as his recent actions and the incidents he had found himself in. With his brows lowered, the head of the Namgung family asked what exactly brought him to them, guessing that he was perhaps here because of Mak Go-yo, whom he was carrying on his back. Sayu only replied that Master Mak needed help, because he did not understand at all why his brothers had mocked him so much. When the boy offered to save the man from the steel horse, Namgung Mujin raised his sword, saying that the boy did not understand the situation he was in. The sword began to hover next to the man as he added that the boy had invaded their territory, for which he could only deserve his death. The other two brothers from the Namgung family also prepared themselves in the same way, saying that even if Mak Go-yo died, they would simply kidnap another person from the steel horse. Grasping his huge golden sword, Namgung Mujin solemnly called it his great royal sword. Namgung Mujin first introduced himself to the boy as the patriarch who represented the Namgung family generation after generation, being known as the Man of Eternity. Raising one eyebrow, the head of the Namgung family noted that he didn't care how much blood he had on his hands, because all the corpses beneath him were only in the name of righteousness. Pointing his sword forward, he angrily declared that even if Mak Go-yo left their family's estate alive, he would put their family's honor in question if he even said a word about them. At that moment, armed warriors jumped out from behind the man, while he loudly declared that this was why neither the boy nor Mak Go-yo would come out alive. Several dozen warriors of the Namgung family jumped on the guy at once, shouting that if they couldn't kill him, they would never look up to the sky again. Sayu hadn't even managed to make an attack yet, but the faces of some of them had already been affected by that energy, starting to distort. The guy just jumped back and forth, leaving behind small flashes and prickly distorting energy. Taking a few steps back under the crackling of lightning, the young man once again repeated to himself the words of those who said that they would not raise their eyes to the heavens. A grin appeared on the guy's face, and he added that in that case, he would have to put their sins on display, and he would do it more cruelly, mercilessly, and terrifyingly. Then Sayu didn't hesitate any longer and began to release lightning bolts filled with his destructive energy from his fingers. Flashes and lightning began to instantly rush through the enemies, causing their bodies to drag through the air and convulse. Chol Chin and Dok Chin decided to intervene in the fight, shouting that even their guards were not able to defeat the boy. At that very moment, both brothers heard their older brother's voice in their heads as an oppressive, ringing echo. The patriarch of the Namgung family said in an irritated voice that he was willing to sacrifice so many people because the War King had already slaughtered the entire Moyeon family. As he watched his warriors gradually fall, he said that since the boy had defeated Moyeong Dongjong, it meant that his strength was much greater. The guards' bodies began to twist into distorted spirals, and Namgung Mujin noted that the War King was probably someone's heir. Looking at the destruction the boy was wreaking, the patriarch said that they would just have to watch as the boy showed off his powers by using them on their warrior dummies. Sayu quickly began to examine the strange behavior of the Namgung family's older brothers, suspecting that they were trying to find out what he was capable of. Then the guy decided to change his strategy a little, so he climbed higher, still running away from dozens of blades aimed straight at him. The boy raised his hand and began to charge it with his energy of blue flashes and lightning, saying that he would give them what they wanted so much. Pointing his palm towards his enemies, Sa Yu created the so-called 3 absolute explosions, causing the estate to shake from the enormous surge of energy. As the name of the technique itself stated, the first explosion was followed by a second, and after the second, space was torn apart by a third, the largest one. Namgung Choljin froze in horror and began to tremble, watching how the guy was able to cause 3 large explosions at once with just one movement of his hand. Doc Chin nervously clenched his teeth as he said that he had traveled all over Kanho and seen many masters, but this was the first time he had seen such power. The warriors from the Namgung family began to fall to the ground one after another in disarray, turning into ordinary puppets to be beaten. Even Namgung Mujin was completely amazed by the abilities of the War King, who completely lived up to his name with just one move. However, the head of the family was not about to give up yet, looking at the guy and loudly exclaiming that a person is defenseless in the air. With his great royal sword thrust forward and pointed slightly upward, Namgung Mujin shouted loudly that they had a great opportunity to defeat him. Namgung Choljin also opened his sword and headed straight for the youth using a technique he called the Boundless Sky Sword Art. Doc Chin also rushed forward in the same manner, swinging his sword in different directions using the 13 Lightning Sword Art technique. 3 martial artists rushed into the air at once, each using a different technique against Sa Yu. The head of the Namgung family struck first, literally piercing the air with the golden majesty of the blade of his great royal sword. But the boy extended his jade hand back and dodged Namgung Mujin's blow, causing him to turn his sword the other way. Namgung Mujin screamed in horror as he suddenly lost control of his own actions and plunged his sword into his brother's chest. Sa Yu began to point his palm at the enemies around him one by one, immediately taking control of them. Touching Chol Chin's hand with his jade hand, he took control of his body, causing him to swing his sword in different directions. Eventually, when the guy took complete control of the situation, he was able to force Chol Chin to pierce Doc Chin's body with his sword. After this, Sa Yu began to repeat the cycle, this time touching Doc Chin to make his hand move on its own. At that moment, Namgung Doc Chin pointed the blade of his sword at the stunned head of their family. Thus, the boy created a barrier of lightning around himself, through which he forced all 3 members of the family to plunge their swords into each other. None of them could understand through the pain throughout their bodies what had just happened, and why they could not control their bodies. Namgung Choljin winced in horror as he felt that he simply couldn't move due to the lightning on his skin. Doc Chin groaned through his teeth, and the lightning and flashes around him began to become more painful and brighter. Small flashes of lightning immediately surrounded the hilts of their swords, before instantly turning into huge beams of lightning, tearing apart the ground around them. A thick fog of dust created by lightning and destruction soon rose above the main building of the Namgung family. Namgung Choljin threw his head back in anger, helplessly asking through clenched teeth how the boy dared to do this to their honorable family. Doc Chin could barely speak as his shoulder was literally pierced through by both the sword strike and the lightning bolt blasting towards his arm. The head of the Namgung family asked in an exhausted tone how a pathetic guy could dare to do something like that to the patriarch himself, then saying that he would not escape the consequences. Sa Yu didn't look them in the eye, moving away to the other side with the words that nothing would change if he didn't survive. As the young man left the 3, he listened to their cries that the War King had committed a great sin and had essentially called the entire 5 Dragon Alliance and the Iron Alliance along with that one into war. Angrily pressing both rows of teeth together, Namgung Mujin shouted in rage that the boy was challenging the entire world, and therefore the Iron Union. Trying to break free from the pain and distortion throughout his body, the family patriarch exclaimed that the young man was turning the most powerful force in the world against himself. The head of the Namgung family still had no intention of giving up, so he began to pull his blade out of the ground, saying that Sa Yu had made an irreparable mistake. Sa Yu didn't listen to him, asking if the showdown with the Namgung family could really be considered a huge mistake. Turning to them, the guy said that if the whole matter was about the Namgung family, then it was low to drag the Iron Union and the 5 Dragons Union into them. The youth lowered his eyebrows, unimpressed, telling the man to fight him one-on-one if he didn't want to hide behind the Iron Alliance like a child behind his mother's skirt. This was the last straw for Namgung Muchin, so he held his sword out in front of him, angrily asking how such a brat dared to insult him. The head of the Namgung family rushed towards the boy at high speed, shouting that he would cut his throat and make him regret his words. He, along with the blow of his golden sword, screamed simultaneously from the pain in his hand and from the anger that began to overwhelm him. Sa-yu only watched quietly as the blade quickly approached his face with its light. The entire atmosphere around the boy was engulfed in this shining light, and he began to create blue flashes around himself and accumulate energy within himself. The boy's eyes widened with excitement and glowed blue, causing him to rush forward to meet the other's attack. The head of the Namgung family angrily declared that he would make the boy regret everything that the boy had done in their family today. With one wide strike of his great royal sword, the patriarch was able to create a huge golden wave, but Sa-yu jumped up in time and towered over him. The head of the Namgung family raised his head and began to tear his throat out, shouting that he would kill the war king at any cost. However, Namgung Mujin did not want to stop, and so he raised his blade, rocketing towards the same place where Sa-yu flew, using the Emperor's 10,000 slashes technique. Sa-yu opened his eyes even wider, and the blue light from them increased even more, turning into 2 energy spheres on his face. Now the guy had to show his true power of the heavenly weapon, holding out a charged jade palm in front of him with many flashes jumping around. This technique was supposed to be the final one, and it was not for nothing that it was called the 10 Merciless Manipulations. By channeling lightning chi into his palms, Sa-yu was able to deceive his enemy in a matter of seconds and take his sword for himself, plunging it into the patriarch's chest. Sa-yu glared at him, saying that he didn't regret saving Mak Go-yo, but the head of the Namgung family continued to mutter through his teeth that he would regret making enemies for himself. When he angrily said in his throat that the boy would regret his decisions for the rest of his life, the young man noted that even before his death he remained just as arrogant. But it was time to finish, so the War King pressed his fingers to his enemy's hands one last time, causing a bolt of lightning to rush through his enemy.